transcending into the world of Harry Potter, Lucien awakened a lone magic system, and with a flick of his wrist, he preemptively claimed his rewards. Of course, debts must still be repaid. Thus, the students of Hogwarts were introduced to a newcomer who was not only more accomplished than them, but also more competitive. Congratulations, host! You have obtained Loki's Faceless. Please repay the loan. Perfect mastery of Transfiguration, Dumbledore remarked. With both talent and diligence, could it be that Lucien is indeed the future of the wizarding world, as foretold in the prophecy? Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Compendium of Dark Arts. Please repay the loan. The head of Voldemort. Voldemort exclaimed, "What do you mean you owe a debt, thus requiring to borrow my head?" Congratulations, host! You have secured the Resurrection Potion formula. Please repay the loan. The creation of 50 new potions. Snape interjected. Lucien has developed the formula for the Resurrection Potion. Lily, inform Dumbledore that I intend to resign. As for the potion's master, seek Lucien. Lucien, with his hands clasped behind his back, stated, "I never aspired to be so exceptional. I merely borrowed too many loans." Chapter 117. The Philosopher's Stone? Bait? Turning his back to the mirror of Ariste, Lucien gazed at the gemstone in Dumbledore's hand, contemplating the question posed by Dumbledore. What are your thoughts on immortality? This semi-transparent crimson gemstone must indeed be the Philosopher's Stone. Immortality, is it? Indeed, it is a concept that captivates. However, the immortality granted by the Philosopher's Stone offers eternal life, not perpetual youth. There exists a significant distinction between the two. As the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel had brewed the elixir of life, allowing him to live for over 6 centuries. Yet, Nicholas Flamel's own aging never ceased. The frail body of that venerable man had become so weak that even a gentle handshake could lead to broken bones. Truth be told, Lucien harbored a yearning for longevity. The longer one lives, the more experiences one can accumulate, thus acquiring a greater wealth of knowledge. This world is immensely fascinating, with a plethora of knowledge that is nothing short of an ocean. A single life is far too brief. To reach the pinnacle of any field in one's lifetime is already a remarkable accomplishment. Even the most gifted individuals can only grasp a finite amount of knowledge within their lifetime. While wizards tend to enjoy a lifespan exceeding that of muggles, a century of life is not uncommon provided one avoids folly. Some exceptionally long-lived individuals may even reach 150 or 200 years. But is that truly sufficient? Lucien shifted his gaze from the Philosopher's Stone and earnestly regarded Dumbledore. Headmaster, the allure of immortality is indeed compelling, as it would grant me more time to learn and absorb knowledge yet. Is there a downside to the immortality attained through this Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore, appreciating Lucien's candor, nodded with approval. You are both pure and honest. Indeed, are you interested in the principles of the Philosopher's Stone? Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Lucien promptly nodded in affirmation. The Philosopher's Stone is the pinnacle of alchemical creation. I am quite curious, beyond its ability to transmute base metals into gold, how does the Philosopher's Stone actually facilitate immortality? The Philosopher's Stone grants immortality by enhancing the soul, replenishing its vitality, and firmly anchoring it within the physical form. However, the Philosopher's Stone cannot replenish life force. This is what is referred to as the downside. The soul. Lucien suddenly realized that in this magical world, the soul is indeed a tangible entity. It is an insurmountable mountain that many wizards encounter in their magical studies. If one were to speak of someone deeply engaged in soul research, would it not be Tom? He had split his soul multiple times and crafted Horcruxes, achieving a semblance of semi-immortality. He could even reside within a human host in a spectral form. Voldemort's desire for the Philosopher's Stone stemmed from his wish to restore his physical body. However, according to Dumbledore, such a restoration may not be feasible. Nevertheless, the Philosopher's Stone could still enhance the soul, replenishing its vitality, which would be immensely beneficial for Voldemort, who currently exists in a fragmented state. Dumbledore, the sagacious old wizard, would truly allow Voldemort to acquire such a treasure as the Philosopher's Stone? Would he genuinely risk Voldemort's restoration merely to test Harry Potter? Lucien turned his gaze back to the semi-transparent Philosopher's Stone and suddenly inquired, Headmaster, is this Philosopher's Stone genuine, or does it still possess the complete ability to grant immortality? This question prompted Dumbledore to squint, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, why do you ask such a question? Lucien stroked his chin, hesitating for a moment before responding. Harry and the others believe someone intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I think that if a few young wizards can access such information, those with ill intentions could undoubtedly acquire it as well. I also heard from Harry that the Philosopher's Stone is supposedly kept in a room guarded by Fluffy, but Lucien recalled his previous experience, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. You are aware that I previously went to play with Fluffy, and that trapdoor was utterly empty. Yet now, everyone else believes the Philosopher's Stone is there, which gives me the impression of fishing. Noting Dumbledore's noncommittal response, Lucien continued, Headmaster, I quite enjoy fishing, and I understand that while bait may be enticing, it will never truly satiate the fish. Lucien raised a hand, gesturing toward the Philosopher's Stone, and casually stated, Though I do not know who the fish is, I believe this is the bait. Upon uttering these words, Dumbledore remained silent, and the entire room fell into a contemplative hush. After a while, Dumbledore let out a soft sigh. A clever deduction. Currently, the energy of this Philosopher's Stone is sufficient for transmuting base metals into gold or concocting relatively ordinary potions. But Dumbledore's subsequent words trailed off. Yet Lucien could surmise the implication. Indeed, this Philosopher's Stone could not possibly satisfy Voldemort's demands. Olby Dumbledore is indeed a cunning fox. The Philosopher's Stone is authentic, but to restore a physical form or grant immortality. How pitiful Voldemort is pursuing something that is merely an illusion. Headmaster, may I borrow this Philosopher's Stone? Faced with Lucien's direct request, Dumbledore momentarily found himself at a loss. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that Lucien was an eager learner with both aptitude and interest in alchemy, making his desire to engage with the Philosopher's Stone a perfectly reasonable one. Moreover, as events unfolded and his conversations with Lucien continued to deepen, Dumbledore found himself feeling quite at ease with this little wizard, who consistently surprised him. Nonetheless, Dumbledore first inquired, Lucien, what do you intend to do with the Philosopher's Stone? Without much hesitation, Lucien replied directly, I have little need for transmuting stone into gold. I am merely curious about the distinction between potions crafted with the Philosopher's Stone and those made with ordinary ingredients. Dumbledore nodded, a smile gracing his face once more. Curiosity is indeed a powerful catalyst for learning, he remarked. I am aware of your prowess in potions and alchemy, which far exceeds that of your peers. However, should you wish to brew potions with the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore paused, pinching the stone between his fingers, it must be conducted under my supervision. Are you amenable to that? Furthermore, I hope you can maintain strict confidentiality regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Is that manageable for you? Upon hearing Dumbledore's request, Lucien felt no qualms whatsoever. After all, his sole objective was to brew a potion with the stone, enough to repay the loan from the unicorn year. He had no intention of engaging in any clandestine activities with the Philosopher's Stone. A clear conscience fears no shadow. Moreover, one could argue that Dumbledore's personal oversight is indeed a privilege. How many can boast of such an honor? When he is observing, would the headmaster truly turn a blind eye to any difficulties or questions I might face as a student? Dumbledore is a polymath in the realm of magic, and his expertise in potions and alchemy undoubtedly places him among the elite of his time. It is an honor to receive your guidance, Lucien expressed as he and Dumbledore stepped out of the room. Just as they were about to part ways, Dumbledore suddenly recalled something and said, By the way, Lucien, becoming an animagus requires registration with the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, any unregistered animagus discovered will find themselves confined to Azkaban. Upon hearing this, Lucien couldn't help but smirk. Unregistered animagi? There must be quite a few. Take Harry's father, James Potter, and his friends, for instance. They were all unregistered animagi. There is also a certain journalist from the Daily Prophet, a woman well-versed in the essence of journalism, who is an animagus capable of transforming into a beetle. It is no wonder. Animagi possess remarkable abilities to conceal themselves. Once transformed into an animal form, conventional magical means cannot uncover their true selves. Lucien recalled that only 7 registered animagi were recorded with the Ministry of Magic, and Professor McGonagall was among them. Given Professor McGonagall's character and her role as a Hogwarts professor, she would certainly not hide her identity as an animagus. Indeed, how could there be only so few genuine animagi? Lucien contemplated the conveniences his own animagus transformation had afforded him. If some wizards enjoy clandestinely following others, peering into their lives, or simply prefer to socialize in their animal forms, then they would be loath to register with the ministry. That journalist, for example, utilizes her inconspicuous beetle form to infiltrate numerous places and unearth exclusive stories. Noticing Lucien's silence, Dumbledore lightened his tone and said, Of course, as long as one remains undiscovered, it does not constitute a violation. With that, Dumbledore winked at Lucien. Lucien couldn't help but admire how generously Dumbledore treated the promising young talents. Newt, James, and the future Harry were all afforded similar leniencies. If you decide to register, I can personally accompany you to the Ministry of Magic. I have acquaintances there, so the process will be quite convenient. Dumbledore's connections are indeed extensive. This casual mention was likely more of a reminder to himself. Either one should openly declare their identity as an animagus and complete the registration process, or carefully conceal it, ensuring that no one, at least not the ministry officials, becomes aware. In truth, it matters little, since my animagus transformations are not confined to a single animal. I can transform into whatever I desire. Even if one particular animal form is well known and actively guarded against, I can simply choose another animal. Take your time to consider it. You can inform me of your decision during the summer break. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Lucien responded, "Thank you for your understanding and patience." "Lucien, I discovered something quite extraordinary last night. A magical mirror." Indeed. I later went to see it with Harry, and in it, I saw myself as the student council president and the Quidditch captain. Lucien was having breakfast while listening to Harry and Ron enthusiastically recounting their experiences from the previous night. "Lucien, would you like to join us tonight to take a look?" Harry suggested. Before Lucien could respond, Ron opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Ron actually wished to advise Harry against taking unnecessary risks again that night, as they had nearly encountered Mrs. Norris during their last visit. However, Ron understood Harry's desire to see his family through the mirror. Observing the starkly different reactions from Harry and Ron, Lucien understood perfectly. Ron merely yearned for the achievements he aspired to, hoping to stand out among his older brothers. The novelty of childhood excitement would soon fade. But Harry was different. He yearned for familial connection. This was not something that could be alleviated by a mere glance or two. Lucien shook his head. "No need. Just be careful when you go and prioritize your safety." He had no intention of dissuading Harry from clinging to what he perceived as a beautiful illusion. After all, Harry had endured so much suffering. At least in that mirror, he could experience the joy of family reunion. Moreover, Dumbledore would be there to ensure that Harry did not become overly entranced. Holidays always passed swiftly. With the return of the young wizards to school, the castle once again brimmed with life. However, compared to the previous semester, the young wizards now appeared far more industrious. Many students walked about, clutching stacks of books and notes. The library was filled with diligent students, either poring over hefty tomes or diligently scribbling with quills on parchment. Among them, the upperclassmen constituted the overwhelming majority. This was no surprise, as the fifth-year students were preparing for their O.W.LS, while many seventh-year students were gearing up for their NEWTS. The outcomes of these examinations are intricately linked to their future employment prospects. Observing the bustling seniors around him, Lucien is momentarily transported back to the days of his previous life, where students fervently prepared for postgraduate entrance exams or internships before graduating from university. "Have you uncovered any clues regarding Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone?" Hermione gazed at Harry and Ron in utter astonishment. After hearing their account, she found it difficult to believe. The young witch pondered that she had merely spent Christmas at home. Yet the investigation seemed to have progressed remarkably. "Oh, you have no idea? On the morning of Christmas, Harry and I, thanks to that fortunate bird." Hermione thought Ron's assertion was rather ludicrous. An owl flapping away with a chocolate frog card was merely a coincidence. What on earth was a lucky bird? However, before Hermione could retort, Harry vigorously nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that was the lucky bird. That night, I can assure you, I did not miss C. The owl that saved me is undoubtedly the same one from Christmas morning." Witnessing Harry and Ron's resolute demeanor, Hermione found it hard to believe that these two could unravel the mysteries of Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. "We were merely fortunate. The specific clues regarding Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone were what Lucien discovered in his books." Upon hearing Harry's words, Hermione nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Lucien, who was engrossed in a book, and suddenly realized, Now it makes perfect sense. Chapter 118. Stained with Blood, Professor Quirrell's Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Cough, cough, cough. "Very well. I have completed my explanation of the details of this spell." Cough. Quirrell's persistent coughing made it exceedingly arduous for him to finish his words. The hand he pressed to his mouth appeared emaciated, and his skin had taken on an even paler hue. Lucien, while gesturing with his wand to mimic the incantation's posture, inquired with concern, "Professor, you seem unwell. Perhaps you should visit Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary, or Professor Snape. His potions might." "No, that won't be necessary. I shall recover in due time." Quirrell hastily waved his hand, swiftly diverting the conversation, clearly reluctant to linger on his health. This curse, stained with blood, can inflict numerous wounds upon the target surface, and these injuries are notoriously difficult to heal. Cough. Therefore, cough, do not use it on your classmates. After uttering this, Quirrell managed to muster a smile that was scarcely more appealing than a grimace. Lucien, directing his wand towards the practice dummy in the room, began to draw an X shape softly from the upper left corner, stained with blood. Whoosh! A dozen crimson blades shot forth from the tip of his wand, aiming at the dummy's head, neck, and torso. Almost simultaneously, the sound of slicing filled the air as the dummy's surface was suddenly marred with numerous cuts of varying depths. The deeper wounds, inflicted by the continuous assault of the blades, rendered the already fragile neck completely severed. Sizzle, sizzle. Lucien narrowed his eyes, observing the red liquid oozing from the cuts, accompanied by a faint corrosive sound on the dummy's surface. The spell's potency was commendable. Its immediate lethality was sufficient and even bore a hint of poison. However, it still felt somewhat lacking. It appeared there was room for further enhancement. Seeing Lucien's practice, Quirrell nodded appreciatively, his voice weak as he offered praise. Excellent, Lucien. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. Typically, those new to this curse can only conjure 2 or 3 blood blades, yet you have summoned a dozen on your very first attempt, and the precision is impeccable. Quite impressive. It is also due to your thorough instruction, Professor, Lucien replied politely, not merely flattering. Quirrell's prowess among adult wizards was indeed elite. His theoretical knowledge was exceptionally solid, providing insight during explanations and analyses. However, Professor, I feel there might be aspects of this curse that warrant further exploration. Lucien expressed his thoughts and suspicions. Upon hearing Lucien's words, a smirk crept onto Quirrell's lips. His suspicions were confirmed. As a Ravenclaw with exceptional innate talent, Lucien possessed an almost instinctual curiosity for knowledge. Quirrell had intentionally simplified this dark magic bestowed by his master, omitting certain elements to leave behind detectable flaws. And indeed, Lucien, gifted in the realm of dark magic, had recognized these shortcomings and even proposed ideas for improvement. After his failed attempt to control Lucien with a variant of the Cruciatus Curse, Voldemort had instructed Quirrell to alter his strategy, enticing Lucien to engage with dark magic, ideally leading him deeper down that treacherous path. Once Lucien savored the allure of dark magic, he would inevitably seek to delve into more profound and intricate arcane knowledge, at which point he would discover who truly reigns at the pinnacle of this path. Voldemort relished the thought of bending the wills of geniuses and the powerful to his own. He sought to instill within Lucien a genuine understanding of his own might and authority. Following Voldemort's directive, Quirrell had indeed acted accordingly, subtly weaving dark magic knowledge into his regular tutoring, gradually guiding Lucien. Only recently had Quirrell begun to teach relatively complete forms of dark magic, much to his astonishment. Lucien showed no resistance. The pace at which Lucien absorbed such knowledge was astonishing enough to leave Quirrell astounded. Yet after a few sessions, Quirrell found himself in a quandary. Lucien was mastering the material far too effortlessly. With years of experience as a student and being a former exemplary graduate of Ravenclaw, Quirrell understood, well, that knowledge easily acquired often left a shallow impression. It was only through rigorous contemplation and the challenge of complex problems that students' interests could be ignited, prompting them to engage in active inquiry. Quirrell believed this was especially true for a prodigy like Lucien. Lucien, your inquiries are commendable. Maintaining a sense of curiosity is a virtue of Ravenclaw. Your ideas are indeed fascinating. Perhaps the spell could be explored through discussions with Lucien. Quirrell patiently unveiled the true nature of the spell, striving to make Lucien feel as though he had arrived at these insights through his own diligent thought and research. As time flowed slowly by, an epiphany struck. Yes, potions. This spell can be utilized not merely as a standalone incantation, but can also be combined with potions. Genuine excitement sparkled in Lucien's eyes. Such composite magic was rare. The spell itself was undoubtedly precious. Yet the true significance lay within the approach it represented, the fusion of spells and potions. Drawing inspiration from this magic, it was not out of the realm of possibility to develop additional applications. Lucien retrieved a small vial, scattering its faintly black liquid into the air while simultaneously maneuvering his wand. This time, however, the wand's trajectory began from the lower right corner, forming an X shape, with the final stroke curving distinctly. Stained with blood, as the blood blades materialized, they astonishingly absorbed the potion, adding a hint of darkness within their core. The practiced dummy's wounds, now tainted by the potion accompanying the blood blades, released a flurry of tiny fragments that cascaded toward the ground, yet before they could touch down, they had already corroded away. Witnessing the spectacle, Quirrell's smile widened. The potion's effect appeared quite formidable. One who carries such a potion is hardly a model student. Lucien, you are truly an astonishing young wizard. This is the first time I have collaboratively developed a new application of magic with a student. Quirrell's face radiated with a sense of satisfaction, endeavoring to appear amiable, if one could overlook his gaunt and haggard visage. Lucien, too, endeavored to convey sincerity in his gaze. Employing a touch of emotional flair as taught by his drama instructor, he remarked, "This is all thanks to your diligent guidance. Your pedagogical prowess is truly." While voicing commercial flattery, internally he scoffed. "Ah, so you finally deem me worthy of the complete spell. No wonder I sensed deficiencies in this magic. It seemed you deliberately concealed certain aspects." Nonetheless, Quirrell had indeed taught. First, the incomplete version, then the full one, though the latter was less about instruction and more about guiding Lucien's own understanding. It felt akin to a collaborative inquiry between teacher and student. Why did Quirrell resort to such convoluted methods? To make Lucien's learning process less straightforward, he could simply teach at a slower pace and with less frequency. Was he deliberately creating obstacles for himself? Lucien glanced at Quirrell, who wore a subtle smile, and noted a glimmer of satisfaction on his pale face. If this was a calculated effort to deepen Lucien's impression of the spell, then was he genuinely willing to invest thought into such matters? Continuing to practice the spell, Lucien envisioned a whirlpool and compressed it to its smallest form. In the midst of asking and consulting, he swiftly employed the eye of insight to observe Quirrell, scrutinizing the flow of magical energy within him. It had changed again. It was withering, contorting. Is this the consequence of being possessed by Voldemort? Speaking of which, the magical circuit belonging to Voldemort that I observed during the Quidditch match was indeed remarkably peculiar, vastly differing from those of other adult wizards. Well, Dumbledore's is also distinct. Is this one of the reasons their powers exceed that of ordinary individuals? Lucien, while practicing wand movements, inquired with the demeanor of a student seeking knowledge. "Professor, I recently came across a book discussing the magical circuits within a wizard's body." After Lucien departed the office, Quirrell wore a troubled expression and cautiously asked, "Master, Lucien inquired about magical circuits, but my knowledge in this area is rather limited." A dark, gravelly voice resonated within Quirrell's mind. "Huh, of course, you ignorant fool would not comprehend. The magical circuit is fundamental to a wizard. I was not mistaken. That boy's thirst for knowledge is truly commendable, befitting a Ravenclaw." The voice in Quirrell's mind paused briefly before continuing. "I shall bestow upon you some knowledge regarding magical circuits. If you impart a modicum of this knowledge to him, once Lucien discovers who has provided him with the most profound and invaluable insights over the past year, he will understand whom to follow." Quirrell nodded repeatedly, eager to fulfill his master's task of restoring Voldemort's corporeal form, thus gaining his own freedom of body and soul. Initially, it seemed manageable, but as time passed, Quirrell was horrified to realize that his body, his magic, and even his soul were gradually withering away. This process was utterly relentless. It was entirely different from what Voldemort had initially promised, yet Quirrell was at a loss for what to do. By the time he awoke to the truth, his life and death were already in the hands of that remnant soul in his mind. Thus, he could only hasten his efforts to help Voldemort achieve his goals. Quirrell believed that the Dark Lord, who had once instilled great terror, would not care about his frail and mediocre body upon regaining his form, and he would finally be free. How is the tracking of the two unicorns in the Forbidden Forest progressing? At Voldemort's sudden inquiry, Quirrell involuntarily flinched and promptly replied, Soon, my master. One of them should be a female, and she is currently in gestation." "Excellent. Very good." Voldemort's voice inexplicably turned cold and piercing, causing Quirrell a headache. "You have done well, Quirrell. The unborn unicorn possesses the purest and most pristine life force that will aid me in regaining greater power. Once I reclaim my peak, I shall appoint you as the Minister of Magic. Is that not your lifelong aspiration?" Quirrell gritted his teeth against the pain, continually assenting and pandering to Voldemort's grandiose visions. Yet within, he felt a chilling dread. Quirrell was acutely aware that consuming unicorn blood could replenish life force, allowing even the most ailing individual to prolong their existence. However, the price was a curse that would haunt the drinker for eternity. That state of half-life was hardly preferable to death. And now, with Voldemort reduced to mere spirit, he could not consume unicorn blood. Who then would drink it? As Lucien walked toward the library, he heard a bright voice calling, "Lucien, I've finally found you." Turning around, he saw a blonde girl approaching from around the corner. Daphne Greengrass. What did she want? They had spoken a few times at the beginning of the school term, but their communication had dwindled since. Why was she seeking him out again after the Christmas holiday? Was it to request a Christmas gift? No. She hadn't given him one either. "Greengrass, do you have something to discuss?" Lucien had initially intended to find an excuse to leave quickly, but an instinct compelled him to stay. Since experiencing the transformation into an animagus, Lucien had grown increasingly attentive to the book Inspiration and Divination. He had been practicing meditation techniques from the book with notable success. Daphne, hands clasped behind her back, strolled to stand before Lucien. Lucien, you have a remarkable rapport with your peers, not only within your own house, but also with Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. You have friends among them. Yet, why do you only socialize with Malfoy and Slytherin? Upon hearing this unexpected question, Lucien gazed at Daphne, momentarily perplexed by her line of reasoning. Wasn't it evident? He simply wished to avoid entanglements with the troublesome Slytherin crowd. Malfoy had proactively offered him books and friendship fees, and his classroom performance had been relatively stable. As for his so-called popularity, it stemmed merely from assisting other students in their studies across various classes. That was commonplace. At most, he taught a bit better, and they preferred his explanations. But why had he not engaged further with Slytherin? Lucien recalled an incident in herbology when he was paired with a Slytherin student. That individual had been flustered, and Professor Sprout had hinted at him helping a fellow student. Lucien had thought nothing of it. Aiding classmates was normal. However, upon hearing Lucien's suggestion, the student, with muddy hands, had adjusted his collar and remarked, "To serve Zabini is your honor." Lucien had been taken aback by those words, having never encountered such a statement before, and needed a moment to process it. Thus, in the following second, Zabini found himself buried in the soil. Naturally, due to his good upbringing, Lucien had extricated him amidst Professor Sprout's astonished gaze. Ultimately, that class became one of the rare occasions where Lucien did not receive any points. However, he did not suffer any point deductions either. Professor Sprout had simply spoken to him gently afterward, explaining that while plants could be planted in the soil, humans generally should not. Therefore, he held a vivid memory of that lesson. Since then, he had been further convinced that it was best to steer clear of the Slytherins. In response to Daphne's question, Lucien remained silent for a few seconds before softly stating, "Do you know how Slytherin interacts with others?" Daphne nodded directly, swiftly replying, "Of course. Arrogance, self-satisfaction, superiority. They look down upon any wizard weaker or poorer than themselves. The dignity and glory of pure blood surpass all, including Muggleborns and half-bloods." Listening to Daphne's ramblings, Lucien found himself even more bewildered by her thought process. Did she not understand this clearly? However, as she continued speaking, Daphne suddenly paused, pointing to herself with a finger. "I am quite aware, for I am one of them." Lucien's gaze remained calm as he regarded the girl's candid demeanor. "So, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Daphne offered a composed and elegant smile. "Lucien, I have learned from Draco to engage in genuine dialogue with you. I should not resort to deceit or lies. Therefore, Daphne extended her hand, which had been behind her back, presenting a book to Lucien with a broadening smile in her eyes. "What do you think of my tuition, Professor Grafton? This artifact is undoubtedly more resilient and robust than the skin of a dragon. Bloodlines and talents. Bloodlines, indeed. I recall that the Greengrass family possesses a rather unique characteristic. Throughout generations, every head of the family and heir has been female, without exception. Furthermore, the descendants of Greengrass tend to be predominantly female, with boys being quite rare. Bloodlines. Could this be related to such matters? The emphasis on talent also suggests it pertains to various magical domains. This tome seems to delve into the intricate connection between bloodlines and talents, appearing exceptionally valuable. However, Lucien's gaze descended to the title's lower section. There, in elegant and exquisite script read, Greengrass. How did this child procure the family's magical tome? Thus far, he had perused the magical texts of Potter and Weasley. Harry's situation was exceptional, while Ron's family had first validated his learning outcomes before lending a book. Malfoy merely received a magical book as a gift, one meant for collection rather than family heritage. Families like the Weasleys and Malfoys represent the norm. They would not easily permit outsiders to borrow their ancestral magical texts. Moreover, regarding the core, magical tomes integral to family legacy, Lucien firmly believed that unless one were to press a wand against the forehead of the family heir, no matter how amicable the relationship, outsiders would never gain access to such volumes. Even if one were to attempt such an audacious act, the probability of success remains questionable. In the Muggle world, families that rely on the transmission of craftsmanship often prefer to let their skills fade into obscurity rather than divulge them. Such skills are their livelihood. In the realm of magic, knowledge equates to power. It is akin to how no great nation would ever fully disclose its cutting-edge technologies, particularly in the realm of weaponry, to the public and share them with other nations. Doing so would not only arm others swiftly, but also expose its own vulnerabilities. The consequence could range from mere unrest to outright annihilation. Greengrass, does your family know you have taken this book? Are they aware of your intentions? Upon hearing Lucien's inquiry, Daphne smiled gently, responding without a hint of hesitation. Of course, my family is aware. Yes, my sister Storia knows as well. Daphne silently added in her mind. Her mother is indeed aware that she has brought this book to school. Daphne has always excelled in her studies and holds herself to the standards of a family heir, making her mother quite proud. Her decision to bring the magical tome to school reflects her diligent pursuit of knowledge. However, her mother is unaware that she intends to lend it to an outsider. Daphne feels no qualm about this, for she understands that the Greengrass family is quite accepting of their sons-in-law. If Draco could discern Lucien's potential, how could she not? During the last Christmas, Daphne engaged in a profound conversation with her mother regarding what pure blood, heritage, and honor truly signify. However, this dialogue nearly shattered Daphne's long-held beliefs. Pure blood refers to wizards or wizarding families with no Muggle or Muggle-born ancestry in their lineage, determined by the absence of Muggle blood in both parents and grandparents. This has been a concept Daphne has memorized since her earliest recollections. Yet, during their conversation on Christmas Eve, her mother revealed that her great-grandfather was a half-blood wizard. This revelation struck Daphne with the force of a thunderclap, fracturing her previously unwavering convictions. While she was momentarily stunned, her mother spoke with calmness. Do you believe that the so-called Sacred 28 can maintain the concept of pure blood through intermarriage for many generations? As Daphne matured, she had experienced slight doubts about whether pure blood could truly be sustained for such a duration. However, before she could inquire further, her mother elucidated. Most pure-blood families can trace their lineage back to half-blood wizards or even Muggle ancestors. Oh, and even entirely Muggle individuals. Only a select few families have relentlessly pursued pure blood, and their members tend to be more radical, their appearances more peculiar. The reason Cantankerous Knot, who compiled the Pure Blood Directory, sought to redefine pure blood was that he was attempting to gain entry into the Wisingamot, the most prestigious body in the magical world, where the majority of members are pure blood wizards, as has historically been the case. After absorbing this information, Daphne murmured, so, the insistence on pure blood is merely for the sake of profit? Her mother affectionately tousled her hair, patiently responding, it is for greater and more enduring benefits. Maintaining the honor and reputation of pure blood has become an unspoken understanding and rule among our kind. Ultimately, Daphne recalled the most striking statement from that conversation. What truly sustains a family is strength, is exceptional magical ability. At that time, no one dared to scrutinize your great-grandfather's origins, for he was not only a master in the field of alchemy, but also a 10-time champion of the Wizarding Duel Championship. In that moment, a glimmer of brightness flickered in Daphne's gaze as she regarded Lucien. She had thoroughly investigated her family's history. Aside from firmly holding the position of Director of Transportation in the Ministry of Magic, her family wields considerable power in the magical realm, ensuring the continued prosperity of their status and wealth. Moreover, the family's numerous instances of growth and expansion have almost invariably been linked to the Greengrass son-in-law of that generation or the previous one. Observing Lucien's expression, Daphne surmised what he was hesitant about. Lucien, this book is indeed a magical tome of my family, but it absolutely does not pertain to core heritage. Otherwise, I will not be able to take it away so casually. Daphne smiled brightly, her tone remarkably light. The true core of our family's legacy will never be revealed to outsiders. You ought to be well aware of that. Lucien nodded, his posture relaxing slightly. In her heart, Daphne silently added, whether or not he remains an outsider is yet to be determined. As Daphne extended the book toward him once more, Lucien prepared to grasp it. Just as his fingertips brushed against the magical tome, a notification chimed. Ding. Loan triggered. Circuit expansion tablet. Does the host wish to borrow? Chapter 120. Circuit expansion tablet. You have returned. Lucien heard the system's voice as he silently grasped bloodlines and talents. Flipping through the pages, he quickly scanned the content of the system panel. Loan. Circuit expansion tablet. Repayment deadline. 30 days. Loan content. A peculiar stone tablet capable of imprinting the magical circuits within any magical creature for observation and experimentation. Loan task. Witness a profoundly memorable birth of life. What a remarkable item. To be able to imprint magical circuits will greatly facilitate my observations. Now that I have become an animagus, mastering Transfiguration perfectly necessitates the exploration of new avenues within the discipline. Previously, I had demonstrated incomplete transformation of a magical creature upon my initial contact with a wand. Although that bird snake quickly disintegrated, it opened a door. It provided Lucien with a glimpse of direction. As he delved deeper into the study of Transfiguration, Lucien instinctively believed that transforming magical creatures was feasible. Through the meditative techniques outlined in Inspiration and Divination, as his inspiration heightened, so too did that intuitive sense. Furthermore, upon becoming an animagus, he experienced the intricacies of the transformation talent bestowed by Loki's faceless form. This would truly reveal itself in the advanced realms of Transfiguration. To achieve the transformation of magical creatures, the issue of magical circuits must be addressed. The wondrous creatures, with their circuits fundamentally distinct from those of wizards, exhibit an astonishing variety, with each species presenting its own unique pattern. Lucien had long been troubled by the fact that, although the eye of the observer was an excellent means of observing magical circuits, it required a specific subject to be present at all times, which was not always feasible. If this stone tablet could record a substantial number of magical circuits and preserve them for an extended period, it would significantly enhance his efficiency in studying magical circuits. He communicated with the system. System, how many magical circuit samples can the circuit expansion tablet record simultaneously, and for how long can these records be maintained? It can simultaneously record 10 million magical circuits, and the records can last for 100 years. This was more than sufficient, considering the limited number of wizards in the entire magical realm. Even with the inclusion of magical creatures, it was uncertain whether they could fill the tablet. The duration was equally abundant, enough to document the lifetimes of the majority of wizards and magical creatures. Although wizards and some magical creatures could live for over a century, it should be noted that some wizards were prone to reckless adventures, and certain magical creatures enjoyed brawling. However, what puzzled Lucien was the lone task: witnessing the impressive birth of a life. A plant-S, an animal-S, a human-S, a wizard-S, or a magical creature-S. Was the birth of life referring to the arrival of a newborn? It must be something remarkable. Nevertheless, since it was a monthly loan, the difficulty should fall within an acceptable range. System, what exactly does the birth of life refer to? The moment a life fully enters the world, experiencing it as a newborn. So it pertains to the birth of a young one? Are there any restrictions on the subject, such as humans or animals, including the birth of young ones? No restrictions. The key is to leave a profound impression on the host. Understood. I wish to borrow the circuit expansion tablet. Loan. Application for the circuit expansion tablet has been completed. Evaluation. The ambition of this tablet is to record an era. Item has been released to the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Lucien withdrew his thoughts and returned his attention to reality. Daphne had been observing him openly, and upon seeing the sparkle in Lucien's eyes as he flipped through the magical tome, a smile crept onto her lips. Draco's words were indeed accurate. Lucien's pursuit and thirst for knowledge surpassed that of others. As long as he desired something, Daphne thought of the library at home. Fortunately, she had a plethora of books. Lucien, how long could this book serve as my tuition? Hearing Daphne's question, Lucien pondered briefly before responding. I haven't examined it in detail yet, but it won't be less than a whole year. Rest assured, I place great importance on reputation in this regard. Exchanging knowledge for knowledge is inherently a respectable endeavor. Lucien's words caused Daphne's eyes to narrow with delight. This was excellent. The books at home should be able to support him for many years. So, Professor Grafton, when shall we commence our studies? A glance at Daphne's smile and eager expression stirred a thought in Lucien's mind. This child seemed to treat tutoring as a form of play. This was no mere hobby class. How had Malfoy described it to Daphne? Had he deliberately concealed the daily assignments, the weekly assessments, the monthly exams, or the semester finals? Or did Malfoy genuinely believe it to be somewhat relaxed? Recently Harry and the others had managed to keep pace with their studies. Moreover, Malfoy was indeed the best in terms of familial education, particularly in foundational magical knowledge. Very well, then, let us increase the intensity. After all, Hogwarts had a major examination this semester, so it would serve as an early review for them. The Forbidden Forest. The moonlight spilled over the ground. 2 unicorns were frolicking joyfully. Celine could feel that she was nearing the time of delivery. The fetus within her was nearly fully matured. It merely awaited the right moment to behold this world. Following the natural instincts of unicorns, she ran amidst the gentle breeze and moonlight, allowing her magic to flow freely through the circuits, gathering strength for the forthcoming birth. Asterion carefully accompanied Celine, heightening all his senses to guard against any potential dangers. However, this vigilance was largely unnecessary, as few creatures could trace their swift movements, let alone obstruct or threaten their safety. The shimmering silver horn of the unicorn was more than capable of breaking through numerous barriers and restraints, and coupled with their prideful speed, they had little to fear from adversaries. As they approached their lair, Asterion gradually relaxed his guard and prepared to decelerate. Yet Selene quickened her pace, emitting a clear and bright whinny. Upon hearing that call, Asterion's eyes sparkled with a human-like joy. For Selene's cry conveyed the message. The child is about to be born. Within the vision of the two unicorns appeared the familiar lair. Selene whinnied once more, eager to burst forth. Buzz! An invisible ripple spread from the lair, enveloping Selene and Asterion in an instant. Crack, crack! The sound of shattering resonated simultaneously from the horns of Asterion and Selene. Illusory cracks, resembling a spider's web, began to spread from the horns into the surrounding air. A low, faint voice emerged from the dark corners of the lair, slithering into the ears of the two unicorns like a cold, venomous serpent. Ah, you have returned. Chapter 121. The Hunt for Unicorns. Step into Fire. Asterion and Selene were trapped near the lair. They exerted all their might to amplify the flow of magic within them, their horns glowing with an increasingly bright silver light. Numerous translucent cracks expanded through the air, starting from their horns, striving to envelop their bodies. Just a little longer, and they would break free from the surrounding confinement. The two unicorns gazed toward the dark recesses of the lair, accompanied by that low, chilling voice. A figure draped in a black robe and hood emerged from the shadows. The figure raised its head, revealing a silver-gray mask entwined with a barely perceptible black mist. The hooded figure lifted its right hand, a thin, pale palm grasping a wand, the tip aimed at Asterion. Black and red light, accompanied by arcs of electricity, surged from the wand, quickly converging at its tip. Forget about that male unicorn. I want the fetus within that female unicorn. The voice in his mind screeched with madness. I can sense that pure and beautiful vitality has already taken form. Now is the perfect moment to indulge. Upon hearing the piercing, frenzied voice in his mind, Quirrell gritted his teeth against the headache and redirected the wand tip toward the smaller unicorn with a noticeably swollen abdomen. In an instant, the sound of shattering porcelain rang out loudly. Asterion broke free from the restraints first, and without hesitation, it unleashed its full power, charging toward Quirrell, who was shrouded in black robes. The tip of its sharply spiraled horn glimmered with an almost tangible silver light, making it seem as though the tip of the horn had elongated significantly. The magic contained within the unicorn's horn inflicted wounds that were notoriously difficult to heal. For a wizard, being struck was tantamount to declaring the end of the battle. Asterion aimed directly for the figure's chest, or rather, the location of its heart. It sought nothing less than a decisive blow. Quirrell, however, was caught completely off guard, having no time even to twitch his wand. The unicorn's sudden burst of speed was astonishing, especially in its enraged state. The silver brilliance at the tip of the horn was about to reach Quirrell's robes. Suddenly, the soil around Quirrell softened, transforming into a grayish-black sludge that ensnared Asterion's hooves, causing it to sink and writhe as it clung to its body. Asterion's form seemed to be momentarily paused in time, halted in place. Only then did cold sweat begin to bead on Quirrell's forehead. "Master, my lord, I have succeeded." A chuckle escaped as Quirinus acknowledged his accomplishment. "Indeed, it is the powerful magic you bestowed upon me." Chilo trembled, lightly brushing his chest to quell the tumultuous beating of his heart. The spell employed to thwart the capture of the unicorn was a rare, self-triggering protective dark magic, taught to him by Voldemort. However, each invocation required extensive preparation, including the prior dissection of 10 transformed lizard hearts, which were then crafted into a complex potion to be smeared across his body. In recent times, Chilo had devoted himself to tracking the elusive unicorns in the Forbidden Forest while simultaneously preparing for this dark enchantment. A sudden, sharp crack echoed through the air. Selene had also broken free from her restraints. Yet, before Selene could take any action, Asterion emitted a desperate, brief whinny, urging her to flee without concern for him. Selene, however, felt no hesitation or need for choice. Countless withered yellow thorns erupted from the surrounding earth and trees, spiraling wildly toward the sky, intertwining and entangling with one another. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced into a barrier, excluding both the forbidden forest and the moonlight. Now, only Selene emanated a faint white glow, barely dispelling the encroaching darkness. In that moment, Selene was engulfed in panic. She was torn between attempting to rescue Asterion or breaking through the surrounding thorns. Yet, She did not contemplate directly attacking the suddenly appearing wizard, fearing he might wield further means to ensnare Astrian. A tumult of anxiety, fear, and rage surged within Celine's heart. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from her abdomen, dimming her silvery luminescence momentarily. At that instant, a flicker of dark red lightning ignited behind her. Chilo's wand was poised to unleash a spell. He could no longer delay. Voldemort's voice incessantly urged him in his mind. He now needed the blood of that unicorn fetus, or with the rate at which his life force was depleting, he would succumb within a month. A faint sound pierced Chilo's ears, distinct from the crackling of electricity from his wand, resembling the sound of flames. Out of the darkness, a small flame suddenly flickered to life, its golden glow illuminating the withered thorns. The moment Chilo beheld this flame, an explosion erupted. The entire thorny barrier was instantly consumed by brilliant golden flames. The sudden onslaught of heat left Chilo momentarily bewildered, causing the arcs of electricity on his wand to become erratic. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the source of the flames. An extraordinary creature emerged from the fire, its size comparable to that of a camel, its body adorned with fine, pale golden scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the firelight. A pair of short, white jade horns crowned its head, sharp and curved. Its mane flowed like molten gold, swaying gently in the heat. Its glassy eyes sparkled brightly, reflecting Chilo's stunned expression. Each step it took intensified the surrounding heat. I must have it. Queerness. The overwhelming surge of pure, vibrant life energy coursed through him, promising to restore him further. Voldemort's voice, now nearly a howl, echoed in Chilo's mind, piercing through his nerves like a needle. In a desperate bid to escape the pain, Chilo flicked his wrist, and dark red arcs shot forth, striking directly at the suddenly appeared creature. The arrow found its mark, producing faint currents of electricity that danced across the creature's golden scales. Yet, there was no subsequent explosion as ought to have occurred from the dark magic. Instead, as the spell was cast, several streams of pure fire erupted from the creature's surface, transforming into thick, golden fire dragons that charged toward the hooded figure from various angles. Before Chilo could comprehend the unfolding events, a chilling voice reverberated in his mind. Waste. In an instant, he felt his control over his body stripped away. The eyes visible beneath the mask turned a ferocious crimson, and swirling black mist surged forth. Just as Chilo's form was engulfed by the fiery dragons, he twisted and vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood beside the bound Astrian. With an elegant flick of his wand, a torrent of viscous, silvery blood erupted from Astrian's neck, splattering across the ground. While reveling in the surge of dark magic coursing through him, he allowed the unicorn's blood to cascade over him, letting it slide down his mask, choosing not to drink. He had a far better option now. Chapter 122, Blood. Within the realm engulfed by golden flames, upon seeing the gaping, bloodied wound on Astrian's neck, Celine emitted a mournful cry. The pain in her abdomen returned, far more intense than before. Unable to withstand it, Celine knelt, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at the helplessly collapsing Astrian. From the wound, mingled with mud, silver blood flowed incessantly. A clear yet furious unicorn cry rang out, reverberating through the flames, causing them to ripple like waves. Hearing this, Chilo smirked, unfazed. What abundant vitality! When did such a marvelous creature emerge in the magical realm? However, the only response he received was from the dozen or so golden fire dragons, along with small fiery tendrils slithering from the curtain of flames, each akin to a serpentine strike toward him. Chilo's eyes reflected no trace of panic. He merely waved his wand leisurely, akin to a masterful conductor. The air warped under the extreme heat, boiling. Golden flames roared and surged from all directions. Inferno. Dozens of viscous flames erupted from the tip of Chilo's wand, instantly morphing into massive serpents that collided violently with the golden fire dragons. Their ferocious tussle generated a cacophony of explosive sounds, with sparks raining down like scattered raindrops. Some elongated fire serpents slipped past the obstructions, racing toward Chilo. Black vortex. A swirling, light-consuming black hole formed, forcibly distorting the oncoming fire serpents and drawing them in. The flames emitted a piercing wail as they neared the vortex's edge, seemingly crushed and obliterated by an invisible force. Chilo engaged in a simple magical duel against the flames, refraining from employing spells like Stupefy or Finite Incantatem for direct confrontation. He sensed something peculiar. These intensely hot flames appeared devoid of magical essence, resembling pure, natural fire conjured by the elements. During a fleeting moment of reprieve from the golden flames, the cautious Voldemort swiftly unleashed a stupefy, targeting a relatively smaller stream of fire. Yet, the fire's intensity remained unchanged. Curious, indeed. Voldemort mused, convinced that with his magical prowess, no spell could entirely evade the influence of his counterspell. The answer became evident. The extraordinary creature wielded the power of fire without any magical essence. In that ephemeral pause, Chilo's figure abruptly vanished, the transition seamless and fluid. He then materialized next to Astrian. With a swift motion, he spat a glistening glob of saliva onto Astrian's wound. The once tangled black mist diminished significantly, and the smooth, gaping wound began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace. Finally, the flow of blood was staunched. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, Voldemort was overcome with ecstatic delight. The mere act of spitting could dispel the curses of dark magic and heal the very wounds themselves. That extraordinary creature was indeed remarkable, if only he could possess it. Suddenly, a torrent of dark crimson blood erupted from Chilo's mouth. Such a feeble body, ignoring the strain on his physical form. Voldemort continued to extract every last drop of vitality and flesh from it, momentarily channeling it into an immense surge of magical power through dark magic. He recklessly commanded this magic to rush through his being, transforming it into dazzling displays of sorcery, black lightning, frigid crows, and elusive flying blades. Chilo himself was constantly warping and vanishing, reappearing at new locations. They had ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest, where Hogwarts restrictions on apparition no longer applied. The advanced and intricate teleportation magic was becoming a mere evasive maneuver in Voldemort's hands. Liu Guang was gradually becoming flustered. Its combat experience was still woefully insufficient. Although it had engaged in practice battles with its master, facing the current situation was far from adequate. The enemy was deliberately drawing closer to Selenia, which rendered Liu Guang hesitant to apparate with Asterion, fearful that a fleeting gap would be exploited by the adversary. Its glass-like eyes shimmered with determination, ceaselessly tracking the enemy's position. Boom! Purifying flames erupted from within Liu Guang, transforming into a sea of fire, enveloping Asterion and Selenia. Liu Guang was about to exert every ounce of its strength to resist when a vacant space materialized amidst the inferno, with Chilo standing at its center. The surrounding flames crashed against him like waves, yet could not approach. Several jars were tossed into the air by Chilo, their colorful liquids and crystals cascading down like confetti, stained with blood. As Chilo uttered incantations and waved his wand, the scorching air seemed to momentarily solidify. Those potions coalesced in the blink of an eye, gathering into a multitude of vibrant blood blades that shot forth. Liu Guang's eyes widened in horror as it saw these flying blades hurtling towards Selenia. Instinctively, Liu Guang prepared to apparate, but its peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a blurred, almost translucent figure. Clang! Thud! The sound of metal clashing was swiftly followed by the sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh. The transparent figure revealed its true form. Chilo, clad in a hood and masked face. Meanwhile, the Chilo in the center of the vacant area began to dissipate like a shattered mirror. With a swift motion, Chilo drew forth a light green dagger, slicing into Liu Guang's side and causing a spray of golden red blood. Pain radiated fiercely in Liu Guang's eyes. But Chilo paid no heed to the wounded or dying unicorns, his gaze greedily fixated on the blood droplets rich with extraordinary vitality. He refrained from employing the fatal killing curse, Avada Kedavra, as he sought to capture this miraculous creature alive, aiming to restore himself to his peak condition. However, as the battle stagnated, Voldemort gradually altered his strategy. Chilo's body was on the verge of collapse. He needed to conclude the battle swiftly. Thus, Voldemort's true objective shifted to acquiring the biological materials of this creature. As he prepared to seize the blood, relishing the night's greatest bounty, an unfamiliar wave of heat suddenly assaulted Chilo's face. Under the impetus of agony, Liu Guang felt as though it had shattered some chains. A flame of a rich, nearly golden hue surged forth from its surface, radiating outward. Simultaneously, the brilliance in its eyes intensified. In the face of this sudden eruption, Chilo chuckled nonchalantly. Reaching out to grasp a drop of blood, his form rapidly contorted and vanished. His apparition would take effect faster than the flames could reach him. Yet, the shimmering hue in Liu Guang's eyes flared brilliantly. Chilo's figure was instantly immobilized. Chapter 123, Scorching, the Unicorn's Offspring. As Chilo's fingertips made contact with the golden-red blood droplet, a searing sensation surged through his very soul, akin to being plunged into boiling water. However, Voldemort remained unfazed. He could fully endure this pain. No matter how many times he had undergone transformations through dark magic, the agony of distortion inflicted upon his body, or the excruciating torment of tearing his soul while crafting Horcruxes, paled in comparison to this burning sensation. Moreover, having been struck by a rebounding killing curse that nearly shattered his soul, he had endured pain beyond anything in the world. Upon witnessing the creature's counterattack, as a strand of golden flame flickered to life, Chilo instinctively employed apparition, confident in his ability to evade. Just as the golden flames were about to make contact, his form began to twist and blur. However, just as Chilo was about to dissolve into the fabric of space and teleport to another corner, a peculiar sensation of stagnation enveloped him. It felt as if the fluidity of space had abruptly frozen into solid ice, rendering the once swimming fish unable to swim. This unprecedented experience left Chilo momentarily unresponsive. In that fleeting moment of pause, the tip of the flame seemed drawn to the golden-red blood droplet, swiftly latching onto it. In the next instant, the droplet erupted violently. Using that blood as fuel, the golden fire expanded and elongated, adhering to Chilo's fingers, followed by his palm and wrist. Pain! A searing agony struck at Voldemort's very soul. If the previous burning sensation felt like boiling water, then this golden fire was akin to lava. Yet, this excruciating torment shattered his lethargy. Chilo flicked his wand, unleashing an invisible blade. With a swift motion, his entire arm was severed at the shoulder. In that fleeting moment, the golden flames had already consumed his forearm, advancing towards his elbow. Chilo pointed his wand, causing the remnants of his still intact upper arm to explode, transforming it into a bloody, fleshy blanket that concealed his figure. His eyes darted toward the female unicorn, riddled with wounds, as Chilo prepared to retreat and seize the blood of the fetus as a second choice. Drip, drip. Blood of a dark red hue oozed from the corners of Chilo's eyes and nostrils, causing his magical power to wane instantaneously. Damn, this wretched body. Without a moment's hesitation, Chilo transformed into a wisp of black smoke, soaring skyward. He did not spare a glance at the female unicorn, nor did he risk acquiring the pure, fresh blood of its offspring. At his current state and the rate of his magical depletion, lingering any longer would make it exceedingly difficult to escape from that extraordinary, formidable creature. Seeing the enemy take flight, Liu Guang's feet were enveloped in clouds, ready to pursue. Yet, it paused, quickly apparating to Selenia's side, summoning two flames. It covered both its own wounds and Selenia's entire body. These flames glowed a brilliant golden hue, yet the golden color was now even more vivid and concentrated. As the flames licked at the wound in Liu Guang's side, black mist mingled with green vapor was evaporated away, incinerated by the flames. Selenia's condition was far more dire. Her body marred by numerous cuts, some deep, some shallow, with the deepest wound on her abdomen, nearly exposing her insides. Liu Guang expelled 2 globules of saliva, each flying into Selenia's mouth and abdomen. With the emergence of vibrant, multicolored toxic gas from Selenia, under the influence of the Kirin saliva, her wounds began to heal. However, the process was agonizingly slow. The mingled toxins could not be purged by the purifying flames in a short time, continuously corroding Selenia's body. Liu Guang's gaze lingered on Selenia's abdomen, its anxiety deepening considerably. Selene emitted a gentle, almost imperceptible sound, fraught with anguish. Understanding her plight, Liu Guang found himself at a loss for words, as she was his child. He conjured a diminutive cloud, capturing a drop of golden red blood from his own wound, and allowing it to drift into Selene's womb. After casting another glance at her condition, Liu Guang attempted to reassure her. It's all right, just wait a moment. He summoned forth a torrent of pure flame, enveloping the surrounding area in a wall of fire, intensifying its blaze while simultaneously sealing the sky, creating a protective canopy of flames. In the blink of an eye, Liu Guang vanished from sight. Mere seconds later, he returned, accompanied by a young wizard clad in robes. Lucien, as he drew forth his wand, listened intently as Liu Guang recounted the harrowing events that had just transpired. Though the ordeal lasted only a few minutes, its intensity was enough to leave one breathless. Lucien's expression darkened, his gaze like a still pool of water as he waved his wand, levitating the fallen Asterion beside Selene. What unfortunate luck! Despite the abundance of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, it was they who had attracted Voldemort's attention. They should have been bound and secured in his gourd. Had it not been for Liu Guang's fortuitous intervention, Lucien glanced at the young Qilin, particularly at the wound on its abdomen. Master, I'm fine. The wound is nearly healed. Please, tend to Celine first and her child as well. Lucien nodded gently, crouching beside Celine to swiftly assess her injuries. The wounds were extensive and bloodied. He immediately recognized the dark magic responsible for Celine's affliction, a technique he had recently learned from Chilo that combined potions and curses. While simple lacerations are not difficult to mend, the true challenge lay in the effects of the potions involved. Lucien's eyes darkened with a swirling vortex, utilizing his magical sight to analyze the residue of the potions within the wounds. The more he observed, the heavier his heart grew. This was not merely a mixture of various potions. It was a specific concoction crafted with precise ratios and types, yielding a more complex and troublesome effect. Celine's injuries were one aspect. The other was the condition of her abdomen. Through the gaping, deep incision, he could glimpse the inner turmoil. A flicker of compassion crossed his features. There is still hope. Liu Guang had mentioned using a drop of Qilin blood, which had temporarily stabilized the fetus. Yet the situation remained dire. More Qilin blood would be of no avail. The fetus could not withstand such an overwhelming vitality. Furthermore, given Celine's current state, she was incapable of a natural delivery. Assistance was imperative. The unicorns required human aid in childbirth. Suddenly, Lucien withdrew a piece of parchment from his pocket, tapping it with his wand, causing several lines of text to materialize upon surface. He handed the paper to Liu Guang and continued to cast spells to heal Celine and her unborn child. Liu Guang, seek Mr. Newt. Chapter 124. Chilo's Choice, Newt arrives. In a quaint wooden cabin nestled in Dorset, Newt responded promptly to his wife's call. Is it done, dear? Yes, love, I'll be in bed shortly. He waved his wand, swiftly drying the dampness from his clothes. The mating season of the Kelpies necessitated his vigilant supervision to prevent their chaotic antics from disrupting the delicate balance of the water world and its neighboring realms. Mr. Newt. As he recognized the familiar voice, Newt was surprised to see a pale golden figure materialize before him, a rarity for Liu Guang to bypass the customary knock. Nevertheless, he smiled and inquired, Ah, Liu Guang, has Lucien sent you again? However, before he could finish, Liu Guang urgently interjected, Mr. Newt. There are unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. As Liu Guang succinctly relayed the gravity of the situation, he presented the parchment he had been carrying. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Newt quickly scanned the contents. Unicorn, imminent delivery, severe injuries, he murmured. He then lightly tapped his wand, causing a windbreaker to materialize and drape over him, while a plain brown leather suitcase floated into his grasp. Instinctively, he prepared to apparate towards the Forbidden Forest. However, Liu Guang stepped forward, and in an instant, both their figures vanished from sight. Minutes later, a voice filled with yawns echoed, Newt, take care of the Kelpie situation and get some rest. Not receiving a reply, Tina rubbed her eyes as she entered the living room, glancing around the empty space. Where could he be? In a cave nestled within the Forbidden Forest. A flickering green flame provided scant illumination in the dim cavern. Chilo, expressionless, waved his wand to staunch the flow of blood from his severed limb. He then peeled away the silver viscous fluid clinging to his robes and mask, allowing it to coalesce into a sanguine sphere above him. In the next moment, Chilo's visage contorted in agony. A hoarse, tortured scream erupted from his throat. The pain of his severed limb was compounded by the torment of his flesh being siphoned and transformed into magical energy. Chilo felt as though his very soul was being wrenched apart. Slumping against the cave wall, he gasped for breath. Drink it. A cold, indifferent voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing Voldemort's command, Chilo clenched his jaw, staring at the floating silver blood sphere. The viscous substance, akin to mercury, resembled poison. Chilo understood all too well the consequences of consuming unicorn blood. It could prolong his fractured existence, but at a dire cost. He would become a living curse. His head throbbed painfully, his thoughts scattered amidst the anguish. He could not comprehend why this was happening. Why had he encountered such calamity tonight? This meticulously orchestrated plan had unraveled completely. He had failed to acquire the blood of that unicorn fetus. When faced with the sudden appearance of that bizarre creature, Voldemort had altered the scheme on a whim, insisting on the creature's blood. Yet what had it yielded? The sacrifice of Chilo's own flesh and blood had driven his already waning life to the brink, and the magic derived from it had failed to achieve its intended purpose. He had not obtained the blood of that strange creature. No, even if he had, given the excruciating pain experienced during the encounter, it would not have been readily consumable, nor would it have allowed Voldemort to recover more effectively. Now, only the blood of the male unicorn remained, yet Chilo would still bear the curse. He had lost an arm, and his life now truly flickered like a candle in the wind. If you don't drink it, you will die tonight. Voldemort seemed unconcerned with Chilo's thoughts, indifferent to his life or death. His tone remained cold and detached. If necessary, he could always acquire another body and devise a new plan. Voldemort had traversed too far down the path of immortality. With so many Horcruxes in existence, who could truly vanquish him, regardless of whether Chilo succeeded or failed? Voldemort could afford to wait, but Chilo could not. He faced the choice of either drinking the unicorn blood before him, extending his broken life, or allowing his wretched existence to end in an unknown cave within the Forbidden Forest. As Chilo hesitated in confusion, the flickering green flame extinguished. Time passed, and a faint sound of swallowing echoed in the cave. Within the protective golden flame canopy, Lucien furrowed his brow tightly. He extended his wand, conjuring numerous delicate threads of magic to probe Celine and her child's injuries, stitching the wounds and hastening the healing process with the vitality provided by the Chilan saliva. Nearby, Asterion paced anxiously, agitated and restless. Its injuries are relatively mild, although its throat has been slashed and it has lost a significant amount of blood. It has not been affected by any dark curses or potion toxins. Thanks to the effects of the Chilan saliva, it has already regained its ability to move. Asterion lowered his head to touch his wife's long horn, emitting a hoarse and sorrowful whinny. Lucien wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Knowing that the key issue lies with the potion, this complex toxin is exceedingly difficult to cleanse. Moreover, the fetus, aside from the physical injuries, has also suffered from disruptions to its magical circuit. This poses a significant problem. The vitality contained in Chilan blood surpasses that of Chilan saliva, yet it seems ineffective for the repair of the magical circuit. While treating the unicorn, Lucien suddenly sensed something and looked up. The figure of a young Chilan emerged, accompanied by a tall, slender elder dressed in a trench coat with curly hair. Upon noticing the unfamiliar human, Asterion instinctively raised his head, causing his horn to emit a faint glow in a reflexive display of readiness. Asterion, Lucien called out sharply to stop the unicorn, simultaneously assuring it that this individual was here to provide help. Asterion promptly extinguished the silver light from his horn and bowed his head towards Newt. Newt, without addressing Lucien immediately, crouched beside Celine, transforming his wand into an object resembling a trumpet, one end larger than the other. He placed the larger end against Celine's abdomen and the smaller against her ear. After listening attentively for a moment, Newt spoke urgently. The fetus has reached full term. Today may indeed be the day of delivery. However, the state of this unicorn renders normal delivery impossible. He pointed at the deep wound on Celine's abdomen, stating, "The issues concerning the fetus are even more severe. We cannot delay any longer. A cesarean section must be performed here. The mother and child must be treated separately." Lucien nodded, asking, "What do you need me to do?" Newt swiftly opened his case, allowing a workbench to emerge, followed by various vials and complete potion-making tools. As he collected several containers, pouring out liquids and powders, some applied to Celine's abdomen, others fed into her mouth, he continued without looking up, "Please assist me in brewing a few additional potions. The steps are..." Lucien memorized Newt's requests and quickly began processing the potion materials on the workbench. "Mr. Newt, the magical circuit of that unicorn fetus is also problematic. There's a clear rupture." At this, Newt's movements visibly faltered. The repair of a magical circuit. I have never encountered such a situation. Chapter 125, The Art of Magical Weaving. Lucien felt a weight in his heart upon hearing Newt's words. Indeed, the magical circuit is an exceedingly complex and intricate matter, one not all wizards study. During this time, he had encountered some knowledge regarding magical circuits, such as in the Weasley family spellbook, which discusses enhancing the power of spells through familiarity with one's own circuit, primarily aimed at improving combat efficacy, far removed from the magical circuits of magical creatures. Conversely, Gringotts Tome, Bloodlines and Talents, delves deeper into magical circuits, detailing how to enhance the likelihood of superior hereditary circuits through potions and spells during the prenatal stage, a process with low probability but commendable in ensuring the healthy development of the fetus. However, the young unicorn was already fully formed and on the verge of birth, rendering such references of limited applicability. Finally, he had gleaned some relevant knowledge from Chilo, but regrettably, the time was too short and his grasp of the content was insufficient. Without touching upon the core aspects, during this period, Lucien had also observed numerous wizards and magical creatures' magical circuits with the eye of divination, gathering a multitude of sample records. Alas, these scattered snippets of knowledge were not systematic, and he found himself unable to consolidate them in a short time, let alone attempt to repair the damaged magical circuit of the young unicorn. Furrowing his brow, Lucien continued to tend to the potions Newt required, while while striving to conjure feasible solutions in his mind. If all else fails, he could always summon old Dumbledore. Even the greatest wizard of this century is not omnipotent, but still. Ding! Loan triggered. The art of magical weaving. Would you like to take out loan? The system's voice sent a shiver down Lucien's spine, yet his hands did not cease their work. A yearly loan? The highest level of loan had been triggered again. Upon hearing its name, Lucien instinctively believed it would be advantageous for his current predicament. The potion was entering its final simmering stage, and, as he tended to it, he also turned his attention to the loan information. Loan name, the art of magical weaving. Repayment period, 365 days. Loan content, extraordinary skill in modifying the magical circuits of magical creatures, involving transfiguration, alchemy, potion making, dark magic, and other fields. Loan task, raise a fire dragon to become the king of its kind. A wave of excitement surged within Lucien. Modifying magical circuits. If it is possible to modify, then merely restoring the magical circuit to its original state should also be achievable. Such a succinct description. Yet this is a yearly loan, and its effects must be astonishing. Lucien recalled the benefits he had derived from the year-long loans for Loki's Faceless and the Chelan. Its significance was self-evident. Furthermore, extraordinary skill is indeed remarkable. However, Lucien quickly regained his composure. Despite the allure of the yearly loan, the tasks were difficult and intricate with lengthy processes. For instance, this task of raising a fire dragon to become the king of its kind. Raising? The king of its kind? Lucien inquired directly with the system. How is the king of a fire dragon defined? Does kind refer solely to one species of fire dragon? Fire dragons are among the most diverse magical creatures, with as many as 10 distinct species, along with various rare hybrids and even earth dragons bred from fire dragons and other beings. Thus, Lucien sought clarification on the scope of this kind. Fire dragons only submit to the strong. The strongest in a group is the king. A single species counts as a group. Lucien understood. It simply means engaging in combat. He needs to raise an exceptionally powerful fire dragon and have it subdue others of its kind. Moreover, how is it determined that I raised it? First, the fire dragon must heed the host's commands. The host must provide a suitable environment for growth, food, combat training, and maintain companionship for over 6 months. In other words, it requires providing for its needs while ensuring it remains obedient and teaching it how to fight. Oh, and a bond lasting 6 months. Isn't this akin to being a Pokemon trainer? Normally, this task would be exceedingly challenging. Initially taming a fire dragon to obey commands is no small feat, especially if it is an adult dragon, which is typically set in its ways and resistant to discipline. However, isn't Hagrid about to acquire another fire dragon? Oh no, a fire dragon egg. According to the original storyline, that little fire dragon would not remain with him for long before being sent away. But I could raise it in the gourd space, making it less likely to be discovered. Moreover, the one intending to report Hagrid for raising a dragon is Malfoy. As for the likelihood of that brat reporting me, coupled with my innate affinity for animals and the assistance of the young Chelan, it seems quite feasible to tame and raise a fire dragon from its infancy. As for raising this fire dragon to become the king of its kind, teaching humans is akin to teaching fire dragons. Who said that students must be human? The Shimmering Light has learned quite well, after all. System, I wish to take the loan for the art of magical weaving. Lucien, apart from believing that this loan could aid him in rescuing the little unicorn and finding the task's difficulty acceptable, contemplated another aspect. Should the deadline arrive and he be unable to repay the loan, the system would merely reclaim the borrowed items or knowledge. However, any impact or change he had instigated with them would remain uncorrected by the system. Thus, regardless of his circumstances, his priority was to attempt to save the unicorn first. With the system functioning without glitches, what else could he be but a host? Loan, the art of magical weaving has been successfully requested. Assessment. An entity fond of this craft once stated, I merely wish to introduce more fascinating creatures into this world. It is outrageous that a band of scoundrels dares to slander me by suggesting that I birthed them all. They ought to be transformed into sheep. Upon observing the system's evaluation of this loan, Lucien had no time for reflection before a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. This influx was the most vast and intricate he had ever experienced, encompassing myriad subjects, primarily transfiguration and potion making, with alchemy and the application of spells and dark magic being equally complex and diverse. As he endeavored to organize this knowledge, Lucien gleaned a rough outline of what he needed to accomplish. First and foremost, he required the concoction of a potion that would calm the magical creature, stabilize its soul, and fix its internal magical circuits for subsequent procedures. This potion would also necessitate alchemical methods, as it was not purely a potion-making endeavor. Lucien gently shook his aching head. Suddenly struck by an idea, he retrieved a stiff card from his pocket, adorned with Albus Dumbledore's signature. "Lu Guang, please find someone for me. The location is." Lucien softly summoned the little Qilin and handed it the special permit, assuring it that this would convince the recipient. "Hurry along." After Lu Guang departed, Lucien picked up the potion from the workbench and moved beside Newt. "Mr. Scamander, here is the potion you need." Newt nodded, accepting the potion, and upon inspecting it, confirmed its quality. "This potion is excellent and timely. The condition of the female unicorn is temporarily stabilized. We can proceed." "Are you all right? You look rather unwell." Noticing Lucien's pale cheeks and colorless lips, Newt furrowed his brow in inquiry, perplexed as to why the potion-making had affected him so. Lucien waved his hand dismissively. "I am fine, Mr. Scamander. What do you need me to do? We must prioritize saving Celine." Chapter 126. Moonlight Essence, not yet finished. Within the Forbidden Forest, Lu Guang's figure materialized silently, accompanied by a tall elder with silver hair and beard, clad in deep purple nightwear, topped with a matching nightcap. In less than half a second, a burst of crimson flames erupted in midair. From it emerged a resplendent crimson bird, which circled once before gliding above the reclining unicorn. Drip, drip. Two clear, transparent tears fell, landing on the unicorn's forehead and abdomen. Fox, recognizing the distinctive phoenix. Lucien and Newt simultaneously looked up to see Dumbledore standing beside Lu Guang. However, the three exchanged no words, merely nodding slightly. Lucien and Newt continued their urgent efforts to perform a cesarean on Celine. Dumbledore's expression was grave as he glanced at the peculiar creature beside him, rapidly assimilating the information it had imparted. It was astonishing enough for a centenarian to be roused by an unknown creature suddenly entering the headmaster's office. But the unique method of communication used by this being further astounded him. Upon seeing the special permit given to Lucien, Dumbledore reluctantly accepted the creature's claims. Subsequently, the being transported him from Hogwarts Castle directly to the Forbidden Forest in a manner akin to apparition, unhindered by Hogwarts restrictions, and even swifter than Fawkes. Now, standing before him was the creature's master, Lucien, along with his longtime friend, Newt. Dumbledore confirmed to himself that he was not dreaming. He approached the gravely injured unicorn swiftly, drawing forth a uniquely designed Elder Wand. This time, Asterion, who stood by, did not react. Lu Guang promptly explained the situation to it. Spells erupted from the wand's tip, some aiding engaging the unicorn's injuries, while others shielded Lucien and Newt from distractions. Dumbledore quickly discerned the current circumstances and, combined with the content relayed by the being named Lu Guang, his bright blue eyes sparkled with understanding as he moved toward the workbench laden with various potion-making tools. With a flick of his wand, additional materials materialized on the surface. Dumbledore deftly manipulated his Elder Wand, orchestrating an array of dazzling components with meticulous precision. He was set to concoct a potion to detoxify the female unicorn. The complex toxin of the composite potion was indeed troublesome. However, Dumbledore did not require the title of Master Potion Maker, as his accolades were already plentiful. On the other side, the cesarean process had traversed its most critical and tense phase, and Lucien realized his assistance was no longer necessary. Newt could finish the task alone. "Mr. Scamander, I wish to prepare for the treatment of the little unicorn," Lucien articulated plainly. Upon hearing this, Newt's hands continued their work, yet his downcast eyes reflected a hint of melancholy. He understood the situation surrounding the soon-to-be-born unicorn and recognized that their current efforts were primarily aimed at preserving the life of the female unicorn named Celine. The severing of its magical circuits would only inflict immense suffering upon the little unicorn. As for restoration, yet feeling the determination in Lucien's tone, Newt could not bring himself to voice the truth. Moreover, he too was curious, silently hoping for a touch of that elusive fortune. "Very well, you proceed. I shall take care of the rest." With Newt's affirmation, Lucien promptly stood and made his way toward the workbench. "Headmaster, I wish to borrow the Philosopher's Stone." Before Lucien could finish his sentence, the familiar translucent red gem appeared before his eyes. "Do as you wish." Hearing Dumbledore's words, Lucien grasped the Philosopher's Stone and moved to a nearby open space. He produced a small purple gourd, waved his wand, and summoned his workbench. Simultaneously, he mentally outlined the general steps of the art of magical weaving. The first step was to combine alchemical and potion-making techniques to create an elixir known as Moonlight Essence. Its primary function was to soothe magical creatures, stabilize their souls, and solidify their magical circuits. The second step involved a specific dark magic to tear apart the magical circuits. But this could be omitted, as the little unicorn's circuits were already severed, and his task was to restore rather than alter. The third step, the most crucial, required the most refined application of Transfiguration, wherein the wizard's own magic would emulate a portion of the magical circuit within the creature, gradually guiding, altering, and shaping it. This was an exceedingly intricate endeavor, pivotal to success. The final step, the most time-consuming, necessitated the continuous use of diverse spells and potions to stabilize the new circuits. Glancing up at the moon and bathing in its cool light, Lucien exhaled. The moonlight, too, seemed to be in accord. Let's commence. Place the Philosopher's Stone upon the countertop. This pinnacle of alchemical creation, when involved in the potion-making process, not only abbreviates the time required, but also prolongs the efficacy of the potion. The alchemical technique needed for the moon essence requires the blood of the wondrous creature to ensure the lasting potency of the potion. With the assistance of the Philosopher's Stone, numerous steps can be omitted, significantly conserving time. At this moment, time is of the essence. Lucien summoned Asterion to his side, stating, "I require your blood to save your child. This must be done of your own volition." Beside him, the shimmering light translated Lucien's intent to Asterion, who nodded without hesitation. Observing this, Lucien gently waved his wand, creating an incision upon Asterion's chest, collecting the silvery, viscous blood in a jade dish. Utilizing the Eye of Omniscience to inspect for any curses upon it, Lucien exhaled a sigh of relief. The creation of the moon essence first necessitates the blood of such a magical beast as its primary ingredient, which need not be from the creature itself, but must be willingly given by its kind. This is easily ascertainable with unicorns. Any forcibly obtained bodily material would invariably carry varying degrees of curses, with blood curses being the most potent. Once the blood was deemed sufficient, Lucien staunched Asterion's bleeding and handed the jade dish to the shimmering light. Soar high, ensuring the blood in the dish is illuminated by moonlight until blue spots appear within it. Be cautious of the temperature. Do not allow the blood to freeze or congeal. The shimmering light conjured a wisp of cloud to cradle the jade dish as it ascended into the heavens. Lucien turned to prepare for the subsequent steps, while awaiting the blood to absorb ample moonlight. The intricate materials were sliced and ground, and any deficiencies were directly addressed by requesting them from Dumbledore. Whatever he mentioned, Dumbledore would be able to procure. A faint, almost mosquito-like cry penetrated Lucien's ears. He glanced toward Celine, where Newt cradled a golden foal in his hands. The newly born unicorn was striving to open its eyes, but could not. As Lucien managed the ingredients, he awaited the system's prompt. The task for the Circuit Restoration Loan was to witness the birth of a remarkable life. However, Lucien had yet to receive the notification indicating the loan had been repaid. This was undoubtedly a remarkable occurrence. Yet Lucien recalled the system's explanation for this task. At the moment a life fully enters the world, it must engage with the world in the form of a newborn. The absence of a prompt further indicated the little unicorn's life was perilously fragile and did not meet the conditions for birth. No, it is not over yet. The vortex in Lucien's eyes expanded as he observed the magical circuits within the unicorn dimming, yet still flickering with tenacity. Perhaps it was the blood of the Qilin, perhaps the tears of the phoenix, or perhaps the little unicorn's own will to survive. Lucien's actions remained methodical, but had accelerated to their utmost pace. It was not over yet. Chapter 127, Circuit Repair, Loan Repayment. Within the moonlit Forbidden Forest, the little Qilin descended, enveloped in pale yellow clouds, gently landing, ensuring the jade dish steadied upon Lucien's workstation. "Master, is this acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Lucien glanced at the jade dish. The silvery blood surface had begun to reveal numerous blue spots, all remarkably uniform, gently swaying within the liquid. "Yes, very good." Lucien lightly tapped his wand, measuring out 500 milliliters of blood, neither more nor less, before allowing it to soar into the cauldron. Adhering to the recipe's specifications, Lucien meticulously introduced each prepared ingredient. Grasping the Philosopher's Stone, Lucien inhaled deeply several times. Previously, under Dumbledore's supervision, he had practiced potion making with the Philosopher's Stone, yet none had been complete. Glancing towards the little unicorn, he noted through the Eye of Omniscience that its magical circuits had dimmed further. The normal process could not be afforded. The Philosopher's Stone had to be employed. At times, he would levitate the stone above the cauldron, transforming the cascading moonlight into a soft crimson glow that illuminated the solution. At other times, he would plunge the stone directly into the cauldron, ensuring it was retrieved after a specific duration. At times, he would place the stone within the flames to alter their properties and color. Lucien conducted the creation of the moon essence with an orderly precision. Though time was pressing, the procedure held no errors. Having already expedited the process with the Philosopher's Stone, there was little more speed to be gained. Should any step falter, the potion's efficacy would be significantly diminished, or worse, a remedy could turn toxic. Seconds trickled by. Ding! The Chelan has repaid the loan. Upon hearing this notification, Lucien released a substantial sigh of relief. The Chelan's loan task had been to create a potion using the Philosopher's Stone. No specific potion type had been mandated, but it had to be completed successfully. It was accomplished. Lucien gazed at the blue-white translucent liquid in the cauldron, confirmed it matched the recipe's description perfectly, and filled a vial with the moon essence, hastening to Newt's side. Newt was diligently caring for Celine and her offspring. Thankfully, Celine, being a mature unicorn, had stabilized under various factors and now only required the complete removal of the composite toxins afflicting her. The potions Dumbledore had prepared, while diverse and complex, were nearing completion. Yet, the situation for the little unicorn was growing increasingly dire. Its previously weak cries had now turned intermittent. "Mr. Newt, allow me." Lucien gently took the little unicorn from Newt's arms. Feeling its dangerously low body temperature, Lucien wasted no time in administering the moon essence into the creature's mouth. "Do not fear, do not fear." Lucien softly patted the little unicorn's trembling body, attempting to soothe its fear and pain. Presumably under the influence of the moon essence, the unicorn's body ceased to tremble, and its erratic breathing gradually steadied. It was effective. Both the calming and soul-soothing properties were taking effect. The vortex in Lucien's eyes began to spin more rapidly as he scrutinized the little unicorn's magical circuits. Yes, the circuits have stabilized. It was time for the next step. Lucien raised his wand, directing its tip towards the area near the unicorn's lower back, where the rupture in the magical circuit was most apparent. A soft, pained whimper reached Lucien's ears as he turned to glance at Celine. Celine struggled to lift her neck, attempting to rise, which caused many of her wounds to split open, silver blood dripping down. Newt endeavored to calm Celine, urging her not to move and exacerbate her injuries, but to no avail. Ultimately, Celine managed to rise, gazing intently at Lucien and her child. In her gaze, Lucien perceived a profoundly human-like plea and anxiety, prompting him to softly reassure her, "It will be all right. Your child will be safe." This time, Lucien did not require the shimmering light for translation. Celine seemed to comprehend his meaning, her legs trembling but remaining steadfastly by his side. Just as Lucien prepared to proceed with the next step of the magical structuring technique, Dumbledore arrived. Having completed the necessary potions, and approached Celine, casting a deep glance at Lucien. He allocated a portion of the potion to Newt, explaining its specific application. Witnessing Dumbledore and Newt collaboratively tending to Celine and detoxifying her, Lucien felt relieved of that concern. Raising his silver-black wand, strands of magic, as fine as hair, extended from its tip. Originally, the second step of the magical weaving technique involved dismantling the inherent magical circuitry of magical creatures. However, Lucien found this unnecessary. His current objective was merely to mend the magical circuit of the young unicorn. The next phase entailed camouflaging his own magic to resemble a part of the circuit. Perhaps this endeavor would significantly aid his attempts at metamorphosing magical beings. If he could imitate and disguise, then who knows what he might be able to create. Lucien adjusted his magic once more, causing the already hair-thin strands of magical energy to further split at their ends, becoming increasingly delicate and intricate. Observing the scene, Dumbledore's beard quivered in surprise at Lucien's progress, yet he found it oddly reasonable, as if it were no longer astonishing to see this young man accomplish anything. Lucien directed the strands of magic to penetrate the unicorn's skin, weaving through the muscle fibers until reaching the vicinity of the already stabilized magical circuit. In its normal state, a unicorn's magical circuit formed a closed loop, with magic surging ceaselessly within. Yet, the circuit of this particular young unicorn exhibited faint fractures, akin to a string violently severed. The flowing magic could not fully traverse into the subsequent circuit. Instead, most of it dissipated slowly. Lucien held his breath, concentrating all his spirit on the magical strands. The act of mimicking and disguising this essence might seem like an impossible feat to an ordinary wizard. However, Lucien's extraordinary talent for transformation shone brilliantly at this moment. Following the method of magical weaving, he began to manipulate a single strand of magic, initiating an exquisite transformation at the microscopic level. Lucien's magic twisted and restructured at the tip of the strand, undergoing intricate changes. Gradually, he simulated the unicorn's unique, pure, and sacred magical resonance. This endeavor was immensely challenging, akin to threading a needle amidst a tempest, necessitating unimaginable precision and control. Beads of sweat formed on Lucien's forehead, and his arms trembled slightly from the intensity of his focus. The transforming strand of magic resembled a temporary chain, carefully laid across the endpoints of the fractured circuit. A faint trickle of the unicorn's magic tentatively flowed along this chain, akin to a gentle stream. The moment the magic successfully entered the other end of the circuit, a spark of joy flickered in Lucien's eyes. It was feasible. Subsequently, Lucien began to transform additional strands of magic, laying more chains across the circuit's endpoints, gradually constructing a diminutive riverbed. The scattered magic within the young unicorn began to flow along this unfamiliar riverbed. Under Lucien's continuous guidance and shaping, the flow of magic gradually intensified. Remarkably, it seemed to awaken the unicorn's own vitality, nourishing and fortifying it along the newly cleared pathway. Liu Guang, bring me a drop of blood. Upon hearing his master's call, Liu Guang did not hesitate. The wound on his midsection had long since healed, and so he gently bit his tongue, allowing a drop of golden red blood to be cradled by clouds and presented before Lucien. Lucien extracted a strand from this drop, which shimmered like a golden red thread, guiding it into the young unicorn's back wound. In an instant, Lucien beheld a slender magical circuit akin to a newly sprouted vine, taking shape at the original site, flickering faintly yet resolutely with a pure radiance. Withdrawing his magical strand gradually, Lucien noted that the nascent circuit remained intact, and he could not help but exhale in relief. Continuing his work, Lucien adjusted his focus and began to repair the damage elsewhere in the magical circuit. This process proceeded at a significantly faster pace. The damages were less severe than those he had previously encountered, and Lucien had grown more adept. As the moonlight shifted, Lucien's magic continued to wane, nearing exhaustion. Ding! The circuit expansion tablet has been repaid. Congratulations, host, for witnessing an impressive birth of life. Chapter 128. The Unicorn's Blessing, Aurora. The soft, short cries of the young unicorn echoed through the forbidden forest. Lucien sheathed his wand and cradled the little unicorn before Celine. The toxins within Celine had been largely cleansed, and the speed of her wound's healing had noticeably accelerated. Lowering her head, she gently licked her child, tears of clarity welling in the corners of her eyes. Lucien placed the young unicorn on the ground, where it steadied itself with trembling legs, finally managing to find its balance. Nestling against its mother, the little unicorn gazed at Lucien with its large, moist eyes, an unmistakable warmth emanating from its gaze. Celine straightened her legs, but slowly lowered her head, tenderly touching her horn to the back of Lucien's left hand. A faint silvery glow detached from her spiraled horn, enveloping the surface of his hand. Then, Celine stepped back, allowing space. Astrian approached, performing the same gesture, his longer, straighter horn emanating a more pronounced glow that transferred to Lucien's hand. The two halos intertwined, coalescing and merging until they transformed into a totem of a spiraled horn. This totem was faint, only discernible under the moonlight, exuding an indescribable aura of sanctity and tranquility. The unicorn's blessing. Nearby, Newt murmured uncertainly as this process concluded. Hearing this, Lucien glanced at the pattern on the back of his hand, inquiring with curiosity. Mr. Scamander, what does the unicorn's blessing entail? Dumbledore also awaited Newt's response, for this old friend was a living encyclopedia in the realm of magical creatures. Newt's gaze flitted between Lucien's hand and the unicorn family, his tone imbued with relief and contentment. Unicorns seldom interact with humans, and when they do, they typically prefer females. It is in their nature. Except in special circumstances. Newt regarded Lucien with a peculiar expression, recalling that this young man had long since familiarized himself with unicorns, even observing the signs of a unicorn's pregnancy. It seemed he had been observing Celine. However, even if unicorns permitted humans to approach, they would never allow anyone to touch their horns. That was an absolute taboo. If someone could elicit a unicorn to willingly make contact with its horn, they would receive a blessing in the magical realm. This blessing was said to manifest three distinct effects: the language of beasts, the pure aura, and the healing heart. Newt paused momentarily before explaining. The language of beasts fosters a sense of closeness with animals, enabling seamless communication with them. The pure aura naturally repels impurities, preventing the accumulation of dirt and bloodstains, and provides a greater resistance to curses and toxins than the average person. The healing heart enhances the effectiveness of healing magic. as well as improving one's own healing effects. Upon hearing Newt's explanation, Lucien's mind sparked with ideas. The language of beasts resonated with the affinity he possessed as the Lord of the Qilin, though seamless communication would indeed be advantageous. While he had Liu Guang to assist with translations, or could communicate with animals in his animagus form, he still needed to nurture a fire dragon. Direct dialogue would certainly be more convenient. The resistance to curses and toxins offered by the pure aura was invaluable, as it would afford him additional time to respond in unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the automatic repulsion of impurities meant he would no longer need to concern himself with cleanliness, thereby freeing up time for study and learning. I shall give it a try. It may indeed prove to be a most convenient buff for daily life. As for the healing heart, its enhanced effects on both self and others would also be immensely useful. The unicorn's blessing was, indeed, quite remarkable. Mistress Commander, may I test the effects of the blessing? Of course. To be honest, I am quite curious myself, as this is the first time I have witnessed a unicorn's blessing. Previously, I had only read about it in texts. Lucien then turned to the unicorn family, speaking softly. The child will require ongoing treatment. May I keep it by my side for now? Rest assured, I shall take excellent care of it. There is no need for Liu Guang's assistance in translation. Both Asterion and Celine understand Lucien's intent. Almost immediately, two consciousnesses began to communicate directly with him. We are profoundly grateful for your help. It is you who has bestowed new life upon our child, and your willingness to continue her treatment is indeed her fortune. This sensation closely resembled that of communicating with an animagus in animal form, albeit significantly more convenient. Lucien had only initially assisted the young unicorn in mending her magical circuits, according to the principles of magical weaving. Further stabilization would ultimately require the aid of spells and potions. By the way, could you please name this child? Upon hearing this request, Lucien was more than willing. Naming her, what would be fitting? He pondered over names imbued with meaning. A glimmer of light caught his eye, prompting him to look up. A pale dawn was breaking on the horizon. Let us name her Aurora, he declared, symbolizing dawn and rebirth. Chapter 129. What year is Lucien in? Liu Guang is a Qilin. In the Forbidden Forest, with dawn approaching, Lucien smiled as he turned to the little unicorn. What do you think of this name? Or would you prefer another? I really like it, she stammered, still finding it somewhat difficult to communicate as a newly born creature, yet striving to express her joy. Aurora slowly approached, and Lucien stepped forward to prevent her from stumbling. Mimicking her parents, Aurora gently nudged her tiny horn against Lucien's hand, seeking warmth and comfort. Perhaps due to her tender age, no radiant blessing emanated from her, yet it brought a smile of pure delight to Lucien's face. Newt, this scene is truly beautiful. Isn't it? Dumbledore observed the interaction between Lucien and the little unicorn, adjusting his glasses while wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, the marvel of life, the allure of new beginnings, Newt replied softly, stroking his palm. He had assisted in the births of many magical creatures, yet none had left such a profound impression as tonight's experience. Personally witnessing a unicorn's cesarean section and witnessing the young man save a fragile life was nothing short of miraculous. Now, with the blessing of the unicorn, he had achieved a rare accomplishment, one seldom seen in history. Newt felt that Lucien shared a deep bond with magical creatures. Perhaps he was indeed destined for a career involving them. Upon hearing Newt's words, Dumbledore, who was well acquainted with this friend, smiled knowingly. What? Do you wish for this child to take over your position someday? He chuckled. Haha, Newt, you may not realize it, but Lucien possesses a remarkable aptitude for teaching. Who knows? He might just remain at the school. Newt nodded in agreement. Well, it certainly depends on Lucien's own aspirations. By the way, what career inclination did he express during the employment guidance in his 5th year? Newt's question took Dumbledore by surprise. He had no prophetic abilities to know what Lucien's career thoughts would be for years hence. I'm not certain about that. Turning to Dumbledore. Newt was taken aback that he hadn't even considered what such an exemplary student as Lucien might wish to pursue in the future. He then glanced back at Lucien, who was now playfully engaging with the little unicorn. Though somewhat disappointed that Lucien was not a Hufflepuff, since Newt believed Hogwarts was the finest magic school and Hufflepuff the best house, his admiration for this Ravenclaw student remained undiminished. Lucien was both erudite and kind-hearted, capable of harmonious interactions with magical creatures, and he was quite the handsome young man as well. Wait a moment, age? Once the business at hand was concluded, Newt finally had the leisure to observe Lucien closely. This was their first meeting in person. Prior interactions had been through correspondence. Newt had always assumed Lucien was a 6th or 7th year student, as only those who had received several years of quality education at Hogwarts could seek his counsel on such intricate knowledge, whether it be the disillusionment charm or the behavioral traits of magical creatures. However, upon closer inspection, Newt felt something was amiss. Lucien hardly appeared to be a 16 or 17-year-old youth. At most, he seemed, Dumbledore, what year is Lucien in now? In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore, Newt, and Lucien sat around a table adorned with several small cakes. Oh, do try some. A cup of tea with milk and sugar in the morning, accompanied by these delightful cakes, will surely dispel all weariness, Dumbledore remarked, taking a leisurely sip of his tea. This time, Lucien and Newt did not hesitate. For having worked tirelessly through the night, the intake of sugar would indeed soothe their spirits. Observing Liu Guang frolicking with Fawkes, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Hee, Liu Guang, would you like to try? I highly recommend this lemon-flavored cake. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore, Liu Guang replied, lifting a small piece of lemon cake with a wisp of cloud to sample it. Meanwhile, Fawkes showed little interest, having witnessed plenty of sweets over the years with Dumbledore, finding them rather mundane. Liu Guang's ethereal voice resonated in Dumbledore's mind, prompting him to exclaim, Lucien, I never anticipated you would have such a wondrous pet. Frankly, I believe Liu Guang's uniqueness rivals that of Fawkes. As he spoke, Dumbledore glanced at his old companion, the vibrant red bird, who stood atop the pale yellow cloud conjured by Liu Guang, pecking curiously at it, seemingly intrigued by this peculiar phenomenon. By the way, what species is Liu Guang? I don't recall such a magical creature existing, Dumbledore inquired. Hearing the headmaster's question, Lucien set down his spoon and truthfully explained, just as he had a Newt. Liu Guang is a Qilin. A Qilin? The revelation astonished Dumbledore. His recollection of Qilins was vivid. Grindelwald had once attempted to control one to fulfill his nefarious ambitions, only to be thwarted by Newt with another true Qilin. However, Dumbledore struggled to associate the Qilin with the exquisite Liu Guang before him. The disparity in appearance was evident. The Qilins Dumbledore knew were akin to larger deer, while Liu Guang exuded an ethereal grace. In terms of abilities, the differences were stark. Dumbledore was well aware that Qilins possessed the capacity to perceive the heart and discern good from evil, thereby selecting the most suitable leaders. Dumbledore himself had once been chosen by a Qilin, only to decline the role of the magical world's leader at the time. Yet, the attributes exhibited by Liu Guang, its ability to conjure clouds for flight, its unrestrained apparition beyond Hogwarts, and the vibrant vitality coursing through its veins, made it challenging for Dumbledore to reconcile Liu Guang with the Qilins he knew. Liu Guang indeed differed from the ordinary Qilin. Newt, sipping his tea, unsweetened and without milk, explained to Dumbledore, this could be a form of powerful, benign mutation. After all, there remains much we do not understand about magical creatures. Moreover, magic is exceedingly wondrous. One can never predict what kinds of beings or miracles may emerge. He continued, the life force contained in Liu Guang's blood and saliva is extraordinary, which may attract the malicious intentions of those with ill will. Hearing Newt speak in defense of Liu Guang, Lucien felt immensely grateful. As the most renowned expert on magical creatures, if Newt asserted Liu Guang was indeed a magical creature, then it undoubtedly was. If he deemed it a mutation, then it was a mutation. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, his tone becoming solemn. I comprehend your sentiment. Rest assured, Hogwarts is indeed a bastion of safety, especially with my presence. No harm shall befall Lucien or Liu Guang. Such assurance carries significant weight, particularly when articulated by the most illustrious and powerful wizard of our time. Yet Lucien could not suppress a wry thought. Indeed, everyone at Hogwarts enjoys safety, except for that child, Harry. Chapter 130, Newt's reaction to the eight-eyed giant spider. In the headmaster's office, Lucien engaged in light conversation over tea with the two elders regarding Liu Guang's existence. Lucien felt there was no longer a need for the secrecy that had marked the beginning of the school year. While not actively disclosing it, he was at least no longer apprehensive about others discovering it. The little Qilin's speed and distance when using apparition were already extraordinary, unaffected by any restrictions. Conversely, according to Liu Guang, during the confrontation with the hooded figure, it had awakened the ability to solidify space in moments of peril. This capability allows the Qilin to confine an area around it, thereby preventing others from utilizing apparition as a means of spatial movement. This implies that while the Qilin can escape, its foes are rendered unable to pursue or even flee. Lucien understood that Liu Guang's survival capacity had significantly increased. Furthermore, as the young Qilin was in a growth phase, its size and strength were escalating rapidly, changing almost every month. For instance, its initial size was comparable to that of a fine steed, yet had now grown to be no smaller than a camel. The hardness of its scaled armor and its magical resistance were also on the rise, and the maximum temperature of its pure fire continued to soar. Following the confrontation with Chilo, Liuguang's pure fire similarly experienced a breakthrough. Lucien estimated that should Liuguang be unleashed, it would undoubtedly have no trouble dispatching elite Aurors. The only distinction would be how many could be confronted simultaneously. As for the Aurors, they were already among the elite in the Wizarding World. Everyone acknowledges that dragons are treasures in their entirety, yet how many wizards dare to hunt one? Furthermore, dragons do not suddenly teleport away, nor do they ambush their foes in the dead of night, unleashing flames without hesitation. Lucien, your method of healing the little unicorn, Aurora, is quite ingenious. Restoring the magical circuit is something I have never encountered before, Newt remarked with a rueful smile, gazing at Lucien's handsome, yet somewhat youthful countenance, sighing softly. And your age is truly what astonishes me, a first-year wizard. Upon learning that Lucien was merely a new student who had only attended for half a year, and that he hailed from a muggle family with no prior exposure to magic before arriving at Hogwarts, Newt felt overwhelmed by this revelation. It was Dumbledore who offered some reassurance. In the world of magic, anything can happen. It is entirely normal for each generation to surpass the last. However, Dumbledore refrained from divulging further details to Newt, such as the fact that this young wizard had already become an animagus, showcasing an astonishing aptitude for transfiguration. Moreover, in terms of the restoration of magical circuits, Dumbledore had a deeper and clearer understanding than Newt. In the crucial steps of the restoration, Lucien likely employed transfiguration techniques. This was even more astonishing, a wizard influencing the magical circuits of a magical creature with his own magic. It is essential to note that many magical creatures possess resistance to wizarding magic, and the inability to transform into magical creatures is rooted in the differences and incompatibilities in magical circuits. Yet Lucien's actions last night had, to some extent, shattered this rule. Dumbledore could only attribute this phenomenon to the uniqueness of magic and the child's extraordinary talent. Unlike Muggle technology, where understanding the principles is imperative in the realm of wizardry, it is often the case that with sufficient accumulation, a wizard's emotions and intentions can give rise to new magic. As for how Lucien specifically repaired the unicorn's magical circuit, both Dumbledore and Newt tacitly chose not to inquire. They had no desire to covet a child's secret. After some further conversation, Lucien and Newt took their leave. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Newt turned to Lucien and said, "Could you do me a favor? Please let Liuguang take us to the Forbidden Forest. I wish to see it. Indeed, we could walk from the castle, but there are many students and teachers along the way, and if they recognize me." Newt trailed off, acknowledging that he was still not adept at interacting with strangers. Lucien understood this well. Even an old introvert has his quirks. Although Newt had retired and secluded himself, he had not been in the public eye for many years, and it was not guaranteed he would be recognized. Yet what if? If a fervent fan of Newt were to discover their idol within Hogwarts, overwhelmed with excitement, they might inadvertently shout, drawing half the school's attention to him. This elderly gentleman held a level of popularity among the children that was unparalleled. Lucien recalled how his classmates' motivation surged after he used Newt's signed book as an exam reward. The children from wizarding families understood the value of Newt all too well. Of course, it would be my pleasure. With a mere summons, as Liuguang's form materialized, it whisked the two away, vanishing from the corridor. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the Forbidden Forest. That was remarkably swift, and the process of apparition was entirely comfortable. Newt marveled at Liuguang's capabilities. He had been too preoccupied with urgency to notice the sensations during their prior journey from home. Lucien, the magical creature feeding machine you gifted me for Christmas, is both fascinating and practical. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. It's a little gadget I devised myself, and I find it quite convenient, Lucien replied. Newt nodded, chuckling softly. Indeed, sometimes it can be overwhelming. By the way, would you mind if I took a look at the seamless expansion container you crafted? You mentioned in your letter that you also keep some magical creatures. Lucien had no objections, producing a white gourd and allowing Liuguang to guard the exterior while he accompanied Newt inside. After some observation, Newt offered Lucien a few suggestions for enhancing the seamless expansion container. Upon confirming that the magical creatures Lucien cared for, such as the puffskein and the mooncalf, were all in good health, Newt felt a sense of relief. This child had received the blessing of a unicorn, which would make future interactions with these magical creatures much easier. Moreover, Newt had observed the entire process by which Lucien had rescued the young unicorn. genuinely feeling his sincerity and kindness. Thus, Newt sincerely believed that Lucien was well suited for the task of protecting magical creatures. Perhaps having a box would make things more convenient. He remarked as they prepared to leave the gourd space. Oh, right. My visit to the Forbidden Forest was also to observe the gathering place of the Acromantula. I've heard there is quite a substantial colony here. Chapter 131. A healthy Aragog. Newt's thoughts. In a hollow of the Forbidden Forest, the colossal Aragog, whose size rivaled that of an elephant, steadily patrolled its territory. The once grayish-white exterior was gradually transforming into a deep purple hue, with the roots of its hairs shifting from white to black. The 8 eyes of Aragog gleamed with a newfound brightness, a stark contrast to their previous dullness a few months prior. A surge of hunger emanated from its abdomen, prompting Aragog to shake its head, preparing to hunt within the forest. Previously, its offspring had offered prey to it, but with its health restored and eyesight improved, Aragog had begun to hunt once more. It relished the thrill of lurking and pursuing, a vibrant energy coursing through its being. Aragog was no longer inclined to remain in that dark, dreary cave. How have you been lately, Aragog? A familiar voice suddenly called from behind, to which Aragog was no stranger. As it swiftly rotated its massive body, the friction of its mandibles emitted a rasping sound akin to that of iron scraping. Thank you for your concern, Lucien. I've been feeling splendid lately. Every week or two, Aragog would receive a drop of crystalline liquid from Lucien, the nature of which remained a mystery to him. Yet after consumption, he could feel a vibrant vitality burgeoning within his being. Thus, Aragog's gratitude towards Lucien was genuine and heartfelt. After reaching a state of decay, he was gradually regaining the health and vigor of his former days. Such an irresistible experience is something no creature can easily reject. Lucien nodded. That's good to hear. Based on Aragog's continual recovery, it was evident that long-term use of the unicorn's tears could indeed restore vitality. If it were unicorn blood, the effects would likely be even more pronounced. The old adage of using the carrot and the stick holds true. After establishing the initial deterrent through force, it is only then that Aragog displays such docility. Of course, Aragog's high intelligence, capable of engaging in communication with humans, and his remarkable awareness of circumstances played a part as well. Meanwhile, Newt observed the enormous, aged Acromantula, judging by its external characteristics and size. He estimated that this creature had survived for at least 40 years. However, Aragog's demeanor surprised Newt. He still displayed a degree of agility and responsiveness that was unexpected for a spider of such advanced age. According to Newt's experience, an Acromantula's physical condition typically begins to decline after the age of 30, and by 40, they should be quite frail and decrepit. Moreover, Aragog's temperament was surprisingly gentle, which was noteworthy given that this species was notorious for its cruelty and peril to both wizards and magical creatures. Casting a glance at Lucien, who had garnered goodwill even from this formidable beast, Newt felt further assured in his thoughts. Accompanied by Lucien, he engaged in a brief conversation with Aragog, inquiring about his usual range of activities, dietary preferences, and the size of his colony. Subsequently, guided by Aragog, they toured the territory of the Acromantula, where Newt encountered individuals of various ages within the species. This clarified why Lucien had been able to document such detailed information about the Acromantula. Initially, Newt had been skeptical. How could a colony of Acromantulas have thrived in the Forbidden Forest in just a few decades? Such a congregation was unprecedented in Scotland. After the tour, Newt and Lucien departed from the hollow. As they traversed the Forbidden Forest, they continued their conversation while searching for other magical creatures. Mr. Scamander, what are your thoughts on these Acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest? Lucien inquired. They have grown remarkably well, and their population has expanded significantly, perhaps excessively so. Lucien comprehended Newt's implication. The Acromantula posed a considerable threat to other magical creatures. Moreover, unbeknownst to Newt, but known to Lucien, the origins of these Acromantulas lay with Aragog and his mate, both of whom Hagrid had released into the Forbidden Forest. Technically speaking, they were an invasive species, disrupting the forest's original ecosystem. So, you mean to relocate the Acromantulas back to their native habitat? Newt nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head slightly. For the sake of local ecology, such a relocation is indeed necessary, but it cannot all be done at once. The two discussed this matter for a while, and when Newt proposed that Lucien assist in monitoring the Acromantula population and facilitate subsequent relocations, Lucien readily agreed. After all, he frequently visited Aragog to study the effects of the unicorn's tears on him, and he was essentially already performing oversight. Regarding the relocation of the species, Lucien was fully supportive. He had initially adopted several acromantulas, not only for the ease of collecting venom, but also with the intention of controlling their numbers to mitigate their proliferation. Now that Newt shared this vision, it seemed only fitting to lend a helping hand. Seeing Lucien's enthusiastic agreement, Newt felt elated, harboring his own subtle intentions. He hoped that Lucien would gain some exposure to the field of magical creature conservation, and who knows, perhaps he would continue in this line of work after graduation. Newt had come to terms with the fact that Lucien was merely a first-year student and now recognized his exceptional talents. Dumbledore had suggested that Lucien would excel as a teacher, a notion Newt did not yet grasp, but he was certain that in the realm of magical creatures, Lucien was an indispensable asset. Mr. Scamander, I have heard that you care for a multitude of magical creatures. If possible, may I have the privilege of observing them? I am quite fascinated by these magical beings. Newt's case contained an astonishing variety of magical creatures, and for Lucien to study the transformation of magical beings, it would be prudent to first observe and document an abundance of magical energy circuits. Besides Newt, there was no one else in the world who could swiftly fulfill this requirement. Lucien reached into his pocket, grasping a small slate, while a subtle black swirl emerged in his eyes. Upon hearing Lucien's request, Newt was overjoyed. Interest was indeed a wonderful thing. Of course, that is no problem at all. Newt placed the case on the ground, and with a click, it opened. A staircase extended from within, and Newt entered the case first, gesturing for Lucien to follow. Oh, and let us bring Luminous along. He might find it interesting as well. Initially intending for Luminous to remain outside, Lucien decided against it since Newt had extended the invitation. After all, the local beasts and magical creatures likely lacked the instinct to autonomously approach such a large and unusual object as a suitcase. After all, they were not human. Lucien and Luminous stepped into the world within the suitcase, trailing behind Newt as they traversed a workshop filled with various instruments, herbs, and food. As they walked, the scenery suddenly opened up before them, revealing a vast, boundless African savanna. A gentle breeze stirred the grasslands, causing the vegetation to sway gracefully. Suddenly, a sharp instinct alerted Lucien to potential danger. He gazed toward the source of the threat and spotted a colossal leopard perched atop a rocky outcrop. Its body adorned with sharp spines, the sacs around its neck slowly inflating and deflating. The previously languid and bored leopard seemed to have taken notice of the unexpected visitors, its pitch-black eyes locking onto Lucien. Lucien narrowed his gaze, the whirlpool in his eyes spinning rapidly. A venomous leopard. Chapter 132. Venomous leopard. Record of the Circuit Expansion Tablet. Newt's suitcase world. The venomous leopard approached with an elegant gait, its massive form betraying no clumsiness, moving silently. As the creature drew near, Lucien remained on high alert. This was an XXXXX level magical creature, arguably one of the most dangerous in existence. Its mere breath could induce a lethal illness, capable of obliterating an entire village. It would take the combined efforts of 100 elite wizards to subdue the venomous leopard before them. Though Luminous sensed no malice from the creature, he inched closer to Lucien and Newt, prepared to teleport away at the slightest indication of trouble. However, the venomous leopard maintained its distance, pausing the contraction of the sacs around its neck to retain its toxic gas within. "Human, you smell delightful," a peculiar voice echoed in Lucien's consciousness. Yet he immediately comprehended that it was the venomous leopard before him that was communicating. Thanks to the blessing of the unicorn, he was now capable of conversing directly with animals. However, the leopard's remark struck him as rather peculiar. He smelled delicious? He recalled that such marvelous creatures had a specific diet. Lucien retrieved a small vial from his pocket, containing a potion, an exceedingly toxic concoction. Upon uncorking the bottle and giving it a gentle shake, he queried, "Are you referring to this?" Indeed, but there was another scent. Lucien suddenly understood. The venomous leopard's diet consisted of various toxins, and it must have detected the aroma of the poison on him, akin to detecting the fragrance of a meal. Thus, Lucien produced several more vials, allowing the leopard to sniff each one. "Yes, these are the scents. Human, could you possibly share these delectable items with me? I promise to reward you with a fine gift." Lucien raised an eyebrow, surprised by the leopard's straightforward demeanor, unreserved in its desires. Contemplating that he had brewed these potions himself, Lucien casually tossed them one by one to the leopard. The creature deftly caught each vial in its mouth, and, after consuming the contents, discarded the empty containers. Observing Lucien methodically feed the leopard, Newt silently nodded, relaxing his guard slightly. He was taken aback that Lucien, despite his youth, maintained such composure in the presence of such a perilous creature, demonstrating no extreme reactions. Engaging with these magical beings necessitated a calm disposition. Animals were often more sensitive, and any errant behavior from a wizard could provoke a stressful response. Lucien's timely offering of poison showcased his understanding of the venomous leopard and his quick thinking. Newt was convinced that Lucien had indeed communicated with the leopard moments prior. The unicorn's blessing had bestowed upon Lucien the gift of animal speech, facilitating direct dialogue with creatures. In the realm of magical beings, no ability was more practical than this. Once Lucien had finished distributing the potions, the leopard licked its lips in satisfaction, pacing gracefully on the grass before squatting down to relieve itself, producing a spiny, purplish-brown feces. Human, I have bestowed upon you a treasure. Take it swiftly. Lucien fell silent, suppressing the urge to glance at the treasure, focusing instead on the leopard. The swirling black vortex in his eyes continued to turn, while one hand gripped the small slate in his pocket. The once smooth surface of the slate now bore the vivid image of a leopard, precisely resembling the venomous creature before him. Intricate lines within the depiction shimmered with magical luminescence, continuously outlining itself, almost complete. After a few seconds, he felt a subtle vibration emanating from the slate in his hand. Lucien exhaled softly and blinked. Done. The magical circuitry of the venomous leopard has been recorded. This alone made the visit to Newt's suitcase worthwhile. After all, encountering such a dangerous and rare magical creature was a rare opportunity, let alone observing it up close. The circuit recording slate could capture magical pathways in two ways. The first involved directly touching the target with the small slate, maintaining contact for 5 seconds. The second required Lucien to hold the slate himself and observe the target's magical circuitry with his eye of insight until the recording was complete. The duration for the second method varied based on the complexity of the circuitry. Some took merely a few seconds, while others could extend to several minutes. The venomous leopard fell into the latter category, yet Lucien found it impractical to approach such a hazardous creature with its inherent toxic aura, thus opting for the second method. Noticing Lucien's delay in action, the leopard projected a curious thought into Lucien's consciousness. Human, do you not desire it? However, the individual beside you, who has been feeding me, consistently collects the feces I bury. I assumed you all held a fondness for it. Lucien's silence was deafening. In truth, the feces of the venomous leopard was indeed highly valuable. Despite its toxic diet, the excrement served as an excellent antidote ingredient. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Newt to collect it. Yet, to the leopard, or indeed any magical creature, it may have appeared as if someone was stealing their waste. Lucien suddenly felt that being able to communicate directly with magical beings had opened an entirely new door. How fascinating! After departing the leopard's vicinity, Newt guided Lucien and Luminous further through the exhibit. Along the way, Lucien experienced firsthand the wonders of Newt's suitcase. For instance, a seemingly simple curtain or partition could delineate two distinct spaces, with the contrasting environments remaining entirely undisturbed. This was indeed the unspoken secret of the Scamander family. Remarkably impressive and exceedingly convenient. Following Newt, Lucien encountered a myriad of magical creatures: a kelpie, a bowtruckle, a serpentine bird, a niffler, and a horned water snake. This miniature world encompassed a vast array of magical species, most of which were absent from the Forbidden Forest. Lucien significantly expanded his knowledge, simultaneously enriching the records within the circuit slate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. Lucien looked up to see a magnificent golden bird flickering in and out of the dark clouds. Is that a thunderbird? Newt nodded. Indeed, a wounded thunderbird. Once I have healed its injuries, I shall return it to Arizona in North America. By the way, it should coincide with summer vacation. Lucien, would you care to join me? Lucien readily accepted Newt's invitation. To read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles, experiencing more is indeed a vital avenue for acquiring knowledge. Suddenly, Lucien instinctively sensed something amiss. He unconsciously reached into his pocket, feeling for the circuit slate. This time, however, he did not encounter the slate's hard, cold surface, but rather a warm, furry bundle. Gently grasping the creature, he pulled it from his pocket. Before him was an adorable little being, resembling a mole with a long snout. Niffler? Chapter 133. Niffler, Guide to Raising Fire Dragons. Lucien held a diminutive creature, its small paws busily rummaging through its belly pouch. I apologize, this little one, named Niffler, is quite young and brimming with curiosity. Newt chuckled awkwardly as he took the young Niffler from Lucien's hands, gently pinching the Niffler by the scruff of its neck. Newt used his other hand to tickle the soft belly of the little creature. Unable to withstand the ticklish sensation, the niffler squirmed and squeaked, causing treasures to tumble from its belly pouch. Lucien swiftly seized the circuit slate, noticing that the surface had already been adorned with the niffler's image and magical circuitry. Phew! Fortunate to have noticed in time. Niffler? This little one possesses a rather rare coat color. Lucien observed the niffler, which continued to drop items from its pouch. Generally, niffler fur is predominantly black, with shades of gray and light blue also common. However, this particular niffler was entirely platinum in color, devoid of any blemishes, and appeared exceptionally striking. Newt cradled the niffler in his hands, yet the little creature persistently attempted to leap down to collect the treasures scattered on the ground. Seeing this, both Lucien and Newt couldn't help but chuckle, with Newt remarking, "Niffler is the offspring of an old companion of mine. Its coat is indeed quite rare. If left in the wild, it would easily attract the attention of unscrupulous wizards, and given its frail health, I decided to keep it close." Lucien produced a gold galleon and waved it before Gingy, instantly captivating the little creature's attention as it reached out with its tiny paws in an attempt to seize it. Observing Lucien's playful demeanor as he teased the niffler, Newt suddenly inquired, "Lucien, would you like to try raising a niffler?" "Are you referring to Gingy?" "Indeed, provided you are willing." After a moment of contemplation regarding Newt's proposition, Lucien pondered the opportunity. Although he had meticulously recorded numerous magical creatures' magical circuits and amassed a wealth of samples, having one in close proximity would allow for the observation of finer details. It seemed Mr. Scamander had considerable faith in him, even offering a niffler upon their first meeting. "Well, raising a niffler does sound rather effortless," Lucien mused, ceasing his playful antics with Gingy and extending the galleon towards it. The little creature clutched the coin with its two front paws and promptly stuffed it into its belly pouch. "Nifflers are undeniably adorable," Lucien remarked. "Should I encounter any issues while caring for Gingy, I will not hesitate to consult you." Upon hearing this, Newt smiled and entrusted the small niffler to Lucien. Cradling Gingy in his hands, Lucien continuously retrieved galleons from a pocket, handing them to Gingy one by one. The gleaming coins were irresistible to the niffler, which eagerly accepted each offering. Nonetheless, galleons can be rather monotonous. Perhaps I shall write to Aunt Penelope to send over an assortment of exquisite gold and silver jewelry. By the way, Mr. Scamander, what preparations and considerations are necessary for raising a dragon? In response to Lucien's inquiry, Newt perceived it merely as a child's whimsical fancy. For dragons exuded an aura of fantasy. Among muggles, dragons were perhaps the most frequently encountered magical creatures, despite the wizard's efforts to cast oblivion charms on those who had witnessed them. Nevertheless, a few always escaped the spell, rendering dragon lore quite common in the Muggle world. Newt deemed Lucien's interest in magical creatures a positive sign and generously shared his knowledge, stating, "Wizards are not permitted to raise dragons independently. However, working in a dragon sanctuary necessitates a deeper understanding of them. For example, hatching dragon eggs requires a flame, and upon hatching, the young dragon must consume a flame provided by its parents. If human intervention is involved, one can feed the hatchling a mixture of brandy and chicken blood every half hour to enhance its immunity. Of course, even when dealing with a newborn dragon, one must on a fire protection charm, as their breath can incinerate." As Newt imparted his wisdom, Lucien meticulously noted every detail, keenly aware that he would soon be raising a dragon himself, aiming to cultivate it into a leader of its kind to repay the loan of magical weaving techniques. It was essential to ensure the hatchling's health from birth, fostering its robust growth. Newt's shared experiences were invaluable, and Lucien resolved to continue seeking his guidance. Additionally, he contemplated reaching out to Ron to inquire about his brother Charlie, a dragon caretaker who would undoubtedly possess unique insights in this field. Establishing this connection would facilitate future endeavors with his young dragon, enabling them to conquer their kin. Moreover, there was Malfoy, whose family owned a dragon sanctuary. Perhaps a preliminary visit would be prudent for better preparation. After discussing dragon care, Lucien further inquired about niffler maintenance, which reassured Newt, who elaborated on Gingy's dietary needs, nesting habits, and other essential considerations. Gingy has a particular fondness for gazing at the moon. It especially relishes full moons, Lucien noted with a nod. I also care for a mooncalf, so they might make delightful companions. Fond of the moon, is it? Perhaps its luminous nature resonates with a niffler's instincts. How fascinating, Lucien remarked, scratching Gingy's belly, pleasantly surprised by its soft and warm texture. The two, one young and one old, engaged in a delightful conversation, the hours slipping by swiftly. Suddenly, Newt slapped his forehead, recalling something important as he hurriedly began to pack his suitcase. Oh no, I forgot to inform Tina before leaving. This will not bode well. Lucien, I must take my leave now. See you during the summer. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. Lucien sat in the defense against the Dark Arts classroom, watching as Quirrell stood at the podium, stuttering through his notes. Quirrell's complexion remained pale and bloodless, yet he was no longer as gaunt as before, and his voice had gained a hint of volume. He wore black gloves on both hands, though the students paid little heed, as Professor Quirrell's appearance was already quite peculiar, adorned with a purple turban and reeking of garlic. However, Lucien noticed that Quirrell's right hand often hung limply at his side, primarily using his left to hold the textbook. Discreetly activating his magical eye, he observed the intricate magical circuits within Quirrell's body. Oh, the withering and depletion at the circuit's end has ceased. Could it be due to the unicorn blood? According to his recollection, Quirrell had been smeared with a considerable amount of Asterian blood. Evidently, he chose to consume it afterward. Yet, Lucien squinted, noticing a faint black aura tainting Quirrell's magical circuits, slowly spreading toward his heart. The curse inflicted by the unicorn's blood, a tormenting half-life. The magical circuits in his left hand appeared dim and fragile. Through dark magic, he managed to regenerate his severed limb, yet limitations remained. Lucien recalled that he had burned Quirrell's left hand, but alas, the latter had brutally severed his own arm to escape. Observing Quirrell's seemingly normal behavior, Lucien recalled the private conversation he had with Dumbledore after Newt's departure. Dumbledore's stance remained unchanged, believing that the situation was still under control, hoping to allow Harry to complete his growth and adventure. Lucien understood that he could not dissuade him. After all, the prophecy dictated that the boy who lived would ultimately vanquish Voldemort. Nevertheless, Lucien recalled having been evaluated by Firenze, the centaur seer, who suggested that he could alter the fates of others. Thus, how might one rid themselves of the troublesome Voldemort? Chapter 134. What could Quirrell possibly do? The library has surprisingly refreshed Hagrid. Seated in the defense against the Dark Arts classroom, Lucien outwardly appeared to be attentively listening to Quirrell's lecture, while inwardly devising strategies to eliminate his master. Primarily, during Harry's second and third years, Voldemort had not truly resurrected. His tumultuous presence had not yet returned to full power, causing only minor disruptions at Hogwarts. However, since the year of the Goblet of Fire, Voldemort had achieved his goals and fully resurrected himself, plunging the entire wizarding world into chaos, making it increasingly difficult to remain at Hogwarts. Lucien's primary objective was to acquire knowledge, and he had no desire for disturbances. Although in a few years, he anticipated his own strength would grow significantly, allowing him to eliminate Voldemort's minions with spells and ultimately confront Voldemort one-on-one. Why wait until the enemy regained full strength? The notion of a climactic battle atop Hogwarts only sounded thrilling. He had no inclination for such a spectacle, preferring to preserve the serene and beautiful campus environment for diligent study. As for definitively eliminating Voldemort, the Horcruxes must be addressed first, separating the soul fragments from the body and sealing them within vessels. That is the essence of a Horcrux. As long as the Horcruxes remain intact, the Creator, regardless of the severity of their injuries, cannot truly perish, due to a portion of the soul remaining unscathed, even if the physical body is destroyed. It will not transform into a so-called specter, and there exists the possibility of reconstructing the corporeal form. This implies that as long as the soul vessels are not located and entirely obliterated, any endeavor to vanquish Voldemort would be futile, regardless of the magnitude of the effort. It is recalled that Voldemort's soul vessels number 7. No, at this juncture, there should only be 6. The great serpent, the blood curse beast Nagini, has likely not yet been fashioned into a soul vessel. To be prudent, perhaps one should first devise a means to locate that serpent. As for the other soul vessels, Lucien sifted through his memories and swiftly identified the targets. These 6 soul vessels are Tom Riddle's diary, the ring of the Gaunt family, the diadem of Ravenclaw, the golden cup of Hufflepuff, the locket of Slytherin, and Lucien cast a glance at Harry, seated diagonally before him. Harry Potter himself, a soul vessel unbeknownst even to Voldemort. If possible, the quest to gather these soul vessels should commence during the summer break. The objective is to eradicate all these resurrection points before Voldemort's return, taking advantage of his vulnerabilities while he is unwell. There are but a few methods to destroy soul vessels: the venom of a basilisk, fiendfire, and the Avada Kedavra curse. Indeed, the Gryffindor sword, which absorbs basilisk venom to enhance its own power, would suffice. Fiendfire and the killing curse likely demand a certain level of prowess from a caster. But basilisk venom is considerably more accessible. A mere touch would suffice to obliterate a soul vessel. While the destruction of the other vessels seems manageable, Harry presents a conundrum. How can one eradicate the fragments of his soul within him without inflicting harm? Should one allow Harry to perish momentarily and then resurrect him? However, the act of resurrection. Time swiftly elapsed during the contemplation. The class bell rang, and Quirrell burst from the classroom, his speed greater than ever, akin to a student racing to the dining hall for a meal. Upon returning to his office, Quirrell slumped into his chair. After a moment, he slowly removed the glove from his left hand, the process causing him to grimace in pain. The skin of his left hand appeared eerily translucent, revealing the writhing muscles and veins beneath. This arm was reconstructed through the dark magic taught by Voldemort. The process was indeed agonizing and malevolent, yet Quirrell managed to endure. A trifling ailment, once restored to corporeality, my formidable power will effortlessly heal you. Queerness, serve me well, and ascertain the nature of the protective enchantments surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. He was already aware of the Devil's Snare, Wizard's Chess, and the Flying Keys. Knowing how to circumvent that foolish three-headed dog would bring them closer to their objective. Listening to Voldemort's whispers in his mind, Quirrell felt a surge of irritation. Yet, what could he do? He had imbibed the blood of a unicorn, becoming a cursed wretch, clinging to life in a half-dead state. He could not defy Voldemort's commands. A mere thought from his master could extinguish his life. After a few seconds of silence, Quirrell replied in a feeble voice, "Yes, master." In the library, Hagrid was a rare sight, his tall and robust frame weaving between the rows of bookshelves. He could effortlessly see what books were housed on the highest shelves, though crouching down to inspect the lower ones posed a bit of a challenge. Gently pinching a book titled From Dragon Eggs to Hell with 2 fingers, Hagrid smiled with delight but stifled his laughter, for not far off, Madame Pants was scrutinizing him with a feather duster, as if fearing that this half-giant might tear a book or topple a nearby shelf. Cautiously, Hagrid turned and approached the borrowing desk, clutching a few books. "Hagrid, what brings you to the library?" Upon hearing this familiar voice, Hagrid hurriedly concealed the books behind his moleskin coat, casting a nervous glance at Harry and the others. "Just browsing. What are you all doing here?" Ron replied with pride. "We've figured out who Nicholas Flamel is and learned about the Philosopher's Stone." "Shoo!" Hagrid quickly interrupted, glancing around to ensure that Madame Pants had moved to the borrowing desk and that no one else had overheard them. After issuing a warning, Hagrid completed his registration with Madame Pants and hurriedly exited the library. Hagrid missed the hushed whispers of Harry and his companions. What was Hagrid hiding behind him? "I didn't see, but I can go check." Hagrid strode quickly out of the castle, heading to his hut. Upon entering the warm, humid room, Hagrid spotted a boy with dark golden hair tending to the fire. "Oh, thank you, Lucien, for keeping an eye on it. It's no trouble at all." Hagrid removed his coat and placed several books on the small round table, eagerly glancing at the dark egg nestled in the fireplace. He wondered when the little creature would finally hatch. The anticipation was thrilling. Hagrid rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixated on the dark dragon egg, oblivious to the flicker of crimson golden flames dancing amid the orange-yellow firewood. In Chapter 135, Hatching the Dragon Egg, the worrying trio in Hagrid's hut, Lucien was poking at the logs in the fireplace with a fire poker, striving to stoke the flames higher. However, this was merely for show. According to Newt's teachings, the hatching of a dragon egg requires the mother dragon to be present, continuously breathing warm air and intermittently exhaling small bursts of dragon fire, the latter being crucial. The magical flames of a dragon are exceedingly hot and possess unique magical elements that provide ample nourishment for the hatching and growth of the hatchling. While ordinary firewood might suffice to coax the egg to hatch, it would not support the subsequent development of the young dragon. Hence, while Hagrid was away, Lucien had instructed Liu Guang to blend a hint of pure fire, a nearly golden advanced flame, into the firewood. This would ensure the egg received sufficient heat. Naturally, Lucien had also adhered to Newt's standards, instructing Liu Guang to regulate the temperature to prevent the dragon egg from becoming a roasted delicacy. As for the special magical elements contained within dragon fire, Lucien found it challenging to address. It was impractical to capture a fully grown fire dragon to assist in hatching. Given a fire dragon's volatile temperament, it might very well consume the egg as a snack. Nevertheless, intuition suggested that the pure fire of the mythical Qilin would likely yield even more wondrous results. Having experienced a few previous incidents, Lucien had grown to trust his instincts, or perhaps his unique inspirations. "Lucien, thank you for your hard work. Take a break and try this weasel sandwich I made." Hagrid set tea and snacks on the round table, taking the fire poker from Lucien and getting busy. looking at the treats on the table. Lucien felt this was still quintessentially Hagrid. He lifted a cup of tea and sipped gently, avoiding the weasel sandwich, a culinary darkness, and instead grabbed a piece of rock cake, discreetly casting several softening charms before taking a bite. Besides its hardness, the rock cake was quite fragrant. By the way, Lucien, you mentioned that hatching the dragon egg requires high-temperature flames. What about this fireplace? It's all right. I've already infused it with magical flames. It may not compare to dragon fire, but it's stronger than ordinary firewood. Upon hearing this, Hagrid clapped his hands in delight. Thank you, Lucien. You truly are a good person. This remark left Lucien momentarily silent. He actually desired to obtain the dragon egg from Hagrid. While he would certainly offer compensation, how could he broach the subject? Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded, prompting Hagrid to hastily push the dragon egg further into the fireplace and hang a kettle above it. He then rose to answer the door. Glancing at the kettle, Lucien noticed it was devoid of any water. He shook his head and waved his wand lightly. A stream of silent water, akin to a fountain spell, filled the kettle to the brim. Oh, it's you, Harry. Come in quickly. The trio hurried into Hagrid's hut, only to find it astonishingly warm within, despite it being spring. The fireplace was ablaze. Seated beside the fireplace was the familiar figure of Lucien. After exchanging greetings with him, Harry and his friends promptly sat down, facing Hagrid, who offered them white weasel sandwiches, which they wisely and tacitly declined. Hagrid, let's not beat around the bush. We want to know what other challenges exist, aside from Fluffy, to protect the Philosopher's Stone. No. I can't divulge too much. You already know too much. Hagrid waved his hands dismissively in response to Harry's direct inquiry, then added, of course, I don't know either, so the rest nothing I can tell you. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, while Lucien leisurely sipped his tea. Ultimately, it was Hermione who broke the silence. Hagrid, what happens here cannot escape your notice. We merely wish to know who else designed the challenges. After a moment's pause, Hermione sweetly flattered. Who else could Dumbledore trust besides you? Who else could assist him? Seeing Hagrid's proud smile, Harry and Ron discreetly gave Hermione a thumbs up. Lucien, too, regarded Hermione with newfound respect. She truly was the intellectual backbone of their group. This flattery struck a chord with Hagrid. The young lady certainly knows how to speak sweetly, he chuckled. Ahem, well, it's not a problem to share. I borrowed Fluffy from Professor Dumbledore, while the other professors have set various magical safeguards. Hagrid took several hearty gulps of tea and reminisced, like Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, Professor Quirrell, and Professor Snape. Oh, and of course, Dumbledore himself has arranged certain elements. The trio perked up at the mention of Professor Snape. Hagrid, with an air of certainty, replied, Of course, he has a professor at Hogwarts. How could he steal the Philosopher's Stone? Well, that eliminates your only suspect. As they pondered who might be after the Philosopher's Stone, Harry suddenly noticed something burning in the fireplace. Is that a large black egg? Hagrid, what is that? Upon hearing Harry's question, Hagrid grew anxious, fiddling with his beard. That. Ron curiously approached for a closer look, while Hermione, with a serious demeanor, stated, Hagrid, that creature is dangerous. Its flames are terrifying, and she scanned the wooden hut. You still live in a wooden house. This made Hagrid puff out his chest and cheerfully respond, No worries. Lucien has already cast fireproof charms on the house and the furniture. Produce. I've read plenty of books. As Hagrid went to fetch a book, Hermione cast a doubtful glance at Lucien, contemplating how he already knew about Hagrid's dragon egg. Lucien remained composed, sipping his tea as if unaware of the scrutiny. Look, you have to keep the dragon egg warm. And after it hatches, it needs a barrel of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour. Can you imagine? A little creature needing that much alcohol. Hagrid exclaimed. This egg should be a Norwegian Ridgeback, as Lucien informed me, and I later confirmed it in a book. My dream is to raise a fire dragon. My earlier dream was to have a 3-headed dog, and before that, it was a giant spider. As Hagrid busied himself with the firewood, humming a little tune, Harry and his friends realized that Hagrid had a clear plan for what to do with the dragon egg and the subsequent hatchling. Noticing Lucien's silence, they gradually ceased discussing the matter. After a brief chat, the trio rose to take their leave. There was no choice. Recent events had become increasingly pressing. They needed to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone from falling into the wrong hands and maintain peace at Hogwarts. Now, they also had to worry about Hagrid raising a fire dragon, which only deepened their concerns. With schoolwork piling up and the impending end-of-year exams approaching, the burden of studies felt heavier. Lucien mentioned that he too had final exams. But fortunately, the content aligned closely with their school curriculum, serving as an early review. Hermione was naturally pleased, but Harry and Ron felt the weight of it. They distinctly recalled Lucien saying, "Recently, some students reported that the workload was relatively light, so we decided to accelerate the pace." Though it felt uncharitable, Harry and Ron's initial thought was to suspect Hermione of having said that, yet they quickly realized it was unlikely. Given Hermione's character, she would have expressed such sentiments openly rather than privately to Lucien. Both Harry and Ron were confident that neither was the cause of their increased academic burden. After all, they understood each other well enough to know they could learn effectively alongside Lucien, but would never actively seek additional assignments. The remaining suspects narrowed down to two. One was, of course, Malfoy, and the other was a newly joined Slytherin classmate named Greengrass. Malfoy was certainly the prime suspect, yet they couldn't fathom his motives. Nonetheless, they were determined to identify the traitor for the sake of future stability. Chapter 136. Hagrid's Tears. Norbert. Only Lucien and Hagrid remained in the hut. Setting down his empty teacup, Lucien pondered briefly before choosing to be forthright. "Hagrid, I have an unusual favor to ask. I need your help." "Oh, sure. What is it?" Hagrid, with his back to Lucien, attempted to adjust the dragon egg, ensuring it was comfortably nestled in the flames. Lucien hesitated for a moment at Hagrid's straightforwardness, but continued. "If possible, could you let me raise this dragon egg?" Hagrid did not respond immediately. The room was filled only with the crackling of the fire and the bubbling of the kettle. Several minutes passed before Hagrid finally rumbled, "Lucien, you really need it?" "Yes." Another silence fell between them. Hagrid's deep voice became slightly hoarse. "Well, you'll take good care of it, right?" Before Lucien could answer, Hagrid mumbled on, "I know you're a kind and intelligent person. Lucien, you understand much more than I do, and you'll surely care for it better." "But, Sob, my dream has always been to raise a fire dragon. It's not every day someone gives me a fire dragon egg." "Oh, that person was so kind. Even though they covered their face from me, they treated me to a lot of drinks and chatted with me, from fire dragons to three-headed dogs. Oh, they must also be a lover of magical creatures." As Hagrid spoke, Lucien grew increasingly perplexed. Why was Hagrid crying? Moreover, that person who gifted the dragon egg must be Quirrell. Was he not clearly fishing for information? Lucien found himself at a loss for how to comfort Hagrid. "Lucien, you must take good care of it. I had already thought of a name for the little creature yet to be born. Norbert." They were right, Harry and Hermione. "I know that fire dragons grow quickly and are difficult to conceal, but you have that magical, gourd-like container. Please, you must bring Norbert to see me often." As he spoke, Hagrid pulled out a filthy, rough handkerchief, wiping his tears before blowing his nose vigorously. He then donned a thick baking glove, preparing to retrieve the dragon egg from the fireplace to hand it over to Lucien while turning his head away, as if unable to bear the sight of the egg any longer. "Ah, Hagrid, I am but a first-year student. I shall still be at Hogwarts for several more years." The words escaped my lips as if I were about to flee with Norbert, when, in truth, one could easily encounter him at any time. As I spoke, Lucien swiftly halted Hagrid's movements, instructing that the dragon egg remain undisturbed. Once the hatching commenced, it could not be paused. Hagrid immediately withdrew his hands, awkwardly patting his disheveled beard. "Oh dear, I truly did not know." With a sigh, he added, "Ah, Lucien, you certainly possess greater knowledge. It is more fitting that you take care of Norbert." As Hagrid's spirits seemed to droop, Lucien offered a comforting reply. "I have merely gleaned this knowledge from friends. I shall gladly share everything I know if you wish to learn." Hagrid's eyes brightened at this. "Really? And can I care for another as well?" Lucien beamed, "Of course, as long as you are willing." Hagrid nodded eagerly. "I would certainly love to. My dream has always been to raise a fire dragon. If I could raise two." Observing Hagrid's relaxed demeanor, Lucien, too, felt a sense of relief. He needed to nurture a fire dragon to repay the debt of the magical weave arts, and it must be accompanied for at least 6 months, with additional time devoted to seeking other fire dragons. Yes, Norbert is a Norwegian Ridgeback. It is essential to conquer this breed and establish it as the king of its kind. In the future, whether encountering dragon eggs or hatchlings, the chances are favorable, thus fulfilling Hagrid's desires. Hagrid, being a good man who would readily go to great lengths for his friends, deserved that promises may be kept. One morning, a faint cracking sound echoed within the small wooden cottage. Lucien and Hagrid, crouched nearby, fixed their gaze upon the black dragon egg nestled in the hearth. The once orange-yellow flames had been entirely replaced by a brilliant golden hue. Suddenly, accustomed to the magical flames, Hagrid clapped his forehead, jumped to his feet, and dashed to the table to retrieve a piece of parchment to write, whistling to summon an owl from outside. "I must inform Harry and the others. Norbert is about to hatch." After sending off the letter with the owl, he squatted back beside Lucien anxiously watching the dragon egg enveloped in the golden flames. A faint crack had appeared on its surface. Expecting Norbert to emerge shortly, they waited, yet only the crack remained. As time passed, Hagrid grew increasingly impatient. Lucien, is this normal? It has been over an hour. Fear not. The hatching of fire dragons takes time. For the Norwegian Ridgeback, from the first crack to full emergence, it typically requires 4 to 8 hours. Lucien reassured him with a gentle wave of his hand. This knowledge stemmed from Newt, and Lucien was also utilizing his magical eye to observe the condition within the shell. The magical circuits within the hatchling appeared normal and robust. Evidently, the pure fire of the Chelan had a positive effect, ensuring that Norbert would not lag in his innate capabilities. Coincidentally, Lucien had no classes that morning with Ravenclaw. Thus he remained vigilant by the dragon egg. A more pronounced sound emanated from a shell, coinciding with a knock at the door. Harry and his companions arrived together, their robes and hands muddied, evidently having just come from herbology class. With Hagrid joining the 4 young wizards, they gathered around the dragon egg. Suddenly, with a sharp screech, the shell cracked open, and a small fire dragon sprang forth, its dark scales adorned with faint golden flecks. Its wings, disproportionately large compared to its body, were lined with short, sharp spines. Hagrid reached out to stroke the hatchling's head, only to have his finger bitten. He jumped up pale-faced. Harry, concerned that Hagrid was hurt, was about to inquire, but Hagrid trembled as he exclaimed, "Someone is watching us." Chapter 137. The little fire dragon seeks its mother. Someone is watching us. Upon hearing Hagrid's alarm, Harry dashed outside to pursue and intercept the intruder. After a time, he returned, dejected. The person got away. They looked like, perhaps Malfoy. Ron, feeling uneasy, remarked, "Will he report Hagrid?" Lucien, occupied with concocting chicken blood brandy, shook his head lightly, though the group accompanied him for extra lessons. Malfoy had yet to befriend Harry. He merely behaved more cautiously during tutoring sessions while maintaining his usual demeanor otherwise. Lucien felt indifferent. It was merely a matter of childhood friendships. In his classroom, bullying and isolation would not be tolerated, but there was little need for concern in daily life, as there were numerous academic pursuits to occupy his time. The long-standing rivalry between the houses, particularly between Gryffindor and Slytherin, was not new. It would only be when he truly became a professor or even the headmaster of Hogwarts that he might consider addressing the school's ethos. TSK. I wonder how Malfoy obtained this information, following Harry all this way. Such determination, indeed. Lucien, what about Malfoy? Hermione looked at him with concern, confident that since Malfoy was studying under Lucien, he could handle the situation. Lucien stirred the brandy and chicken blood, casually waving his hand. "It's nothing. I'll just have a word with him." While preparing baby food, Lucien observed the hungry little fire dragon, Norbert. Typically, a Norwegian Ridgeback would emerge entirely black with unblemished scales. Yet Norbert exhibited glimmers of gold. Was this an effect of the Chelan's pure fire during hatching? He appeared robust and healthy, a fine young dragon. As Lucien appraised Norbert, the little dragon stared back with wide, orange eyes, reflecting a mix of newborn fear and curiosity, along with an inexplicable warmth. "All right, time to eat." Lucien placed the barrel beside the hatchling, using one hand to draw his wand, pretending to wave it as he spoke the incantation. A flame, nearly pure gold, floated from the hearth, hovering steadily before Norbert. The chicken blood mixed with brandy served as supplementary nourishment, yet the hatchling's first proper meal must be fire. Either mundane or magical flames would suffice, though the finest would undoubtedly come from the dragon's parents. For now, the pure fire of the Chelan would do. The hatching had succeeded, and this should present no issues. Norbert sniffed curiously, his white nostrils quivering as he inched closer to the golden flame. Without hesitation, he gulped down the pure fire. Moments latte. A hearty burp echoed from his small mouth, accompanied by a few sparks from his nostrils. Witnessing this, Lucien exhaled in relief. Once the temperature of the pure fire was lowered, it could serve as sustenance for the little fire dragon. Otherwise, feeding him magical flames would yield inferior results, placing Norbert at a disadvantage from the outset. Now, all was well. The fire of the Chelan surpassed even the breath of a dragon. After consuming his first meal, Norbert suddenly lifted his gaze towards the ceiling, yet found nothing amiss. His attention then fixated on the barrel of liquor beside Lucien, as tears of frustration streamed down the corners of his mouth. Lucien, noticing the little fire dragon's hunger, filled a large bowl and brought it to Norbert's lips, prompting the latter to eagerly lap at the contents. Observing the small creature relish his meal, Lucien smiled and then glanced at a particular beam overhead. The diminutive form of Glimmer peeked out, exchanging a knowing blink with him. "Master, After that little dragon consumed the flames. I sensed the emergence of a unique bond between us it conveyed. In truth, I felt this connection since its hatching, albeit faintly, but it has now solidified. Connection? Is it due to using the Cheelan's flames to incubate Norbur, followed by its consumption of those very flames? Does this pertain to the traits of fire dragons, or is it a result of Glimmer's influence? Lucien pondered. Well, we shall delve into this matter further in due course. Soon enough, Norbur finished the bowl of chicken blood mixed with brandy, prompting Lucien to refill it. It was remarkable how such a diminutive creature could consume so much liquid. After all, it was an entire barrel. Magic is indeed wondrous. Lucien, may I have a chance to feed it? Hagrid inquired, rubbing his large hands together, his eyes glistening with eagerness. However, he was aware that Norbur belonged to Lucien, who had provided the flames for its hatching and had cared for it throughout. Thus, the act of feeding it the first morsel held significant meaning, warranting Lucien's personal involvement. Yet, wasn't this already the second or third bite? Lucien nodded, indicating that it was certainly acceptable, and handed the bowl to Hagrid. As Hagrid brought the bowl to Norbur, the little dragon's gaze flitted back and forth between the bowl and Lucien. With a sudden flap of its wings, the small fire dragon leaped and glided over to Lucien's feet, scrambling up onto his knee while emitting an array of chirps. Hagrid and Harry, unaware of the dragon's true sentiments, merely assumed it was playing. However, Lucien, blessed by the unicorn, comprehended the dragon's words. Mama, do you not want me any more, Mama? I do not want others to feed me, Mama. Lucien initially intended to scoop up Norbur, but his outstretched hand froze. What did you call me? Mama. Norbur gazed up at Lucien with its big, round eyes, even stretching its neck to nuzzle against Lucien's suspended hand with its horn. Lucien felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How had he become a mother figure? In nature, most young creatures possess an innate concept of motherhood, instinctively seeking their mothers upon birth. As the first being Norbur laid eyes upon and the first to feed it, was it natural for Norbur to perceive him as its mother? Or perhaps it was Glimmer's use of purifying fire to hatch the little fire dragon. And since Lucien was Glimmer's master, this connection was formed. However, shouldn't the little dragon be seeking Glimmer instead? Clearing his throat, Lucien replied, I'm not your mother. Norbur's head tilted in confusion, gazing at Lucien with bewilderment. Then who is my mother? This inquiry momentarily stumped Lucien, as he too was uncertain of how Chilo had acquired the dragon egg. Surely he hadn't stolen it directly from a fire dragon mother. Perhaps it was procured through illicit means. Well, never mind, just consider me your mother. Or father. Norbur, though not fully grasping Lucien's intent, understood that he was not being rejected. It shook its little head, responding, all right, Mama. Its father. Yes, Mama. Chapter 138. Summer Vacation at the Dragon Sanctuary, Harry pities Malfoy. In the classroom of the Room of Requirement, Harry and the others exited, while Lucien retained Malfoy for a private conversation. What were you running from this morning? Malfoy stammered. Well, you see, Potter pursued me, so I ran. Lucien shook his head slightly. Pursued? Let go. Come watch the fire dragon tonight. I recall you have a keen interest in such magical creatures. Lucien's unexpected recollection of his interests left Malfoy momentarily stunned. The direct invitation also prompted him to scratch his head. I understand your point. I won't disclose this to anyone. Malfoy was loyal to his friends. As Lucien organized the exam papers, he internally mused about the condition of Malfoy's friendships, provided they were strong enough. Should I pay for this? At Malfoy's question, Lucien looked up, perplexed. What? Seeing Lucien's odd expression, Malfoy quickly clarified. Oh, our dragon sanctuary is open to the public, and visitors can pay to take pictures with the fire dragons. So, I've gotten used to it. Photographs with fire dragons? Isn't that courting danger? Lucien remarked. After all, fire dragons were XXXXX class magical creatures, extremely perilous. Only highly skilled wizards should approach them. Yes, my family owns several dragon sanctuaries. Perhaps we can visit during the summer to prepare for Norbur's future conquests against his draconic kin, Lucien suggested. Draco, those fire dragons are genuine, not mere magical illusions? Malfoy patted his chest earnestly, declaring, our family conducts business with utmost integrity. If we say they're fire dragons, then they're indeed fire dragons. Many are clamoring to see them. Lucien found Malfoy's response somewhat incredulous, reaffirming the adventurous spirit of wizards. He curiously inquired, have there been any incidents? After all, fire dragons are exceedingly dangerous. To Lucien's surprise, Malfoy shrugged, oh yes, there are 2 or 3 accidents nearly every month. Hence, we offer comprehensive insurance and follow-up care. And everyone is quite satisfied. Truly a full-service dragon experience, Lucien remarked. Draco, How much would it cost to visit your sanctuary? Oh, no, no, no. Malfoy shook his hands vigorously. Just give me a heads up, and we can go directly. Since Lucien had brought it up, Malfoy understood how to proceed. His father had taught him that mutual assistance fosters deeper bonds of friendship. After dinner, inside Hagrid's hut, Malfoy gazed wide-eyed at the little fire dragon, even as it buried its head in the barrel, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Oh, this is a Norwegian ridgeback. It resembles the Hungarian horntail, except it lacks the spikes on its tail and has an extra row of ridges along its back, which is how it got its name. The most unique aspect is its fondness for aquatic creatures. There was even a report of one snatching a baby whale. Regrettably, this breed of dragon is quite combative, especially towards its kin, leading to its increasing rarity. Malfoy enthusiastically recounted the characteristics of the Norwegian ridgeback. The opportunity to observe a fire dragon up close exhilarated him. Although his family owned a dragon sanctuary, his father consistently declined his request to interact with the dragons, citing concerns for safety due to Malfoy's young age. After all, the family's insurance and medical provisions were designed for outsiders, and no one would jeopardize the safety of their only heir. However, his father had promised prior to the school year that he would take Malfoy to the sanctuary during the summer, which was why Malfoy felt confident in making promises to Lucien. As he watched the adorable little fire dragon drink its chicken blood brandy, Malfoy instinctively reached out to pet it. Ah! A sharp scream pierced the air suddenly. The others quickly covered their ears. Malfoy hastily withdrew his hand. The side of his palm, now marred by a row of bloodied punctures, oozing crimson. Meanwhile, Norbert bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at the audacious human that dared to offend it. Malfoy's complexion turned ashen as he clutched his injured hand. It's all right, it's all right. He had no intention of stealing your food. Lucien reached out to stroke Norbert's head, and the little dragon purred contentedly, completely shedding its earlier agitation. TSK. The exquisite feel of dragonhide is truly unparalleled. What kind of dragonhide gloves do they sell in Diagon Alley? Most likely, they are crafted from the hides of lesser dragons. Genuine dragonhide gloves are a rarity. Every year, new students are required to procure a pair of dragonhide gloves, which will inevitably suffer wear and tear. There are only a limited number of fire dragons in the entire world. How could they possibly meet the demand? Authentic fire dragon materials are indeed scarce, much like the dragon blood that is often diluted and mixed. Casting a glance at the pained Malfoy, Lucien deliberately refrained from intervening, wishing for the children to comprehend that dangerous magical creatures should not be approached lightly. Lessons learned through experience are often the most effective. Lucien withdrew his hand and retrieved a crystal vial from his pocket. He extended his hand toward Malfoy, who assumed Lucien intended to assist him in healing and thus obediently opened his palm. A droplet of clear liquid fell, and Malfoy's eyes widened in astonishment, for the wounds were healing at a visibly accelerated rate. It dawned on Malfoy that the teeth of a Norwegian ridgeback contained venom, while not necessarily fatal. They could certainly cause swelling and pain for days. Fire dragon bites are notoriously difficult to heal, but that droplet of liquid, Malfoy speculated that it might be some form of wondrous potion, a notion that seemed increasingly plausible given Lucien's prowess and talent displayed in potions class. Observing Malfoy's reckless hand being bitten by Norbert and then healed by Lucien, Harry instinctively clasped his own hand. He too had suffered a harsh bite from the three-headed dog, Fluffy, and found himself feeling a flicker of sympathy for Malfoy. Of course, just a flicker. After finishing the chicken blood brandy, Norbert leapt onto Lucien's thigh in a springy motion, curling up and yawning. Lucien gently patted the little fire dragon's back, humming a soft lullaby as if coaxing a baby to sleep. Those who witnessed this tender scene could not help but envy Lucien. How could one be so intimately close to a fire dragon? Chapter 139. The Magical Creatures in Care. Lucien entered the gourd space. Norbert, who had been trailing behind Luminous, suddenly darted toward him, spreading its wings mid-flight. Manga. The little fire dragon called out a few times before diving straight into Lucien's embrace. It would be better to call him Papa. Lucien held the little dragon as one might a large dog, speaking with an air of exasperation. Truly, as expected of a fire dragon, its growth is astonishingly rapid. In just a few days, Norbert had already doubled in size. Alrift, Mama, Norbert chattered, unable to shed its habit. Lucien found this amusing. Perhaps it was due to Norbert's youth, with the instincts of a fire dragon still dominating. Well, let's call him that for now. No one else could understand anyway. Cradling Norbert, Lucien inspected its development to ensure it was progressing normally. Unlike when it was newly hatched, with crumpled wings, its wings had now become broad and sturdy. The sheen of its scales was impressive, all intact. and the golden lines upon them were much more pronounced than at birth. Lucien softly summoned Luminous, who then conjured a ball of pure fire about the size of a fist, which Norbert eagerly devoured. After main meal, it was time for supplementary food. As Lucien mixed brandy with chicken blood, he gazed at Luminous with a smile while watching Norbert play. He had only recently discovered during a previous check that Norbert was, in fact, a female Norwegian Ridgeback. However, female fire dragons are typically larger than males and possess greater aggression. Raising Norbert to become the queen of the Norwegian Ridgeback species would indeed be more advantageous. The population of Norwegian Ridgebacks is also relatively scarce, suggesting that the conquest would not require excessive effort or time. As Malfoy had previously noted, Norwegian Ridgebacks are notoriously combative, particularly when confronting their kin. They are akin to how venomous serpents might obliterate their rivals during mating, relying solely on their strength to become a rare species. After preparing the chicken blood brandy, the little fire dragon swiftly consumed it, finishing with a burp and a small plume of dragonfire. The fire-breathing capability of Norwegian Ridgebacks is considered one of the earliest developments among fire dragons. Surveying the expansive gorge space, Lucien noted its ample size. Besides Norbert, he had not raised any other magical creatures. Fire dragons possess a strong territorial instinct. If Norbert were to be housed alongside other magical creatures, it would be akin to inviting a buffet for the little dragon. Despite being newly hatched, Norbert's naturally robust physique and developing fire-breathing abilities posed a threat to gentler, weaker creatures, necessitating a separate environment. Lucien walked along the edge of the space with his wand, continuing to expand it under the guidance of Newt, ensuring Norbert's living conditions were increasingly comfortable. Before departing, he conjured some toys for Norbert to alleviate boredom, as the previous ones had been thoroughly destroyed in play. Leaving the little fire dragon-esque gorge space, Lucien entered another gorge space. This one contained a richer assortment of creatures, all fluffy and friendly, such as puffskeins and ball snakes. Approaching a rather unremarkable tree, at about the height of Lucien's chest, he noticed a small hollow. Leaning slightly, Lucien peered into the hollow. While the tree's exterior was plain, the interior was anything but. The hollow was filled with galleons, sickles, and nuts, with galleons being the most abundant, casting a golden glow throughout. A small, platinum-colored niffler lay sprawled in the corner, clutching a coin in each of its little forepaws, its belly rising and falling as it slept soundly. The adorable sight of a niffler made Lucien smile, and he took a few coins from his pocket, gently placing them into the hollow. He scratched the niffler's belly, but it merely tightened its grip on the coins, remaining blissfully asleep. In a few days, I'll bring you some new treasures, Lucien whispered. He had already written to Aunt Penelope, requesting she send some jewelry and trinkets to the school, and it should be arriving soon. Nifflers are particularly fond of shiny and precious items, with a preference for variety. According to Newt, this is crucial for a niffler's mental well-being. Raising a niffler truly incurs a significant expense. Thankfully, he considered himself quite well off. A soft whinny, reminiscent of a foal, caught Lucien's attention, and he felt a gentle nudging against his pant leg. Looking down, he found Aurora, reaching out to pat its forehead. Lucien led the golden-hued unicorn to an open area. He pulled out berries washed in lake water and moonlit grass to feed Aurora, preparing to activate his magic eye to observe the unicorn's magical circuits. Suddenly, Lucien noticed an intriguing pattern resembling wings on Aurora's shoulder blades, its golden fur adorned with what appeared to be cloud-like markings. Upon inspecting the other side, he found a similar pattern. It hadn't been present yesterday. Neither Astrian nor Celine bore such markings. A mutation? A whirlpool of intrigue danced in Lucien's eyes. With the aid of his magic eye, he could see the changes in Aurora's magical circuits. Normally, a unicorn's magical circuits resemble a nearly closed circle, and even after its recovery, Aurora retained this shape. At present, Aurora's magical circuit exhibits some fluctuations akin to the tranquil surface of a lake disturbed by a few ripples, albeit subtle in nature. After recalling the intricacies of the magical structure weaving technique, Lucien quickly concluded that this was a benign circuit mutation. When genuinely altering the circuits of magical creatures, some degree of mutation invariably occurs, both advantageous and disadvantageous. However, since Aurora was merely undergoing a restoration rather than a true transformation, the extent of the mutation remained mild. Fortunately, it was indeed a positive mutation, which alleviated Lucien's concerns. He estimated that, by the summer break, the magical circuit would stabilize completely, allowing for a clearer understanding of the mutation's beneficial effects on Aurora. Ideally, The magical structure weaving technique is best employed during the growth phase of magical creatures when their bodies are more robust and their circuits exhibit higher plasticity. While young creatures possess significant malleability, their tender nature renders them more susceptible to danger. Following the spells encapsulated in the magical structure weaving technique, Lucien cast a dozen diverse charms upon the circuits within the little unicorn. Ultimately, he produced 2 vials of potion, applying one to Aurora's exterior, particularly her back and waist, and offering the other at her lips, reassuring her, "Don't worry, drinking this potion will hasten your recovery." Yet it was indeed quite bitter. The little unicorn emitted a soft whinny, and Lucien understood her sentiment. Will lemon sherbet sweet be in order after finishing? With a flourish, he conjured a bright yellow hard candy wrapped in transparent paper, dusted with a snowy white powder. Aurora gazed at the confection with a hint of timidity, calling out a few times, "Can I have another? Just one more? The brown chocolate frog?" Lucien instantly recognized her request and retrieved a box of chocolate frogs, taking care not to open it, lest the frogs liberate themselves. Aurora's eyes sparkled, eagerly consuming the potion from a vial. Subsequently, Lucien fed her both the lemon sherbet sweet and the chocolate frog in succession. To his surprise, the unicorn seemed rather fond of sweets, perhaps sharing a common interest with old Dumbledore. Chapter 140. To whom will Lucien present the trinkets? A glimpse at the magical stones challenges? In the Great Hall, despite the approaching mealtime, the number of students remained relatively sparse. This semester's finals included significant year-end examinations, and students had long since immersed themselves in the depths of their studies, particularly for the 5th and 6th years, who were preparing for the OWLs and NEWTs, exams pivotal in determining their future paths. Rumor had it that some upperclassmen were engulfed in severe anxiety, necessitating a few calming drafts from Madame Pomfrey. "Rest assured, you all are studying diligently. The year-end exams will pose no issues," Lucien reassured a few students he tutored, signaling them not to overly fret. This marked the first formal major examination since their arrival at Hogwarts, and whether it was Harry and his friends or Malfoy and Daphne, all exhibited varying degrees of nervousness. Suddenly, an owl soared across the long table, deftly dropping a moderately sized package right before Lucien. With a gentle flick of his wand, he unwrapped the parcel, surmising it was a delivery from Aunt Penelope. Upon opening it, he discovered, as expected, a beautifully crafted black box filled with an array of jewelry, necklaces, rings, brooches, and more. He perused the accompanying letter. "Dear Lucien, here are the jewels you requested. I specifically selected styles that young girls tend to favor. Time is a bit tight, so I couldn't customize them. Feel free to tell me what your friends like in your reply for next time." Upon reading the initial line, a peculiar expression crossed Lucien's face. Did my aunt perhaps misunderstand something? After all, these were not intended for gifting, but rather for a creature named Gigi. A quick glance at the assortment revealed that most pieces were indeed feminine in design, delicate and unpretentious. Composed of gold and silver, adorned with diamonds, emeralds, and sapphires, the selection was ample. That little rascal Gigi should quite like these. Others had also noticed the package Lucien received, but upon seeing the jewelry box, Harry, Ron, and Draco averted their gazes, displaying little interest. Only Ron pondered briefly about the worth of such items. Yet lacking familiarity with Muggle currency conversions, he resumed gnawing on his roast chicken wing. In contrast, Hermione and Daphne were intrigued, discreetly glancing at Lucien's profile and then back at the contents of the box. They discerned that many of the pieces were evidently tailored for young girls, prompting a shared curiosity. Is Lucien planning to gift these to someone? After all, they hardly resembled items he would keep for himself. Ultimately, Lucien merely closed the box and tucked it into his pocket, leaving Hermione and Daphne contemplating how to seize the opportunity to inquire further. A sudden burst of crimson flame flickered in midair as Fawkes emerged, issuing a melodic trill. Lucien grasped the meaning behind the phoenix's call and nodded gently, indicating his availability. Receiving the affirmation, Fawkes hovered above Lucien's head, igniting once more, and together they vanished in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Lucien found himself once again in the familiar confines of the headmaster's office. "Good afternoon, headmaster," he greeted. "Good afternoon, Lucien," Dumbledore replied leisurely as Lucien settled at the table. "As exams approach, your studies have become rather demanding. There have also been some developments at the Ministry. Fudge has been seeking my assistance lately." Listening to Dumbledore's casual discourse, Lucien realized that the year's grand events were on the horizon. Likely after the year-end examinations, Dumbledore would temporarily depart Hogwarts, allowing Quirrell and Tom to commence their machinations. Driven by the goal for which they had labored all year, the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore continued, However, there are numerous matters requiring oversight here at Hogwarts. And as an elderly man, my energy is somewhat lacking. Understanding the headmaster's implication, Lucien smiled slightly. Headmaster, how may I assist you in alleviating your burdens? A translucent red gemstone materialized on the table surface. Dumbledore stroked his beard, gesturing toward the Philosopher's Stone with a furrowed brow. Although it no longer possesses the power of immortality, there will always be those who wish to experiment with it. So I must keep it in the utmost safety here at Hogwarts. Of course, I've instructed the professors to establish numerous challenges to further ensure the stone's security. Upon hearing this, Lucien suppressed a smirk. Setting up preliminary challenges before finally placing the prize inside was indeed a clever ruse, albeit for an item that had long surpassed its prime. Moreover, the security of Hogwarts was fundamentally rooted in the presence of old Dumbledore himself. As for a school lacking Dumbledore's protection, well, a vibrant red feather, tipped with a hint of gold, was presented to Lucien. He accepted the feather from Fawkesbeak, casting a questioning glance at Dumbledore. Lucien, this is a tail feather from Fawkes. Should the need arise, igniting it will allow Fawkes to instantly return and assist me. Understanding the implication behind the Phoenix's feather, Lucien realized it was a contingency for any unforeseen circumstances requiring his timely intervention. In order for Chilo and the others to truly embark on their mission, it is likely that Dumbledore will refrain from employing any magical surveillance methods, so as not to inadvertently alert their adversaries. It is precisely because he is aware that Harry possesses the magic of love, which renders Voldemort incapable of harming him, that old Dumbledore feels so at ease. Another reason is that the energy contained within the Philosopher's Stone is no longer sufficient to resurrect Voldemort. Thus, looking back from the ultimate outcome, it appears that Voldemort's actions this time are futile, as he can neither eliminate Harry nor restore his power through the stone. What a fruitless endeavor indeed. By the way, Lucien, would you be interested in examining those challenges? They are the handiwork of our esteemed professors, and you may find joy in the process of deciphering them. Chapter 141, The Trials of the Professors. On the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle, within a certain chamber, lay a languid three-headed dog, each head large and fierce, some turning to glance around while others feigned slumber. As the wooden door creaked open, all three heads of Fluffy lifted in unison, gazing towards the entrance. Instead of barking ferociously, Fluffy began to wag his tail upon catching a scent from outside. When Dumbledore entered the room alongside Lucien, Fluffy barked in unison with all three mouths, then trotted over joyfully, presenting the central head before Lucien, seemingly awaiting stroke. Observing this scene, Dumbledore chuckled. It seems Fluffy has taken quite a liking to you. Lucien, with a generous demeanor, extended his hand to scratch Fluffy's scalp. I suppose I have always had an affinity with animals, not to mention the blessing of the unicorn I now carry. He produced 3 roasted legs of lamb, tossing them to Fluffy, each being caught mid-air by one of the massive mouths. Fluffy settled on the ground, 3 heads swaying gently as they savored the delectable lamb. Dumbledore and Lucien approached the trapdoor, which opened automatically. Lucien peered into the dark abyss below. Initially, he was met with a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of a serpent slithering through the foliage. The darkness below offered no glimmer of light, prompting Lucien to discreetly activate his magical eye. Instantly, his vision expanded to reveal a vast expanse of intertwining black and green vines, resembling a colossal serpent, coiling and undulating slowly. Just moments ago, the area appeared devoid of anything, yet it was now ensnared by the devil's snare. This magical plant possesses formidable constricting abilities, capable of restraining even the most massive of creatures for a time. However, its weaknesses are glaringly evident. It is fearful of light and fire. Ordinary beasts or common magical creatures find it challenging to produce light or flames, but for a wizard, it is a trivial task. For instance, the simplest illumination charm is taught to young witches and wizards in their very first spell class. Professor Sprout, who arranged this challenge, is truly kind-hearted. As long as one can recognize the devil's snare, they can easily pass, Lucien mused, with a flicker of brilliance. A small orb of light coalesced at the tip of his wand. As the orb detached from the wand and descended into the abyss, it suddenly expanded in size, radiating brilliant light. The serpentine vines recoiled, revealing a significant gap. Lucien transformed into an owl and soared downwards. As he neared the ground, he naturally shifted back into human form, landing gracefully. Looking up at the slowly mending devil snare, he noted that at this height, it could serve as a cushion. The head of Hufflepuff is indeed benevolent and considerate. Was that challenge not rather simple? Dumbledore inquired, having appeared beside him unannounced. Lucien nodded in agreement, indeed, as long as one can identify the devil's snare and recall its aversion to light and fire. Professor Sprout specifically mentioned this plant in our recent review class, indicating it was within the examination scope. It's like being fed a meal right to one's lips. The two traversed the corridor to the room at its end. The sound of flapping wings filled the air as countless gem-like birds flitted about the chamber. Upon closer inspection, Lucien realized they were not birds at all, but rather a multitude of winged keys. The challenge set forth by Professor Flitwick, he noted. Lucien approached the heavy wooden door on the opposite side of the room, observing the keyhole and memorizing its shape and size. Although he noticed a broomstick in the corner, he chose not to use it and transformed back into an owl. Relying solely on the owl's superior dynamic vision, he swiftly pinpointed his target, a large silver key with azure wings. With a few agile movements, Lucien seized the key and successfully navigated through the challenge devised by his own house's head. Dumbledore could not help but applaud softly, admiring Lucien's adeptness at Animagus transformation. Upon entering the next chamber, the previously dark environment was suddenly illuminated. The room itself resembled a vast chessboard, adorned with towering black and white pieces. This must be Professor McGonagall's Wizard's Chess Challenge, Lucien remarked, scanning the arrangement of the pieces. He shook his head at Dumbledore, headmaster. This challenge typically requires collaboration among several participants. Dumbledore, intrigued, inquired, "Are you suggesting an alternative solution?" Lucien waved his wand, declaring, "It is quite simple for the black pieces to win. A brute force method would involve shattering all the white pieces, or..." As he spoke, he flicked his wand, and the white pieces astonishingly transformed into black ones. Alternatively, one could merely turn all the white pieces into black ones, leaving only black pieces on the board. Dumbledore's mouth twitched at the corners beneath his beard. These pieces were imbued with McGonagall's own transfiguration, rendering them sturdy and stable. Ordinarily, young witches and wizards of this age would struggle to utilize spells to shatter the pieces, let alone employ advanced transfiguration techniques to overlay another layer of transformation. Yet Lucien was capable of doing so. You have struck at the very essence of the solution. Lucien, your magical proficiency aligns remarkably with your insights. As they proceeded to the next challenge, Lucien caught a whiff of a familiar foul odor even before crossing the threshold. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a troll, which appeared even larger than the one encountered during Christmas. Does Chilo have an affinity for trolls? Dumbledore mused as he noticed the eager demeanor of the young boy beside him, recalling the incident from Halloween night. Adjusting his glasses, he coughed lightly. "I believe it would be prudent to forego attempting the troll challenge." Lucien nodded, casting a regretful glance at the troll, who felt an inexplicable chill despite its dim-witted nature. It seems these challenges are somewhat simplistic. Perhaps they could benefit from further refinement. For instance, introducing Chinese chomping cabbages into the devil's snare, or incorporating traps with the flying keys. As for the troll, why not attempt some magical restructuring? I am now capable of modifying the magical circuits of magical creatures. Perhaps I could practice on this troll? Although altering an adult specimen can be quite cumbersome, it remains feasible if one does not seek long-term stability. After all, Harry and the others need not confront the troll themselves. Chilo could scout ahead. Lucien followed Dumbledore into the subsequent room. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold, purple and black flames erupted from the doors behind him and across from him. Lucien, unfazed, strolled to the center of the chamber, where a table held 7 bottles of various shapes. Beside them, a piece of parchment read, "Two among us can aid you. 1 propels you forward, while the other assists your return. 2 are nettle wine, and 3 are poisons. Allow me to offer you a few hints. The poisons are certainly to the left of the wines. The bottles at both ends contain different substances, yet neither can facilitate your advance. The sizes of the bottles vary, yet neither the giant nor the dwarf shall be the Grim Reaper. The second bottle from the left and the second from the right may appear dissimilar, but in truth, they are identical." After perusing the riddle, Lucien could not help but scoff internally. The trial set by Snape, ostensibly about potions, was merely a logical conundrum. The devil's snare relied on Hermione. The flying keys on Harry, wizard's chess on Ron, and the troll, well, on Quirrell. The potion challenge also depended on Hermione's expertise. Such clear division of labor. Chapter 142. The Academic Examinations. Holiday. In a chamber lined with potions, Lucien gazed at the 7 uniquely shaped vials on the table. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to the smallest bottle, which contained a potion that could aid one in traversing the black flames. He then indicated the vial on the far right, which would facilitate a return passage through the purple flames. Lucien subsequently elucidated the nature of the remaining potions, distinguishing the poisonous from the intoxicating. Dumbledore applauded, exclaiming, "Your answers are remarkably swift. To be frank, logical reasoning is a skill many wizards lack. There is no need to consume the potions. It is no easy feat even for Professor Snape to brew them." With that, Dumbledore waved his hand, causing both flames to vanish. Stepping into the final chamber, Lucien anticipated the sight of the mirror of Ariste. Retrieving Fox Feather from his pocket, Lucien inquired, "Headmaster, I trust you do not expect me to follow Harry and the others all the way to this ultimate trial?" Dumbledore nodded gently. "I shall teach you a minor spell, offering a superior perspective." Producing a silver bracelet adorned with sapphires, Dumbledore donned it upon his wrist and withdrew the Elder Wand, uttering a lengthy incantation. Lucien watched as Dumbledore approached the mirror of Ariste. Upon touching the surface with the jeweled hand, ripples cascaded across it, and in an instant, Dumbledore vanished into the mirror. Lucien raised an eyebrow, taken aback. "Ah, so this is the so-called minor spell? How many spells has old Dumbledore developed in his spare time?" He mused. That bracelet must be an alchemical artifact, likely combined with a complex spell. It seemed he would glean yet another clever trick from Dumbledore. The library at Hogwarts is a veritable treasure trove of knowledge, and this esteemed wizard before him is indeed a walking repository of wisdom. After demonstrating the spell, Dumbledore emerged from the mirror of Ariste and began to instruct Lucien on this minor enchantment. Thus commenced the examination week. The academic assessments proceeded methodically, with students employing uniform examination quills imbued with enchantments to deter any inclination towards dishonesty. "Breathe, do not be anxious," Ron repeatedly reassured himself before entering the examination hall. Observing this, Lucien offered solace. "Worry not. The final test I prepared was approached brilliantly by all of you. This year-end examination is merely another assessment. Simply perform as you usually do." Ron felt a slight alleviation of anxiety, recalling the diligent effort he had expended during the recent weeks. Weekly tests, monthly assessments, and the latest final examination, all of which had thoroughly prepared him. Strangely, his nerves began to ease considerably. In addition to the written examinations, practical assessments such as Transfiguration and potions were also on the agenda. Professor Flitwick required them to manipulate pineapples into performing a tap dance, with full marks awarded for a flawless traversal of a desk. Professor McGonagall demanded the transformation of a mouse into a snuff box, grading based on the box's intricacy. Lucien Grafton called McGonagall. Upon hearing his name, Lucien stepped into the examination room. McGonagall greeted him with a smile. "This should be a mere trifle for you. Yet Dumbledore mentioned you might surprise me." McGonagall could not fathom what additional feat Lucien might demonstrate, having previously witnessed his intricate and masterful transfiguration. In the next moment, McGonagall realized what the little surprise entailed. The dashing youth before her vanished, replaced by an owl with wings gently unfurled. Gazing at this seemingly ordinary owl, one commonly seen around the school, McGonagall's expression froze, her hand with the grading board momentarily paralyzed. Lucien had anticipated her reaction. Until now, only Dumbledore was aware of his transformation into an animagus, and after some reflection, he had discussed with Dumbledore the prospect of registering with the Ministry of Magic during the upcoming summer. Thus, he deemed it fitting to showcase his achievement to Professor McGonagall in advance. Since his animagus form remained unfinalized, he could shift at will. Should he attract the Ministry's attention for illegally being an animagus, it would pose a significant issue. Being expelled from Hogwarts and assigned to Azkaban would be a dire fate. There was still so much to learn, so many books yet to read. This summer promises to be bustling. There is an abundance to accomplish. Observing dragons at the breeding grounds, releasing Thunderbirds in North America alongside Newt, visiting the Ministry of Magic with Dumbledore, and of course, visiting the Weasley household. Naturally, he achieved a perfect score and exited the examination room. As the next candidate entered, Lucien engaged in casual conversation with Harry and the others. "Seamus Finnegan." An exclamation filled with anger and a tinge of terror erupted from within the examination hall, unmistakably belonging to Professor McGonagall. That name? It must belong to the infamous Gryffindor troublemaker. What could he have possibly done to elicit such a reaction from McGonagall? Lucien turned his gaze towards the examination door, curiosity piqued. Moments later, Seamus emerged with a woeful expression, his nose sniffling. Following a series of inquiries from Harry, the truth of the matter was soon revealed. It was rather simple. Seamus had blown up his mouse. After this brief interlude, the group proceeded to the next examination. The potions exam required the brewing of a forgetfulness potion. This task was not inherently difficult, barring Snape's ever-watchful gaze. It was rumored that one student, overwhelmed with anxiety, unconsciously sampled this potion to test its efficacy. Had it not been for Snape's intervention, the entire cauldron would have likely met its end within that student's stomach. The final examination was in history of magic, where students were tasked with answering questions such as, which ancient wizard invented this self-stirring cauldron? At last, liberation was at hand. After enduring a semester of trials, they could relish a week of freedom, awaiting their results before returning home for the summer. This feels even simpler than your tests, Lucien, Ron exclaimed with a grin upon exiting the examination hall. Hermione, however, engaged in a discussion of the answers with Lucien. Visibly distressed upon discovering she had miswritten a minor question. Only Harry remained silent, cradling his forehead as the lightning-shaped scar pulsed with searing pain. Chapter 143, Quirrell's Adventure begins. By the edge of the Black Lake, a colossal squid basked in the shallow waters, enjoying the warmth of the sun. The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan were playfully prodding at the squid's tentacles, which merely swayed lazily, paying little heed to the audacious youngsters. However, Harry, passing by the lake, was in no mood to join in the antics. He rubbed his forehead, attempting to alleviate the pain radiating from his scar, but to no avail. Harry, do not fret too much about the exam results. Lucien has taught us so much, we will surely pass with flying colors. Ron's attempts at reassurance did little to ease Harry's tension. He shook his head vigorously. No, I am pondering the Philosopher's Stone. A flurry of owls, carrying letters or parcels, swooped towards the castle. Harry looked up at the sight, surmising that these must be messages from the young wizard's parents inquiring about the holiday schedule. He was uncertain whether his aunt and the others would write to inquire, yet the one who penned him the most letters was none other than Hagrid. Hagrid! The dragon egg! In a moment of anguish, Harry grasped a fleeting inspiration, finally recalling something he had overlooked. With a sudden burst of energy, he leapt to his feet and dashed toward the Forbidden Forest. Ron and Hermione followed suit, albeit at a slower pace. Wait, Harry. Why the rush? Harry, breathless as he ran, hastily explained, it's the dragon egg. Hagrid is fond of fire dragons, but why would a person give him a dragon egg? It's too coincidental. The trio sprinted to the cabin, arriving just in time to see Hagrid seated outside, gently playing his flute, albeit slightly off-key. Hagrid, you were. After conversing with Hagrid, Harry instantly realized that someone had already discovered a way to circumvent Fluffy. The Philosopher's Stone was in jeopardy. I must find Dumbledore. Ron, Hermione. One of you needs to locate Lucius and explain the situation. We require his assistance. In the dead of night, the young wizards, having indulged in merriment, were now largely fatigued and resting. The entire castle had fallen into a serene silence. In a dimly lit corridor, Quirrell, donned in a purple robe and a long scarf, walked silently. Today, Dumbledore had been urgently summoned to London to attend to pressing matters at the Ministry of Magic. After the recent end-of-year examinations, it was one of the most relaxed evenings for students and professors alike. Quirrell recognized this as the perfect opportunity, and Voldemort urged him to act swiftly. As he wandered through the castle, Quirrell reflected on the information regarding the various obstacles. He had expended considerable effort and time gathering sufficient intelligence from the professors, all to ensure a swift resolution to seize the Philosopher's Stone, withdraw from Hogwarts, and then allow Voldemort, residing within him, to resurrect, helping him regain his corporeal form and granting him freedom. Before long, Quirrell reached a corridor on the 4th floor, his target locked onto a dilapidated wooden door. Pausing before the entrance, he closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. There was no turning back for him. Since his encounter with Voldemort in the dark forest of Albania, he had no alternatives. Go forth, my loyal servant, and procure the Philosopher's Stone for me. Whispers echoed in Quirrell's mind, urging him to hasten his actions. With a silent sigh, Quirrell produced a harp from within his robes and waved his wand. The harp enlarged. Its strings began to play autonomously, producing a cascade of melodious music. Watching the harp perform, Quirrell felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated that the fearsome three-headed dog would fall asleep merely upon hearing music. Even more surprising was how easily Hagrid divulged information after a few drinks. Quirrell felt a twinge of regret, realizing he needn't have squandered his savings on a dragon egg merely to extract information. After a moment's wait, as the unmistakable sound of snoring emanated from within, Quirrell opened the wooden door and stepped inside. The three-headed dog was indeed asleep, its massive heads drooping to the ground, drool pooling as it slumbered. Quirrell casually tossed the harp into a corner and waved his wand to shift the dog's bulk, revealing a trapdoor beneath. Lifting the trapdoor, he beheld the writhing, snake-like vines below. The Devil's Snare. Professor Sprout was as benevolent as ever. Quirrell chose not to illuminate the area or conjure flames. Instead, he leapt directly onto the Devil's Snare. After all, it served as a ready cushion, so why not take advantage? Upon landing, he did not take the time to scrutinize, failing to notice the rounded object ensnared in the center of the devil's snare. Suddenly, a burst of light illuminated the space. The vines of the devil's snare released Quirrell one by one, allowing him to descend to the ground below. As he landed, he heard a series of hard objects colliding, seemingly having fallen simultaneously with him. Pointing his wand to the ground and utilizing the illumination to discern the area, he discovered a scattering of rounded yellow-green cabbages on the ground, which continued to drop from above as the devil's snare attracted. Initially, Quirrell did not register the significance of the cabbages. His gathered intelligence had not mentioned anything about them. The first cabbage to fall appeared to awaken, cracking open to reveal 2 rows of gleaming black teeth that clacked ominously. As an exemplary graduate of Ravenclaw, Quirrell was quite adept in herbology, and in that moment, he recognized the cabbages for what they truly were. No, not these cabbages. These are Chinese chomping cabbages. Quirrell quickly cast a protective shield around himself, though in his haste. It was insufficiently robust. The chomping cabbage lunged forward, viciously tearing through his protective barrier and sinking its teeth into his left arm. With a sharp tearing sound, fabric and flesh were shredded, and had Quirrell not been experienced enough to retract his hand swiftly, he might well have bid farewell to his left hand once again. Damn it, not the left hand again. Quirrell repeatedly unleashed fire spells, the most effective means of dealing with the chomping cabbages. His strategy was sound, yet the sheer number of cabbages was overwhelming. Moreover, the fiercer the flames blazed, the faster the devil's snare contracted, leading to an increased descent of chomping cabbages. Ultimately, Quirrell emerged with his left hand and right calf bitten, his robes in tatters, having vanquished all the chomping cabbages. He limped into the corridor, making his way toward the next room. Quirrell gritted his teeth against the pain, gasping for breath. What has become of Professor Sprout, hiding chomping cabbages within the devil's snare? No matter the physical suffering, the Philosopher's Stone is within reach. Once I am resurrected, restoring your health will be a trivial matter. Voldemort's whispers echoed once more, provoking a wave of impatience within Quirrell, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Next was Professor Flitwick's challenge. He had once been my headmaster, and I know him well. I trust what he says. That obstacle cannot be difficult. Chapter 144, Quirrell, my colleagues are betraying me. Upon entering the room of the flying keys, Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the small, winged keys. Indeed, this matched what Professor Flitwick had described. Quirrell was familiar with his headmaster. He was undoubtedly a good-natured man, known to have shared tea and delightful little cakes with him during his school days. Grabbing a broom, Quirrell mounted it and began searching for a key that resembled the shape of the keyhole on the door. He quickly locked onto a silver key with sky-blue wings. Though he was not particularly skilled in Quidditch, Quirrell's flying abilities were adequate, and after a brief struggle, he managed to seize the key. Just as he prepared to land and unlock the door, a voice, accompanied by the sound of mechanical gears, suddenly rang out from the key. He stared at the key, noticing a mouth had sprouted from its handle, reciting a question. What was the name of the goblin commander who instigated the Goblin Rebellion in 1612? What? Quirrell thought. Bewildered, Professor Flitwick had not mentioned anything about answering questions. 3, 2. The key began a countdown, prompting Quirrell to frantically search his memory, attempting to recall the history of magic knowledge he had studied in school. 1. Boom! A burst of icy mist erupted from the key's surface, engulfing Quirrell's face. Immediately afterward, he felt the key slip from his grasp. Quirrell wiped his face and began to doubt whether Professor Flitwick had deceived him as well. No more delays. He needed to find the correct key. Voldemort's mildly irate voice echoed, compelling Quirrell to move swiftly. First, he recalled the question, confirming the name of the goblin commander. Only then did he continue his search for the target key. Once again, he darted about the room, and Quirrell successfully captured the key, brimming with confidence as he prepared to respond. What does the Peruvian viper tooth prefer to eat? The goblin commander is. As Chi Luo spoke halfway through, he found himself bewildered. Wait, why has the question changed? Surely, he hadn't grasped the wrong key. 3, 2, hold on. Bang. The familiar blue and white light once again obscured his vision, igniting a surge of frustration within him. If they were going to change the question, did they truly believe he was incapable of answering? Did they not comprehend what it meant to be a Ravenclaw prodigy? Without the need for Voldemort's urging, Chi Luo had already taken flight, darting towards the key adorned with azure wings. This time, he dismissed the previous question from his mind, realizing it was futile. It was far better to concentrate on preparing for the new inquiry. With a growing familiarity, he seized the key and awaited its question. What do you obtain when you mix moonstone powder with the blood of a bicorn? 3, 2, air mucilage, which can be used to brew the potion for underwater breathing. Upon hearing Chi Luo's answer, the mouth on the surface of the key snapped shut. Huh, that wasn't too difficult. Professor Flitwick's test was indeed characteristic of Ravenclaw. Chi Luo reminisced about his school days, recalling how every entrance to the Ravenclaw common room required answering the riddle at the bronze door. Confidently, he inserted the key into the hole on the door and gave it a gentle twist. Yet, the key refused to budge. Chi Luo was taken aback. There must be a mistake. Suppose you arrive at a fork in the road, one path leading to the village of honesty and the other to the village of lies. A villager stands at the crossroads, and you may only ask him one question. What should you ask to find the way to the village of honesty? A voice, mechanical yet louder, echoed forth. Chi Luo stared blankly at the imposing door before him, which not only gaped open, but also revealed a brass-colored eye that fixated on him. 3, 2. Panic surged within Chi Luo as he scrambled for an answer, but time was slipping away. 1. Fool. The door uttered this scathing remark, before spewing a torrent of icy water mixed with slush, drenching Chi Luo from head to toe. He couldn't help but sneeze. Ah! Again. The competitive spirit of Ravenclaw overwhelmed Chi Luo, and with reddened eyes, he shouted in fury. Ultimately, Chi Luo proved that the Sorting Hat's decision to place him in Ravenclaw was indeed correct. After he departed, the mouth on the key, along with the gaping mouth and eye on the door, vanished without a trace as if they had never existed. Entering the next room, he beheld the chessboard and the enlarged wizard's chess pieces. Chi Luo was already aware of the trick. It required multiple participants sacrificing themselves to succeed. However, he saw no need for such cooperation. A simple layer of transfiguration would suffice. All he needed to do was turn the white pieces into black. Chi Luo lightly tapped his wand, casually pointing at a piece. He waited 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The piece remained unchanged. Idiot, can't you see? Those pieces are already layered with dozens of transfiguration spells. Ha, how impressive. Such mastery of transfiguration is indeed rare in the world. Voldemort's voice resounded, helping Chi Luo identify the issue while also lavishing high praise on the challenge. Chi Luo merely listened obediently. Professor McGonagall had been a professor during his time at school, and he had naturally experienced her authority. Now, his respect for Professor McGonagall had deepened even further. Just destroy those pieces. Ordinary magic won't work. The pieces are fortified with strong defensive spells, likely alchemical in nature. Use the dark magic I taught you quickly. Upon hearing Voldemort's unyielding command, Chi Luo gritted his teeth and tore a piece of flesh from his already injured left arm, casting it towards the chessboard. He waved his wand and murmured an obscure, guttural incantation. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Meanwhile, Harry, having gathered Ron and Hermione, was preparing to sneak out of the common room. Are you planning to go out again? A voice from the corner of the room made the trio's hearts skip a beat. Neville emerged from behind a chair, blocking their path. If you get caught again, Gryffindor will be in trouble. I'm gonna stop you. With that, Neville raised his chubby little fists. Come on, let's have a go. We really have urgent matters. Neville, move aside quickly. No. Suddenly, Hermione raised her wand. I'm so sorry, Neville. Petri Ficus Totalis. Neville's arms snapped to his sides, and the young man stood rigidly before toppling over. The three rushed out of the common room. Dumbledore isn't even here, and we haven't found Lucien. It's just the three of us. Ron muttered under his breath as they walked, but Harry immediately interrupted him. Right now, we are the only ones who can protect the Philosopher's Stone. Plus, Lucien taught us some basic dark magic defense spells. We can do this. After Chi Luo sacrificed a portion of flesh from his left arm, he finally shattered the chess pieces. As he passed through the room, he paid no mind to the pieces slowly restoring themselves. That no longer mattered. The next challenge was of his own design, a mere giant troll. Though his colleagues had betrayed him, he would not betray himself. Furthermore, Chi Luo had secretly embedded a curse within the troll's head, ready to detonate at the mere flick of his wand. He cast a bubble charm over its mouth and nose, filtering out the noxious odor. Chi Luo kicked the door open and raised his wand, ready for a swift resolution. Caw, caw, caw. An eerie howl echoed in the room as a creature emerged from the shadows. Chi Luo's gaze sharpened, nearly causing him to lose grip on his wand. What is that? Where's my troll? Chapter 145. Where did the troll go? What did you see in the mirror of Ariste? Thud, thud, thud. In the depths of the room before Chi Luo, the vast shadow suddenly seemed to gain weight, accompanied by heavy footsteps. A bizarre creature materialized from the darkness of the corner. It resembled a humanoid form, with arms and legs disproportionately long. Its arms nearly grazed the ground. Its body resembled a moving fortress, nearly touching the 7 or 8 meter high ceiling. Its slate gray skin was covered in thick ice armor, with cracked lines revealing an eerie blue glow beneath. Twisted ice crystal horns on its head refracted light in the dim glow, while its blood-red eyes fixated intensely on Chi Luo. Chi Luo's wand trembled in his hand. "No, it can't be," he rasped, his voice trembling with shock and fear. Typically, a troll stand around 4 meters tall. The one he had placed in the challenge was slightly larger, but definitely not over 5 meters. The creature before him far exceeded the limits of a troll, rivaling even the strongest pure-blood giants. Moreover, trolls could not wield magic, relying solely on brute strength for combat. Yet this peculiar creature was entirely enveloped in menacing ice armor, and with its movement, thick frost spread around it. Chi Luo was baffled as to where his prepared troll had gone and attempted to activate the traps he had set. Puff! A wisp of pale green smoke issued from the back of the towering creature's head, producing a faint sound. This, Chi Luo's pupils constricted. This feedback indicated that the creature before him was indeed the troll he had placed in the challenge. But why had the curse's potency diminished so drastically? Had someone altered his dark magic? Although he had not sustained any injuries, it seemed to have enraged the creature. It twisted its neck with a gurgling sound and charged forward, its enormous feet closing the distance to Chi Luo in mere strides. Ice rapidly coalesced in its massive hands, forming a thick, club-like weapon in an instant. Chi Luo instinctively prepared to retreat. Bang! The door behind him slammed shut. With no other option, Chi Luo could only leap to the side. The cerulean mace, imbued with a chilling aura, forcefully struck against Quirrell's turban with a resounding crash that reverberated throughout the room. Quirrell had just begun to distance himself, intending to dispatch this peculiar creature with a spell from afar, when a sudden sharp pain pierced through his back and the back of his thigh. The impact of the mace against the ground had unleashed a barrage of icy spikes, 2 of which fortuitously pierced Quirrell's back and right leg. Pathetic. The frigid voice of Voldemort echoed in Quirrell's mind, colder than the ice itself. Subsequently, Quirrell felt his body slipping from his control, as if his flesh and blood had inexplicably vanished, leaving him looking significantly more gaunt. A surge of mad, sinister magic erupted within him. With power at hand, it was time to act. Voldemort's voice gradually dimmed. He intended to reserve his strength for the final hurdle, unaware of what cunning plans Dumbledore had in store. "Thank you, Hermione, for identifying the devil's snare in time," Harry exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Professor Sprout had specifically reviewed it in their recent herbology class. Hermione flicked the flame at the tip of her wand, extinguishing it. "All right, let us move forward." As they entered the next chamber, they pushed the door open to find a multitude of jewel-like, vibrant birds fluttering about. "Phew, you scared me with that noise. I thought it was a fire dragon or a ghost, but it's just birds," Ron said, patting his chest in relief. "No, those aren't T-birds. They're keys," Harry exclaimed, his gaze scanning the room's corners. Soon, he spotted several flying broomsticks. Ron examined the lock, speculating the key is quite large, probably silver, perhaps resembling a doorknob. The trio mounted their broomsticks, and under the leadership of Harry, the youngest seeker of the century, they ultimately cornered the large key adorned with sky-blue wings. "Got it!" Harry cried triumphantly, descending before the grand door, inserting the key into the lock and twisting it. With a resounding click, the door swung open. "That wasn't too difficult. Let's push on, we can handle this." Quirrell staggered into the final room. He bid farewell once again to his left arm, and his right leg, marred and bleeding, moved stiffly. Cough, cough, achoo. Coughs and sneezes alternated from Quirrell's mouth. "Who disturbed my troll?" Quirrell murmured, almost collapsing to the floor in confusion and resentment. "Do not dwell on the current pain. Hope lies just ahead." Voldemort's voice, now tinged with surprise and excitement, urged him on. "Quick, go to that mirror." Quirrell looked up to see a mirror standing in the center of the room. Limping forward, he scrutinized the ornate mirror before him, which towered almost to the ceiling, its gilded frame supported by claw-like feet. Noticing an inscription at the top, Quirrell squinted, straining his eyes to read, "Eris, Stellus." Suddenly, he observed a transformation in his reflection. His previously emaciated form appeared robust and strong, his pallid complexion now tinged with a healthy flush. The turban atop his head had vanished, replaced by a cascade of thick, flowing black hair. A shadowy, misty apparition detached itself from his crown and swiftly soared away. Then, Quirrell saw himself in the mirror holding a book. The scene shifting to a tranquil study, illuminated by soft light and the occasional rustle of pages. Staring at this vision, Quirrell became entranced, involuntarily extending his remaining right hand to touch the mirror-esque surface, a solitary tear escaping the corner of his eye. "Quirrell, what do you see?" The chilling voice resonated in his mind, causing Quirrell to shudder and snap back to reality. Indeed, he remained a cripple, his mind still a vessel for an evil soul, yearning for liberation. Master, I saw myself obtaining the Sorcerer's Stone and presenting it to you. I became the Minister of Magic under your protection. Quirrell refrained from revealing the true contents of his vision, instead fabricating a scenario that Voldemort would surely delight in. Ah, splendid. But where is the Sorcerer's Stone? Voldemort's indifferent voice pierced Quirrell's nerves like a dagger. Cold sweat dripped from Quirrell's forehead as he stifled coughs and sneezes, too fearful to respond. Voldemort, unfazed, pondered the puzzle before him. The Sorcerer's Stone must lie within that mirror. But how to extract it? Visible yet intangible. Time slipped by and, suddenly, the door to the room burst open. I will protect the Sorcerer's Stone and prevent you from taking it. Harry, with his robes dusted, charged in, gazing resolutely at the figure before him. Quirrell, why are you here? Chapter 146. The Sorcerer's Stone in the Pocket. The Man in the Mirror. Professor Quirrell, why are you here? Harry stood agape, recognizing the figure before him. Despite Quirrell's disheveled appearance, Harry's mind immediately associated him with the harmless Professor Quirrell. Though he often stammered and conducted lackluster lessons, reeking of garlic, Harry had always perceived him as a good person. Despite being dismissed by students, Quirrell had consistently demonstrated dedication, arriving and departing punctually, never overstaying his welcome. Harry recalled a recent encounter where he had witnessed Quirrell being threatened by Snape. In contrast, Snape appeared far more sinister. Shouldn't it be Snape who was here? Are you trying to steal the Sorcerer's Stone? Harry questioned incredulously, struggling to reconcile the stuttering professor with the mastermind seeking the stone. Quirrell, however, was too lost in the vision of his future to respond. Would those dreams come to fruition? Haha, Severus does indeed seem less than virtuous. Flitting about like a bat, obscuring our view, who would pay heed to a stuttering, cowardly Quirrell? A piercing, harsh voice echoed in Harry's ears. Yet he distinctly observed Quirrell's lips remain sealed. How unfortunate that during that Quidditch match without Dumbledore, it was an opportunity to eliminate you. Alas. It was that old fool. In the end, Harry stared in shock at Quirrell, realizing he was the true culprit. Yet, Harry was bewildered, as Quirrell still held his silence, while words crept into his ears. Simultaneously, Harry felt the throbbing scar on his forehead intensifying. With that voice's persistence, the burning sensation became nearly tangible. Let me see him. See this great, unkillable boy. Each word was pronounced slowly, filled with disdain and loathing, yet beneath it lay a tinge of fear. Obediently, Quirrell turned, gradually unwrapping the purple turban from around his head. As he let the fabric fall away, he gazed into the mirror, once more witnessing the serene scene of a healthy, refined version of himself engrossed in a book in the study. Meanwhile, Harry's pupils constricted with each of Quirrell's movements, the pain radiating from his scar causing him to clench his fists. As the turban fell to the ground, what was once the back of his head revealed a face as pallid as chalk. It seemed singed by fire, the features blurred and grotesque, twisting like wax. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and beneath them were elongated, snake-like nostrils. Harry Potter, unimpeded by the turban, the voice slithered into Harry's ear like a whisper. The last time we met, you were but an infant. Oh, how small you were back than your father and mother. Ah, the brave yet feeble resistance. Harry pressed one hand against his forehead, tears, whether of sorrow or anguish, trickling down like a steady drip. Voldemort, Voldemort. Yes, indeed, praise my illustrious name. Ha ha ha. Surrender the Philosopher's Stone to me. A mad, unrestrained laughter erupted from Voldemort's lips, tormenting Harry's eardrums. Go forth, my child Quirrell. That fool must know where the stone resides. Quirrell snapped his fingers with a loud crack. Harry found himself bound by ropes that appeared from thin air, tightly ensnared. With a lingering glance at the image in the mirror, Quirrell let out a barely perceptible sigh, turning his gaze towards Harry. Harry, resistance is futile. Just as Quirrell was about to step forward, preparing to inquire about the whereabouts of the stone, a sharp command halted his movements, a voice belonging to Voldemort. Voldemort's scarlet eyes widened, fixating intently on the mirror. What did he see? In the reflection, a figure stood with its back to him. The figure was clad in robes, its dark golden hair cascading casually over its shoulders. Positioned at a workbench, hands deftly flying, various potion ingredients were chopped and ground, then methodically deposited into a cauldron. The flames flickered in unusual hues, constantly shifting, occasionally manifesting mixed colors that enveloped the cauldron's base. Observing this silhouette, Voldemort felt a sense of unfamiliarity mixed with an odd recognition. Just as Voldemort began to ponder, he noticed the figure abruptly cease its movements. It then gestured with a hand, and the flames instantaneously reverted to a mundane orange-yellow. Upon that pristine palm rested a gem, a translucent red stone. Voldemort's pupils constricted sharply. His face twitching, the Philosopher's Stone. Manipulating Quirrell's body to retreat, albeit awkwardly, Voldemort's face quickly leaned closer to the mirror. His gaze brimmed with insatiable greed and longing. Fixated upon that gem, the reflection's figure casually tucked the Philosopher's Stone into its pocket, as if it were merely an ordinary trinket. As Quirrell awkwardly leaned against the mirror of Ariste, Harry struggled to free himself from the ropes. However, the bindings were too tight, causing him to tumble onto the hard floor. Ignoring the pain, Harry wriggled and shifted, vowing never to bow to Voldemort. He must devise a way to seize the Philosopher's Stone first, to thwart Voldemort's nefarious scheme. He needed to buy time to hold on until Professor Dumbledore returned, to witness Voldemort's defeat with his own eyes. As Harry moved, an inexplicable impulse compelled him to glance at Quirrell, catching sight of a corner of the mirror. In a reflection, he too lay on the ground, entirely bound. But soon, those ropes began to dissolve on their own, and he swiftly stood up. His expression no longer one of fear and anxiety, but instead revealed a smile. The Harry in the mirror reached into his pocket, retrieving a translucent red stone. He winked at the Harry on the floor, before placing the stone back into his pocket. In that instant, Harry felt a heavy object materialize in his own pocket. The sensation at his thigh, combined with the image he had just seen, sparked a thought in his mind. He had obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Efforts to calm his racing heart soon yielded clarity. His task now was to conceal it. Voldemort surely had no inkling that the stone would suddenly appear in his pocket. So as long as he endured, as long as he hid the Philosopher's Stone, he could withstand until Dumbledore's rescue. Harry subtly adjusted his posture, pressing the pocket containing the stone beneath him. Just as he felt the stone nestled within his pocket, a light chuckle echoed from the mirror of Ariste. This sound seemed to carry from a great distance, audible only to Voldemort and Quirrell, who were pressed close to the mirror. Voldemort watched as the figure extinguished the flames, leisurely pouring the potion from the cauldron into a crystal vial. "Good evening, Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts." The figure finally turned, emerald green eyes locking onto Voldemort, a charming and handsome smile gracing their lips. In that moment, Voldemort finally recognized the source of his familiarity. Lucien Grafton, Chapter 147, The Temptation of Voldemort. Lucien Grafton. Upon seeing the visage of the figure in the mirror, Voldemort murmured the name with a haunting resonance. Truthfully, he had never anticipated encountering this face tonight. As his thoughts spiraled, Voldemort composed his words. "Lucien, this is our formal introduction. I am the mysterious figure known as the Dark Lord. I trust you have heard my name before." A trace of smugness and arrogance twisted Voldemort's terrifying face, as if he awaited Lucien's astonished acquiescence. Yet Lucien remained unperturbed, casually placing the crystal vial containing the potion on the table, provoking a flicker of interest in Voldemort's gaze. After all, Voldemort had witnessed Lucien using the Philosopher's Stone to concoct this potion. His quest for the stone was indeed for the elixir of life, to restore his corporeal form. Voldemort believed he would finally achieve this year's ambition. He reconsidered. Lucien could indeed be easily swayed. A prodigiously gifted child, a boy unopposed to dark magic, a seeker of knowledge. He needed a mentor as learned and powerful as Voldemort. "Lucien, after me, you are the most exceptional student at Hogwarts. Your talents are remarkable. Yet how much knowledge can you truly acquire at Hogwarts? Have you ventured into the restricted section? That is the true treasure trove." Upon hearing this, Lucien's eyes sparkled. Indeed, the restricted section housed an abundance of invaluable tomes, and in the past year, he had barely scratched the surface. It was uncertain whether he could borrow books during the summer break. Perhaps he should inquire with old Dumbledore before vacation. Sensing Lucien's reaction, Voldemort believed he had successfully enticed him. The mere mention of knowledge would surely ensnare Lucien. Over the course of the year, Voldemort had confirmed that Lucien was indeed a true Ravenclaw, an eagle fervently pursuing knowledge and wisdom. Alas, that stubborn old fool Dumbledore would never permit students to access such knowledge or attempt truly formidable dark magic. Do you think he is protecting you? No. He fears that a genius like you will one day surpass him, just as he once guarded against me. Voldemort's tone rose, imbued with a seductive quality, both prying open Lucien's inner defenses and venting his own grievances from the past. Listening to Voldemort's impassioned oration, Lucien felt a desire to applaud. No wonder he had amassed a multitude of followers during his student days, later consolidating numerous devotees to serve him. TSK Even if Tom lacked magical prowess, he could still thrive based solely on his eloquence. A career as a businessman or politician would suit him well. Indeed, his subsequent rhetoric should be about grand visions. But I am willing to share my lifelong knowledge with you. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and allow me to revive myself. Once I possess the secret of immortality, I shall grant you eternal life alongside me. Together, we shall share knowledge and glory. Upon hearing this, Quirrell could not help but sigh. He had once succumbed to Voldemort's temptations in the Forbidden Forest. Knowledge, glory. How could a Ravenclaw, a gifted wizard, refuse? Yet upon hearing these words, Lucien's lips twitched. What a preposterous proposition. Lucien could no longer contain his laughter. Ha! Your promises hold little persuasive power, having been defeated by a mere infant. Lucien's words echoed from the mirror, instantly darkening Voldemort's expression. Defeated by a baby. The great Voldemort could never have lost to Harry Potter. The latent extremities and brutality within the fragmented soul were ignited, as Voldemort seized control of Quirrell's body and forcefully swung his wand. Whoosh! A pitch-black arrow entwined with mist shot directly towards Harry, its tip aimed at his heart. Yet, the anticipated scream did not resound. Master! Quirrell exclaimed, astounded to see a creature suddenly materialize before Harry. Its light golden scales, alabaster horns, and crystalline eyes reminiscent of pure glass were unmistakable. It was this very being that had once protected the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest and had burned Quirrell's arm. Quirrell's head turned sharply. Voldemort's gaze fixed upon the peculiar creature that stood as a barrier before Harry. Ha 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 ha, splendid, splendid indeed. So this is how it is, Lucien. You truly surprise me. Voldemort had not anticipated that the creature encountered in the Forbidden Forest would appear here, its extraordinary vitality etched into his memory. He was astounded by the bountiful gains of this night. Lucien, with your talents, you ought not to squander your time at Hogwarts. Come with me, Voldemort declared confidently while twisting his neck, but upon glancing back at the mirror, his words abruptly ceased. The reflection had become blank. Lucien had vanished. The pedestal had disappeared, and the potions upon it had also ceased to exist. In the next instant, the entire mirror faded from view. What filled Voldemort's sight was a flash of crimson light. However, Voldemort was no Quirrell. The disparity in their combat experience and reflexes was monumental. The tip of his wand erupted with blue-violet electricity, colliding fiercely with the red curse. Crackle, crackle, a piercing, shrill sound erupted from the point of magical collision. Silencing charm. Voldemort's scarlet eyes locked onto Lucien, who was engaging him in this duel. Heh, to master silent casting in your first year is quite impressive. Your potential is indeed remarkable. Instantly, as he commandeered Quirrell's body, a surge of sinister and formidable magic began to manifest, breaking through the stalemate of clashing spells. Voldemort casually unleashed arcs of electricity, frost, and toxic mist, all of which Lucien adeptly dispelled. Rather than inciting anger, Voldemort nodded approvingly, a smile of appreciation gracing his features. Excellent. Your studies in defense against the dark arts this year have not been in vain. One must remain calm and composed in battle. Voldemort focused much of his attention on the peculiar creature, the conflict in the Forbidden Forest still vividly resonating in his mind, particularly the creature's ability to negate apparition. However, this was Hogwarts, where apparition was rendered ineffective. Voldemort remained vigilant against any potential sneak attacks from the creature, while simultaneously seeking to influence Lucien through his words during the battle. Lucien, how much of the magic you've learned, how much of the knowledge you possess, do you believe was taught by Quirrell, and how much was imparted by me? Your progress and development deserve due gratitude towards me. After unleashing dozens, if not hundreds, of spells in a brief span, Lucien exhaled softly, having warmed up. With a click, he activated the brass pocket watch in his left hand, its transformation shimmering briefly, revealing a finely crafted revolver grasped firmly within his grip, bullets automatically loading into the chamber. Raising the gun, he aimed at Voldemort. You wicked dark wizard, daring to masquerade as my esteemed professor. Chapter 148, The Wrath of Voldemort, Transfiguration. Upon witnessing Lucien brandish a muggle weapon, Voldemort scoffed disdainfully. His early experiences had granted him a familiarity with muggle life, and he understood the nature of firearms. Fully aware of their potential, Voldemort recognized that there was no need for him to evade or seek cover. He merely conjured layers of iron armor around himself, impenetrable barriers shielding him. Even if Lucien were to conjure more powerful muggle firearms, they would not breach a shield, serving only to squander magical energy. A mocking smirk curled at the corners of his lips as Voldemort prepared to deliver a lesson to Lucien. Given his innate talent, It was imperative that he delve into the intricacies of magic rather than regress to the mundane techniques of muggles. Voldemort intended to subjugate Lucien, eager for the boy to comprehend the vast chasm between them. Bang! The gunshot erupted, reverberating within the room. Several ethereal shattering sounds echoed almost simultaneously. Voldemort's smile had yet to unfold when a chilling alarm suddenly rang out. A faint pain surged through him, and Voldemort erupted in a thick, swirling black mist, obscuring the situation within. With Lucien's call, brilliant flames ignited along the surface of the little Chelan, swiftly enveloping the entire room. As the black mist dissipated, Voldemort was revealed, a significant portion of his left chest and abdomen missing, his pulsating heart faintly visible. Voldemort's gaze bore into Lucien, fixated on the revolver in his hand, focusing on the dark muzzle. Lucien, you truly can deliver surprises. Is this alchemy? No, it doesn't resemble it. The ability to penetrate and dismantle magical shields instantaneously. How intriguing, unfazed by his bodily harm. Voldemort had long grown accustomed to such pain, and besides, it was not his own body. A fleeting glance at the workbench behind Lucien revealed crystal vials filled with potions. Lucien marveled at Voldemort's reflexes. After all, he was the Dark Lord who nearly conquered Britain, demonstrating exceptional prowess in the realm of dark magic and self-preservation. Yet, despite his admiration, Lucien's hands never faltered. One hand wielded the wand, while the other maintained the firearm. Voldemort exerted tremendous pressure on Quirrell's body, the flesh and blood shrinking once more. The horrific wound on his chest and abdomen oozed not a single drop of blood, entirely transmuted by Voldemort's dark magic. In exchange for this sacrifice, he gained a fleeting yet overwhelming surge of magic. Within a sea of crimson and gold flames, amidst the sweltering air distortion, dazzling spells danced freely. After realizing that attempts to obstruct Lucien's bullets with transfigured objects were largely ineffective, Voldemort concentrated on dodging and evading. The pressure Voldemort exerted on Lucien became increasingly evident. As he recklessly unleashed his magical power, the spells he employed grew more diverse, flowing together with remarkable ease and grace. Rather than a battle, it resembled a grand orchestral performance. The spells were notes, composing an elegant symphony under Voldemort's wand. Many of the incantations were unfamiliar to Lucien, who diligently focused on his defensive maneuvers. Voldemort was a seasoned wizard, possessing a battle system uniquely his own. For him, spells had become constraints and limitations. However, Lucien recognized this as an exceptional opportunity for learning. Previously, Quirrell merely relayed Voldemort's knowledge, but this no-retreat, practical training was a rare find. There were no enemies here, merely teachers. In this moment, Voldemort resembled a strict instructor, unveiling his combat philosophy to Lucien. Lucien, you are astute. You must have discerned that the knowledge I imparted to you has long encompassed dark magic. Those dark arts are truly powerful. The world shuns them merely out of fear of their might. Yet that hypocritical old fool Dumbledore would never permit a first-year student to engage with such matters. Voldemort anticipated a look of fear and tension to manifest on Lucien's face, like a serpent poised to seize the vulnerabilities that would inevitably surface. However, none appeared. Lucien remained composed, responding to Voldemort with a relentless barrage of spells and a flurry of bullets. Witnessing this, Voldemort's words turned sharp and mocking. To think a noble wizard would resort to muggle weaponry. How utterly shameless. Lucien dismissed this as mere trash talk. Who couldn't engage in such banter? Not long ago, he had seen a medal in the trophy room, inscribed with a name that resonated with muggle origins. Tom Riddle. Sounds quite like a muggle name, doesn't he? In an instant, Voldemort fell silent. The next moment, a flash of green light erupted. Avada Kedavra faced with Voldemort's furious strike. Lucien deftly evaded the Avada Kedavra. At the very moment Lucien shifted, a tendril of black mist suddenly surged forth, seizing the crystal vial from the table. Observing this, Lucien quickly tapped his wand, unleashing a flurry of spells, yet all were skillfully bypassed by the serpentine fog. The black mist, now clutching the crystal vial, returned to Voldemort's presence. Gazing at the potion, Voldemort could not suppress a chuckle. Lucien, you are still far too young. Noticing the gleeful expression on Voldemort's face, Lucien shook his head. Aren't you afraid it might be poison? I possess my own means of investigation, and this concoction is suffused with vibrant life and potent magic. Voldemort unscrewed the vial and inhaled its aroma, becoming enraptured. What rational being would go to such lengths to concoct a poison using the Philosopher's Stone? My boy, you are simply inexperienced. As Voldemort downed the potion in one gulp, Lucien merely pointed his wand toward the workstation. The glow of transfiguration enveloped the table. What once required but a fleeting moment to transform now transpired at a sluggish pace. Magic surged within, reshaping and solidifying. Feeling the potion's effects taking hold, Voldemort, in high spirits, remarked, "Lucien, I have heard of your notable talent in transfiguration. But you must understand, while transfiguration and white magic are indeed wondrous, they shall forever pale in comparison to the might of dark magic. Your aptitude for the dark arts is commendable, and have you not already tasted their allure? The dark spells I have taught you flow from your wand with such ease. Why do you still resist?" Voldemort mused languidly, yet time slipped away. It seemed he was not feeling the potion's effects as he expected. Voldemort was certain he witnessed Lucien conjuring the elixir with the Philosopher's Stone. Suddenly, he felt his nasal passages clear slightly. The body of Quirrell had suffered from a chill in previous encounters, but now the previously blocked nostrils were no longer bothersome. I noticed Professor Quirrell was sneezing incessantly, so I prepared a remedy for nasal congestion. Though you consumed it, it hardly matters. The convenience of potion making with the Philosopher's Stone is remarkable. It saves time and extends the potion's efficacy. I suppose this body won't suffer from a cold for an entire year. Voldemort was momentarily stunned. You concocted such a potion using the Philosopher's Stone. An indescribable fury surged from the depths of his fractured soul. You insolent, however. Voldemort's words were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar. Lucien, upon hearing the system's notification, displayed a relieved smile. Ding, Loki's faceless debt has been repaid. Chapter 149. Magical Creature Transfiguration, Harry in Flight. As the glow of transfiguration faded, the expression on Voldemort's face froze. A fully grown Norwegian ridgeback materialized from thin air. The original table forcibly restructured and imbued with life. The dragon's spines sliced through the heated air, and as its dark wings unfurled, they cast a vast shadow. With a faint scent of sulfur wafting from its white maw, Voldemort's scarlet pupils suddenly contracted. This is impossible. He had witnessed profound transfiguration before, yet what lay before him was a transfiguration of a magical creature. Due to the differences in magical circuits and their mutual repulsion, wizards could not possibly replicate the intricate circuits of magical beasts, and thus could not achieve the transmutation of magical creatures. Any wizard daring to tread this forbidden path either created grotesque abominations or transformed into monsters themselves. How could such a taboo transfiguration emerge from the hands of a mere fledgling wizard? Lucien reached out to caress the dragon's hide, a flicker of delight in his eyes. Hearing the system's notification, Lucien was further assured of his success. To repay Loki's faceless loan, one must master transfiguration to perfection. Building upon existing knowledge of transfiguration, one must also explore new avenues. Lucien's submission was the transfiguration of magical creatures. The towering obstacle preventing wizards from entering this domain was the magical circuit. Repairing the magical circuit of a unicorn had allowed him to take a genuine step forward on this path. With that first step, the direction became clear. A year of study and accumulation had allowed the seed of his talent to sprout, take root, grow, and ultimately bear fruit. Lucien, have you forgotten my teachings regarding the repulsion of magical circuits? Voldemort's lips curled into a frigid sneer. Transfiguring a Norwegian ridgeback? Mia facile. Any creation of transfiguration, no matter how lifelike, could never authentically replicate the innate magical circuits derived from bloodline. Yet, in the next moment, Voldemort's pupils dilated in shock. The colossal dragon opened its maw, not brewing conventional flames, but rather swirling countless ethereal runes as if they were living beings coalescing. In an instant, a breath of fire, dark red and not merely flame, surged forth, entwined with those fragmented runes, resembling molten lava, hurtling toward Voldemort. The air was instantaneously siphoned away, and wherever the dragon's breath passed, even the protective spells laid by Voldemort began to unravel. Lucien, what should I do now? Harry, having been brought to Lucien's side, found the ropes binding him had been burned away by golden light. Observing the magical display between Lucien and Voldemort, Harry felt he could not intervene. Yet sensed that remaining a mere bystander was untenable, prompting him to speak up. Lucien flicked his wand, casting several non-invasive expansion charms, allowing the transformed fire dragon to maneuver freely around Voldemort. Watching a battle of beasts is rather intriguing. No wonder some aspire to become masters of pet training. Hearing Harry's question, Lucien glanced at him, noting the boy was only slightly dusted with dirt from rolling on the ground, his glasses askew, but otherwise unharmed. The evening's experiment was nearing completion, Lucien had assessed his magical prowess and successfully accomplished the transfiguration of a magical creature. All right, just stand still. Upon Lucien's instruction, Harry instinctively stood at attention, only to see Lucien begin to cast spells upon him. Iron Head Charm, Pain Be Gone, Shielding Charm, 2-point pull. As Lucien uttered the final incantation, a glimmering light adhered to Harry's chest, and with a wave of his wand, the other end of the glow shot toward Voldemort. On the other side, Voldemort had just seized upon a weakness in the fire dragon. After all, it was merely a magical creature, albeit manifested, its intelligence still lacking. Voldemort was poised to unleash a fatal curse. Just then, a glowing sigil affixed itself to his chest. Harry, fly. As Lucien softly intoned the spell, Harry was abruptly lifted into the air. A radiant golden flame enveloped Harry's form, yet only imparted a comforting warmth. Under Lucien's guidance, Harry assumed a superheroic pose, hurtling directly toward Voldemort. The golden flame flowed like a cape behind Harry. Voldemort, bewildered, instinctively sought to evade Harry's flight. He was mere inches away from a collision with Harry's fist. However, just as Voldemort was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the glow on his chest flared brilliantly. Harry's trajectory twisted peculiarly, and under Lucien's control, his body swayed, delivering a sweeping kick that sent Voldemort sprawling to the ground. Smoke billowed from Voldemort's chest, and raw skin bubbled with crimson welts. The excruciating pain from his soul elicited a scream from Voldemort, rendering him momentarily unable to retaliate. In the next moment, Harry pressed himself against Voldemort. A gentle radiance emanated from Harry, yet for Voldemort, it was akin to torture. Enveloped by Harry's flame cloak, both individuals were shrouded together. While Harry remained blissfully unaware, Voldemort was once again subjected to the searing agony akin to being immersed in molten lava. Struggling to wield his wand and unleash magic, he was bloodied and battered. Suddenly, a crimson blade shot forth from Lucius's wand, severing Voldemort's hand with precision. Voldemort turned to Lucius, his expression one of malevolence. Incredulous that Lucius would dare use the very magic I taught you against me. Lucius gazed calmly at Voldemort, having thus avenged Celine and her companions. A chilling, sinister wind swept through the room, momentarily quelling the oppressive heat. Voldemort ignited Quirrell's soul with a curse, crafting a fleeting opportunity for his escape. A frigid black mist emerged from Quirrell's mind, racing towards the ceiling. Lucius made a token effort to intercept it, without destroying Voldemort's Horcrux. He could not truly ensnare him. After breaking through a barrier of purifying flames, the black mist thinned and vanished into the stone wall. Lucius approached Harry and Quirrell, as the flames instinctively parted to grant him passage. With a flick of his wand, he separated the two. Harry appeared to have succumbed to unconsciousness following his encounter with Voldemort's soul. As for Quirrell, his breaths grew faint, and the rise and fall of his chest became placid. Yet his countenance bore a look of bewilderment, his gaze unfocused. Quirrell struggled to shift his eyes towards Lucius, his lips moving in silence. Under Voldemort's possession, he had harbored malevolent thoughts and committed vile acts. However, it was only upon Voldemort's departure that Quirrell awoke from his nightmare, truly comprehending the choices he had made. He parted his lips, yearning to convey something, but ultimately could only utter a lament. How unfortunate! I should never have ventured into that forest. Chapter 150. The Unfortunate Quirrell, the Magic of Love. Quirrell's final murmurs left Lucius in silence. Indeed, he was a most unfortunate soul. Had Quirrell not ventured into that dark forest, had he not encountered Voldemort, had he not been seduced by him, he might have continued as a professor at Hogwarts, diligently pursuing knowledge in the realm of magic as a distinguished Ravenclaw graduate. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The black whirlpool in Lucius's eyes slowly revolved, fixated on the shattered magical circuits within Quirrell. Quirrell's frail form signified that both his vitality and soul were nearing their end. Lucius observed the fading light in Quirrell's eyes and gently shook his head. With a gesture from Lucius, a radiant golden flame enveloped Quirrell's body, purifying his broken flesh and soul. Thank you. A faint, almost illusory voice drifted from the consuming fire, as if expressing gratitude to Lucius for liberating him from his suffering. He withdrew a phoenix feather from his pocket, allowing it to ignite in the purifying flames, turning to ash. In but a few seconds, a vibrant crimson flame erupted in midair, revealing the tall, silver-haired wizard beside Lucius, his bright blue eyes peering through half-moon spectacles, surveying the chaos around him. Dumbledore took in the disheveled room, the unconscious Harry on the floor, and the unstable fire dragon. The dragon's presence momentarily rendered Dumbledore's gaze fixed. Only after a time did he regain his composure. We must first escort Harry to the infirmary. Lucius concurred with Dumbledore's suggestion. After minimally addressing the scene, Fawkes transported the trio directly to the infirmary. As Lucius opened his eyes, he found a woman clad in white, a cap atop her head, gently maneuvering her wand by the bedside, soothingly assuring, "It's all right. Your friend merely suffered a blow to the head and will recover shortly." "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey." Ron lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, while Hermione conversed with Madame Pomfrey about Ron's condition. Upon noticing Dumbledore's arrival, both turned their attention. "Merlin's beard, another student injured?" "Dumbledore, as headmaster, you must ensure the safety of the students." The previously kind-hearted Madame Pomfrey's demeanor shifted coldly upon seeing Dumbledore and the unconscious Harry beside him, unflinchingly chastising Dumbledore. "Poppy, I apologize. This was my oversight. I leave Harry in your capable hands." Without needing further prompts from Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, gently placing Harry beside Ron's bed. Hermione was about to speak with Lucius, but he was already led out of the infirmary by Dumbledore. Once they were sufficiently distant from the infirmary, Dumbledore stroked his beard, stating with resignation, "Madame Pomfrey is an exceptionally skilled and dedicated healer, and she insists on strict adherence to protocol when treating patients. Even I am not exempt." However, before Lucius could respond, Professor McGonagall approached from around the corner. "Dumbledore, you finally returned. I heard from Lumber that Harry and the others went to protect the Philosopher's Stone. It's simply. McGonagall found her bearings, her gaze shifting to Dumbledore in disbelief. Dumbledore nodded, affirming Harry and his friends acted rightly and bravely, thanks to them. Dumbledore glanced at Lucius and continued, "The children did indeed protect the Philosopher's Stone, safeguarding it from Quirrell's nefarious schemes." At the mention of that name, shock filled McGonagall's eyes. "Quirrell? How could it be him? And what of Harry and the others? Were they harmed?" McGonagall inquired urgently. "Rest assured, Minerva, Madame Pomfrey is already attending to them." Upon hearing Dumbledore's reassurances, McGonagall did not relax, but quickened her pace towards the infirmary. She noticed Lucius standing beside Dumbledore, but seeing him unharmed and his robes pristine, she instinctively did not associate him with the incident. After nodding briefly at Lucius, McGonagall hurried towards the infirmary. Dumbledore led Lucius to the headmaster's office, where the starlight had thinned, trickling sporadically through the windows. "Lucius, tonight will surely be an unforgettable evening." Dumbledore did not conjure refreshments or sweets this time. Instead, he clasped his hands together, quietly observing Lucius. Indeed, witnessing Voldemort firsthand is undeniably a memorable experience. Upon hearing Lucius directly utter Voldemort's name, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, chuckling, "A wizard brave enough to speak Voldemort's name is a rarity in our world." Lucius's tone remained unperturbed. "It's merely a name, is it not?" Dumbledore nodded gently, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Yes, just a name. Yet many still cannot fathom it, still regard it with dread. Tom Riddle was once a student at Hogwarts. Lucius, before you, he was the most distinguished and exceptional student." Lucius displayed a hint of curiosity, inquiring, "Tom, is that also Voldemort's name?" "Precisely, Tom Riddle was Voldemort's original name, inherited from his father." Lucius pressed further. "I previously encountered a medal in the trophy room, for special contributions, awarded to Tom Riddle, so..." Dumbledore glanced at the dimly lit night sky, sighing, "Yes, that Tom Riddle. He despised his lineage, hence he changed his name, seeking to completely sever ties with his past. His talent was remarkable, his eloquence extraordinary, and he possessed a unique allure, which garnered him a following of companions, or perhaps devotees. Unfortunately, the path that Tom chose thereafter." Lucien listened intently to Dumbledore's recollections, which serve as a reasonable proof of his understanding of Voldemort's true name and past. Tom had a remarkable talent for bewitching hearts, consistently exploiting people's desires and cravings to manipulate them for his own ends. After elaborating on Tom, Dumbledore solemnly remarked, "Lucien, I thank you for your assistance and involvement in thwarting Tom's schemes. Ultimately, it was Harry who played a crucial role in vanquishing Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort." Lucien silently added in his mind, "Harry exerted effort. I merely supported Harry. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Headmaster, the manner in which Harry defeated Voldemort was indeed unique. Merely a touch inflicted severe harm. What exactly was it?" Lucien exhibited a curiosity befitting his character and a thirst for knowledge. Dumbledore did not conceal the truth, stating forthrightly, "Love, that is the magic of love." Upon returning to the dormitory, Lucien continued to ponder the magic of love. The tale of Harry Potter defeating Voldemort was widely circulated. The world hailed Harry as the boy who lived, a legend who triumphed over the Dark Lord. Yet, the truth lay in Harry's mother, Lily Evans. With her own life and love for Harry, cast a protective spell. It was this very magic that shielded Harry, rebounding Voldemort's killing curse. Because of this enchantment, Voldemort was not only incapable of harming Harry, but also suffered significant backlash upon contact with him. Dumbledore concluded with a profound statement. Love is the greatest magic in this world. It has created countless miracles and nurtured infinite possibilities. Lucien believed this wholeheartedly during Voldemort's zenith. Few could stand against him aside from figures like Dumbledore. Yet, Lily succeeded. She did not defeat the notorious Dark Lord as a wizard, but as a mother safeguarding her child. Love was something Voldemort could never comprehend. Tom Riddle, perhaps, was the product of a mistake, a child born of a love potion. How could he ever fathom love? Lucien settled at his desk and withdrew a book, gently turning the pages until he reached one marked by a bookmark. A dark bookmark lay quietly nestled between the pages, its feather strands appearing sparse and ethereal. This was one of the bookmarks given by Hagrid, crafted from the tail feather of a thestral. Only those who have witnessed death could perceive a thestral. Lucien twirled the thestral bookmark between his fingers. It felt icy. I can see thestrals now, he mused. The following morning, Lucien sat in the great hall, enjoying breakfast amidst a sparse gathering of young wizards, most still indulging in slumber. With the pressures of academia behind them and summer break approaching, this week was the most joyous and relaxed for the young wizards. However, there were exceptions. Would we too wish to secure the Quidditch trophy for Gryffindor? The Weasley twins argued, attempting to alleviate Wood's impatience. Despite the exams being over, the Quidditch finals loomed ahead, prompting Wood to insist on intense practice. With Harry's addition this year, Gryffindor was finally closer than ever to reclaiming the Quidditch championship after years. Yet, Harry had fallen ill at a critical moment. No, we must still give our utmost effort, squeezing out every last ounce of potential. As Lucien sipped his red bean porridge, he cast a glance at the Weasley twins. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was known for his fervent passion for the sport, often waking players early to discuss strategies and engage in rigorous training. Wood was stern with both the team and himself. Noticing the redness around Wood's eyes, Lucien subtly shook his head. This brother was indeed unfortunate. After finally securing a genius seeker, he was on the verge of missing out on the championship. After a brief exchange, Wood led the team to the Quidditch pitch for practice. As they departed, Fred and George spotted Lucien and attempted to speak, but ultimately only managed a lackluster greeting before trudging off with their brooms. "Good morning, Lucien." Lucien lifted his head, meeting the gaze of a dark-haired girl seated across from him. "Good morning, Cho. Are you off to practice Quidditch?" "Indeed," she replied, her high ponytail indicating that she had just completed a morning training session, with beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. "Lucien, you seem a bit more relaxed today." "Chodimak Suden Li." Lucien found this observation unsurprising. During his year at Hogwarts, he had acquired much knowledge and even tackled 2 burdensome year-long assignments, allowing him to feel significantly lighter. Although he still had one remaining assignment in magical weaving, requiring him to nurture Nabi into a Dragon King for his clan, it was still in its nascent stages. Perhaps the recent exams had indeed left him feeling unburdened? Cho's words elicited a light laugh from her. "Lucien, your phrasing resembles that of a student discussing loans. By the way, you'll be in second year next semester. Why not consider joining the Quidditch team?" "Quidditch? I feel is more enjoyable to watch others play." "Speaking of which, how many times has Cho tried to persuade me to join the Quidditch team?" Lucien thought, recalling the enthusiastic pitch of a senior, much like the card vendors he encountered in his past university life. "Well, senior, I'll think about it next semester. Wishing you the best in your matches." Lucien had visited the hospital wing to check on Harry and Ron. Ron had awakened and was relishing his medical meal, while Harry remained in a comatose state, likely affected by the encounter with Voldemort, his soul caught in the tumult. As for the possibility of Lucien inadvertently causing Harry to falter during their seeker practice, he felt quite confident. He had even placed a protective spell on the boy, ensuring his safety. During these days of Harry's unconsciousness, the Quidditch finals had finally concluded. Positions like chasers and beaters were manageable. Their absence merely weakens the offense and defense. However, the seeker was crucial. Capturing the Golden Snitch awarded 150 points, often determining the match's outcome. Without their seeker, the opposing seeker could focus solely on seeking the snitch. Consequently, in their match against Ravenclaw, Gryffindor suffered a dismal defeat, yet again missing the championship. However, this could only be considered a minor news item. What truly captured everyone's attention was a significant event. The defense against the Dark Arts professor, Quirrell, had set his sights on Hogwarts treasures. A dark wizard had infiltrated the school. I've said it before, based on my observations, Quirrell is suspicious. Oh please, which defense against the Dark Arts class were you awake in? It seems our school's defense against the Dark Arts classes are indeed cursed. Who can argue with that? Since my enrollment, no professor has managed to last a full year. Such discussions were commonplace throughout the school, and Lucien found himself overhearing them multiple times each day. Perhaps this was not solely due to the students' curiosity and love for gossip, but also Dumbledore's discreet promotion of the narrative. Although Harry was merely a first-year student, Dumbledore had already begun to cultivate a public image for him. Not only was he nurturing Harry's courage and confidence, but he was also reinforcing his identity as the savior. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps interrupted Lucien's musings, followed closely by Ron's voice. Lucien, at last, I have found you. Harry wishes to see you. Chapter 152. Harry's fulfilling summer vacation. The fate of the House Cup? In the infirmary, perhaps due to previous visits from Hermione and Ron, Madame Pomfrey ultimately permitted Lucien to enter. 5 minutes, no more, as the patient requires rest. No problem. Thank you, madam. As Lucien stepped into the infirmary, he found Harry alone, although a few others had been brought in after the recent Quidditch match. Their minor injuries, broken arms and legs, had been swiftly mended by Madame Pomfrey. Upon seeing Lucien, Harry waved, but recalling Madame Pomfrey's admonition, he refrained from raising his voice. Ron mentioned you were looking for me? Lucien retrieved a chocolate frog from his pocket and offered it to Harry. Thank you. Accepting the chocolate frog, Harry hesitated to open it and eventually spoke. Earlier, I had a lengthy conversation with Professor Dumbledore. The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed, and Nicholas Flamel and his wife will ultimately pass away, for death is merely another grand adventure. Lucien adopted a skeptical stance regarding this assertion. The stone that Nicholas entrusted to Dumbledore was not in its complete state and could no longer be used to concoct the elixir of life. This served as a timely announcement to the world. The Philosopher's Stone is no more. Consequently, those who coveted Nicholas and the stone would gradually extinguish their desires. Perhaps Nicholas merely seized this opportunity to extricate himself? If a stone could be created once, why not a second? The headmaster stated that Voldemort has not truly died. He remains concealed, biding his time. My father, my mother, both fell victim to Voldemort. I survived because of my mother's love. Harry's voice grew softer, ultimately choking with emotion. Upon learning the truth from Dumbledore, he had felt sorrow, but the complexities of that information had left him overwhelmed. As he reflected, his sadness deepened. Harry held no memories of his parents, having been raised by his Aunt Petunia, a mere invisible presence despised by those around him. Upon entering the magical world, he was suddenly surrounded by individuals who revered and cherished him, a bewildering yet gratifying experience. Yet now, Harry understood that this fame was a legacy bequeathed by his parents. Lucien, I believe Dumbledore wishes for me to confront Voldemort with courage, but Harry lowered his gaze, recalling the night he faced Voldemort, utterly overpowered and subdued. Meanwhile, Lucien had exhibited various spells, effortlessly wielding extraordinary transfiguration magic in a duel against Voldemort. Lucien's composed demeanor left a profound impression on Harry. As the sole witness, Harry was acutely aware of who had thwarted Quirrell's plot and who had prevented Voldemort from returning. The thought of his own helplessness tightened Harry's fists. Lucien, I want to grow stronger. I yearn to learn more magic. I want the power to confront Voldemort. Hearing Harry's desire to learn, Lucien smiled, a look of deep satisfaction gracing his face. His prepared words of comfort became unnecessary, yet this was far more favorable. No matter how well-intentioned others' advice may be, the most profound understanding arises from personal experience. Regardless, the desire to learn is commendable. Indeed, knowledge is abundant. Harry, you already possess courage. The next step is continuous learning and accumulation. Next semester, we can formally commence lessons in defense against the dark arts and practical training. Although young wizards cannot use magic outside of school, we must not squander the summer. Let us first procure some preparatory materials in Diagon Alley. As Lucien's grand plans unfolded, Harry's expression grew somewhat tense. Lucien's proposal to start practical lessons the following semester delighted Harry, yet the subsequent comprehensive plan for summer pre-study indeed made his heart flutter. I have some matters to attend to this summer, so I might not be able to frequently check on your progress. We can conduct a placement test, once school resumes. Harry pondered his earlier bold declarations, steeling himself to listen on. He sensed that this summer would indeed be quite fulfilling. After a moment, Harry recalled something. Lucien, about my home situation, my aunt and uncle, They greatly disapprove of my involvement with magic. So, if it comes to that upon hearing this, Lucien waved his hand dismissively. It's not an issue. I will visit your home during the summer to clarify the situation. Education should be the foremost priority for every family. Pausing, Lucien casually inquired, by the way, what is the name of the company your uncle works for? A few days later, at this moment, the great hall was filled to capacity, buzzing with the excitement reminiscent of a school opening ceremony. Students were either debating the outcome of this year's House Cup or eagerly discussing their summer plans. Green and silver decorations adorned the hall, while a massive banner emblazoned with a serpent hung behind the guest seating. This was Slytherin's emblem. The long table of the Snake House had already begun to cheer and celebrate, marking their 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. In honor of this historic moment, the young serpents were filled with exuberance. What an exhilarating experience. In my years of enrollment, Slytherin has clinched the House Cup for several consecutive years. Indeed, this honor rightfully belongs to us. The Lions are certainly no match for us. Without Harry's support, they must relinquish their Quidditch championship. Thanks to Quidditch, the points we gained from the championship allowed us to surpass Ravenclaw. This term, the Eagle House was truly formidable. True, yet even so, our lead over Ravenclaw is minimal. I've heard they have a first-year student who contributed significantly to their score. Lucien sat at the Ravenclaw table, relatively indifferent to the outcome of the House Cup. After all, it was a collective honor, and when it came down to individual recognition, it felt rather trivial. Meanwhile, many from Ravenclaw displayed a casual demeanor, showing no signs of frustration or resentment for missing out on the House Cup by a narrow margin. Through his observations over the year, Lucien concluded that Ravenclaw was perhaps the least united of the 4 houses. The young Eagles pursued knowledge, priding themselves on wisdom, thus immersing themselves in their own quest for exploration and learning. In this light, it was indeed fitting that Ravenclaw bore the eagle as its emblem. How could eagles flock together for warmth? Ding! The clear sound rang out as Dumbledore set down his spoon and goblet, his resonant voice echoing throughout the hall. Another year has passed. Before indulging in the feast, I kindly ask everyone to listen to the ramblings of an old man. Chapter 153. The Ups and Downs of Point Accumulation, Ravenclaw. Within the hall, Dumbledore delivered his annual summary. Yet another splendid year has come to a close. As a conclusion, let us witness the awarding of the House Cup. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 255 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 358 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 410 points. 1st place, Slytherin, with 415 points. Upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the Slytherin table. The young serpents excitedly pounded the table, raising their goblets high in celebration of their victory this year and the honor of a 7-year consecutive championship. This victory was indeed precarious, as Ravenclaw was just 5 points shy. Perhaps if one student added some points here and another there, the scores could have been reversed. Nevertheless, Slytherin retained its glory. Slytherin performed admirably. After Dumbledore's commendation, he continued, however, several recent events must also be accounted for. The exultation of Slytherin was abruptly stifled, an ominous sensation washing over them. I trust you have heard of the events that transpired a few days ago, where certain students exhibited remarkable courage and intellect. Thus, there are still points to be awarded. Let me see the expressions of Slytherin's students betrayed their anxiety. While a few astute individuals from various houses seemed to have an inkling, discreetly casting glances towards the Gryffindor long table, Dumbledore cleared his throat. First, Mr. Ron Weasley, he has triumphed in one of the most extraordinary chess matches Hogwarts has witnessed in years. For this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Ron's face flushed a deep crimson, nearly rivaling his fiery hair, and soon surpassed it, resembling a vibrant carrot. At this, the cheers from Gryffindor erupted, nearly shaking the ceiling. Ron is my brother, my youngest sibling, and he has succeeded on Professor McGonagall's chessboard. Percy boasted to the other prefects, brimming with pride for his brother. Once the clamor subsided, Dumbledore proclaimed, Second, Miss Hermione Granger. She faced the flames with a calm demeanor and logical reasoning. I shall award Gryffindor another 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, seemingly unaccustomed to such grand accolades. Yet, the young lions were exhilarated, with some nearly leaping onto the long table, brandishing their wands as if to offer an impromptu performance. This was a total of 100 points. Third, Harry Potter. He displayed unwavering bravery and courage. Thus, I shall grant Gryffindor 60 points. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, the uproar from Gryffindor was deafening. A total of 160 points had been added. It's equalized, a Gryffindor student shouted. The others quickly caught on, realizing that with 255 points plus 160 points, they were now tied with first-place Slytherin. Just 1 point. Even an additional point would suffice. This was the fervent wish of all Gryffindors. Just 1 more point would secure them the House Cup this year. Dumbledore raised a hand, signaling for silence. At that moment, many Slytherin faces darkened. Could all their efforts over the year truly be erased so easily? Yet, these were the points decreed by the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore himself. No Slytherin dared to question them. However, losing to those reckless lions of Gryffindor was something Slytherin could hardly bear. What if Ravenclaw had won, or even Hufflepuff? Courage manifests in many forms. Facing adversaries demands bravery, and steadfastness before friends requires courage as well. Therefore, I shall award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. At that moment, the cheers from Gryffindor reached a crescendo. Neville, incredulous, clutched his cup, seemingly at a loss. Yet was swiftly engulfed by classmates, their praise and accolades leaving him momentarily bewildered. Harry, too, offered applause and well wishes to Neville, though he did not exhibit the same exuberance as the others. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the Ravenclaw table, just in time to see Lucien smiling and gently clapping. Subsequently, Harry glanced back at the head table, sensing that the proceedings were not yet concluded, and Dumbledore smiled at him. Lastly, Dumbledore elongated his final word, causing the audience to tense with anticipation once more. Not yet finished. A young wizard, utilizing wisdom and magic, has engaged in a duel with dark forces. He has safeguarded the treasures of the school, aided the growth of his peers, and achieved extraordinary feats. Therefore, I shall award him 100 points. Instantly, the hall fell into a profound silence. 100 points? Who has garnered this remarkable score? Whichever house claims this 100 points, the House Cup would undoubtedly be theirs. Dumbledore turned his gaze towards the Ravenclaw table, his eyes brimming with pride. I would like to congratulate Lucien Grafton for earning this 100 points for Ravenclaw. Applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, led by Harry. Harry was genuinely delighted, as he, being an eyewitness, knew all too well of Lucien's stellar performance that night. As the first student to join Lucien for extra lessons, he understood the depth of Lucien's assistance. Soon, applause rose from the professors at the head table as well. All who had taught Lucien were well aware of the boy's talent and diligence, having witnessed many surprises throughout the year. Even the typically aloof Snape displayed a rare smile, his eyes reflecting admiration for such a gifted yet humble student. He often lamented why Lucien was not a Slytherin. Had Lucien been sorted into Slytherin, Snape's efforts to bolster his house's points would have been entirely justified, and no one could accuse him of favoritism. At that point, not only would Slytherin have secured a 6th consecutive title, but it seemed likely that the House Cup would belong to Slytherin throughout Lucien's years at school. Undoubtedly, the most elated was Professor Flitwick, whose small hands clapped enthusiastically, even disregarding the tears that glistened at the corners of his eyes. After all, it was a rare occurrence for Ravenclaw to win the House Cup. In the Quidditch matches alone, Ravenclaw often found themselves at a disadvantage, compounded by their smaller numbers, resulting in fewer opportunities to score points. Fortunately, Ravenclaw students typically caused the least trouble, resulting in fewer deductions, often finishing in 2nd or 3rd place. However, this year, with Lucien's presence, Ravenclaw maintained a steady upward trajectory, culminating in their victory. Phileas, just as at the beginning of the term, I wish to congratulate you once more. Ravenclaw has gained an exceptional student. Professor McGonagall raised her cup in toast, and Professor Flitwick quickly lifted his own, gently clinking it against hers. Thank you, Minerva. Ravenclaw is indeed fortunate to have Lucien. Chapter 154. Lucien's tutoring triumph, and the summer begins. Well then, it seems some small changes are in order for the decorations. Dumbledore produced his wand and gave it a gentle tap. The hall's green and silver transformed abruptly into the blue and bronze that symbolize wisdom. The swirling Slytherin serpent was obscured, replaced by a magnificent Ravenclaw eagle. The enormous eagle soared, its illusory form adorned with distinctly patterned feathers, appearing remarkably lifelike. As the eagle glided over the heads of the crowd, it ascended towards the starry ceiling, gradually vanishing into the vast sea of stars. After showcasing his magic, Dumbledore winked at Lucien before returning to his seat in the center of the head table. At that moment, Ravenclaw erupted in jubilant cheers, though the volume was considerably less than that of Gryffindor's earlier exultation. Given Ravenclaw's smaller numbers, predominantly consisting of girls, they could not muster a deafening uproar. Nonetheless, the requisite praise and enthusiasm were abundant, though they did not actively pursue the House Cup, who would refuse the accolades that had been earned. Goodness, we actually won the House Cup this year, all thanks to Lucien. Not to mention that 100 points, the regular points earned, were impressive too. Oh, Lucien works so hard. He must be exhausted from a year of study. Let me give him a hug. Hey, you there, what are you doing? You. Let go of my roommate. After engaging in polite conversation with his classmates, Lucien skillfully extricated himself from the throng. Congratulations, superstar. Autumn, who had been standing to the side and refraining from joining the crowd, raised her goblet and joked with a gentle smile directed at Lucien. Lucien took a cup from the table, lightly clinking it with Autumn S., and they chatted about their summer plans. Meanwhile, glances of interest were cast from the Gryffindor and Slytherin long tables. Hermione and Daphne pretended to partake in their meals while casting glances toward Ravenclaw. An unspoken understanding dawned upon them. Lucien seemed rather perilous amidst Ravenclaw. In contrast to Ravenclaw, the other three houses were filled with jubilant cheers, showering blessings and accolades. Hufflepuff, needless to say, had little to do with the current house cup, their attention diverted instead to the delectable offerings at the banquet. The school's dining hall had introduced a plethora of new dishes, not only delicious but also diverse, reputedly inspired by Eastern cuisine. The Hufflepuffs, with their keen interest in such culinary delights, soon discovered that these were taught to the house elves by Lucien. Thus, Lucien had effectively secured some benefits for the Badgers. During classes when paired with Ravenclaw, many students had also received Lucien's assistance, naturally increasing their fondness for this academically gifted and gourmet-savvy peer. Some Badgers even jested that had Lucien been sorted in a Hufflepuff, their culinary repertoire might have reached even greater heights. Meanwhile, Slytherin appeared oddly relieved to witness Ravenclaw's victory. Had the margin been narrow, Slytherin might have expressed grievances, yet a difference of 100 points rendered such sentiments trivial. As long as Gryffindor did not triumph, they were content. Strangely enough, Gryffindor, the house most likely to harbor resentment, remained exuberant. Although they did not claim the house cup, they had triumphed over Slytherin this year. Numerous lions raised their goblets in a toast toward the Slytherin table, proclaiming them a worthy adversary, but lamenting, alas, we are still the stronger. The Slytherins, upon hearing this, felt as though they had consumed something repugnant, opting to either scoff or remain silent, deliberately ignoring the lions. Gryffindor, well accustomed to their rivals' behavior, recognized this as a typical reaction to their defeat, and thus, their revelry only intensified. On the final day, the young wizards had packed their belongings, their wardrobes seemingly emptied, everything crammed into their suitcases. Simultaneously, the exam scores were announced. Lucien, unsurprisingly, claimed the coveted position of top of the year. The second place was occupied by the ever-diligent Miss Know-It-All, Hermione, who gazed longingly at the rankings, murmuring, so close, so close. If only I hadn't added that extra gram of fluxweed powder during potions. Unfazed by Hermione's lament, Ron excitedly shook Harry's shoulder, exclaiming, look, I made the top 10. Mum won't scold me now. Phew, that's a relief. I used to dread this day. Watching Fred and George get chastised over their marks, Harry, slightly dizzy from the shaking, finally extricated himself from Ron's grasp, retorting, yes, we're all here. And besides, he gestured toward the Slytherins. Malfoy and Greengrass are right up there too. Before Ron could voice his opinion, two voices chimed in unison from behind him. Ronnie, we heard what you just said. Consequently, Ron was hoisted away by the Weasley twins. Lucien, observing the results of this endeavor, felt a swell of satisfaction. Indeed, well done. Everyone, your hard work has yielded remarkable results. It is delightful to witness more individuals discovering the joy of learning and relishing the acquisition of knowledge. He pondered, Harry has already requested summer assignments. I wonder what others think. Should we adopt a similar approach? Once more, they boarded the Hogwarts Express. The last time had been as freshers, filled with wonder and curiosity about magic. Time flew swiftly, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. It's such a pity we can't use magic during the holidays. I was hoping to continue practicing. Hermione sighed as she gazed out at the rapidly retreating verdant countryside. Prior to their departure, the young wizards received a notice from the school warning them against using magic during the break, stating that their wands had been embedded with tracking spells, cast by the Ministry of Magic to monitor magical activities in their vicinity. Ron waved his hand dismissively, swallowing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. Percy told me that this is quite easy to circumvent. As long as there's an adult wizard nearby, even if the ministry comes calling, it can easily be explained as magic performed by adults. Lucien felt once again the inconvenience faced by Muggleborns, purebloods and half-bloods, shielded by their parents, could practice magic freely during the holidays, while those from Muggle families had to endure. Although they could venture to Diagon Alley, a hub for wizards to evade ministry surveillance. Few young wizards could afford to stay there for long. Setting aside the expenses, Muggle parents were also apprehensive. This disparity would only widen as time passed. Just come to my house for a visit. You can use magic however you wish. Ron enthusiastically invited. The group exchanged contact information and home addresses for OWL correspondence or in-person meetings. As the train slowed, it eventually came to a halt at platform 9 3/4. Lucien, grasping his suitcase, disembarked from the Hogwarts Express. The eagerly anticipated summer had begun. Chapter 155, The Animated Niffler. At platform 9 3/4, no pushing, no rushing. Take your time, take your time. A gaunt, elderly guard stood by the wall pillar, allowing only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time, ostensibly to avoid arousing Muggle suspicion in the event of crowd. Lucien patiently queued with his suitcase. Although the vicinity of this wall pillar had an effect akin to a memory charm, allowing Muggles to overlook small groups of departing wizards and their parents, it proved ineffective in the face of larger gatherings. Lucien turned to survey his fellow students, all having shed their robes in favor of Muggle attire. However, the owls contained within their cages remained conspicuously odd. 1 or 2 were acceptable. After all, children have unique pet preferences, but owls have become the most popular wizarding pets in recent years, with nearly half of Hogwarts students owning one. Consequently, when a throng of children suddenly appeared, laden with luggage and accompanied by owls, a pet uncommon in the Muggle world, one could easily imagine the Muggles' reactions. Stationing the Hogwarts Express at the Muggle train station and concealing platform 9 3/4 within the interstice was indeed a whimsical touch, yet such large-scale travel was decidedly impractical. Suddenly, Lucien felt a movement in his pocket and glimpsed a tiny, golden paw poking out. He quickly reached down to cover it, whispering, "Just wait a moment. I'll get you more toys once we're home." Perhaps due to his species' innate abilities, the Niffler was adept at slipping through various crevices and spaces. As it matured, Gingy became increasingly spirited, and this was not its first escape. Lucien had also noticed that as long as he provided Gingy with some shiny trinkets, the little creature would settle down for a while, busily redecorating its little nest before embarking on a new adventure. Once home, acquiring treasures would be convenient, sparing him the trouble of asking Aunt Penelope for more. Thanks to the blessings of the unicorn, granting him the ability to communicate with animals, Gingy understood Lucien's intentions and obediently withdrew its paw. "Hey, Lucien, do you have a pet?" Hermione happened to catch sight of the furry little paw protruding from Lucien's pocket and inquired curiously. "Ah, yes, a gift from a friend, still a little one," Lucien replied, just as it was their turn to exit. Harry and Ron, who had already stepped out ahead, were waiting, spotting the distinctive red hair. Lucien quickly identified the Weasley family. "Grafton, it's a pleasure to see you. You've truly grown into a handsome young man." The amiable lady beside Ron smiled warmly at Lucien, her tone imbued with enthusiasm. Lucien reciprocated with a courteous smile. "Mrs. Weasley, please feel free to call me Lucien. Thank you for the sweater you gifted me. It is both comfortable and aesthetically pleasing." "I'm delighted to hear that you like it, Lucien. Ron frequently mentions you in his letters. I truly appreciate your support for this child. You must visit us during the summer." Lucien could sense Mrs. Weasley's sincerity and kindness. He had already resolved to visit during the summer. Ron was diligently applying himself to his studies and had achieved commendable results in his year-end exams. "Thank you for the invitation. I will certainly come to visit during the summer." Before Mrs. Weasley could respond, Ron excitedly produced a neatly folded piece of paper from his pocket. He eagerly unfolded it and presented it to his mother, exclaiming, "Mum, it's thanks to Lucien's teaching that I managed to achieve this score. Fred and George even gifted me a toilet seat to commemorate the occasion." The initial part of his statement elicited laughter from Mrs. Weasley, but her smile faltered upon hearing the latter half. She caught sight of the twins sauntering out from behind a pillar, their demeanor playful and mischievous. Observing this scene, Lucien couldn't help but smirk. He hadn't anticipated Ron's slightly cunning side, taking the opportunity to tease his brothers. It seemed that after enduring the twins' pranks regularly, Ron had finally seized a chance to turn the tables. The bond between brothers was indeed strong. Suddenly, Lucien noticed a movement in his pocket. Glancing down, he saw Ginny peering out, her gaze fixated on a passing woman, captivated by the necklace around her neck, the earrings adorning her ears, and the rings on her fingers. Gently pressing Ginny back down, Lucien mused about the myriad temptations of the Muggle world. At school, everyone was merely students and wizards, and jewelry was seldom worn. Yet, in this bustling train station, an array of pocket watches, necklaces, and bracelets abounded, overwhelming the senses. Lucien also noticed the little girl nestled beside Mrs. Weasley, her wide eyes and slightly parted lips darting between Lucien's pocket and his face. She had brown eyes, lush red hair, and charming freckles. Ginny Weasley. Lucien smiled at Ginny and subtly gestured for silence with his finger. Ginny blushed slightly, pressed her lips together, and nodded at Lucien, seemingly promising to keep his secret. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the Weasley family, they parted ways. As Harry departed, he couldn't suppress a soft sigh, realizing that his joyful and fulfilling school life was coming to an end, especially as he spotted Uncle Vernon's face, red and puffed, along with the anxious expressions of Aunt Petunia and Dudley behind him. "Harry, I'm off. Goodbye." Lucien exchanged farewells with Harry and turned towards another direction, where Ratio awaited him. "Ah, goodbye, arrivederci." Meanwhile, Uncle Vernon was eager to hasten their departure, unwilling to waste any more time on Harry's interactions with his friends. However, upon recalling that Harry had spent a year at that wizarding school, he assumed Harry's friends must be peculiar. Thus, Vernon refrained from further comment, finding even a single word with this group tiresome. Walking slowly behind his uncle's family, Harry couldn't help but look forward to Lucien's promise of a visit. He was delighted that a friend would come to see him during the holidays, yet he feared that his friend might discover the uncomfortable living conditions he faced. However, Harry was puzzled as to why Lucien had inquired about Uncle Vernon's workplace. "Hurry up. Do you want us to waste an entire day on you?" Hearing Uncle Vernon's irate voice, Harry rolled his eyes, contemplating that his uncle's family was oblivious to his prohibition against using magic, and it might be amusing to frighten Dudley a bit. He hoped this summer wouldn't be too dull. Chapter 156, Nurmengard. The blazing summer sun cast its rays upon the European continent. Yet, a fortress perched atop a desolate mountain rejected such illumination. It stood like a gravestone, rendering the winds in the area silent and mournful. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared without a sound, his silver hair and beard tousled by the sea breeze. Dumbledore gazed at the ancient fortress of Nurmengard, one of the most notorious prisons in the magical world, unlike the overcrowded Azkaban, for it housed but a single inmate, Gellert Grindelwald, the dark wizard who had stirred the winds of change across Europe. No, Grindelwald claimed he was not a dark wizard. If one must label him, he considered himself an idealist pursuing power for his kin. His followers, the so-called saints, steadfastly believed they were walking alongside Grindelwald on a path of greatness. Dumbledore disregarded the magical barriers surrounding him, stepping directly through the translucent veil. He made his way toward the ancient fortress, his bright blue eyes concealed behind half-moon glasses. Upon reaching the dilapidated entrance, Dumbledore looked up at the faded inscription above, the once clear letters now blurred by decades of exposure to the elements. Yet Dumbledore did not need to read it clearly to recite the words for the greater good. Sighing, Dumbledore stepped into the fortress. The elderly statue guarding the entrance seemed unaware of Dumbledore's presence, continuing its monotonous vigil. Unlike Azkaban, which was guarded by terrifying Dementors, Nurmengard was merely attended by a few aged statues. Why not employ wizards? Because when Grindelwald was imprisoned in America, he managed to sway the guards merely through discourse. This occurred despite frequent rotations among the guards, yet in just a few days of interaction, one Auror willingly sacrificed his life for Grindelwald. Of course, whether statues or wizards were assigned to guard made little difference. If this prisoner truly wished to leave, even dozens of elite Aurors would be ineffectual. Yet Grindelwald understood that even if he temporarily escaped, he would ultimately have to confront Dumbledore. What confined him was not law or magical barriers. Dumbledore ascended the staircase, the air filled with the sounds of decaying stone and a faint hint of dust from bygone dreams. The solitary cell at the tower's peak stood ajar. An elderly man faced away from Dumbledore, standing before a narrow window, his emaciated figure resembling a dull blade, erect yet dulled of its brilliance. Once radiant golden hair was now ashen, and a voice that could once sway all of Europe had grown hoarse. "You haven't written since Christmas. I assumed you were out of parchment." Dumbledore did not approach, but paused in the center of the cell. "I've been quite busy lately, but now that summer break has arrived, I find myself a bit more at ease." Grindelwald still did not turn around, replying coolly, "Ah, it must be for that boy who survived. Indeed, that child needs to grow and face Voldemort." Dumbledore spoke softly, seemingly unconcerned whether Grindelwald found his musings tedious. Yet Grindelwald did not interrupt, listening intently. "There's a new Ravenclaw student I mentioned to you. His talent is remarkable, perhaps even exceptional, the finest in Hogwarts history. He possesses a magical pet, a Chelan." Finally, Grindelwald turned, his face etched with shadows, yet his mismatched eyes remained sharp, one a bright blue, the other a more muted hue. These peculiar eyes possess the ability to glimpse fragments of the future, though not wholly complete. This does not diminish Grindelwald's innate gift as a seer. Achillen? Grindelwald is exceedingly familiar with this marvelous creature, perhaps too familiar. He once attempted to seize leadership within the magical realm through Achillen, yet was thwarted by a well-meaning Hufflepuff. Noticing Grindelwald's burgeoning interest, Dumbledore ceased to stand idly and instead settled himself beside the dilapidated wooden table. He picked up the damp pile of cockroach clusters and unceremoniously tossed them into his mouth. Crunching away, "You remain unchanged, still harboring a fondness for such inexpensive confections," Grindelwald remarked casually as he joined Dumbledore at the table. They serve to remind us that amidst life's complexities, there remain simple pleasures," Dumbledore replied, with a wave of his hand conjuring red tea and several plates of freshly made sweets. "I just acquired these from the Duke of Honey. Do indulge." As Grindelwald lifted his teacup, he also took a lemon sherbet, slowly peeling back the sugar paper. The two men fell into a sudden silence, quietly relishing what appeared to be an utterly ordinary afternoon tea. The Lord of Chelan, is the magical realm on the brink of welcoming a new leader? A true leader? Grindelwald took a sip of his tea, chuckling softly. However, he observed Dumbledore shaking his head, only to nod gently afterward, understanding the man before him deeply. Grindelwald felt genuine surprise. This indicated that even Dumbledore was uncertain. Was that young wizard named Lucien Grafton truly so remarkable? Grindelwald couldn't help but feel a twinge of intrigue towards him. Lucien's Chelan differs significantly from our conventional understanding of the creature. Dumbledore described the wondrous manifestations of Luminous, yet he did not fully expound upon the astonishing vitality contained within Chelan's saliva and blood. Experts in magical creatures suggest it may belong to a mutation, a particularly unique and powerful one. Grindelwald's mouth twitched behind his teacup. An expert in magical creatures? Who else could possibly be worthy of Dumbledore's mention? That child, merely a first year, had already become an animagus, excelling in transfiguration beyond conventional standards. He had also achieved transformation into a magical creature. Though I did not witness the entire process firsthand, my intuition cannot be mistaken. It was a genuine manifestation of transfiguration that replicated magical circuits, not superficial, but a true dragon. Grindelwald's hand holding the teacup froze mid-air. He believed in Dumbledore, in his strength and insight, certain that Dumbledore would never err in judgment. Becoming an animagus is indeed astonishing. Yet transforming into a magical creature, Grindelwald knew what genius looked like. He was an undisputed genius himself, as was Dumbledore across from him. But could the child named Lucien truly be described merely as a genius? Grindelwald gazed into the rippling red tea, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his unusual eyes. Chapter 157, Grindelwald's Prophecy. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering echoed within the confines of the Nurmengard prison. "Gellert!" Dumbledore exclaimed in alarm as he witnessed Grindelwald suddenly crush the teacup in his grasp, blood mingling with the tea as it flowed forth. He sprang to his feet and hastened to Grindelwald's side, carefully examining the injured hand, while simultaneously producing his elder wand to swiftly cast a healing spell. A gentle, pale light emanated from the tip of the wand. Grindelwald remained silent, his closed eyelids occasionally quivering, though his eyes remained shut. It seemed he could sense Dumbledore's anxiety and urgency, suppressing a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. The minor injury on his hand was something Grindelwald could easily heal himself, yet he leisurely awaited Dumbledore to attend to his wound. "Ie mi fine, al." Observing Grindelwald's closed eyes, a spark of brilliance flickered in Dumbledore's gaze. "Gellert, did you perform divination regarding Lucien?" Dumbledore was acutely aware of Grindelwald's prophetic abilities. As a natural seer, those unusual eyes could perceive certain illusions. The figures or events within those illusions would undoubtedly stir great upheaval, capable of impacting the world on a grand scale. Grindelwald, however, did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a moment before slowly opening his eyes. One dull, I was tinged with bloodshot veins, while the other bright blue, I shimmered with light. You know, my divination abilities are divided into passive and active. Passive prophecies occur at distant points in the future, presenting a more complete vision. Dumbledore refrained from interrupting, waiting for Grindelwald to elucidate the nature of this particular prophecy. Noticing Dumbledore's lack of inquiry, Grindelwald subtly pursed his lips. "I just performed 2 divinations. The first was passive. Yet, I saw nothing." Dumbledore's brow furrowed involuntarily. He knew Grindelwald well, but had never encountered such a scenario. A passive prophecy, which should be more detailed. revealed no insights whatsoever. Thus, I actively divined about that boy named Lucien. Could have guessed what I saw. Grindelwald's unexpected tone drew Dumbledore's curiosity, and he played along. Gellert, what did you see? Grindelwald smiled with satisfaction, though his tone shifted to one of gravity. A vortex, an immense and boundless whirlpool. After uttering these words, Grindelwald lapsed into silence. Dumbledore understood that this was likely the entirety of what he had witnessed. Active prophecies often presented fragmented and fleeting images. Dumbledore's deductions were largely accurate, though not entirely complete. Grindelwald withheld the truth that his second divination had indeed been incomplete, yet this incompleteness was self-terminated. The mere sight of that whirlpool had unleashed an indescribable pressure upon Grindelwald's psyche. Instinct warned him that should he gaze further. Yet Grindelwald would not display any signs of apprehension before Dumbledore, and thus refrained from revealing the subsequent truth. It had been many years since a sense of unfamiliar curiosity surged within Grindelwald. That child was exceptionally unique, fascinating. To Dumbledore's inquiry regarding his thoughts on the prophecy, Grindelwald replied, "The content revealed through divination is merely one aspect. The interpretation holds equal significance." Grindelwald, gazing into Dumbledore's eyes, remarked with keen interest, "That boy is destined to exert an extraordinarily profound influence on the magical realm and the world at large. Yet I cannot discern whether this influence will be benevolent or malevolent. Al, as his headmaster, you know him better than I do you not?" Hearing Grindelwald's rhetorical question, Dumbledore reflected on their year together, contemplating Lucien's demeanor and characteristics. The unwavering thirst for knowledge, the eager willingness to assist his peers, the cleverness in overcoming challenges. Ultimately, Dumbledore's memories crystallized upon that night in the Forbidden Forest, the scene of the newborn unicorn pressing its horn against Lucien's hand. "He is a good boy, Gellert. Did you know? Lucien saved a young unicorn and received the unicorn's blessing." Grindelwald found delight in Dumbledore's idle chatter, yet, as he listened, an odd expression crept into his gaze, and his demeanor grew somewhat unnatural. Finally, he uttered softly, "So, we have yet another young man adept at befriending magical creatures?" After this statement, both old men fell into silence, the atmosphere growing awkward. Presumably not wishing to squander this rare opportunity for companionship, Grindelwald resumed the conversation. "So, how do you intend to treat such an exceptionally gifted youth, one whose talents are almost terrifying?" This question rendered Dumbledore silent for a considerable time, followed by a deep sigh. How had he approached the last child of extraordinary ability? With caution, vigilance, and repression. The nature of Voldemort was certainly not benevolent. Yet Dumbledore occasionally found himself questioning whether his past actions were truly justifiable. It had been Dumbledore who had fetched Tom from the orphanage to attend school. And what had he done upon learning of the child's misdeeds? A flare of magical fire had ignited Tom's wardrobe, although it did not actually destroy the cabinet that contained all of young Tom's possessions. Nevertheless, that searing flame irrevocably ignited Tom's ambition for power and dominance. Dumbledore sometimes pondered whether a gentler, more compassionate approach, rather than the oppressive display of force to compel Tom to return the stolen items and apologize, might have yielded a different outcome. Observing Grindelwald seated across from him, Dumbledore felt an additional pang of bitterness. His impatience and lack of empathy towards Tom had been driven by the weight of more pressing and painful matters that consumed his thoughts. Lucien was a good boy. This time, I cannot afford to err again. The two elders continued their discourse, transitioning from the significant matter of a magical division in Eastern Europe to the triviality of mischievous young wizards borrowing toilet seats at school. As the sun set, Dumbledore gradually rose to depart, and just before exiting the door, he caught Grindelwald's murmured words, "I truly wish to meet that young wizard named Lucien. It should prove to be quite entertaining. These days here are exceedingly dull. Oh, and I've run out of parchment. Do send me some next time." Chapter 158, Harry's Distress, a Respectful Manner. Harry lay despondently on his bed. He had just returned home, and all his magical books, wand, cauldron, broomstick, and an array of other magical paraphernalia had been locked away by Uncle Vernon in the storage cupboard beneath the stairs. Harry could only feel grateful that he himself had not been confined to that narrow and cramped space. The memories of his previous years spent there, accompanied by dust and spiders, only intensified his longing for Hogwarts. Although he had only been home for a day, Harry was already nearing his breaking point. Hogwarts Castle. The portraits, the ghosts, the captivating classes, and the kind companions. Hoot! Hearing the call of an owl, Harry turned to glance at the owl locked in its cage. Poor Hedwig, who was not even permitted to leave the room. This thought deepened Harry's gloom. If Hedwig could not venture outside, How could he correspond with his friends? Top, top. A gentle knocking suddenly interrupted Harry's brooding, yet he could not immediately discern who was at the door. The individuals in his household were unmistakable. Uncle Vernon would pound on his door with a resounding roar. Dudley would either burst in or kick the door down. And as for Aunt Petunia, top, top. Very well, it was certainly not Aunt Petunia. She never knocked twice. Harry swung his legs over the bed, donned his glasses, and opened the door. He was met by a sister dressed in elegant black and white, her features strikingly beautiful, standing at the threshold. Harry was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why such a person would be in his home. "Are you Mr. Harry Potter?" the sister inquired, her voice soothing. Harry instinctively nodded. "Master Lucien is downstairs. He has requested that I find you, as there is a matter he wishes to discuss with you." Upon hearing Lucien's name mentioned, Harry's face lit up, and without a second thought to the term master, he hurriedly dashed downstairs. "Thank you for informing me," Harry exclaimed as he raced to the living room. However, upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Lucien sat regally in the center of the large sofa, exuding an air of elegance, occasionally nodding as if he were the boss receiving reports. In contrast, Uncle Vernon sat opposite Lucien, sporting a forced smile while cautiously speaking, clutching a handkerchief that he frequently lifted to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead and cheeks. Aunt Petunia and Dudley were huddled together on the smallest sofa, visibly cramped and hardly daring to breathe. When had Harry ever witnessed such a scene? Uncle Vernon had always been the imperious ruler of the household. Aunt Petunia ever the sycophant, indulging and boasting about Dudley, while Dudley, he spent most of his time eating. At that moment, Lucien also noticed Harry and waved him over, smiling. "Good afternoon, Harry." Once seated beside Lucien, Harry listened in a daze as Lucien engaged in conversation with his uncle. Most of the dialogue was dominated by Lucien, who spoke freely about magic, while Uncle Vernon nodded in response. Harry, just beginning his studies in magic, was eager to solidify his foundational knowledge. The mention of the word magic by Lucien sent a jolt through Harry, and he quickly glanced at Uncle Vernon, fearing that this deeply magic-averse relative might erupt and unleash his ire upon Lucien. Uncle Vernon's chubby face twitched, clearly still instinctively repulsed by anything related to magic. To Harry's astonishment, Uncle Vernon picked up the handkerchief and dabbed at his cheek, affirming, "Yes, indeed, you are correct. Harry certainly needs to build a solid foundation. To study diligently, to study diligently." His uncle was even employing honorifics. Moreover, this obsequious expression was something Harry had never witnessed before. Occasionally, Uncle Vernon would invite business clients over, but never had it been to such a degree. Was there a hint of fear intertwined with the flattery? Learning is undoubtedly paramount, yet maintaining a proper diet and rest is equally important. These are essential factors for a child's healthy growth. Yes, regarding Harry's diet. Uncle Vernon faltered mid-sentence. Lucien cast a glance at Dudley, whose plump physique resembled that of a young penguin nestled beside its similarly large parents. In stark contrast, Harry, having enjoyed a year of adequate meals at Hogwarts, had only just managed to escape the realm of emaciation. It was evident that Harry had endured a harsh existence at his aunt's home, where he had neither sufficient food nor proper rest. This family harbored an exceedingly contradictory attitude towards Harry. He was the abandoned infant left on their doorstep, the feared child of their monstrous niece and nephew, and the boy lauded by a cohort of self-proclaimed wizards. They had raised Harry for 10 years, yet had mistreated him for a decade. Due to the protective magic cast upon Harry, which required the shelter of family and a bond of blood for reinforcement, he could only remain in his aunt's home. Lucien understood that the situation was complex, a tangled web of love and resentment. His treatment was akin to that of his cousin, Dudley, at least in terms of provisions. After all, Mr. Dursley's salary was quite sufficient, was it not? Uncle Vernon nervously wiped away the sweat, repeatedly acquiescing. Dudley attempted to protest, but was swiftly silenced by Aunt Petunia's hand over his mouth, accompanied by a whispered assurance. "Oh, by the way, how is Harry's room?" Upon hearing this, both Vernon and Petunia breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had changed Harry's room last year, moving him from the storage cupboard beneath the stairs to Dudley's vacated toy room, albeit only after being threatened by that formidable, towering man. After discussing several educational matters regarding Harry, Uncle Vernon adamantly declared that he would ensure Harry had ample time for free study. Ultimately, having declined Uncle Vernon's generous invitation to dinner, Lucien departed from number 4, Privet Drive, accompanied by Loris. Wait, Lucien," Harry called as he hurriedly pursued them. Lucien halted his steps, turning to gaze at Harry. Lucien, that is, Harry fidgeted, clearly torn over what he wished to express. "Do you happen to know where I could exchange galleons for Muggle currency? I would like to convert some." Initially perplexed by Harry's inquiry, Lucien soon began to form a hypothesis. Harry continued, "If possible, I would like to give this money to my aunt and uncle. I never realized my parents had left me so many galleons. I am aware that raising a child incurs considerable expenses. Uncle Vernon has lamented about it before. But," Lucien thought to himself, indeed, Harry sought to compensate his relatives, at least financially. Living under someone else's roof without the corresponding support. Enduring disdain and discrimination. This feeling had burdened Harry for a decade. What a kind-hearted child he was. "No problem, this matter can be easily resolved." Upon receiving Lucien's assurance, Harry promptly expressed his gratitude, and then ventured to ask a lingering question. "By the way, Lucien, how did you earn Uncle Vernon's respect?" Lucien replied calmly, "By becoming a shareholder in your uncle's company." Chapter 159. The Rite of Bone and Blood, the Thunderbirds Dance? Within the gourd space, Lucien stood to the side, his gaze serene as he observed the grand figure of Norbert striding across the open area. In just 2 to 3 months, Norbert's length had nearly reached 4 meters. From his head to his robust tail, his form was fluid and exuded a sense of power. Occasionally, Norbert would unfurl his wings, casting a vast shadow with a wingspan of 6 to 7 meters, already possessing the ability to soar through the skies. This space had become insufficient. The dragon was growing too rapidly, necessitating an expansion. Yet, Lucien felt a twinge of concern. With his current mastery of the undetectable extension charm, the space's enlargement was nearing its limits. Perhaps he could consult with Newt when they traveled to Arizona. If it involved the Scamander family's legacy, he would refrain. Otherwise, he might ask Newt for assistance in expanding the space. But what compensation would be appropriate? Suddenly, a deep growl resonated above Lucien's head, accompanied by a subtle sense of pressure. Lucien then realized he had been enveloped in a shadow cast by Norbert. He looked up to meet those molten orange dragon eyes, unable to suppress a smile. Lucien clearly perceived that Norbert's intimidating posture was merely an awkward display of affection. As for why the growl sounded so low and fearsome, it was simply a child unable to contain his feelings. Regardless of how docile the dragon appeared, it remained one of the most dangerous creatures in the magical world. A predator at the apex of the food chain. And possessing the blessing of a unicorn, Lucien understood precisely what Norbert was expressing. "Mom, I'm hungry." It had been quite some time. Hadn't he been taught to call for his father? Lucien shook his head in resignation while retrieving various cuts of beef and lamb, along with an assortment of seafood. The Norwegian Ridgeback was among the few dragons that preyed on aquatic creatures. There had been eyewitness accounts of a Norwegian Ridgeback sweeping away a whale calf. As Lucien fed Norbert, he observed the dragon closely. Its scales were deep, rich black, while dark golden patterns wove and intertwined across the surface of its scales. These golden lines were not static. They flowed with Norbert's breathing and the movement of its muscles, subtly shifting along its spine, neck, and the edges of its wing membranes. Lucien had compared these observations with the records in books and had consulted Newt. The Norwegian Ridgeback was not known to possess these golden lines. Thus, he surmised that these features were a result of hatching from a dragon egg using the luminous fire. But he had yet to discern any peculiarities. Perhaps further growth was necessary for that to become evident. It was regrettable that Norbert could not utilize the pet growth loans provided by the system. It seemed that only creatures produced by the system could avail themselves of such assistance. Perhaps potions or similar means could achieve comparable effects to promote the dragon's growth or enhance its physical qualities. After all, he needed to repay the loan for the magical weaving technique, and it would be best to cultivate Norbert into the king of the Norwegian Ridgeback clan. The stronger, the better. Lucien accessed the system to check for updates on loan options since the last time he had looked. His consciousness swiftly skimmed through a stream of information. Lucien's spirits lifted as he called up a loan information. Loan, the Rite of Bone and Blood. Repayment period, 30 days. Loan details, a potion that, when immersed in, can enhance bones and muscles. P.S. This potion is only suitable for magical creatures. The human body is too fragile to withstand its potency. Excellent, this seems quite fitting. Whether it could be used by human was irrelevant. After all, the focus was on nurturing Norbert. The dragon's physical strength could undoubtedly endure it. Norbert was currently in a rapid growth phase, making this potion timely. Otherwise, once he reached maturity and his body stabilized, the effects would be less pronounced. Furthermore, once Norbert became stronger, Lucien could consider applying the magical weaving technique to slightly modify the dragon's magical circuitry. This was something Lucien had contemplated previously. If employed correctly, adjustments to the magical circuitry could enhance the strength of magical creatures. Lucien had also inquired with the system about the feasibility of this approach, to which the system responded, "The host's idea is quite astute. This falls under the category of nurturing, provided the dragon's essence remains unchanged." After a series of inquiries, Lucien understood that while he could optimize the details of the magical circuitry, he must not alter its fundamental nature. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. Details could determine success or failure, and incremental advantages would accumulate into victory. Additionally, another reason Lucien selected this loan was due to the task description associated with it. Loan task: dance with a Thunderbird for 100 kilometers without relying on external objects. This task would be challenging for a typical wizard. On one hand, without the aid of flying broomsticks or similar objects, wizards could scarcely fly. On the other hand, the inherent dangers posed by the Thunderbird were formidable. Classified as a XXXX level magical creature, it could conjure storms and summon lightning while soaring through the skies, demonstrating tremendous destructive power. Moreover, Thunderbirds were highly sensitive and possessed a strong wariness of other beings, rarely permitting others to approach. However, both of these challenges were surmountable for Lucien. The affinity for animals bestowed by the Lord of the Qilin, combined with the blessing of a unicorn, rendered him uniquely capable in communicating with magical creatures. Engaging in a brief flight with the Thunderbird, without plucking its feathers, should pose no significant issue. As for the need to rely on his own flying capabilities, aside from Voldemort's unique flying magic, the only option was to become an animagus and pray that his animal form would be capable of flight. Lucien had already become an animagus, and he could transform freely. He could choose any flying creature at will. However, to dance with the Thunderbird, considering its flight speed, even the swiftest of ordinary birds could not possibly keep pace with a Thunderbird that weaves through storms. Moreover, covering a distance of 100 kilometers while maintaining high-speed flight was a daunting challenge. Lucien's eyes sparkled as he recalled some recent insights regarding Transfiguration. Since his animagus form had no restrictions, could he attempt transformations beyond mere mundane creatures? Transforming directly into a magical creature would be rather perilous. Reshaping the magical circuitry was no trivial matter. However, if he focused solely on altering the physical aspects, perhaps he could achieve something akin to the chimera transformation he had once executed. Indeed, he had made an agreement with Newt to visit Arizona. This would be a perfect opportunity to accomplish both tasks simultaneously. Dorset, using the luminous apparition. Lucien's figure materialized directly upon a small hill, gently tapping on the wooden door of the cottage. Knock, knock. After a brief moment, a voice responded, "Just a moment." When the door swung open, Lucien was greeted by an elderly lady. Her eyes sparkled brightly, radiating a gem-like brilliance, despite her advanced years, reminiscent of a fire lizard's gaze. Although a stranger had knocked at her door, the lady recognized the luminescence surrounding the young boy. A warm smile graced her face as she spoke. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Lucien Greythorn, the one Newt has spoken of numerous times. Come inside. Newt mentioned you would be visiting, but I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Have you had breakfast?" Lucien politely replied, "I have already eaten. Thank you, Mrs. Tina." This was undoubtedly Tina Goldstein, a former orator of the American Wizarding Congress, renowned for her illustrious capture of Grindelwald. Following Tina into the dwelling, Lucien marveled at the spacious interior of what appeared to be a modest wooden cabin. Newt had indeed mastered the art of the undetectable extension charm. "Lucien, I truly appreciate your correspondence with Newt. He often finds himself surrounded by those little creatures, seldom engaging with others," she continued. "You are too kind. I have learned much from Mr. Scamander. He possesses a wealth of knowledge in the realm of magical creatures," Lucien remarked, his enthusiasm evident. Tina's smile widened. For Newt was not one to engage in frequent conversation, even in writing, apart from the occasional correspondence with that old coot, Dumbledore. She feared that Dumbledore might whisk Newt away for some escapade. Lucien, however, was different. Although Tina found it surprising that he was merely a first-year wizard, she welcomed the idea of him being a friend to Newt, as he was unlikely to incite Newt to confront Grindelwald. Thus, she genuinely felt joy at Newt having such a youthful companion. "Lucien, with your passion for magical creatures, I wonder why you weren't sorted in a Hufflepuff. Newt has lamented this with me on several occasions. You're headed to Arizona this time, which should provide a lovely respite, but do exercise caution." Even though Newt has a retinue of bodyguards. Suddenly, a trapdoor creaked open, and Newt emerged, his curly hair tousled. He waved at Lucien with a faint smile. Lucien surmised this must be Newt's socially anxious greeting. Their previous encounter in the Forbidden Forest had been consumed with the urgency of rescuing a unicorn, leaving little room for Newt's typical shyness. "Mr. Scamander, it's good to see you again," Lucien said. Newt nodded gently and settled onto the sofa. Although his response was rather, well, cool, Lucien understood. He was simply being himself. There was little idle chatter, as Newt quickly prepared to embark on their journey. The two made their way to the fireplace, where Tina handed them a box of flu powder. The flu network was a common means for wizards to travel long distances. By uttering the correct destination, one could instantaneously transport to the corresponding node within its range. While using a portkey would certainly be more convenient, Newt had been prohibited from using them. The reason was simple. While others might use a portkey to smuggle one or two individuals, Newt had an entire menagerie of magical creatures. The wizarding communities across the globe were grateful for Newt's protection and assistance of local magical fauna. Yet they were equally apprehensive about the potential chaos his little companions could unleash. Therefore, whenever Newt traveled to various countries or continents, he was required to notify the authorities in advance and complete the necessary paperwork. As for why Tina did not allow Lumos to use apparition for travel, it was because such cross-border transportation would also be considered smuggling. Newt's journey to Arizona had been duly reported to the American Wizarding Congress, and naturally, he needed to adhere to proper protocols. Gaining access to magical creatures, particularly rare and precious ones like the Thunderbird, involved a convoluted and demanding application process. This was to guard against poachers, given the high value of Thunderbird feathers and eggs. Currently, it was the summer season, coinciding with the Thunderbird's mating and nesting period, making it a peak time for poachers. Thus, the application process was at its most stringent. However, Newt was a world-renowned expert in magical creatures, and no one would suspect him of poaching. Indeed, he was among the least likely individuals to harm magical beings. Lucien, remember the destination I recited. It must be accurate and clear, or you risk arriving in the wrong place, Newt emphasized, concerned that Lucien might become lost. Witnessing the green flames envelop Newt, he vanished with a soft pop. The flow network was indeed quite convenient, but alas, as an underage wizard, Lucien could not install it at home. If they were to travel to a bustling place like Diagon Alley, Lumos would need to find a secluded corner to avoid prying eyes. I remember that Daphne's family has connections with the Department of Magical Transportation, which manages the flu network. Perhaps they could make an exception, Lucien mused. Grasping a handful of flu powder, he stepped into the fireplace. Goodbye, Mrs. Tina. Have fun, Lucien, she replied. Lucien repeated the destination in his mind. In a flash, his surroundings shifted, and he found himself once again with Newt. After a few transitions, they arrived at a small town, its dusty landscape indicating they had reached Stormtown, the closest settlement to the Thunderbird Reserve. Welcome to Stormtown, Newt briefly introduced. Lucien surveyed his surroundings. The town was not particularly large, and all the passers-by were wizards, no muggles in sight. The Thunderbird Reserve was nearby, inhabited by a few other magical creatures, providing various materials that were too valuable to waste. Hence the need for official collection efforts. Over time, the processes of gathering, processing, and selling had become refined, leading to an increase in wizards participating, thus forming the nascent community of Stormtown. It bore some resemblance to Hogsmeade near Hogwarts, being a pure wizarding enclave. Lucien wondered if there were any local specialties he could acquire before returning home. He followed Newt to a rest point, a property Newt owned in the area, which had been gifted by the American Wizarding Congress. Newt possessed numerous residences worldwide, some purchased, others bestowed by local authorities, all conveniently located near magical creatures' habitats. The gifts from the officials were expressions of gratitude for Newt's contributions to the protection of local magical fauna. As for the properties he had purchased, it was only fitting, given his affluence. Lucien stood by the window, gazing at the storm clouds gathering in the distance. Chapter 160. Poachers, Departure to the Thunderbird Reserve. Come and see. Fresh Thunderbird feathers, harvested less than 3 hours ago. Thunderbird bones, exceptional for potion making. Can also be ground in a powder for consumption, guaranteed to bring you back to the peak of your youth. Thunderbird eyes, capable of revealing evil. It was still early morning, and many shops had yet to open. Nevertheless, numerous vendors were already hawking their wares. Given the proximity to the Thunderbird Reserve, most of the items were related to Thunderbirds. Lucien and Newt had risen early to experience the local market, but after just a cursory glance, Lucien discerned that the majority were counterfeit. Using his magical eye, he could detect traces of magic, yet these so-called Thunderbird materials bore no magical essence whatsoever. A few honest merchants did sell some genuinely magical materials, but upon closer inspection, Lucien realized they were not authentic either. It is likely that ordinary materials are steeped in a specially concocted potion or treated with enchantments to deceive the unsuspecting. TSK. At least there is some effort put into the art of deception. If such a vast trade of materials were truly feasible, wouldn't the establishment of a protected area be rendered utterly superfluous? Lucien surveyed the array of shops that had yet to open their doors, contemplating that only those with storefronts were genuinely engaged in the sale of Thunderbird materials, possessing the requisite licenses. As for the boisterous vendors, well, they seemed to specialize in swindling unsuspecting tourists. Surprisingly, a few wizards had indeed parted with their coin, though it is possible they were merely seeking souvenirs. Lucien, there's no need to purchase these items just yet. If you desire them, I am acquainted with individuals who offer superior quality, Newt whispered to Lucien. Lucien understood this to be Newt's subtle reminder. I comprehend, Mr. Scamander. After a brief stroll, the two set off towards the Thunderbird Reserve. Meanwhile, not far away, a robust, blond man, having scrutinized Newt's face several times, feigned a leisurely stroll towards the other end of the marketplace. After navigating through the twists and turns between buildings, the blond man entered a dilapidated tavern, greeted the proprietor, and proceeded to a room at the back. Inside, 7 or 8 individuals sat, exuding a formidable presence, all attired as adventurers. Yet, the most striking sight was a black widow spider sprawled on the table, its abdomen adorned with red markings that intriguingly formed the shape of lips, a departure from the typical hourglass pattern. Boss, guess who I just spotted at the market? The blond man addressed the figure seated at the center, who was clad in casual yet suitable attire for outdoor exploration, his brown hair impeccably groomed. Without lifting his gaze, the brown-haired man sipped his brandy. Newt Scamander, the most renowned expert on magical creatures. Aiden, your news travels too slowly. The blond man named Aiden chuckled awkwardly and settled into an empty chair. Boss, shall we postpone our operation? The brown-haired man continued sipping his drink. Reason? Aiden cleared his throat. Ahem, boss. While it's true that Newt is now rather aged, he has indeed lived through that era and has confronted Grindelwald. His practical experience is undoubtedly formidable, and that suitcase of his is filled with a myriad of magical creatures. I heard that over a decade ago, in a magical creature reserve in Egypt, Newt faced off against a gang of poachers, and in the end, 27 individuals were subdued by him and the creatures within his suitcase. This revelation caused some unease among the individuals in the room, their resolve wavering. Yet, this also presents an opportunity. Newt's suitcase is worth a fortune, sufficient for us to retire and enjoy life. The brown-haired man took a sip of brandy, speaking with unhurried composure. His words visibly stirred some in the room, yet no one rushed to express their agreement. Aiden offered a sheepish smile, contemplating whether to voice his concerns. The brown-haired man finally regarded Aiden. I understand your worries. The creatures in Newt's suitcase pose a greater threat than he does. But we must resolve this before he opens it. Aiden, we have prepared for this plan for 6 months. Completing this Thunderbird operation is equivalent to 3 years of effort. Silence enveloped the room, the individuals leaning towards agreement. Aiden, self-aware of his knack for gauging the atmosphere, recognized the determination of the boss and his companions. Thus refraining from further opposition, he merely pondered what escape route would be prudent in case of an unforeseen complication. Noticing no one raised further objections, the brown-haired man nodded with satisfaction, draining his glass, and gazed at the black widow spider on the table with a soft chuckle. Moreover, we have the finest assassin. Who would suspect a spider so commonly found in this locale? Who would ever think it is, in fact, a wizard? Wouldn't you agree, Shelley? The spider, upon hearing its name, lazily raised a leg, indicating its acknowledgement. At the entrance of the Thunderbird Reserve, a tall, middle-aged man clad in a short robe greeted them with a smile. Mr. Scamander, we have been expecting you. Stanley, it's been a while, Newt replied, introducing Lucien. This is Stanley Jones, the head of the Thunderbird Academy at Ilvermorny and a professor of potions, well-versed in Thunderbirds, who will be our guide and companion on this journey. Oh, I wouldn't dare claim expertise on Thunderbirds in your presence, Stanley humbly responded, then turned to Lucien, intrigued as it was his first time seeing Newt accompanied by a younger colleague. This is Lucien Grafton, my junior at Hogwarts, exceptionally talented in magical creatures, and I brought him along to observe Thunderbirds this summer. Hearing Newt's introduction, Stanley maintained a neutral expression, though internally he was surprised. To be praised by Newt for having talent in magical creatures was no small feat. Hello, Mr. Jones, Lucien greeted politely. Hello. No wonder you are a distinguished student from Hogwarts. You certainly possess an impressive demeanor. Stanley laughed heartily, shaking Lucien's hand. Lucien responded with appropriate decorum, as Newt had provided him with a brief overview of Ilvermorny and Stanley before their departure. Ilvermorny is the American wizarding school, on par with Britain's Hogwarts, divided into 4 houses, with Thunderbird being one of them. The others are Wampus, Puckwudgie, and Horned Serpent, each with characteristics somewhat akin to those of Hogwarts. As the head of the Thunderbird House and a master of potions, Stanley Jones also serves as a professor of potion making. Isn't it curious that all the heads of magical institutions are potion professors, yet the disparities in social graces are so pronounced? Isn't that so, old bat? Chapter 161. The Hunt for Thunderbird Frank begins. At the Thunderbird Reserve, Lucien accompanied Newt and Stanley as they apparat to the foot of a towering mountain. A rumbling thunder echoed from the heavens, dark clouds gathering ominously around the mountain peak. Newt gazed upward at the storm clouds, his nostrils flaring as he discerned the scents in the air. The frequency of thunder and lightning had diminished to every 5 seconds, and the humidity had increased, indicating that the Thunderbirds should have completed their mating rituals by now. Stanley nodded in agreement. Yes, the period between mating and laying eggs is indeed the best time to approach the Thunderbirds. Lucien listened intently, seizing this rare opportunity for learning. To read 1,000 books is one thing, but to traverse the world is another. Meeting diverse individuals during one's travels is also a valuable avenue for knowledge acquisition. Just then, as the trio prepared to proceed, a piercing, melodious cry sliced through the thunder, swiftly descending from the mountain summit. Newt and Stanley reacted instantaneously, brandishing their wands. The cry of the Thunderbird signified its rapid approach. Lucien also drew his wand, but remained calm, rather intrigued, as the blessing of a unicorn enabled him to comprehend the meaning of the call. Old friend, you have arrived. Following this, a second cry resonated, softer yet growing ever closer. Newt's expression shifted to one of recognition, and he sheathed his wand. A shadow swept overhead, illuminated by a flash of lightning, as a colossal figure descended mere meters away from the trio. Even at this distance, the ensuing gusts nearly toppled them. Before them stood a magnificent giant bird with 3 pairs of wings, its expansive wingspan gleaming with golden plumage on its back, while its underbelly boasted pristine white feathers, its tail feathers shimmering with a metallic sheen. The most striking feature is a crown of golden feathers encircling its head, resembling a radiant corona. Its sharp, piercing eyes shimmer with the brilliance of lightning. Frank, it has been an age since we last met, Newt said with a warm smile as he approached the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird, known as Frank, took a few steps forward, lowering its proud head to nuzzle Newt's outstretched hand. Lucien recalled the memory, realizing that this was the very Thunderbird that had once showered New York City with the rain of forgetfulness. Thunderbirds indeed have an impressively long lifespan, often ranging from 100 to 200 years, and at this age, Frank must be in its prime. Moreover, the regal feathers adorning its head hinted at formidable strength. Was this the king of the Thunderbirds in this region? Squawk! Frank the Thunderbird called softly, gently rubbing its head against Newt's chest. Listening to Frank's call, Newt pondered and quietly inquired, "All right, where do you wish to take me?" The Thunderbird continued to vocalize, and, just as Newt was about to interpret, he suddenly recalled that Lucien was right beside him. He turned to Lucien, who understood Newt's unspoken thoughts, and said, "Mr. Scamander, Frank wishes you to assist in checking on his wife, who is located atop this peak." "Very well, thank you, Lucien." "Not all," Lucien replied. Hearing their exchange, Stanley raised an eyebrow, his expression one of surprise. Wasn't Newt just asking Lucien about magical creatures? And could this seemingly 12 or 13-year-old boy truly decipher the Thunderbird's thoughts? With some understanding of Thunderbird research, Stanley realized that Frank's actions and calls indeed aligned with Lucien's explanation, although he found the accuracy astonishing. He began to regard Lucien with newfound respect, recalling Newt's earlier praise of the boy's considerable talents concerning magical creatures. Lucien's performance made Stanley wonder if this child might be one of Newt's grandchildren, but he remembered meeting Newt's actual grandchild before. This boy did not resemble him at all. "Squawk!" Frank the Thunderbird exclaimed, infused with palpable surprise. "Child, can you comprehend my meaning?" Not minding the Thunderbird's reference, as it was an ancient creature, Lucien nodded and softly replied, "Yes. Is there anything else you wish to convey or need our assistance with?" The Thunderbird excitedly flapped its wings, carefully maneuvering around Newt to stand before Lucien. "My wife is laying eggs, but this time it has taken too long compared to previous occasions. Now that Newt and you are here, could you assist me in checking on her?" "Of course, just a moment." Lucien relayed the Thunderbird's request to Newt and Stanley. Newt, having previously witnessed Lucien receiving the unicorn's blessing in the Forbidden Forest, was well aware of his ability to communicate with animals. However, Stanley was oblivious, having only seen the Thunderbird chattering while Lucien effortlessly translated its words. Could it truly be so swift? "Stanley, let us proceed," Newt called out, snapping Stanley from his reverie. "Oh yes, let us head directly to the summit. I have brought ample supplies for our needs." To save time, Frank the Thunderbird did not linger, allowing the three to mount its back before soaring into the sky. In the next moment, they ascended rapidly, the wind howling around them, and within mere breaths, the four of them arrived at the nest atop the mountain. The Thunderbird's massive form necessitated a dwelling within the high caves. Squawk! A faint yet pained call wafted from within the cave. Frank the Thunderbird responded anxiously, then landed at the cave's entrance. Lucien and the others swiftly dismounted. Inside the depths of the cave lay a thick layer of soft, dry branches and grasses, where a smaller Thunderbird rested, its plumage gleaming white. Yet its size was twofold less than that of Frank. "Fear not, we are here to help," Lucien assured, soothing the female Thunderbird's distress. Simultaneously, Frank harmoniously vocalized in agreement. In a nearby thicket, a group of poachers, led by a brown-haired man, busied themselves with their equipment, discussing their final plans. "Surely, aim for swift kill." The brown-haired man instructed a striking woman with raven hair and crimson lips, his tone grave. Shirley stretched languidly, accentuating her alluring curves. "Understood, Alistair. Do you doubt my abilities?" she teased, playfully tapping the man's chest and laughing lightly. Noticing Shirley's relaxed demeanor, Alistair's gaze hardened. "Your success will determine our victory or defeat, and I do not take kindly to failure." Yet, Shirley seemed unfazed by the threat, merely twisting her waist as she ventured into the thicket. I know. Let the hunt commence." With that, her figure vanished from sight. A black widow spider stealthily crawled through the blades of grass. Chapter 162, The Spider Animagus Assassination. At the mountain's base, Lucien and the others gathered around the campfire. The egg-laying process had gone smoothly, and now they awaited hatching. "Stanley, this period is a vulnerable time for the Thunderbirds. The female is in a weakened state, and the male will staunchly guard the nest. Those poachers will certainly be lurking for an opportunity. Please coordinate with the reserve's director to enhance protective measures," Newt urged. Stanley nodded, responding earnestly, "I understand. This is a routine we conduct annually." "Indeed, we owe the swift resolution of the Thunderbirds' birthing to Lucien," Stanley remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Lucien. "Your ability to communicate with magical creatures is unparalleled. It was fortunate to have you soothe and converse with that female Thunderbird, allowing for such ease." Lucien waved his wand gently, making the campfire blaze more brightly. "Thank you for your kind words. I'm simply glad to be of assistance." Stanley continued, "Moreover, your potion-making skills are quite impressive as well, saving us considerable time. By the way, your potions professor at Hogwarts is still Severus Snape, correct?" "Yes, Professor Snape. That explains it. I have encountered him a few times. He is the youngest master of potions, a very serious and knowledgeable individual. A master produces exceptional students. I can only imagine his expectations for you are quite high." Lucien reminisced about the potion classes, recalling Snape's explosive temper that left young wizards in tears. "Mr. Stanley, Professor Snape is quite rigorous in his teaching methods, enforcing strict adherence to procedures. Indeed, the standards are high, but he imparts genuine knowledge. That is the hallmark of a good teacher. I wonder what kind of lessons Professor Stanley conducts, and how he corrects students' operational errors. Ilvermorny sounds intriguing. I wish I could visit it someday." Rustling leaves broke the momentary silence, followed by a small black and white bird darting from the underbrush. With sturdy legs, it swiftly approached a large stone. "Chirp, chirp." The little bird pecked insistently at the stone's base, but having found no reward, it expressed its frustration with a couple of disappointed calls. Noticing the presence of others nearby, the little bird turned its gaze toward the campfire, locking its eyes on Lucien. Tilting its small head curiously, "Chirp." The bird took the initiative to hop closer, bounding over to Lucien's side and chirping softly. "Did you not catch your dinner today?" Lucien chuckled, understanding the little bird's plight. He reached into his pocket and produced a bag of dried insects, provisions intended for the likes of the silent bird and the puffskein. Extending his hand, he offered the treat, and without hesitation, the bird opened its beak to partake. "Ha ha, Lucien, your affinity with animals is remarkably strong," Stanley remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the scene with amusement. The creature in question was a North American roadrunner, a bird adept at running, feasting on spiders, frogs, and rodents, and typically avoiding human proximity. Moments ago, this little fellow was likely on the hunt. Alas, it seems it was you who ultimately filled its belly. Enthralled by Stanley's enlightening commentary, Lucien found the tidbits of knowledge quite captivating. While feeding the roadrunner, Lucien's gaze drifted towards the massive boulder, the swirling black vortex in his eyes slowly undulating. Spiders? On the boulder's reverse side, a black widow spider adorned with peculiar red markings emerged from a crevice. It rubbed its forelegs together, and in an instant, its form twisted and magnified, silently transforming into a stunning woman with raven hair and crimson lips. Sherry smacked her ample bosom, silently cursing the damned foolish bird. She had been lying in wait, and how could it suddenly leap out, nearly pecking her to death? Ha ha! If she had been devoured by a bird, she would have surely become the most comically deceased animagus. Swiftly, Sherry replayed the team's plan in her mind. This operation, meticulously orchestrated for over half a year, had mobilized the entire poaching team, a formidable force of nearly 40 wizards. Times have changed. The recent wizarding wars had decimated the population, making it a feat to gather 30 or 40 adult wizards. Moreover, these poachers were seasoned rogues. In a real confrontation, they would prove even more ferocious than ordinary wizards. Yet, a major element of their plan hinged on Sherry herself. As an unregistered illegal animagus, transforming into an inconspicuous spider, Sherry was a born assassin. Many successful missions have been attributed to her ability to infiltrate the vicinity of targets and execute stealthy strikes, delivering lethal blows. Newt's commander was indeed powerful and troublesome. Should that box of magical creatures be released, their team might not reap any rewards. However, those magical creatures needed to be freed first. Sherry felt confident. Her casting speed was swift. Once she struck, she could eliminate Newt. Even if luck were to evade her, she could still severely injure him, preventing him from unlocking the box, and her comrades would act in unison. Should they succeed in this endeavor, Sherry could retire, basking on a Hawaiian beach, sipping drinks with Alistair. What a life that would be. Casting aside her delightful reverie, Sherry refocused on the present. Her contemplation was but fleeting, lasting only a second or two. Drawing her wand, she inhaled gently. Recalling Newt's position, she summoned her magical energy, elevating her state to its zenith. With a twist of her waist, Sherry stepped from the boulder-esque cover, her wand thrusting forward, Avada Kedavra. The familiar green flash shot forth from her wand's tip, aimed directly at Newt's commander's back. If this killing curse struck true, their plan would be halfway complete. However, just as Sherry completed the incantation, her lips still parted. The green light had barely traveled a foot before it was ensnared by a red laser. A violent clash of magical forces erupted before her, sparks of energy crackling. Sherry instinctively increased her magical output, striving to contend with this sudden assault. But before she could utter another syllable, the red curse devoured her killing spell like a constrictor, forcefully striking her chest. An overwhelming, irresistible force surged forth, dislodging her wand from her grasp. Just as she was disarmed, a bolt of azure lightning followed suit. Agonizing pain and numbing sensations engulfed her entirely, plunging her consciousness into a deep, profound darkness. Simultaneously, the sounds of several apparitions erupted around her. A shocked roar pierced the air. Sherry! Dear readers, please gather here. In the moment the poachers revealed themselves, several members swiftly reversed their wands, forcefully embedding the tips into the earth shatter. Lucien, reacting with remarkable speed, had not yet dissipated the arcs of electricity entwined around his wand when he summoned a new surge of magical power. All directions converge. Dozens of luminous spears coalesced and, in an instant, shot forth. The poachers, caught off guard by such an onslaught, scrambled to cast defensive spells. It must be said, these seasoned outlaws, accustomed to the perils of their illicit endeavors, responded with remarkable agility. Protective spells were cast in rapid succession, and even a few skilled individuals managed to shield their comrades from the incoming assault. Only a few unfortunate souls, caught unawares, were pierced by the light spears. Yet they managed to evade critical injuries and remained capable of fighting. Newt was not slow to react, sensing the impending danger before Lucien had acted. He had already unlatched the suitcase. Upon seeing a group that resembled poachers, Newt wasted no time in flipping open the box. A few magical creatures sprang forth, though they had yet to fully protect the three individuals. The poachers' combined magic had already taken effect. Cracks suddenly appeared in the ground, effectively separating Lucien and his companions. In the next moment, a dark barrier surged upward from the fissures. Newt gazed at the ominous barrier, his brow furrowed. A barrier? His eyes darted to the surrounding figures, and the usually gentle and amicable Newt's expression darkened with evident anger. With a flick of his wand, intricate runes shot forth, striking the suitcase. Moments later, 5 nifflers, a chimera, and a bowtruckle emerged from the box. Without a glance back at the poachers, Newt aimed his wand at the looming barrier, beginning to dismantle it. He trusted that the little creatures could handle the adversaries, but his foremost concern was Lucien's safety. Lucien was merely a novice wizard, having studied for only a year. Despite his talents, he lacked the combat experience necessary to face such ruthless rogues. Newt silently prayed that the magical creatures he had previously summoned could provide temporary protection for the boy until he could dismantle the barrier. Meanwhile, Lucien found himself encircled by a serpentine creature, a bird snake that had been the first to emerge from Newt's suitcase. Now, it had grown larger than a tree trunk, vigilantly scanning the surrounding wizards. Lucien gently patted the serpent coiled around him, and it emitted a soft hiss. Lucien understood the creature's message, "Do not be afraid." A smile crept across his lips. "Please make way. I fear I might harm you." For reasons unknown, the serpent instinctively complied with Lucien's command, arching its body to allow him passage beyond its protective circle. In that brief moment, Lucien noticed a brown-haired man beside the boulder, casting a healing spell on the black-clad woman. Indeed, the woman was entirely shrouded in darkness, her hair blending seamlessly with her attire. Lucien had previously captured a fleeting glimpse of the magical circuit within the spider behind the boulder using his magical eye. She had likely revealed her magic upon being startled by the passing Roadrunner. Thanks to the Roadrunner's intervention, Lucien had become more familiar with the magical circuits of Animagi. As expected, the spider reverted back to her wizarding form. Lucien merely cast a glance toward the boulder, casually directing his wand toward the nearby stones and trees. The brilliance of Transfiguration illuminated the air. Eden, a member of the poacher's team, observed this scene with a sudden jolt of unease. Prior to their operation, he had sensed an ominous premonition. Now, witnessing Sherry's unfortunate failure and the brutal magical assault she had endured, he felt an increasing sense of foreboding. Though Aiden's abilities may not be particularly formidable, his extraordinary foresight in detecting danger allows him to navigate perilous situations with remarkable acuity. This trait is a significant factor in his ability to maintain his position within the team. Presently, Aiden contemplates a strategic withdrawal, but upon witnessing Shelley's dire condition, he realizes escape is no longer an option. Not only have they come too far to turn back, having drawn the bow, there is no returning arrow, but there is also another compelling reason. Aiden's gaze towards Alistair becomes laden with complexity. This leader is rather infatuated with romantic notions. "Fool!" Alistair bellowed, rising to his feet, his eyes wide as he fixed his stare on Lucien. Yet in the next moment, a chilling aura washed over him, snapping him back to reality. A flurry of blood-red blades hurtled towards his chest and face. Instinctively, Alistair brandished his wand, casting a protective spell that enveloped him in a shield of iron armor. The sound of clinking metal rang out, a harmonious yet disquieting melody that sent a shiver down Alistair's spine. The youth, despite his tender years, displayed such decisiveness in his actions. The other poachers, too, abandoned their jesting demeanor, growing wary of Lucien. For besides the blood blades aimed at Alistair, they too faced varying assaults. "Capture him. He must be Newt's grandson. We can leverage him," Alistair commanded, rallying morale while making a shrewd assessment. A child in the company of Newt's commander could not be of ordinary pedigree. Capturing him would undoubtedly instill caution in Newt. Immediately, an array of disarming, binding, and slowing spells were unleashed upon Lucien. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of magical energies erupted, stirring the air with swirling dust. Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot reverberated, catching the poachers off guard. Perhaps due to American customs, some wizards had a penchant for firearms, and these desperate rogues occasionally carried a few handguns for emergencies. "Which scoundrel fired?" "I commanded him alive," roared Alistair. An imposing, draconic roar echoed in the ears of the poachers, followed by a searing dragon's breath that dispersed the dust, revealing the figure of the youth. A fire dragon, a horned beast, a cat leopard, and an eight-eyed giant spider materialized. The sudden appearance of these magical creatures set off alarm bells in the minds of the surrounding poachers. If they were merely ordinary magical creatures, it might have been manageable. But these beings were undeniably perilous. Each species was likely responsible for numerous fatalities. The poachers were perplexed by the sudden emergence of these creatures, grappling with the dilemma of how to capture the young wizard. Moreover, keen observers noted that the young wizard was brandishing a revolver. Was it he who fired that shot? "Soren," Aiden exclaimed, horrified to see a nearby companion sprawled in a pool of blood. The poacher's legs were severed, yet he had not cried out, having succumbed to the pain. Lucien surveyed the magical creatures before him. His mastery of Transfiguration had indeed advanced, with greater speed and proficiency in maintaining multiple forms. Suddenly struck by an idea, Lucien retrieved a black and gold gourd and opened its lid. "Norb, come out and practice a bit." Chapter 163. The Annihilation of the Poachers. When did Transfiguration advance to this level? Crack, crack. The sounds of shattering echoed incessantly. Countless fissures spread across the black barrier formed from the fissured earth. Newt jabbed his wand at the barrier, causing it to crumble and fall away in large chunks. Stepping through, Newt, wand and briefcase in hand, arrived at Lucien's location. "Lucien, do not fear. I am here," yet before Newt could complete his sentence, he was struck dumb by the scene before him. A haphazard array of bodies lay sprawled on the ground, each bearing varying degrees of injury. Their shared characteristic was the unconsciousness that rendered them incapable of resistance, firmly bound by shackles of earth and stone. Surrounding them were several unfamiliar magical creatures. Yes, unfamiliar. Newt's gaze fell upon the fire dragon, the snake bird, the cat leopard, and the eight-eyed giant spider. Aside from the snake bird, he had no recollection of summoning the other creatures. Turning to Lucien at the edge of the scene, he found the boy calmly pocketing a brass pocket watch, his expression serene and composed, as if nothing had transpired. A chilling thought invaded Newt's mind. Had Lucien subdued these poachers? And if so, what are the magical creatures? Suitin, you've already harmed my companions. Please, spare me. A weak voice pleaded. Newt glanced toward the fire dragon, which was a Norwegian ridgeback. Its normally black scales were adorned with golden stripes, rendering it even more majestic and enigmatic. The source of the plea was the ridgeback, or rather, the man pinned beneath its claws, a golden-haired figure, robust yet dwarfed by the dragon's might. Cough, cough. You may strike me, but could you at least allow me some air? I'm struggling to breathe. Aiden gasped, writhing beneath the weight. Norb, Lucien called, prompting the creature to loosen its grip slightly, yet its orange-red dragon eyes remained fixed upon its captive. Are you all right, Mr. Newt? Lucien inquired. Newt snapped back to attention. I'm fine. The little ones have taken care of it for me. Lucien, you weren't injured, were you? I see you seem. Newt's words trailed off as he took in the scene. Lucien approached him, explaining, my first-year defense against the Dark Arts professor is quite proficient. He taught me many practical skills. Indeed, the Dark Lord instructed on how to counter dark magic, how to engage in combat, and how to wield spells. Only 2 instructors could rival him. One sipping tea in the headmaster's office, the other imprisoned in Nurmengard. Lucien's answer was not problematic, yet Newt felt something was amiss. A student, even one as diligent as Lucien, was still only a first-year wizard. Mr. Newt, we've dealt with this side. Let's hurry to assist Mr. Stanley. At this, Newt nodded, directing his wand at the magical barrier. The pace of dispelling it markedly quickened, albeit at the cost of magical energy. Lucien, do not worry too much about Stanley. He was once the defense against the Dark Arts professor at Ilvermorny and is quite formidable in battle. Formerly a defense against the Dark Arts professor, now a potions professor? Quite a career shift. Seeing Lucien's puzzled expression, Newt chuckled and explained, Stanley taught defense against the Dark Arts for several years, but found teaching potions more engaging. When a vacancy arose at the school, he made the switch. Lucien nodded, appreciating Stanley's candidness. Such a casual decision could shape the course of someone's life. One could only hope that a certain potions professor, eager for the position of defense against the Dark Arts instructor, harbored no envy. By the way, Lucien, what about these magical creatures? Newt gestured to the assembly of creatures. Lucien replied directly, aside from the Norwegian ridgeback, the rest are transfigurations, not real. The transformation of magical creatures was a skill he intended to utilize continuously, with no need for concealment. Newt paused, momentarily doubting his hearing. Transfigured magical creatures? Has my seclusion allowed transfiguration to evolve to such an extent? As someone intimately acquainted with magical creatures, Newt initially failed to discern the artifice of the creatures before him. They were nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. Moreover, what did Lucien mean when he said, except for that Norwegian ridgeback? Was that extraordinary fire dragon truly real? Crack. It appears that someone on the opposite side is also attempting to dismantle the barrier. The black barrier before Newt disintegrates into fragments at a pace swifter than anticipated. Concurrently, a voice calls out from the other side. Fear not, my child, I shall protect you. However, upon seeing Newt's face, Stanley's eager voice abruptly halts. Oh, Newt, how remarkably swift you are. Catching sight of Lucien, who remains unharmed behind him, Stanley exhales a sigh of relief and discards a poacher he had been holding onto the ground. While I was breaking the barrier, I interrogated this fellow. He divulged quite a bit. They are a notorious international poaching gang, active in various parts of the world, and wanted by many countries' Ministry of Magic. As Stanley's voice grew colder, he continued, the original intention of this group was the Thunderbird, targeting this vulnerable period when the Thunderbirds are weakened. Upon encountering you, they harbored ulterior motives, intending to ambush you and seize your case. As he spoke, Stanley suddenly cast a glance at Lucien, his eyes filled with relief and gratitude. Had it not been for this young man's timely intervention in thwarting the assassin who had somehow managed to infiltrate, Newt would have been in grave peril. When that killing curse was uttered and the magic was unleashed, even with my skills, I would have had no time to counter. If something had indeed happened to Newt here, I shudder to think of the consequences. While Stanley contemplated how to express his gratitude towards Lucien, the latter quietly scrutinized the poacher discarded on the ground. It was evident that Mr. Stanley had employed his wand while breaking the barrier, and using magic to pry open the poacher's mouth would likely prove challenging. Observing the bruised and battered poacher, resembling a pig's head, Lucien also noted the remnants of blood on Stanley's left fist. We can rule out the use of truth serum. It seems this professor does not carry such potions with him. Stanley is indeed a formidable wizard adept in both magic and combat. Newt, while the magical creatures you brought along may be a tad perilous, they have indeed been of immense assistance to us. Rest assured, I shall keep this a secret. Stanley chuckled, gesturing towards the array of magical creatures present, particularly the more dangerous species, such as the fire dragon and the cat leopard. However, the cat leopard that Stanley pointed to suddenly transformed into a large boulder, followed swiftly by the eight-eyed giant spider, the horned beast, and the fire dragon, all morphing into trees and rocks. Chapter 164. Stanley's Thoughts. Newt takes the blame inside a thunderbird nest. Lucien gently rubbed the soft feathers on the thunderbird's chest, soothing its emotions. After dealing with the poachers, the members of the magical congress stationed in the reserve took over. Thunderbird Frank sought the assistance of Lucien and his companions, not due to discomfort experienced by his wife, but rather to request help for other thunderbirds of his kin. Thus, Lucien and the others hastened to their aid. Lucien thought it wise to assist, as this process could enhance the thunderbird's goodwill towards him and provide an opportunity to observe and select a partner for flying alongside. He had already prepared a batch of bone and blood baptism potion for Norbert, yielding commendable results, particularly suitable for a robust creature like the fire dragon, significantly aiding Norbert's growth. Therefore, undertaking the task of dancing with the thunderbird was imperative for Lucien. After consulting the system, he learned that this dance required both him and the thunderbird to fly at full capacity, maintaining a similar speed without pause for a distance of 100 kilometers. Consequently, this condition eliminated very young thunderbirds and those nearing adulthood, as the former might not complete the distance, while the latter would be too swift for Lucien to keep up with. Thus, selecting the right partner for the dance became crucial. Fortunately, his affinity with animals allowed for direct communication. Otherwise, the implementation would prove rather troublesome. I could also seek the help of King Frank among the thunderbirds. Surely a suitable candidate can be found within this flock. Extracting a cooking station from his bag, Lucien began preparing the thunderbird's preferred food and nutritional liquid, following the method taught by Newt. Meanwhile, Newt and Stanley, having completed their tasks, stood at the entrance watching Lucien cook while petting the thunderbirds. The two men, each with their thoughts, were soon engaged in conversation, with the more talkative Stanley initiating. Newt, I have many questions. When did your transformation magic advance to such a degree? Transforming magical creatures? Though I am not well versed in Transfiguration, this should belong to the realm of the forbidden, as I have yet to hear of any wizard truly capable of transforming into a magical creature. Newt found himself at a loss regarding Stanley's inquiry. I've lived in seclusion these past years and have not kept up with the latest advancements in magical academia. Stanley stroked his chin thoughtfully. But then again, such a monumental breakthrough would be worthy of the most esteemed academic journals, like your journey of transformation. Moreover, according to your customs, the innovator of this magic would be eligible for the Merlin Award, at the very least as second class. Surely, such news would have reached us here. Newt muttered, I do not know. Perhaps Lucien has made some attempts at developing this himself? Silence ensued as the two wizards fell quiet. Newt, that possibility. Lucien is indeed a talented young man, but to pioneer a new field. All right, I also wish to ask, how old is this child? He appears quite young. Upon hearing Stanley's question, Newt's expression turned slightly peculiar, seemingly recalling their first encounter in the Forbidden Forest. Approximately 12 or 13 years old. Stanley's gaze shifted from Lucien back to Newt, astonished. What? I'm not quite certain of the child's age. He has just completed his first year at Hogwarts and will be entering his second year. Stanley's eyes darted back and forth between Lucien and Newt, and after a lengthy pause, he exhaled, Newt, I know you're not one to deceive, but isn't this a bit exaggerated? Even if affinity for magical creatures is a talent, Lucien's adeptness in potion handling, and regardless of who invented that transformation magic, it is undoubtedly an extremely advanced and complex form of transfiguration. Does it seem plausible that a child who has yet to enter his second year could master such skills? Stanley's rapid-fire questions made Newt awkwardly scratch his curly hair, eventually resorting to the universal explanation. Dumbledore has spoken with me, stating that this child possesses remarkable potential. He is a genius. Given that this assessment came from Dumbledore, it was hardly surprising. Dumbledore's reputation was universally acknowledged in the magical community, though still feeling incredulous. Stanley's intrigue intensified, and he jokingly asked, "I wonder if Lucien wishes to spend more time in America. He seems quite interested in Ilvermorny, doesn't he?" Strangely, Newt felt a wave of vigilance wash over him, sensing that his friend's words carried an underlying message. Lucien is a child who loves to learn. It is quite natural for him to be curious about different styles of magical schools. Stanley nodded, his smile growing broader. Haha, a child who loves to learn is indeed a wonderful thing. Oh, right. I previously saw Lucien using a non-detectable extension charm to store a fire dragon. That is one I raised. Before Stanley could finish his sentence, Newt interjected. Keeping a fire dragon as a pet is illegal. Yet Newt is an exception, as his case holds countless magical creatures, a testament to his efforts in rescuing and protecting them. Thus, the Ministry of Magic's laws do not extend to Newt in this regard. However, Lucien is still young and has not yet garnered the credentials and renown that Newt possesses. Additionally, the reason Newt was expelled from Hogwarts was due to an incident involving a magical creature harming someone. A situation that was not his doing, but rather a consequence of his friend and future sister-in-law's troubles. Newt still finds it difficult to forget, naturally wishing to prevent Lucien from following in his footsteps. Thus, the burden that Newt carried was met with a certain willingness. Simultaneously, a thought crystallized in Newt's mind, one that had germinated during their last encounter in the Forbidden Forest when they rescued the unicorn together. Since Lucien possessed both talent and interest in magical creatures, having a more spacious and secure suitcase would indeed be more convenient. Haha, Newt, there is no need to be so nervous. I'm merely jesting. Do you truly believe I would intentionally report this child to your Ministry of Magic, leading to his expulsion from Hogwarts, only to recruit him into Ilvermorny? Newt was rendered speechless, yet he understood his friend as character and recognized it as a mere jest. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Stanley's words held a kernel of truth, particularly regarding the idea of recruiting Lucien into Ilvermorny. Newt resolved to ensure that Lucien wasn't whisked away. After all, if he took a trip, Hogwarts would lose a student. He could only imagine Dumbledore personally visiting him for tea over such a matter. Meanwhile, Lucien, still engaged in preparing food, marveled at Mr. Stanley's wit. He indeed wished to visit Ilvermorny if given the opportunity, but it seemed that there were no exchange programs among magical schools, which diminished some of the excitement. Lucien's thoughts drifted. If only he could transform the educational system of the magical world in the future, fostering more opportunities for exchange and learning. Chapter 165, A Dance with a Thunderbird, A New Approach to Animagus. Atop a mountain in the Thunderbird Reservation, Lucien inquired, "Are you ready?" patting the neck of the Thunderbird beside him. This particular Thunderbird, selected by Lucien after much consideration, was around 10 years old, no longer a juvenile, but not yet fully mature. To find a suitable candidate, Lucien had compared numerous Thunderbirds, confirming his earlier predictions. The very young ones lacked the stamina for a 100-kilometer flight, while the older ones were too swift, making it impossible for Lucien to keep pace during their full-speed flight, thus failing the system as criteria. Ultimately, he settled on a magnificent creature before him, standing over 2 meters tall, its back feathers gleaming with near-complete gold. The Thunderbird called out, extending its neck to gaze at the sky and slightly unfurling its wings, signaling its readiness. "Once we succeed, you shall not be deprived of the promised feast," Lucien assured. The Thunderbird responded with a chirp. Lucien turned to Newt, giving him an okay gesture. "Mr. Newt, we shall meet at the finish line." Newt returned the gesture, albeit somewhat incredulous. He had initially thought he misheard when Lucien spoke of flying with the Thunderbird. However, witnessing Lucien's determination, Newt could only marvel at the audacity of youth. With a witness present, Lucien felt prepared to commence. According to the system, this aerial dance required a witness, and he was grateful that this individual need not accompany them throughout the flight, merely remaining at the start and finish. With Newt nearby, the choice for a witness was clear. Unfortunately, Stanley had been summoned by the Magical Congress just days prior, leaving Lucien with a sense of loss. The reason cited was a surge of hallucinogenic plants and potions infiltrating the local Muggle community, necessitating Stanley's expertise as a potion master for rescue and treatment efforts. It was said that the situation was quite dire, mobilizing nearly all potion masters in America. leaving Lucien to wonder about the potential repercussions for Muggle society. Lucien vividly recalled Stanley's reluctant gaze before his departure, leaving his contact information and encouraging Lucien to visit America again, ideally to experience Ilvermorny as well. Naturally, Lucien had agreed, though regrettably, the summer held other commitments that would prevent him from doing so anytime soon. He glanced up at the leaden clouds, churning under the force of the wind. With a deep breath, Lucien stepped off the cliff and plunged downward. Newt, standing not far away, had grown accustomed to such spectacles, having been startled during their first encounter and nearly calling forth a Thestral for rescue, only to witness an ordinary owl soaring from the precipice, shooting skyward. An animagus. Lucien's actions were hardly surprising anymore. Transformed into an owl, Lucien ascended swiftly, soon vanishing into the clouds. However, relying solely on his owl form proved insufficient for dancing with the Thunderbird. Even the fastest raptors could not match its prowess. Thus, alterations were essential, beginning with foundational units. He initiated transformative creation and synthesis, akin to the shape-shifting of a chimera. This time, however, the subject of transformation was himself. Under the cover of the clouds, Lucien embarked on a metamorphosis that transcended conventional animagus transformations. His form began to undulate and distort as he soared at high speed. This was not merely a simple switch, but a profound reconstruction based on flesh and bone. The owl's head elongated, its wings broadened and strengthened, while the feather structure reassembled on a microscopic level, granting greater lift and aerodynamic efficiency. Within mere breaths, he had transformed into a bird that had never before graced the earth, drawing inspiration from Loki's facelessness. Lucien's animagus bore no constraint of form. After numerous attempts, he finally melded the chimera's fusion transformation with the animagus concept. This was a unique feat, one that only Lucien could achieve. With a clarion call, the Thunderbird breached the cloud cover, hovering beside Lucien. Its golden feathers sparkled with electric energy. Accustomed to the unusual bird Lucien had become, simply awaiting his signal to commence. The avian form emitted a resonant cry. This was the signal to begin. Both beings took to the skies. Lucien harnessed the updraft created by the Thunderbird's wings, deftly adjusting his position, sometimes flying alongside it like two parallel bolts of lightning. At other times, he executed agile rolls, darting past its side, showcasing unparalleled control. It felt as if he had found a companion. The Thunderbird grew increasingly animated, the currents of electricity dancing among its feathers, crackling in the gale. As the electric energy surged, the Thunderbird accelerated, threatening to outpace Lucien. Yet, he remained calm and employed another newfound technique, one that had truly surprised him. Lucien felt the magic of his wand merging with his skin, flowing through his body, following a specific circuit. With a flicker of thought, an invisible ring of wind materialized beneath his wings, significantly reducing air resistance. Subsequently, he directed the flow of magic, and as he altered his intention, Lucien sensed his body becoming weightless, as if cradled by the very sky itself. Indeed, through the deeper exploration of his animagus abilities, Lucien had uncovered a remarkable truth. He could wield magic even in his animal form. While it was not as effortless as casting spells in human form, he found that simpler enchantments posed no issue. The sole drawback was that Lucien had to rely on silent incantations. Despite his chimera transformation skills, he could not conjure a human throat for his animal form. The spoken spells inexplicably failed to harmonize with his magic. Did this mean that one could only cast spells in human form? Lucien intended to investigate this matter further later, but for now, he focused on completing the aerial dance with the Thunderbird. A series of acceleration spells, wind charms, and propulsion incantations ensued. Lucien donned the entirety of the attire. Confident in his abundant magical prowess and the resilience of his transformed physique, eager to test the limits of his corporeal metamorphosis augmented by magical assistance. The Thunderbird soared blissfully through the skies when, all of a sudden, it caught sight of a shadow darting past, swiftly surpassing its position. With exceptional vision, the Thunderbird discerned that the shadow belonged to Lucien, now transformed into a bird. Caw! This exhilarating race ignited the Thunderbird's competitive spirit, and with a vigorous flapping of its 3 pairs of wings, the sounds of wind and thunder reverberated. The 100-kilometer journey morphed into a splendid display of strength and grace. Through his unparalleled mastery of transformation and groundbreaking magical support, Lucien kept pace with the tempestuous avian, culminating in a breathtaking aerial dance across the heavens. As the finish line approached, Lucien spotted Newt's figure atop the mountain. A clear, resounding cry echoed as Lucien surged past Newt's position, narrowly outpacing the Thunderbird. Newt could hardly register the two figures that zipped by. He merely felt the rush of wind. Upon reverting to his human form and landing, Lucien's chest rose and fell slightly from excitement and fatigue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Thunderbird's dance. The loan for the blood and bone baptism liquid has now been repaid. Caw! The Thunderbird descended alongside him, emitting a loud call. Understanding its message, Lucien realized, "Boss, I'm hungry, I want to eat." Lucien chuckled helplessly and retrieved from his pocket a sumptuous feast of cooked steak, braised ribs, and roasted ostrich. All had been magically preserved to maintain their warmth and flavor, indistinguishable from when they were freshly prepared, coupled with nutrient-rich liquids suitable for the Thunderbird. A grand meal was ready. After all, it had accompanied him through several busy days, and he was determined to honor his promise of a reward. Yet, why did the Thunderbird refer to him as boss? Observing the bird ravenously devouring its meal, Lucien chose to withhold his inquiry for the moment. "Lucien, I must say, your transformation skills never cease to amaze," Newt remarked as he approached, offering genuine praise. "By the way, have you registered as an animagus with the Ministry of Magic yet?" "Not yet, but Professor Dumbledore mentioned he would take me to the Ministry this summer," Lucien replied. Newt nodded, reassured, for unregistered illegal animagi, once discovered, faced imprisonment. "That's good to hear. With Dumbledore involved, it's merely a formality." With no pressing concerns, Newt and Lucien engaged in a leisurely conversation, particularly about the wondrous aspects of being an animagus, a topic that piqued Newt's curiosity. After all, there are only 7 registered animagi, and, with Lucien included, that made 8. While there might be many unregistered animagi, they seldom revealed their identities, leaving the concept shrouded in mystery. Lucien spoke about the typical abilities of an animagus, particularly the capacity to communicate with animals, prompting Newt to reflect. "In my youth, I contemplated becoming an animagus. Such communicative abilities are indeed advantageous. However, I could never surmount that final hurdle. So I hold great admiration for those of you who possess such extraordinary courage and determination." Recalling the perilous nature of the final transformation into an animagus, Lucien understood Newt's apprehension. It was a life-threatening endeavor. Moreover, Newt possessed an inherent talent for communicating with magical creatures, complemented by his experience, rendering the ability to converse directly with animals unnecessary for him. Newt had already established himself as the world's foremost expert on magical creatures. After a while of idle chatter, they utilized a spell to return to Stormtown. The Thunderbird, feasting not far away, sensed something was amiss, lifted its head, and scanned the surroundings, realizing it was alone. "Caw!" After a brief respite, Newt sought out the Thunderbird King, Frank, and released the Thunderbird he had long planned to set free. With Newt and Lucien's cooperative communication, the Thunderbird King readily accepted the new member. Given that the mating season was nearly over, the new Thunderbird would not incite any conflict. "Phew, I managed to gather a wealth of material this time. Perhaps I can update Fantastic Beasts and where to find them upon my return." "Oh, are you preparing to release the 53rd edition?" Lucien inquired, astonished. The book had already undergone 52 editions, each enriched by Newt's additions and corrections, resulting in a treasure trove of new knowledge. The release of a new edition would undoubtedly generate considerable excitement. Newt nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, and I must thank you for that, Lucien." "Thank me?" "Yes. Do you remember the initial records you sent me, including those on the 8-eyed giant spider and the unicorn?" Lucien certainly recalled those contributions, having spent a fortnight traversing the Forbidden Forest to gather that information. Newt continued, "Not only those, but also the experience in the Forbidden Forest during winter when I assisted a unicorn in giving birth was invaluable. Furthermore, with your newfound ability to converse directly with magical creatures, the chapter on the Thunderbird's habits can be greatly expanded. If you permit, I would like to include these insights in my book. Would that be acceptable?" Upon hearing Newt's request, Lucien readily agreed, for the essence of knowledge lies in sharing. It can be intricate, accessible only to a select few, yet it ought to be open and not monopolized by the few. True knowledge is never diluted by sharing. Rather, it becomes eternal through dissemination. Enabling more individuals to grasp knowledge brings Lucien joy. Moreover, documenting information about magical creatures for posterity is undoubtedly meaningful. Lucien could not help but ponder the numerous species that had perished due to human actions. Once humanity recognized the consequences of their actions, it was often too late for reparations, leaving behind only scant records of their existence. Thus, ensuring that more people could learn about them was a positive development. Lucien's response rendered Newt momentarily dazed. Indeed, Fostering a deeper understanding of these magical creatures was the very essence of Newt's lifelong commitment. Yes, it's a good thing. A very good thing. Newt's tone grew animated, affirming that he had not misjudged Lucien. The realm of magical creatures could not afford to be without him. There was a sentiment Newt initially intended to express, but he suddenly chose to withhold it, wishing to surprise the young man. He resolved to extend heartfelt thanks to Lucien Gropp in the new edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Lucien deserved such recognition. Moreover, Newt harbored additional thoughts. He aimed to help Lucien build a reputation from this moment forward. With a name established in the field of magical creatures, Lucien would possess significant advantages upon graduation, potentially influencing his career trajectory. During his conversation with Dumbledore, he had indeed pledged to respect Lucien's choices, but Newt believed that this approach was not coercive. It merely laid down a pathway for the boy, adding stones to this road. Having resolved the matter of releasing the Thunderbird, Lucien accompanied Newt back to Stormtown, successfully concluding their American journey. After a bit of tidying up, they would be ready to return home. While Lucien was busy organizing his belongings, he suddenly heard a resounding cry. Upon opening the window, he saw a Thunderbird circling above Stormtown, incessantly calling out. Understanding the meaning behind the calls, Lucien was perplexed, as the Thunderbird repeatedly exclaimed, "Boss, where are you? Why didn't you take me to your territory?" Lucien was certain that this was the very Thunderbird that had flown alongside him, leaving him even more bewildered by its words. What was this bird trying to convey? Chapter 167. The Thunderbird Seeking a Meal, the Suitcase. Stormtown. Lucien found an empty patch at the edge, with Newt following closely beside him, intrigued by Lucien's remarks. Summoning the circling Thunderbird to descend, it leapt to Lucien's side as soon as it landed, chattering incessantly, "Boss, when shall we venture to your territory? I'm hungry again. Boss, do you have any food? I've grown weary of lingering here, always being watched by humans who believe they are hidden so well." Lucien had not realized until now that this Thunderbird was such a chatterbox. He quickly interrupted its prattling to address the matter at hand. "Wait a moment. What brings you here? And why do you call me boss?" The Thunderbird appeared puzzled by Lucien's questions, clearly taken aback that the boss would inquire about such an obvious matter. However, it felt compelled to respond. "Boss, you fly faster than I do, and after defeating me, you provided me with food, which signifies your ability to procure sustenance. Thus, you have acknowledged me, making you my boss. Is it not a rule among us Thunderbirds? Did Thunderbirds truly have such a rule?" The notion that flying faster and providing food could win a Thunderbird's loyalty was bewildering. Lucien relayed the Thunderbird's perspective to Newt and inquired if it held any truth. After a brief silence, Newt replied, "Well, I've discussed with Frank and learned that the King of Thunderbirds is indeed the fastest and most skilled hunter in this region. However, the specifics of defeating someone in flight and then providing sustenance. I'll make sure to include that insight in my new book." With this clarification, Lucien understood that Newt was previously unaware as well. He thus engaged in a reluctant dialogue with the Thunderbird. "Let us consider our flying contest a mere game. That meal was a token of gratitude for your companionship these past few days, shall we?" The Thunderbird shook its head vehemently. "No, a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. Besides, boss, the prey you caught was far too delicious compared to what I've previously hunted." Lucien felt a vain throb on his forehead. Was the Thunderbird stubborn or merely eager to mooch off him? Although raising a Thunderbird could yield valuable materials, which were rare and expensive in the market, its expansive habitat requirements were substantial, far exceeding what his homemade gourd space could accommodate. Just managing the space needed for Nobur, the fire dragon, was already a considerable task, and he would need to consult Newt for assistance in expanding it upon his return. Furthermore, releasing it into the Forbidden Forest was impractical due to the drastic climatic differences from Diting. "Boss, where's your territory?" the Thunderbird inquired. "My territory? Why do you ask?" It spread its wings slightly and chirped proudly. "If it's inconvenient for you to take me, I can fly there myself. I'm not slow. You know, I can even track your location. My navigation skills are exceptional." Lucien felt a headache brewing and promptly informed Newt of their exchange. Newt glanced at the Thunderbird and then back at Lucien. "Then you should take this child with you. It would be too perilous for an immature Thunderbird to cross the ocean alone." This response clearly caught Lucien off guard, but he voiced his concerns to Newt. When Lucien mentioned the Thunderbird as habitat and environmental needs, Newt waved dismissively. "No worries, I can assist you with that." Early exposure to various magical creatures is a valuable part of their development. Lucien was astonished by Newt's straightforwardness. Was he perhaps being overly generous? Was this the essence of Hufflepuff's worth? Surely, it was his attitude and abilities regarding magical creatures that earned him Newt's esteem. Regarding the spatial issue, Lucien, You need not fret about the opinions of the Reserve and the magical authorities concerning this matter. I will take this Thunderbird under my name for assistance and observation. This is not my first endeavor in such matters. I can certainly speak with authority on magical creatures. Newt appeared almost anxious that Lucien might refuse to take the Thunderbird. Yet the reality was that, whether by talent or luck, Lucien consistently made new discoveries in the realm of magical creatures. This was a rarity that Newt particularly valued. Thus, he wished to facilitate Lucien's interactions with magical creatures, nurturing his interests as he grew. Since Newt had gone to such lengths, Lucien had no reason to decline. Thank you for your help and support, Mr. Scamander. Upon Lucien's agreement, Newt beamed with satisfaction. All right, I'll go speak with the officials. After Newt left, Lucien found himself in a silent standoff with the Thunderbird. He had not anticipated that a simple flight would lead to him acquiring a Thunderbird. Chirp, boss, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Lucien's mouth twitched, now suspecting that this Thunderbird merely wished to follow him for free meals. Hold on a moment. I'll prepare something. Lucien pondered. He now had a Chelan, a fire dragon, a Niffler, a Thunderbird, a troop of 8-eyed giant spiders, a pack of mooncalves. He was nearly ready to open a zoo in Dorset. Newt returned home with Lucien. Seeing the two engaged in cheerful conversation, Tina felt delighted. It seems your trip to Arizona was quite enjoyable. Tina, I've gathered quite a bit of knowledge, particularly about Thunderbirds. Tina listened with a warm smile as Newt recounted their experiences. She knew her husband all too well. Any new discovery about magical creatures would leave him in such an excited state. Once Newt finished, Tina turned to Lucien, her concern evident. Lucien, I hope you didn't encounter any unexpected troubles. Newt was quite the troublemaker in his youth, just as adept at coaxing magical creatures. Well, there was a slight hiccup, but it was merely a trivial matter, a small issue, Tina. I'll just show Lucien something. Newt hastily took Lucien away, fearing Tina would press for more details. Lucien followed Newt into the study, which was filled not only with books, but also with some magical creatures. They appeared to be young or unwell, likely for easier care. The study certainly bore Newt's unique charm. Newt approached the desk and waved his hand, causing the clutter to clear away, revealing a single object, a suitcase. Upon seeing the suitcase, Lucien had a sudden realization. Chapter 168. A gift, Newt's family status. As Newt opened the suitcase on the desk, he remarked, I thought of this during our last trip to the Forbidden Forest. Having a suitcase would certainly be more convenient for you. Although it's not fully completed yet, I believe with your abilities, you can easily finish the remaining details. Realizing Newt intended to gift him a suitcase similar to his own, Lucien confirmed his suspicion and replied, Thank you for your kindness. But I was hoping you could assist me in expanding my gourd space. Is this gift not a bit too extravagant? But before Lucien could complete his thought, Newt raised his hand to stop him, speaking kindly. Lucien, as you said, this is a gift. I remember your birthday is approaching. So consider this suitcase an early birthday present. Please refrain from refusing. It is quite suitable for your use. Now, come in and take a look. Newt gestured for Lucien to come closer. Seeing this, Lucien set aside his reluctance and accepted Newt's kindness, contemplating how he might reciprocate such generosity. The two stepped into the suitcase, and Lucien was immediately taken aback by the breathtaking sight before him, an endless expanse of grassland. A warm breeze, infused with the scents of hay and earth, enveloped him. Overhead, the sun cast a soft, gentle light, bright, yet not blinding. A few gnarled trees offered shade, while a small pond lay clear and inviting, accompanied by a dry, hay-covered hillock that served as an entrance. An entrance? Lucien marveled at its unexpected expanse. Newt spoke as he approached what appeared to be an ordinary rock face. He extended his hand, tracing a complex arc in the air with his fingertips. The rock wall rippled like water, revealing a spiraling wooden staircase descending below. Come, let's explore the other levels. Lucien followed him down the stairs, stepping into an entirely different environment, a dry, warm desert. The heat hit him like a wave, and in the distance, sand dunes undulated, while a few lizard-like creatures, shimmering like jewels, glanced at them warily before swiftly burrowing into the sand. Each layer is independent and isolated, Newt explained, pride lacing his tone. The environment and climate can be finely tuned. The heat of this level does not affect the one above. Here, you can cultivate magical plants that require specific conditions or conduct unstable magical experiments that necessitate isolation. They traversed the desert, and, at the other end, Newt opened another door. This time, beyond it lay a chilly cavern, its stone walls bejeweled with dew, clearly an ideal habitat for nocturnal or cold-loving creatures. Truly, the artistry of the Scamander lineage had produced this remarkably expansive, intricately designed, and seamless extension, an unparalleled marvel. This case has borne witness to many moments with me. It has once helped save and protect countless lives. Newt gazed at Lucien, his eyes deep and gentle. It is safe enough here, private enough, and spacious enough to accommodate all your wildest imaginings. Newt then produced a small booklet and handed it to Lucien. This contains instructions on how to expand and maintain the case. Should you have any questions, feel free to write to me. Oh, and I've made additional modifications to the case. It can be enlarged or reduced in size, and its appearance can also be altered for your convenience during your school days. Lucien accepted the booklet, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your thoughtful gift. I shall make good use of it. Newt patted Lucien's shoulder. No need for thanks. Now let's go out for a meal. The two exited the world of the case, and as Newt lifted his gaze, he spotted Tina with her arms crossed. Tina smiled at Newt, though her reptilian eyes held little mirth. Why the rush with the child? Let's discuss what you mean by minor mishaps over dinner. At the dining table, Tina inquired Newt. The minor mishap you mentioned. Are you referring to the lethal curse that would have struck you had Lucien not intervened? Or the subsequent magical barrier that separated you, leaving a child to face a pack of ruthless poachers alone? Her hands trembled around her cutlery, her words thick with suppressed fear and anger. Newt, unable to meet Tina's gaze, stammered. Lucien remained quite composed. He was perceptive and exceptionally skilled in magic. We need not dwell on Lucien's commendable qualities right now. Also, let us set aside the matter of Rolf accompanying you in search of the Thestrals. Tina shot Newt a look that suggested they would revisit this later. Meanwhile, their grandson, Rolf Scamander, remained blissfully unaware that his long-anticipated journey would be postponed due to unforeseen circumstances. Tina turned her attention to Lucien, her eyes filled with compassion and regret. I apologized, Lucien. I had intended to take you out for some fun, but Newt did not take proper care of you this time. Lucien straightened in his seat, his gaze earnest as he addressed Tina. Grandmother Tina, please do not apologize. It was a battle fought side by side. Mr. Newt has taught me much. He is both my mentor and my friend. When a friend is in peril, no wizard would stand idly by. Tina sighed. You are such a considerate child. Lucien smiled. My defense against the Dark Arts professor taught me that in the face of dangerous adversaries, the most crucial qualities are calmness and keen perception. I merely practiced what I learned. Indeed, Chiaro had imparted this wisdom, and Tom's own demonstrations had further solidified it in his mind. Hearing this, Tina nodded, her gaze softening. Newt has spoken highly of you, saying you are a child who loves to learn. After dinner, let us discuss other matters, such as defense against the dark arts and combat techniques. I was an Auror in America. Perhaps I can pique your interest. That would be wonderful. It would be an honor, Lucien replied, his eyes lighting up. This seemingly kind lady had been exceptionally skilled Auror in her youth, having apprehended countless followers of Grindelwald. Unlike Newt, who relied on magical creatures in battle, Tina was a true combatant, an elite Auror who had emerged from turbulent times, possessing genuine expertise. Moreover, Lucien was eager to absorb more knowledge and would certainly not refuse such an opportunity. After a delightful meal, Lucien learned a considerable amount of practical magic and techniques from Tina. Throughout the process, Tina truly appreciated the child's astounding talent. He grasped spells with remarkable ease, mastering them after only a few attempts, and his reflexes during their dueling practice left her pleasantly surprised. Lucien, to be frank, you are a splendid candidate for an Auror. Upon hearing this, Newt quickly interjected, well, Tina, Lucien actually. Tina shot Newt a glance. Oh, do you find something amiss? Having acquired a case akin to Newt's, received spells and techniques from Tina, and glimpsed the dynamics of the Scamander family, Lucien bid them farewell with satisfaction. Just as he was about to summon his Patronus, a burst of crimson flames erupted beside him. Fawkes emerged, delivering a letter to Lucien. Chapter 169. Fudge's Enthusiasm, Nicolette's Invitation. Lucien held the case in one hand, and the letter Fawkes had brought in the other. Following the instructions in the letter, he arrived at a dilapidated red telephone booth. This was the place. He opened the door and stepped inside the booth, dialing the number, 62,442. Lucien noticed that the corresponding letters spelled the word magic. Hello. May I have your name and the purpose of your visit? A melodious female voice suddenly resonated, not emanating from the telephone, but seemingly materializing in the air, as if the speaker stood right before Lucien. He was not surprised. Dumbledore's letter had made everything clear. I am Lucien Grafton, here to register as an animagus. After introducing himself and stating his purpose, the voice did not respond immediately. Was the telephone booth in disrepair, causing the magical apparatus to malfunction? Surely the Ministry of Magic could afford to fix this. As Lucien contemplated whether to draw his wand to remedy the situation, the female voice returned, her tone tinged with surprise and disbelief. Very well, I'm processing your request. In less than a second, the rotary dial ejected a silver badge, inscribed with Lucien's name and purpose. Subsequently, the entire telephone booth began to descend slowly, resembling an elevator. Passers-by showed no reaction, as if they were oblivious to this unfolding scene. After approximately a minute, the booth came to a steady halt. Lucien stepped out, greeted by a spacious hall, its polished, dark wooden floor gleaming beneath him, while the ceiling, adorned in peacock blue, shimmered with shifting golden runes. This was indeed the Ministry of Magic. Upon his inaugural visit, Lucien opted for a comprehensive experience of the established protocol, a customary route for those attending to business. In contrast, those employed at the Ministry of Magic either apparate directly or descend from the restrooms, though the latter option is seldom chosen. After registering his wand at the security checkpoint, Lucien followed the instructions in the letter and boarded the internal lift of the ministry, arriving at the basement level. He gently rapped on the office door, which swung open automatically. Ah, Cornelius, I merely brought the child for registration. Surely it is unnecessary for the Minister of Magic to preside over this. Albus, my dear friend, you are being overly formal. Such matters cannot be deemed a bother. Lucien discerned that the familiar voice belonged to Dumbledore, while another voice, resonant as if delivering a speech, emanated from behind a seemingly unadorned yet opulent desk. There sat an elderly gentleman with a mane of fluffy white hair, clad in a pinstriped suit, adorned with a vibrant red tie. Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic. Upon spotting the handsome youth at the door, Fudge matched Lucien's emerald green eyes and dark golden hair to the information in his records. He rose from behind his expansive ministerial desk and, with an overly enthusiastic smile plastered across his face, locked his gaze firmly on Lucien. I presume you must be Lucien. Indeed, a fine specimen. Do come in, Minister. Lucien replied politely, nodding in greeting, neither overwhelmed nor intimidated. Once all three were seated, Dumbledore, positioned beside Lucien, initiated the conversation. Cornelius, your duties are quite taxing. The registration of an animagus is ordinarily managed by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Ordinary process? Oh, no. Fudge interjected, waving his hand vigorously, his countenance attempting to convey a congenial demeanor as he turned to Lucien. This is no ordinary occurrence, my boy. You are merely 12 years old. Oh, wait, you haven't even celebrated your 12th birthday yet, and you have become an animagus. By Merlin's beard, this is nothing short of miraculous. Accustomed to Fudge's extravagant flattery, Lucien was unperturbed. Though it was their first encounter, he had grown weary of such praise long before arriving at Hogwarts, having received similar remarks from numerous individuals, whether genuine or merely in deference to Aunt Penelope. In this regard, wizards and muggles were not so different after all. Despite Fudge's words brimming with astonishment, Lucien surmised that the minister was rapidly assessing his worth, as well as the significance of Dumbledore's personal involvement. Fudge, with a tone that shifted from politeness to earnestness, remarked to Dumbledore, Albus, we must acknowledge this. Lucien is not an ordinary prodigy. He is a talent that may be seldom seen in the magical community for the next century. His achievements deserve to be recognized and recorded at the ministerial level. His words were directed at Dumbledore, indicating his discernment and willingness to show respect to both Dumbledore and the child, while simultaneously serving as a preemptive gesture of goodwill towards Lucien. Lucien maintained an impeccable, unassailable smile, understanding that while the initial compliment was inconsequential, the latter was the crux, underscoring his sincerity. Though Fudge lacked the capacity and resolve to effect significant change, it sufficed in peacetime. Dumbledore inclined his head gently. I appreciate your goodwill, Cornelius. Shall we proceed with the registration? Absolutely. Fudge eagerly interjected, summoning a document from his drawer. It was no ordinary registration form, but a formal document adorned with golden borders. The procedure is quite straightforward, my boy. All we require is for you to transform before myself and Headmaster Dumbledore. We need to confirm your animagus form and document it. Lucien raised his gaze, first glancing at Dumbledore, who offered him an encouraging and gentle look. He then turned to Fudge, softly stating, As you wish, Minister, without uttering an incantation or displaying any overt preparatory movements. In the next moment, a soft glow enveloped the office, and Lucien's figure vanished. In his stead appeared an unassuming owl, which unfurled its wings and nodded towards Fudge. A remarkable transformation. Witnessing an animagus of your age is truly astonishing. Fudge extolled as he documented the transformation. After completing the registration, The trio engaged in casual conversation until Dumbledore took his leave with Lucien. As they entered the lift, Dumbledore suddenly handed Lucien a card, saying, "I hear you've just returned from America. It must have been quite enjoyable. I wonder if you would be interested in visiting France?" "France?" Lucien replied, perplexed, as he accepted the card, feeling its texture beneath his fingertips. "Ah, dragon leader, genuine dragonide." Not the hybrid variety from lesser dragons. At the center of the card shimmered a golden key emblem, with ethereal runes flickering in and out of visibility. The key trembling slightly, its tip perpetually pointing in a specific direction. This object appeared to be. With a burgeoning suspicion, Lucien flipped the card over and, upon reading the inscription on the back, silently confirmed his hunch. Nicholas Flamel. How intriguing, he mused. Lucien traversed the bustling streets, the dragon leather card guiding him along the way. The golden key emblem occasionally shifted direction, leading him to new locales. He found little time to appreciate the foreign scenery. Recalling Dumbledore's parting words, "Lucien, your registration as an animagus serves as a reminder of how far you have advanced in Transfiguration. Why not consider writing a thesis?" A thesis? How nostalgic. Lucien embraced Dumbledore's suggestion with enthusiasm. Organizing knowledge systematically would serve as a benchmark for assessing his mastery of the subject. As for the theme of his thesis, he contemplated either chimera transformations or transfiguration of magical creatures. The former involved the intricate layering and nuanced application of transformation, while the latter opened up new realms within transfiguration, bound to stir considerable discourse. Lucien held no fear of others mastering his techniques. Both chimera transformations and magical creature transformations were exceedingly challenging. Particularly with the latter, Lucien increasingly felt that such feats demanded an exceptionally rare talent. Furthermore, he was confident that by the time others caught up to him, he would have already advanced further along his path. Ultimately, he decided against choosing. He would pursue both topics. Upon reaching a secluded alley, Lucien observed the card's design shift once more, the key now standing upright, its tip directed upward. He raised his gaze to behold the clear sky. Surely not. A vortex materialized in his eyes as Lucien activated his spectrospecs to scrutinize the heavens. In an instant, the blazing sun vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of silver, nearly enveloping Lucien's entire field of vision. The vortex in his eyes widened rapidly, revealing intricate patterns on the silver surface, with a torrent of magical energy flowing through those designs in serene order. Lucien noticed a form sprouting from the silver, an orb, with a black aperture at its apex rotating, aimed squarely at him. His spectrospecs detected magical energy converging towards the opening, seemingly on the verge of erupting forth. Yet, instinctively sensing no imminent danger, Lucien allowed his intuition to guide him. A burst of colorful magical energy shot from the aperture, exploding into a dazzling array of fireworks. Witnessing this, a smirk crept across Lucien's face. This encounter was undeniably intriguing. The silent fireworks lingered in the air, coalescing into a single word, bonjour. Lucien recognized the greeting bonjour, a French salutation commonly used to convey hello. Drawing forth his wand, he traced several arcs of magical energy, forming the same greeting in luminous script. Immediately, a hazy white light enveloped Lucien's form, lifting him upwards. He made no attempt to resist, only inwardly lamenting. A silver spaceship and a white beam of light. Aren't these the hallmarks of extraterrestrial visitors? Curiously, neither the silvery vessel in the sky, the silent fireworks from earlier, nor this ascension into daylight seemed to attract the attention of any muggles. As Lucien was drawn entirely into the ship, the card in his hand disintegrated into fine dust. He couldn't help but think how fitting it was for a legendary alchemist that even pure dragon hide serves as a one-time use item. He then noticed the dust merging seamlessly with the silver floor upon contact. Recycling? Truly, alchemy is omnipresent. Upon raising his gaze, Lucien found himself face-to-face with an elderly figure. His first impression was one of extreme age. Lucien had never encountered anyone so frail. The old man's white hair had almost lost its hue, becoming a stark, barren white, and the wrinkles on his face resembled deep ravines. Clad in a crescent white robe, the frailty of his body was still perceptible beneath the fabric. The elder glided towards Lucien, and Lucien surmised that he was using some form of levitating apparatus, much like a balance board. It was no wonder Jacob had once questioned whether he was a ghost. Upon closer inspection, the resemblance was undeniable. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Lucien bowed and greeted, "Good day, Mr. Nicodemus." Indeed, this venerable man was the renowned alchemist, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, and a wizard who had lived for 6 centuries. Greetings, Lucien Grafton. As Albus and Newt have noted, you are an extraordinary young wizard. Nicodemus's voice was slow and frail, and he extended a hand, moving with such caution that it seemed he feared too vigorous a gesture might cause it to shatter. Observing Nicodemus's approach, Lucien stepped forward to reciprocate the gesture, mindful to temper his grip so as not to crush the elder's hand. The elixir of immortality crafted from the Philosopher's Stone could stave off death, yet it could not halt the ravages of time. His body was too decayed and fragile. Lucien gently clasped Nicodemus's palm. Ding! Loan triggered. Fragment of the Jade Codex. The Jade Codex? He recalled it was a stone tablet from Egypt, said to contain the foundational knowledge of alchemy. A loan, but why a fragment? This was the first time he had encountered a system offering a partial loan. After briefly shaking hands, Lucien withdrew his hand and mentally skimmed the loan's contents. Once again, it pertained to innate talents, alchemy, and potions. Child, your eyes are quite remarkable, Nicodemus remarked, startling Lucien and halting his examination of the new loan. Could Nicodemus perceive the eye of insight? Lucien gazed at him. This alchemist's eyes were the most profound he had ever seen. Centuries had imbued them with a weary wisdom. Yet this extensive experience also granted him keen insight. Do not be alarmed, child. I merely lament that such ancient magic for body enhancement is rarely employed in these times. Ancient magic? Lucien recalled the description of the Eye of Insight loan in conjunction with potion-making, alchemy, and transfiguration spells. Much like the Chimera Manual, was this yet another legacy from a bygone wizard? Indeed, Lucien contemplated the gentle elder before him. 600 years ago was in fact the ancient era. The knowledge revered as ancient magic was, for Nicodemus, simply the magic he had grown accustomed to. A witness on par with history itself, an extraordinary alchemist, a powerful and erudite wizard. It was hardly surprising that Nicodemus could discern the uniqueness of Lucien's eyes. Since such transformative magic existed in antiquity, one would wonder why you still maintain a frail form. Lucien mused. With his mastery of alchemy, surely even a slight modification could vastly enhance his comfort. Seemingly sensing Lucien's curiosity, Nicodemus chuckled. I yearn for the days of vigor and vitality. Yet aging brings a distinct experience, a fragile sensation that is quite extraordinary. Would you not agree? Chapter 170. What is Nicodemus up to? Alchemical talent. Lucien respected Nicodemus's perspective, although he found it difficult to comprehend the peculiar thoughts of one who had lived for centuries. Perhaps if he were to live as long, he might come to understand. Your mindset is truly open-minded. It is enviable. At Lucien's compliment, Nicodemus smiled. Living long enough allows for such perspectives. Speaking of which, Dumbledore has conversed with me about your views on the Philosopher's Stone. With a flick of his wrist, Nicodemus revealed a red gemstone hovering at his fingertips. The gem was translucent, emanating a faint magical glow. More complete, more potent magic. This must be the true essence of the Philosopher's Stone. Lucien acutely sensed the distinction between this stone and the one Dumbledore had given him. Indeed, Nicodemus had crafted more than a single stone. This is a Philosopher's Stone I recently forged. It can transmute base metals into gold and also create the elixir of life. Nicodemus regarded Lucien with a knowing gaze, explicitly indicating the object in his hand. Lucien maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze shifting between Nicodemus and the stone. It appears that both Dumbledore and Nicodemus enjoy teasing others with such treasures. He thought, perhaps I shall partake in such merriment when I am older. Mr. Nicodemus, I am indeed fascinated by the Philosopher's Stone and its effects, yet I am equally curious about the knowledge required to create it. Moreover, I am intrigued by this. Spaceship. How much magical knowledge does it encompass? Lucien's eyes sparkled with bright curiosity. His thirst for knowledge had reached a fervent peak. To encounter a sci-fi-esque vessel in the magical realm was undeniably tantalizing. Though he suspected it was crafted by Nicodemus's alchemy, the sheer spectacle remained awe-inspiring. What materials could support such a structure? What principles underlie the runes etched upon its surface? What powers this colossal creation? There were countless questions swirling in Lucien's mind. Noticing the brilliance in Lucien's eyes, Nicodemus felt a momentary daze. Such purity of intent was rare. Only a youth like Lucien could possess such fervor. Perhaps he too had once harbored a similar gaze in pursuit of the mysteries of alchemy. Reflecting on this sentiment, Nicodemus nodded gently. With his centuries of experience, he could discern the sincerity and authenticity in Lucien's words and expressions. With a flick of his finger, the Philosopher's Stone floated steadily towards Lucien. He reached out and caught the pristine stone. This is The joy of independently exploring magical knowledge is irreplaceable. This stone is a gift for you. Worry not. I'm not in need of these trinkets. After all, Nicodemus continued, gently tapping the silver wall beside him, causing a recess to emerge, revealing a radiant philosopher's stone embedded within. To power this behemoth requires quite a bit of magical energy. Lucien gazed at the stone embedded in the wall, then shifted his focus down the corridor, where no fewer than 20 stones were lined up. The sheer size of this vessel. How many philosopher's stones had Nicodemus actually forged? Lucien couldn't help but feel astonished. From Nicodemus's tone, it seemed the philosopher's stone was merely a trivial object to him. The propulsion of the spacecraft is derived from magical stones, which is quite reasonable, for only such stones can provide such exaggerated magical power, and their abundance is truly remarkable. This vessel is nothing short of breathtaking, undoubtedly the most intricate alchemical creation in the annals of magical history. Lucien couldn't help but exclaim. However, Nicodemus surprisingly shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Ah, the history of magic. But Muggles have already achieved even more wondrous creations over 20 years ago, capable of soaring higher, much higher. Muggles' creations? Over 20 years ago, Lucien was taken aback by Nicodemus's sudden mention of Muggles, flying higher than this ship. Wait, over 20 years ago? Could it be? Lucien's gaze towards Nicodemus became increasingly alarmed. Surely this venerable wizard did not intend a journey to the moon. Yet, the mention of Muggle creations from over 2 decades prior that could indeed reach great heights. Was that not humanity's first moon landing? Nicodemus constructed this ship while disseminating the news that the magical stones had been destroyed, signaling his impending demise. The more Lucien pondered, the more absurd and even mad it seemed. Yet, amidst the madness lay a thread of rationality. The technology within the magical realm is indeed peculiar. The iterative processes of its low-end and high-end advancements often defy logic. For instance, the art of apparition, a means of spatial transference, has been mastered by wizards for many years, while Muggle technology is still far from achieving such feats. If a wizard truly desired, they might indeed challenge the very limits of the skies, especially one as ancient as Nicodemus, who has accumulated vast wealth, resources, and an immense reservoir of knowledge as a legendary alchemist. Forgive me for my momentary lapse. Let us proceed with the tour, and then we shall discuss the knowledge that piques your interest. Nicodemus swiftly shifted his expression and floated ahead of Lucien. His invitation to Lucien stemmed from a genuine curiosity about the young man. The two had a significant age gap, and both Dumbledore and Newt had mentioned a youth named Lucien in their correspondence, infused with admiration and recognition. However, the extent of their curiosity regarding Lucien's talent was less apparent. Dumbledore and Newt had sent Nicodemus Lucien's alchemical works, which Nicodemus deemed commendable. For a young wizard who had only been acquainted with magic for a year, to produce such items was impressive, at least in the realm of alchemy. He was indeed a prodigy. Yet, Nicodemus discerned through those creations that Lucien, at least in alchemy, was not a genius. According to Dumbledore and Newt, this child possessed exceptional aptitude in transfiguration and magical creatures. Nonetheless, having encountered countless individuals and numerous students, Nicodemus was keenly aware of one truth. There are no universal geniuses, especially in the realm of magic. Magic encompasses an extensive array of fields: charms, alchemy, potions, herbology, divination, transfiguration, and dark arts. To reach the pinnacle in one domain is already a rare feat, and subsequently branching into other areas is the path of a true genius. Based on Nicodemus's experience in assessing talent, he believed that once Lucien reached the zenith of transfiguration, he could further advance in alchemy and perceive the threshold of genius. But beyond that, it was uncertain. Presently, Nicodemus's focus remained on this vessel, on utilizing alchemy to keep pace with Muggle advancements, thus making alchemy his most significant concern at this moment. However, this did not diminish Nicodemus's appreciation for Lucien, a young man who had captured his interest. The last person to do so was Newt, and before him, Dumbledore. Both were merely in their centennial years, still young in Nicodemus's eyes. He would not hesitate to impart knowledge to Lucien, provided the boy was willing and able to learn. Whatever he gleaned would reflect his own capabilities. "You may arrest me. It was I who killed her." As this line resounded through the opera house, the stage curtain fell. Lucien applauded, not only for the magnificent opera, but also for the actors who performed it. Their lines, movements, and expressions were flawless, the performance seamless. Yet, what truly captivated Lucien was the essence of these performers. The swirling black vortex in their eyes faded away. What graced the stage were not living beings, but rather puppets. If it weren't for the Eye of Insight, they would appear indistinguishable from actual humans. What did you think of the opera, Lucien? A frail, elderly woman seated beside him on a plush velvet chair inquired softly. Madame Perenelle, I found it splendid. It is a sacrifice of freedom, where Carmen rejects domestication in the name of love through death. This venerable woman, aged like Nicodemus, was indeed his wife, Perenelle. Nicodemus was pleasantly surprised to hear Lucien articulate his thoughts on the opera so fluently, indicating a certain level of foundation. Both Nicodemus and Perenelle were ardent opera enthusiasts, having cherished this passion for centuries. They had initially invited Lucien to tour the ship, but upon encountering Perenelle conducting a rehearsal, they decided to enjoy the performance together. Lucien, you seem quite knowledgeable about opera? Indeed, Mr. Nicodemus, I have had instructors at home and have studied acting, Lucien replied. Nicodemus nodded, increasingly impressed by the boy. Meanwhile, Perenelle's eyes lit up. Oh child, you can perform. Would you like to join us in rehearsing an opera? If you're interested, I would be thrilled to experience a performance alongside the alchemical puppets. Lucien directly identified the true nature of those performers, much to Perenelle's astonishment. She turned to Nicodemus, another talented and intriguing young man, much like Newt and Albus in their youth. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, I shall continue to show this boy around. My dear, you may rest for a while. Subsequently, Lucien followed Nicodemus as he completed the remainder of the tour. And it must be said, this spacecraft was truly equipped with everything imaginable. Beyond the essential facilities, there was even an opera house, and Lucien also glimpsed a cinema, a breeding farm, and a factory, all operated by alchemical puppets. Puppets are remarkably convenient. Once created, they merely require a source of magic and need no wages. If only he could produce some, managing the suitcase world would indeed become much simpler. After the tour, Nicodemus gently remarked that it must have been tiring, and a house elf, named QB, suddenly appeared before them. The elf greeted Nicodemus and Lucien with a bow. Lucien was taken aback, not due to the elf's appearance, which was typical, slender, small, with bat-like ears, protruding eyes, and a long, flat nose, but rather because QB was clad in a neatly tailored suit instead of the usual pillowcase or ragbag associated with house elves. Had Nicodemus provided QB with clothing? Did that not signify his freedom? Although puzzled by this, Lucien refrained from asking and allowed QB to escort him to the resting room. If you need anything, simply call my name, and I shall appear to serve you, QB declared, bowing once more. Lucien nodded. Thank you. Upon hearing the word thank you, QB promptly waved his hands. There is no need for such formality. This is what QB is meant to do. I shall serve the Master's guest with all my might. Indeed, the Master's guests are all good people. You are one such person. And there have been many like you before. Oh, one even carried a suitcase remarkably similar to yours. Lucien glanced down at his suitcase. Surely, QB referred to Newt. To speak candidly, the presence of QB gave Lucien an impression that starkly contrasted with the typical demeanor of a house elf. Aside from his attire, his tone, expressions, and gestures exuded politeness and respect without betraying any semblance of servility or timidity. In fact, he appeared rather loquacious. By the way, dear guest, may I pose a question to you? Lucien nodded in response. Is my attire suitable? While the question seemed perplexing, Lucien replied, quite commendable. It fits well and is appropriate. Chubby immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your approval. This outfit was chosen by me today. The notion that he could select his own clothing suggested that Chubby possessed a considerable wardrobe, implying that he was perhaps already liberated. Lucien voiced his curiosity. Chubby stood tall with pride. My great-grandfather began serving the master 600 years ago, and my grandfather followed suit. In fact, my father was already bestowed with garments by the master and attained his freedom. However, well, regarding my great-grandfather, house elves typically live for around 200 years. And to have the service of 4 generations of elves is likely unique to Nico. Yet when my father ventured out, he discovered many malevolent individuals intent on capturing him to enslave him. So he returned to the master's side. Thankfully, the master is benevolent and provides him with shelter, even offering him a salary. Chubby indeed received a salary, and the master bestowed upon him monthly wages, allowing Chubby to acquire many new garments. As Chubby took out a gold galleon from his pocket, cradling it as if it were a treasure, Lucien couldn't help but sigh in admiration. A house elf receiving a salary is indeed a rarity. Nico is truly a kind soul, not only granting freedom to the elves, but also willing to provide sanctuary, ensuring they are compensated for their labor. What an exceptional employer. Moreover, house elves excel at household management. Their magical abilities are quite impressive, particularly their mastery of domestic spells. If only one could have an elf assist in managing their own little world, tending to those magical creatures. Well, free house elves are scarce, and examples like Chubby are even rarer. Moreover, it seems that Chubby has no intention of leaving Nico's side. No amount of bidding would sway him. Perhaps it would be wise to consider alchemical homunculi. Despite the technical challenges, the potential brought by the remnants of the Emerald Codex is promising. Chapter 171. The Remnants of the Emerald Codex. After Chubby departed, Lucien opened his suitcase and stepped into the world within. Arriving at the desolate desert layer, he found no other living beings apart from himself. Summoning the system, he began to scrutinize the specifics of the loan. Loan name: The Remnants of the Emerald Codex. Repayment period: 365 days. Loan content: a stone tablet inscribed with 13 aphorisms, symbolizing the magical aptitude of Hermes. White magic, black magic, defensive arts, transfiguration, S. Potions, S. Alchemy, Sith. Magical power, loan task. In one's own name, sell 30,000 alchemical items or potions, cumulatively earning 150,000 galleons. Lucien recalled that the Emerald Codex originated from Egypt, with its 13 aphorisms purportedly being the source of all alchemical knowledge, encapsulating the mysteries of alchemy. Furthermore, this Hermes is not to be confused with the Olympian messenger of Greek mythology, but rather the Egyptian pharaoh Hermes. This pharaoh, along with his father Thoth and his son, the high priest Thoth, formed a trinity and were collectively regarded as the deity Hermes. Logically, this would imply a divine level of magical aptitude, akin to Loki's facelessness. However, Lucien did not perceive any SSS-level divine talents, with the highest being SS level in alchemy. Is it due to the fragmentary nature of the remnants? This Emerald Codex is merely incomplete, thus resulting in a corresponding reduction in aptitude? The other talents are not particularly high either, failing to align with the identity of the origin of alchemy. System: if I were to merge this talent fragment, would it affect my existing talents? The host merging multiple talent fragments will have lower-tier talents overridden by higher-tier talents, and will not stack or upgrade. Being overridden by a higher talent is reassuring. Lucien retrieved his current talent template: White Magic, S. Black Magic, SS. Defensive Arts, S. Transfiguration, SSS. Potions, A. Alchemy and Magical Power, SS. If the remnants of the Emerald Codex were to be integrated, both the potion and alchemy talents would be elevated, thus compensating for the previous shortcomings. The other attributes would remain unchanged, still primarily influenced by Loki's facelessness. As for the loan task, it must be conducted in one's own name. Upon inquiry, Lucien received a response from the system. These alchemical items, or potions, must be personally developed by the host. The production and sales stages can be delegated to others, provided the buyers are aware that the inventor is the host. In essence, it means he must act as the researcher. He can only sell items of his own invention. Yet, both production and sales hold equal significance. 30,000 items and 150,000 galleons. Wizards constitute less than 1/10,000th of the human population. With the ratio into ing being fewer than 4,000 wizards, globally, there are only 2 to 300,000, which is quite reasonable. After all, if there were a greater number of wizards, considerations regarding the statute of secrecy would be unnecessary. They could freely enact wizarding dominion over muggles. Selling 30,000 items roughly translates to 10 per wizard into ing. Therefore, the wizards into ing alone would be insufficient. Expansion to other regions would be essential. Simultaneously, the need to earn 150,000 galleons implies that each alchemical item or potion must sell for an average of 5 galleons, which is not trivial for most wizards. After all, a wand at Ollivander's costs merely 7 galleons. However, sales volume and revenue can be achieved separately. Low-cost items can boost quantity, while high-end products can enhance revenue. By tailoring different products to varying target customers, one can succeed. As long as the alchemical items and potions are of high quality, targeting diverse customer segments should be feasible. With S-level potion talent and SS-level alchemical talent, Lucien anticipated no challenges in research and development. The real concerns lay in the production and sales aspects, raw materials, costs, and processing. As Lucien pondered this, he suddenly chuckled wryly, realizing he was continuing the family tradition. Who would have thought he would have to return to these old pursuits upon entering the magical realm? Yet, the enhancement of these two talents is something he greatly desires, and he has a hunch that the remnants of the Emerald Codex can be completed. This loan might be a starting point. The SS-level alchemical talent has the potential to elevate to the highest SSS level, reaching the realm of the divine. The advantages offered by an SSS-level talent, Lucien has already experienced, proving invaluable in his quest for knowledge and mastery. This lone trial could also enhance his alchemical and potion skills, making the learning process a profitable endeavor. Having already tasted success, Lucien would not easily relinquish this opportunity. The chances to trigger a loan within a year are limited to 2 or 3 times. He should seize the opportunity whenever possible, perhaps due to its inherent incompleteness. The tasks requested by the remnants of the Emerald Codex are relatively reasonable. If a loan were to offer divine-level talents right off the bat, Lucien recalls the absurdly lengthy loan task he received from Loki's facelessness. System, I wish to borrow the remnants of the Emerald Codex. Ding. Loan for the remnants of the Emerald Codex has been successfully applied for. Evaluation. The source of all perfection in the world resides here. As the system's notification echoed, a solid gemstone tablet materialized before Lucien. The entire structure is composed of emerald gemstones, its surface adorned with meticulously engraved characters. Yet, the once resplendent and exquisite slab is now marred, a vast fissure cleaving it in two, causing a significant portion of the characters inscribed upon it to be lost. Lucien discerns that the characters are in Latin, and he can still make out some of the incantations. Truth is unwavering, never uttering falsehood, inevitably leading to reality. All things originate from the One, created through differentiation from the One. The sun is the father, the moon the mother, born of the wind, nurtured by the earth. Merely gazing upon this slab, absorbing the inscriptions, Lucien senses a loosening of some alchemical inquiries within him. Filled with anticipation, he slowly extends his right hand, his fingertips brushing against the translucent remnants. In an instant, the massive emerald slab shatters silently, fracturing into countless sparkling motes of stardust. As if a green dream has been disturbed. Before Lucien can react, the flowing emerald luminescence, seemingly animated, winds down through the gaps between his fingers, swiftly enveloping his entire right hand. Immediately, a clear, vibrant green radiance erupts from his palm. The brilliance soars skyward, transforming in the desert into a towering ancient tree, lush with branches and leaves. The light-wrought foliage sways in the void, illuminating the desert as if a divine miracle has manifested in a hidden garden. Chapter 172, A New Talent, Nicodemus' Surprise. The desert layer of the box world. Lucien gazes up at the now solidified emerald giant tree. With a soft pop, he retracts his hand from the tree's surface, sending a cascade of powdered fragments drifting into the sand. Lucien casts his gaze down at his palm, where a verdant design has taken shape. It resembles a miniature version of the great tree, albeit incomplete, with roots, trunk, and branches all partially missing. Alchemy. Lucien reflects on the steps and elements necessary to fulfill his loan repayment task. Within a year, he must accumulate the sale of 30,000 alchemical items or potions, totaling 150,000 galleons. The primary focus must be on the quality and quantity of the products, followed by the sales channels. Production is the foremost issue to address. In the initial stages, both potions and alchemy are costly endeavors. Fortunately, his family fortune is substantial, allowing for a smooth start. Once the goods convert into profit, the cycle will expand exponentially. Promotion must also be considered to swiftly establish a reputation. Reputation. Suddenly, Lucien recalls the paper Dumbledore asked him to write. If his Transfiguration thesis gains fame in the magical community, it may also benefit the sales of his products. After all, the items will be sold under his name, and the inventor's renown can complement the merchandise. It seems the progress on the paper must be expedited. The creation of alchemical items and the brewing of potions will also require manpower. Lucien realizes he cannot undertake this alone and will need ample human resources. Should he hire wizards or fairies? Money is not an issue, but such high-skill jobs are better suited for fine craftsmanship, producing high-end, expensive items targeted at wealthy pureblood wizards. Doll. This word suddenly surfaced in Lucien's mind. After visiting Nicodemus' ship and witnessing various alchemical automatons, he noted that the dolls used for theatrical performances were quite intricate, while those employed in repetitive tasks, such as in factories and farms, were comparatively simpler and produced in greater numbers. If he wishes to create automatons to assist him. As this thought took root, Lucien felt the myriad strands of knowledge he had accumulated, encompassing alchemy, spells, transfiguration, and potion-making, suddenly connect and intertwine. Inspiration sparked within Lucien's mind, igniting the flame of creativity. The questions that had once bound him began to unravel. Yes, the materials for the automatons, their construction, and their energy sources. A multitude of magical materials flew from Lucien's pocket, culminating in a crystal-clear ruby that hovered in midair. Lucien gently tapped the new magical stone with his wand, causing the magical aura to gradually expand. Nicodemus set down his wand, gazing at the substantial full-body suit before him. A Muggle spacesuit, it seems. However, with the advantages of magic and alchemy, it need not be designed so bulky. Adjustments could be made. Nicodemus waved his wand again, modifying the magical version of the spacesuit. Yet, after a brief period, he paused to rest, gradually reclining on the sofa. It was not a lack of magical energy that caused this, but rather an issue of vitality. The elixir of immortality crafted from the magical stone only allowed Nicodemus to evade death, yet it could not replenish his life force. The continuous deterioration of his body rendered his energy quite low. Thus, Nicodemus often found himself working for a spell, then resting for longer than he had worked. Nevertheless, he possessed great patience. He was not in a hurry. Having lived for several centuries, he had all the time in the world. "My lord, young Lucien wishes to consult you about something," came the voice of QB through the communication device in the room. "Very well, please bring him here directly." In the next moment, QB transported Lucien before Nicodemus. After QB bowed and departed, Lucien's attention was drawn to the white full-body suit in the room. Raising an eyebrow, he noted its striking resemblance to a spacesuit. Indeed, it appears to be a more lightweight version, likely enhanced by magic. Nicodemus truly does wish to explore outer space. Redirecting his gaze, Lucien greeted Nicodemus. "Good afternoon, Mr. Nicodemus." Nicodemus nodded in acknowledgement, returning the greeting. "QB mentioned you had something to ask me?" "Yes. I see you have many alchemical automatons here, and I am considering attempting to create one myself, but I have encountered some challenges." Nicodemus found Lucien's curiosity quite natural. After all, children are often eager to explore new wonders. He surmised Lucien would inquire about the operational principles of the automatons, the materials used in their creation, and their structural design. Nicodemus had already considered that if Lucien wished to engage in hands-on creation, he would provide him with more specific guidance. Creating relatively simple limbs or basic models would hold significant value in the practical learning of alchemy. "I intend to use the magical stone as a power source, but I am uncertain if the issue lies with the magical runes or if there's a flaw in the materials. It seems there's excessive magical dispersion. Furthermore, regarding the automaton's consciousness module, while it can execute simple commands, it falters with more complex instructions." Listening to Lucien's queries, Nicodemus furrowed his brow. Sensing that the boy was perhaps aiming too high, alchemy is a complex and rigorously ordered discipline, where the truth lies in advancing step by step. Just as Nicodemus was about to gently remind him, he observed Lucien reaching into his pocket, promptly extracting a completely silver automaton. The automaton's chest was embedded with a magical stone, its magic flowing through tiny channels within its body, akin to blood coursing through veins. Lucien then drew his wand, tapping the automaton, causing it to leap and run, its movements remarkably fluid, devoid of any stiffness. Afterward, Lucien commanded the automaton to halt, lifting its chest casing to reveal the magical conduits inside. You see, the magical dispersion is evident here, and here as well. Yet other areas do not exhibit this issue, so the materials you're using are too exquisite. You need not employ soft silver amethyst. Brass soaked in the bodily fluid of a horse-like water creature will suffice. Nicodemus had risen, his gaze intensely fixed on Lucien. This automaton is your recent creation?" "Indeed. I intended to use the magical stone as an energy source, and discovered that the magic it emits is remarkably pure, requiring little conversion to meet various needs." Nicodemus stepped closer, scrutinizing the automaton Lucien had crafted. Given his expertise, he could identify several issues, yet he also recognized numerous merits. Through this puppet, Nico discerned that Lucien possessed a commendable foundation in alchemy, albeit lacking systematic study, which resulted in certain details being overlooked. However, this deficiency could be easily remedied. With accumulation, diligent learning, and practice, improvement was inevitable. Yet, what Nico truly perceived was an invaluable quality that could not be acquired through mere study, spirit, or perhaps more aptly, innate talent. Shifting his gaze from the puppet to Lucien, Nico began to harbor doubts, pondering whether Albus and Newt had intentionally concealed Lucien's true prowess and alchemical gifts, all leading up to this grand surprise. Chapter 173. Nico, would you consider becoming my student? Within the confines of Nico's workshop, under the guidance of the legendary alchemist, Lucien diligently rectified the puppet's shortcomings. Yes, he thought, if I reduce the circle of focusing runes and replace it with a circle and a half of mana transmission runes, utilizing well-conductive mithril for the components. After Nico offered his suggestions, Lucien swiftly comprehended the implications and set to work. Should I perhaps lessen the rune stacking at the terminal of the transmission? Considering the properties of the materials, Lucien's ability to draw inferences from one situation to another greatly pleased Nico. It was not a mere mechanical replication of knowledge. Lucien maintained an active thought process, infusing his own ideas into the experiments. Excellent, excellent, Lucien. Your pace of learning is remarkably swift. What alchemical texts have you previously encountered? The selection of alchemical books available on the market is rather limited. Most of my resources were gleaned from the Hogwarts library, such as Introduction to Alchemy, Principles of Material Transformation, and the Magic of Equivalent Exchange. Lucien enumerated over 20 titles. His focus in his studies last year had not been centered on alchemy, hence he had not perused many relevant texts. It is indeed wise to solidify your foundation. Most of those were recommended by Albus, I presume? Lucien nodded in affirmation. Nico instructed Lucien to stow away the puppet, then uttered a word that Lucien found difficult to decipher, its pronunciation obscure and peculiar. As Nico completed the incantation, the floor beneath them glimmered with radiant runes, and beams of magical energy surged upward, enveloping them. When the luminous magic dissipated, Lucien was astonished to find the scenery transformed. The once present magical spacesuit had vanished, replaced by towering bookshelves displaying an array of both ancient and modern tomes. A teleportation spell? The intricate runes had formed a magical array, far swifter and more comfortable than using flue powder. Could this be yet another form of ancient magic? Nico, an ancient wizard of historical significance, wielded an astonishing breadth of knowledge. Would you like to learn about the previous magical array? Indeed, Lucien responded without hesitation, unabashedly revealing his yearning for knowledge. Nico smiled, recognizing the boy's gifted nature coupled with a thirst for learning, a rarity, as many peers with potential often succumb to arrogance and indolence. With a flick of his hand, a beautifully bound book sailed from one of the shelves, hovering before Lucien. He marveled at this vast repository of books, rivaling even the Hogwarts library. It was no surprise that one who had lived for centuries could amass such an extensive collection. This is written in ancient Hebrew, Nico softly instructed. Begin your studies with this book. It serves as the foundation for understanding that teleportation array and is also a common script in ancient alchemical texts. Lucien accepted the book gratefully, aware that even this seemingly casual offering from Nico was a rare gem. Alchemy is notoriously challenging to master, beyond the demand for resources, essentially financial investment. Many wizards do not embark on this journey until adulthood. Another significant hurdle lies in the language. The esoteric nature of alchemical texts means that few pursue this path, which has led to a scarcity of transmission of knowledge. The texts often trace back to antiquity, utilizing archaic magical scripts that modern languages frequently fail to elucidate clearly. Nico conjured a blackboard and desk, proceeding to elucidate the principles of alchemy to Lucien, fortifying his knowledge gaps and thoroughly solidifying his foundation. Whenever Lucien required additional materials, Nico summoned them directly from the repository. Lucien, in turn, dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his studies, absorbing knowledge and nourishment like a parched sponge. Such an opportunity to learn from a legendary alchemist was exceedingly rare. Despite having lived for over 6 centuries, Nico's teaching style exhibited no signs of antiquity. His references were varied and his explanations clear, making complex concepts accessible. As Nico taught, he found Lucien's performance increasingly gratifying. It had been a long time since he had instructed anyone in such a manner, the last instance perhaps dating back over a century. Through this educational process, Nico gained a clearer understanding of Lucien's alchemical talent. This child was undoubtedly a prodigy. Yet, more surprisingly, Lucien excelled in other domains as well. Alchemy encompasses various magical fields, and pursuing true, comprehensive mastery of it presents an insurmountable hurdle when it comes to innate aptitude. This reality was regrettable yet undeniable. Initially, Nico had prepared himself for the possibility that Lucien might exhibit deficiencies in spells or potions, necessitating additional effort on his part to assist. However, the facts proved him overly cautious. Lucien resided temporarily with Nico, establishing a structured daily routine. Mornings were spent crafting Transfiguration essays or developing alchemical devices and potions, while afternoons were dedicated to learning alchemy from Nico. Evenings saw him either continuing his work or accompanying Nico and Perenelle to enjoy operatic performances and other leisurely pursuits. As days grew more fulfilling, time seemed to slip away more swiftly. Lucien had stayed with Nico for over half a month. One day, while playing wizard's chess with Nico, Lucien learned that Beauxbatons introduced alchemy classes in the 3rd year. So early? Beauxbatons, located in France, ranks among the 3 largest magical schools in Europe alongside Hogwarts and Durmstrang, holding a similar esteemed status in France as Hogwarts does in Britain. Just moments ago, Nico had mentioned that students in the 3rd year could take alchemy as a mandatory subject with no specific prerequisites until the upper years. In contrast, Hogwarts only offers alchemy as an elective beginning in the 6th year, requiring sufficient academic achievement to qualify. In some years, if too few students meet the criteria or express interest, the course might not even be offered. Nico furrowed his brow in concentration as they played. Indeed, I have supported Beaux Batons and provided some assistance and guidance in alchemy, enabling the introduction of alchemical education. However, the true threshold for learning remains quite high. Upon hearing Nico's words, Lucien found it unsurprising. With Nico's backing, Beaux Batons likely boasted the finest alchemy course in the world. What do you think, Lucien? Would you consider transferring to Beaux Batons? Their alchemy classes are certainly superior to those at Hogwarts, and Nico glanced at Lucien's reaction and then at the chessboard, contemplating whether he could cleverly forego a piece. Beaux Batons also has many charming young ladies. I even constructed a beauty fountain there. It's quite effective. Haha, you would undoubtedly feast your eyes. Not only for that, you are quite handsome, and surely you wouldn't lack for companionship there. By the way, have you found a girlfriend at Hogwarts? During his time with Nico, Lucien had relaxed considerably compared to his initial demeanor, realizing that Nico occasionally engaged in such playful banter. According to Nico, it was a means of maintaining a youthful mindset, preventing the burdens of time from weighing him down. I find the atmosphere at Hogwarts quite wonderful. This is indeed the right age for studying. By the way, what is the principle behind that beauty fountain you mentioned? Noticing that Lucien remained focused on the chess game. Undistracted, Nico discreetly smirked. Let us finish this game first. Tomorrow I shall teach you. By the way, Lucien, would you like to become my student? Lucien, seated across the chessboard, was taken aback and raised his head in astonishment upon hearing Nico's words. The tone with which Nico posed the question was remarkably casual and effortless, akin to inquiring about Lucien's dinner preferences. Yet, the depths of his profound gaze were laden with seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest. To become Nico's student? To follow in the footsteps of this living legend, an ancient sorcerer who had traversed 6 centuries, representing the pinnacle of alchemical mastery. The prospect of studying under Nico LeMay was enough to send ripples of exhilaration through Lucien's heart, prompting a cascade of thoughts to surge within him. Observing Lucien's astonished and intricate expression, Nico, understanding the incredulity of his reaction, offered a gentle smile. No need to be anxious. Our relationship as teacher and student need not carry the weight of ancient customs. I can see that there is much you wish to learn, and much that you are capable of mastering, extending beyond the realm of alchemy. Nico's voice faltered momentarily, his gaze growing wistful. I merely wish to pass on my knowledge. In recent days, Nico had contemplated extensively, preparing to venture into the expanse that Muggles refer to as outer space, yearning to see the moon just as they did. Yet, one matter lingered in his thoughts, the art of alchemy, the culmination of his life's work. Over the centuries, Nico had fathered children and taken on numerous disciples, yet the demands of alchemy were steep, requiring extraordinary talent and aptitude. The path to its summit was far more arduous than in any other field. Thus, he had yet to find a worthy successor. And even his most dedicated efforts to mentor young aspirants had not borne the fruit of expectation. Just as Nico was on the verge of relinquishing hope and focusing solely on his lunar aspirations, a delightful surprise emerged. This youth named Lucien possessed a talent that moved Nico profoundly, and their time together had illuminated Lucien's character in a way that filled Nico with admiration and satisfaction. The more he observed Lucien, the more he appreciated him, seeing within him a flicker of hope, the hope of passing down his legacy. Now, Nico felt a surge of gratitude, thankful that Albus and Newt had reached out to him, recommending this extraordinary boy. He was also grateful for that fleeting moment of curiosity that had compelled him to seek out this child he had never met. Nico's gaze held a glimmer of anticipation and trepidation. He considered himself unparalleled in the realm of alchemy and believed he would be the finest mentor, capable of providing the best resources and guidance. He sensed that Lucien was a youth with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and that he would likely not decline his proposal. Yet, Nico still harbored uncertainty. At the same time, Lucien was overwhelmed with excitement, astonished that Nico truly intended to accept him as a student. Though he had already been learning from Nico for some time, establishing an official student-teacher relationship promised to unlock even greater depths of knowledge. In the realm of alchemy, Nico represented the known pinnacle, the apex. Regardless of his innate talent, the role of a mentor was paramount. Alchemy, in particular, demanded so much resources, aptitude, lineage. Without a skilled teacher to guide him, one could easily flounder aimlessly, traversing a multitude of wrong paths. Thus, Lucien had no doubts about his choice. It would be my honor, master. Upon hearing the term master, Nico felt a wave of relief wash over him, a delightful sense of liberation. Very well. Let us finish our game of chess, and then we shall dine. Nico was immensely gratified, contemplating the possibility of postponing his lunar plans slightly, for he was eager to teach Lucien. After all, he had ample time, and waiting a little longer posed no issue. With Lucien now his student, Nico could impart his knowledge without reservation. The secrets of the Philosopher's Stone, the elixir of immortality, the ancient and lost magics. Lucien lowered his gaze to the chessboard, preparing to resume their previous game. Is this position correct? I seem to recall it being arranged differently before. Headmaster Maxim, is this truly acceptable? A tall, slender girl spoke nervously, her golden hair cascading elegantly, her beauty striking enough to be described as breathtaking, even astonishingly so, with a faint silver glow emanating from her being. Fleur, you have met Mr. LeMay before, and you left quite a favorable impression. Standing beside the girl was a woman of considerable height, towering over the already tall Fleur, who appeared as a delightful doll in comparison. This imposing figure was Olam Maxim, the headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Noticing Fleur's lingering anxiety, Maxim offered words of reassurance. The chances of success in this endeavor are promising. You are the most gifted alchemical student Beauxbatons has seen in a century. Just strive to showcase your strengths to Mr. LeMay. Maxim had more to say, but feared it might undermine Fleur's confidence. Even if Fleur could not become Nico LeMay's official disciple, being acknowledged by him would be enough to evoke envy among many. Among the wizards who had been personally taught by Nico, none were ordinary. Moreover, opportunities to apprentice under such a master would likely not arise again. Maxim gazed up at the silver vessel that had vanished into the clouds, marveling at Nico LeMay's extraordinary imagination. A beam of light enveloped Maxim and Fleur, gently guiding them aboard the silver ship. Upon their arrival, they encountered Nico LeMay and a young boy. Nico was affectionately patting the boy's shoulder, displaying a camaraderie that was palpable. Sensing their presence, the boy turned and glanced in their direction. Fleur noticed his deep green eyes before he was whisked away by the teleportation. Curiosity stirred within her for that boy, but Fleur followed closely behind Headmistress Maxim, politely greeting Nico LeMay. After exchanging pleasantries, Maxim casually inquired, Mr. LeMay, who was that child we just saw? A smile graced Nico's lips. That was my student, my last student. Chapter 174. The Revival of Vitality Potions, a Visit to the Humble Abode. The soft white beam dissipated, revealing the figures of Maxim and Fleur as they approached a carriage drawn by a magnificent horse with a golden mane and crimson eyes, its size comparable to that of an elephant, an emblematic creature known as a thestral, part of the winged horse lineage. Once seated in the carriage, Maxim discerned the flicker of disappointment in Fleur's gaze and gently consoled her. This is not your fault. We arrived too late. Fleur endeavored to compose herself, rekindling her former confidence. It is a good thing that Mr. LeMay has found a favored disciple. However, that boy seems rather young. Maxim glanced out the window at the rapidly receding ground and noted, indeed, that young wizard appeared quite youthful. He is likely still in school, probably attending either Hogwarts or Durmstrang. Do you wish to meet him? Fleur did not deny it. She genuinely desired to see the wizard who had been chosen as Nico LeMay's protege, curious about what kind of prodigy he might be. Maxim tenderly patted Fleur's head. Do not worry, there will be opportunities. He must be an exceptional young wizard, likely to participate in that ancient tournament. Speaking of which, preparations for that competition could commence soon. After sending Maxim and Fleur on their way, Nico relaxed his stiff neck, reflecting, I've aged again. To be frank, the girl named Fleur Delacour was indeed remarkable and well-suited for the path of alchemy. Had he not encountered Lucien, Nico might have been tempted to take her as a student. However, there were no what-ifs as he formally began teaching Lucien. Nico increasingly felt that his choice had been the right one. Lucien exhibited an astonishing capacity for learning, acquiring a wealth of knowledge from Nico. My lord, Master Lucien has left some belongings in his room, along with a letter, said Chubby, who had manifested beside Nico. Oh, Nico mused, recalling that Lucien had not mentioned this matter to him just moments ago. In the next instant, he arrived at the room previously occupied by Lucien. On the desk lay 2 crystal vials and a substantial stack of papers. Nico gestured, and the letter beneath the crystal vials floated gently towards him. Dear teacher, these papers contain some aerospace data from the Eastern European country prior to its dissolution. My family has gradually collected a portion of it, and I thought it might provide you with a modicum of inspiration for your grand endeavors. As Nico beheld Lucien's handwriting, his brow furrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated such a thoughtful gift from his student. He continued reading, "Dear teacher, the substance within the crystal vials is a potion I have successfully developed called Vitality Reanimation, which can replenish life force. I hope you and Madam will find it to your liking." The letter trembled violently in Nico's fingers. He almost believed that his aged eyes were finally conjuring illusions after countless years. Replenishing life force? Those 5 understated words bore a weight capable of shaking the very foundations of his 600-year-old heart. Nico understood the boy's character. He knew Lucien would never speak boastfully. He set down the letter and instinctively moved closer to the desk. As he drew near, an indescribable yearning awakened from the depths of his decaying bones. Silently calling out to him, he extended his frail, wrinkled hand, trembling as he delicately cradled one of the crystal vials and cautiously uncorked it. In an instant, a refreshing aroma, reminiscent of rain-soaked grass, surged forth. Soon thereafter, an invisible yet immense vitality emanated from the vial's opening, rippling through the surrounding air as if it had begun to breathe. Nico could not help but take a deep breath. Every cell in his exhausted body cried out in jubilation, as if savoring the intoxicating essence of life's very origin. Without needing to taste it, he could ascertain that this potion would undoubtedly achieve the effects Lucien had described. To replenish life force, abundant life force. What had that boy? Nico's bony fingers tightened around the crystal vial. Indeed, he had long since come to terms with the inevitability of aging, learning to maintain optimism within his fragile shell. Yet, who could truly forget those vibrant, vigorous years? He and Perennial had grown frightfully decrepit. Their bones were as brittle as dry twigs, liable to shatter at the slightest misstep. And even the luxury of normal sustenance had become a distant dream, forcing them to rely on specially prepared liquids. This rendered Chubby's culinary skills, a legacy surpassing those of many renowned chefs, largely unexploited. It was only with Lucien's arrival that vitality was restored to their lives, providing Chubby with an avenue to flourish. Nico suddenly recalled a dinner when he had jokingly remarked to Lucien that watching the young man relish his meals had made his own appetite seem to improve. At that moment, the boy had displayed a thoughtful expression. Gazing downwards, Nico noticed a final line at the bottom of the letter. "Dear teacher, Chubby's culinary skills are exceptional. Yet he regrets that he cannot present you and Madame with delectable dishes as his forebears did. Moreover, a body brimming with vitality may be better suited for exploring the wonders of the world." The last few words resonated in Nico's mind. The wonders of the world. Ha 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 ha, cough. Cough, cough. Nico found himself laughing heartily, undeterred by the strain it placed on his frail lungs, which prompted a bout of intense coughing. In the next moment, he tilted his head back and drank down the liquid, swirling with the light of life from the vial. In an instant, a surge of gentle yet powerful vitality erupted from his core, washing over his body like a warm tide, erasing the traces of time. Meanwhile, Lucien contemplated the remainder of his summer vacation plans. The teacher should have seen the items he left behind. Although Muggle aerospace technology and magic were worlds apart, even a hint of inspiration would suffice. Fortunately, he had previously asked his aunt to keep an eye on that matter, and had managed to acquire a bit of heritage. "Thank you, Liu Guang." Lucien gently stroked the small Liu Guang nestled in his arms. To concoct the Vitality Reanimation Potion, the little Qilin had even contributed a drop of its blood. "Master, can I have some more candy?" The lemon, snow, sugar gems, licorice wands, and cockroach clusters I had at Grandpa Headmaster's place. Listening to the little Qilin recite a list of treats, Lucien shook his head in exasperation, but still retrieved a handful of sweets from his pocket. "Just a little of each. Be careful of cavities. They can be quite painful." Though Qilins were not likely to suffer from tooth decay, he felt compelled to offer such caution. Perhaps this was simply the joy of indulging a child. "Hee, all right, master." The little Qilin nuzzled against Lucien affectionately before leaping up to snatch the sweets. With his potion-making talents having improved, Lucien had also explored numerous potion-related tomes in Nico's library. He was now capable of concocting potions utilizing Qilin blood, no longer merely combining materials, but amplifying the life-giving properties inherent in the blood. As Nico generously imparted his knowledge, Lucien naturally wished to express his gratitude. I should send a portion to Newt and Tina as well. Especially since Newt travels extensively across the globe and endures considerable challenges due to magical creatures. He truly deserves some replenishment. Newt had always held Lucien in high regard, offering him guidance and even sending him packages. Lucien would not allow himself to be indebted to his friends and family. By the way, system, can this vitality reanimation potion, which I invented, count toward my loan task if I sell it? Such a rare treasure that replenishes life and prolongs existence would surely fetch a high price. Setting aside the sales volume, the revenue would surely meet expectations swiftly. Well, that's, The system hesitated, and Lucien understood. It was merely a casual inquiry. With an increase in sales, the revenue would correspondingly rise, as they were inherently linked. Never mind, do as you wish. I have things to attend to. During this time, Lucien had designed numerous alchemical devices and potions, creating several prototypes. Next, he would seek a sales agent. At Grafton Manor, Lucien reviewed the drafts of 2 Transfiguration papers, Transfiguration Overlay, on the construction and maintenance of composite biological structures and transfiguration research based on magical circuit theory. He then made 3 copies of each, preparing to send one to both Dumbledore and McGonagall, with whom he had been corresponding throughout the summer regarding these topics. The remaining copy was intended for his teacher, Nico, who had mentioned he would like to receive a copy once Lucien completed his papers. Lucien would certainly not forget. During this period, he had mostly remained at home. He had made a trip to Malfoy's dragon breeding grounds as previously arranged, but unfortunately, there were too few Norwegian Ridgebacks there. Under the cover of night, he had released Norbert to practice with a few of its kin, swiftly resolving the combat. Lucien had also provided them with healing and food as compensation, and with his careful use of magic to conceal their activities, they had attracted no attention. Whether it was the special nature of hatching dragon eggs with Chelan purifying fire or the foundation laid by the blood and bone baptism, Norbert's growth rate and strength had pleasantly surprised Lucien. Additionally, just a few days prior, Lucien had celebrated his 12th birthday with a grand birthday feast. Friends from both the Muggle and magical worlds were invited, and he received a multitude of birthday gifts. The rest of the time, Lucien was fully absorbed in completing his Transfiguration papers. According to the correspondence between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, the results of the review are expected to be published within approximately 6 months, likely in the esteemed journal Transformative Journeys. Lucien's fingertips lightly tapped on the table, his thoughts drifting to more distant realms. The publication of his paper would serve as a cornerstone of prestige. Given that the system required him to sell alchemical and potion products under his name, the inventor's reputation was equally as crucial as the quality of merchandise. Fame and products are inherently complementary, each a potent tool that enhances the other. Suddenly, a loud thud interrupted Lucien's reverie. Without needing to glance, he instinctively knew what had transpired, and with a flick of his wand, he opened the window. During the holidays, he felt no concern about triggering the trace while using magic outside of school. He had recently learned a simple ancient spell from Nicholas that effectively masked the trace's detection. Lucien maneuvered the unconscious owl that had collided with the window, bringing it to rest on the table. Observing the bedraggled, lethargic creature, Lucien shook his head in resignation. This was Errol, the Weasley family's owl, an aging and somewhat befuddled bird. When delivering messages to Lucien, it often collided with a window 8 times out of 10, with the remaining 2 instances being crashes against the wall. After casting a series of healing and awakening spells on Errol, the effects of which were notably enhanced by the blessing of a unicorn, the owl quickly revived and handed him the letter before standing dazedly. Retrieving a jar of owl treats from a drawer, Lucien had to coax Errol to eat, as the owl only remembered to nibble once the treat was presented to its beak. Contemplating the possibility of developing a potion to treat animal dementia, Lucien opened the letter to read. Dear young Master Lucien, I wonder when you might grace our humble abode in Ottery, St. Catchpole. We eagerly await your esteemed presence. The teasing tone and the small doodle at the end of the letter elicited a smile from Lucien, reminiscent of the twins' playful spirit. Indeed, it was time to pay the Weasley family a visit. After an adventurous ride on a night bus, Lucien found himself in Devon at Ottery, St. Catchpole. Following the directions in the letter, he quickly located his destination, a rather conspicuous house, nestled beside a pond and surrounded by small fields and pastureland. The structure appeared to be a patchwork of several different segments, leaning precariously. Lucien surmised that without the aid of magic, it might well have collapsed. Lucien, Ron exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he spotted Lucien while battling a gnome in the garden. With a swift motion, he hurled the gnome away, spinning it as it protested. Let go of me, before racing over the fence to greet Lucien. Just as he prepared to embrace Lucien, he remembered the mud stains from his work, halting awkwardly with his arms suspended in mid-air. However, Lucien was unconcerned and initiated a light hug. It's been too long. This gesture eased Ron's tension. The last time he had attended Lucien's birthday celebration had left him quite astonished. While he had suspected Lucien came from a privileged background, he had not anticipated it to be so extraordinary. Ron had harbored some anxiety about Lucien's potential disdain for their family's modest home, given the stark differences in their circumstances. Yet, Lucien's demeanor had always been approachable throughout their past year of interactions, except perhaps during their tutoring sessions. "Ah, is that not Master Lucien? Welcome." Fred and George chimed in merrily from the other side of the garden, having overheard Ron's call. "Hello, Lucien," Ginny added, approaching with a noticeably demure demeanor, though her gaze frequently darted to Lucien's pocket, as if anticipating a fluffy, platinum-colored head to pop out and greet her. Chapter 175. The Twins' Mischief. Working for Lucien at the long dining table, Lucien sat with several members of the Weasley family, plates laden with an abundant array of food. "Come, dear, do try a piece of this," Mrs. Molly Weasley said, her wand deftly levitating a generous portion of stew into Lucien's plate. Her face radiated warmth and concern. "Is it to your liking, dear?" Lucien savored the rich, tender stew, sincerely lifting his gaze to respond. "Madam, it is exquisite, truly a satisfying dish." This was no mere pleasantry. Molly managed the household of a large family with magic daily, and while her cooking may not have been as refined as that of a restaurant, it was imbued with the enchanting essence of home, simple yet comforting. "Oh, I'm so glad to hear that." Molly's face lit up with joy. At the table, George and Fred were engaged in a playful attempt to flick a pea at Ron's nose, only to be silenced by a timely glare from Mrs. Weasley. In a light-hearted atmosphere, everyone relished their meal. Lucien's gaze occasionally wandered to the clock mounted on the wall. This was not merely a timepiece. It featured 9 hands, each tipped with the likeness of a Weasley family member. At that moment, aside from Mr. Arthur Weasley, who was at work, the hands of the others pointed homeward, while additional indicators marked locations such as school, dentist, prison, missing, and Quidditch match. Prison. Lucien stifled the urge to comment, more intrigued by the mechanics of this magical device. It was evidently an application of alchemy, likely involving contract magic, whereby each member of the Weasley family possessed a pointer upon joining. Fascinating indeed. He yearned to study it further and, if possible, replicate it. After all, he was currently well supplied with alchemical materials. A few days prior, Nicholas had gifted him a staggering array of materials for his birthday, showcasing the vast accumulation of a centuries-old alchemist, both in quantity and in the rarity of the components. The gift also included reliable supply channels, greatly facilitating Lucien's future material acquisitions. The suppliers vetted by Nicholas were assuredly of high quality and reputation. After the meal, the twins invited Lucien to their room for some fun. They flanked him, leading him upstairs, with Ron trailing closely behind. Having noticed the unmistakable expressions of excitement on Fred and George's faces, which promised delightful surprises. "We hope you enjoy your stay. We prepared a little Weasley-style welcome for you," Fred and George said in unison, exchanging knowing glances as they stepped back, seemingly awaiting something, though a sense of foreboding tingled at the back of his mind. Lucien smiled and stepped into the room. Suddenly, a seemingly innocuous kettle on the doorframe tipped over, but instead of water, it unleashed a beam of light capable of dyeing one's hair a vibrant green. Just before the beam could reach the tips of Lucien's hair, it was deflected by the glimmering surface of a button on his clothing. With a resounding pop, the beam struck not only Fred but also George. Their red hair instantly transformed into a luminous shade reminiscent of love. Behind the door, a seemingly harmless broomstick lunged at his shins. This time, Lucien did not even glance back. A bracelet woven from delicate silver threads on his wrist glimmered with magic. The broomstick seemed to collide with an invisible soft wall, bouncing back with a thud and tumbling into the corner, quivering as it lay still. The entire sequence transpired and concluded within a mere 2 to 3 seconds, with Lucien maintaining an uninterrupted pace, as though he had casually sauntered past a few steps. Observing this spectacle from the rear, Ron's eyes sparkled with admiration and envy as he witnessed Lucien deftly resolve and even counteract the twins' mischief. It is worth noting that Ron had often been the prime target of pranks within his household, being the youngest boy. The twins, wary of teasing their younger sister Ginny, had thus redirected their antics towards Ron. One could say that he was perpetually the foremost test subject for their peculiar props and mischievous spells. "Huh, George, it appears your hair has taken on a rather green hue." Ron chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter at the sight of his brother's predicament. "Ronnie, you've mistaken me. I am Fred," the other twin whistled with a mischievous grin. "Oh, so you're Fred? Then who am I?" Sensing the twins were on the verge of a playful squabble, Lucien swiftly waved his wand, reverting one twin's hair back to its original color before directly addressing them. "I would like to request your assistance. I have a few small items, Would you be willing to help me sell them once school resumes? Lucien produced several alchemical artifacts, akin to the self-casting protective items he had previously demonstrated, yet these were tailored more for student use. As for the items capable of triggering defensive spells, Lucien had other plans for their sale. His choice to enlist the twins stemmed from their popularity within the school. Despite their penchant for pranks and teasing classmates, they maintained a sense of decorum, bringing joy and laughter to the institution. In the educational landscape of this country, individuals like the twins were indeed the most favored. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, intrigued by the items Lucien had previously employed. These are impressive, but do you have anything that is, well, more oriented towards enlivening the atmosphere and bringing joy? Upon hearing their subtle hint, Lucien stifled a smile. Ah, you're referring to prank items, I presume. Fortunately, I had anticipated your request. He retrieved 5 or 6 more potions and alchemical objects from his pocket, unveiling a small box that contained lemon-flavored sugar candies. Pointing to the frosted yellow confection, Lucien elaborated, "This is a potion infused with transfiguration magic, allowing the consumer to undergo a degree of transformation, with both flavor and appearance adjustable. How about you give it a try?" Without divulging the entire concept, Lucien encouraged the twins to make their own choice, thereby piquing their interest further. As anticipated, the twins exchanged excited glances and burst into laughter. One of them picked up the candy, curiosity evident in their demeanor. The other stealthily approached Ron, who was watching with intrigue. Without a moment's hesitation, the inquisitive twin embraced Ron, forcing the candy into his mouth. Ron's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to protest. "You guys!" At that moment, Ginny's voice echoed from the doorway. "Mom asked me to bring you some tea and biscuits." "Oh, Mom, George and Fred have adopted a bear," Ginny exclaimed, her surprise prompting Molly to ascend the stairs to investigate. Spotting Fred and George shoulder to shoulder, she surveyed the room but found nothing amiss. With a hint of suspicion, she inquired, "Ginny, did you just say there was a bear?" Ginny clasped her hands behind her back, shaking her head vehemently. No, Mom, I must have misseen. It was just a joke prepared by Fred and George." Molly cast a disapproving glance at the twins before turning her gaze to Lucien with warmth. "Child, they haven't tea frightened you, have they?" At their age, one would expect a bit more maturity. Fred and George, accustomed to their mother's admonishments, averted their eyes, one to the floor and the other to the ceiling. "It's quite all right, Mrs. Weasley. Their creativity is delightful. I find it thoroughly enjoyable." Molly, impressed by Lucien's politeness and decorum, shot the twins a look that suggested they should reflect on their behavior. However, the twins were too preoccupied to notice, inciting her irritation. "Lucien, please feel free to express any desires for food or drink. Consider this your home," she offered before leaving the twins' room. Fred and George simultaneously exhaled in relief, giving Lucien a thumbs up. "Your transformation candy is truly remarkable. You got a talent." Fred then pulled Ron into the spotlight, patting his younger brother's shoulder. "All right, Mom has left." Ron shrugged off his brother's hand, looking quite disgruntled. He scratched at the remnants of brown bear fur on his cheeks, his hair shifting from brown to red as he recalled how the twins had just pranked him, turning him into a bear that could only roar. This spectacle startled Ginny as she entered. Ron glanced at his sister, who was cradling a plump, golden creature resembling a mole, far cuter than the bear. After Lucien cast a reversal spell on Ron, he noticed Lucien retrieving the creature from the box, and, after a brief exchange with Ginny, she eagerly agreed to assist in their schemes. With her expression softened by affection, Ginny paid little heed to her brother's antics. "Lucien, it's merely a matter of helping to sell some items. It's no trouble at all." The twins flopped down on the bed, flanking Lucien. "You're Ron's good friend, and he is our dear brother. Indeed, our only brother." Ron couldn't help but scoff at this, recalling how little the twins had regarded brotherly bonds when they had shoved candy down his throat. "Lucien, would you be willing to share the methods behind crafting those items?" "Fear not. We want to take advantage of you." Observing the twins' eager anticipation, Lucien had foreseen this moment and produced 2 printed contracts, handing one to each of them. "This outlines the terms of our collaboration and the profit-sharing arrangements. Please take a moment to review." Fred and George, intrigued by the formal nature of the documents, began to peruse the contracts. Essentially, it stipulated that the twins would be responsible for sales and pricing, provided they submitted the final plan for Lucien's approval. They also had the option to either take completed products directly from Lucien or procure raw materials to create them themselves, with the latter yielding a higher reward. The twins were naturally inclined towards the hands-on approach, as their genuine interest lay in the alchemical artifacts and potion making. In fact, both Fred and George possessed commendable practical skills in these areas. They had long devised a plan, knowing that their personalities were ill-suited for conventional employment. A lifetime of labor was simply out of the question. Thus, Fred and George were contemplating ways to accumulate funds to open a shop after graduation, specializing in the sale of magical items designed for humor and pranks. This would grant them both freedom and the opportunity to showcase their talents. Lucien's proposal essentially provided them with a chance to hone their skills in advance, and the compensation was quite lucrative. This isn't merely a job. It's a foundation for our dreams. Lucien, you haven't aired in the compensation details, have you? Noticing the twins' incredulity mingled with desire, Lucien smiled knowingly. Having successfully lured them in. Of course, friendship is one thing, and business is another. I am genuinely pleased that you are willing to assist me, and I assure you, you shall not be at a disadvantage. Your popularity in school and your understanding of your classmates make you the ideal candidates for pricing and sales. Rest assured, the more you sell, the more you earn. This is a legally binding contract. We must adhere to the spirit of our agreement, do we not? Fred and George nodded enthusiastically, exchanging glances that seemed to convey the unspoken message. What are you waiting for? In unison, the twins exclaimed in exaggerated, comedic tones. Delighted to be at your service, Boss Lucien. Ron could not help but feel intrigued, eager to discover what was inscribed in the contract that had so stirred his two brothers. However, just as he leaned in for a glimpse, the twins swiftly seized the document and affixed Lucien's signature to it, subsequently locking it away with a sense of solemnity. Observing the twins' reaction, Lucien could not suppress a smile. After all, a successful sales strategy demands individuals who are both eloquent and persuasive. At Hogwarts, aside from the affluent purebloods, most students had limited pocket money. Thus, the selling strategy within the school revolved around the principle of low margins and high volume. This was precisely why Lucien sought the assistance of the Weasley twins. Their familiarity with many students allowed them to gauge the financial capabilities of their peers effectively. This would enable them to extract the maximum possible from the students' meager wallets. The twins also had the advantage of understanding their classmates' needs, allowing them to relay feedback to Lucien, who could then swiftly design corresponding products. As for the wealthy purebloods, they had their own means of exploitation, rather, a distinct purchasing method. In essence, the affluent pursued high-end products, while the ordinary sought affordability and volume. Moreover, the twins' popularity served as a promotional avenue in itself. Lucien also contemplated recruiting other well-liked students to broaden their influence among the student body. Consequently, he offered the twins a generous salary and commission, prioritizing the quantity and total value of sold items. As long as the profits covered costs and established a positive feedback loop, the remainder could serve as incentives. Lucien was not particularly concerned about money. Had it not been for the system patching loopholes that prohibited loss-leading sales, he could have easily fulfilled his loan objectives with his financial backing. Outside of school, however, alternative products and strategies would be required to achieve a sales target of 30,000 units and a revenue of 150,000 galleons. The school represented one avenue, but the bulk of the sales would undoubtedly come from the broader Wizarding World. Diversifying their approach would undoubtedly expedite their efforts. Yes, in a few days, a visit to Diagon Alley could facilitate early negotiations. Chapter 176. The Transformation of the Flying Car, Luna. In a ramshackle shed, Lucien marveled at a peculiar muggle contraption capable of producing ice cubes without the aid of a freezing charm. How extraordinary! Was it possible they had confined a diminutive, docile frost sprite within? Would it require regular feeding? But there was no frost sprite inside. The mechanism operated on a different principle. Mr. Arthur Weasley, while modifying the car, engaged Lucien in a discussion about muggle life. Primarily, Mr. Weasley posed a series of fascinating questions, to which Lucien endeavored to elucidate the intricacies of muggle technology through a magical lens. And what about muggles' means of communication that do not involve owls? With just a few presses of a button, they can converse with individuals far away. What might that be? Realizing Mr. Weasley was referring to a mobile phone, Lucien explained its features while pondering the potential for innovation. Indeed, the Wizarding World still relied on traditional letter writing. Why not develop a more efficient communication device? If one could create such an item, the key would be addressing the limitations of the sound transmission charm. If the issue of sound transmission could be resolved, then the transmission of images could likely follow suit, as the principles underlying both are not vastly different. It must be acknowledged that the evolution of magic diverges significantly from the technological progress of Muggles. Transitioning from sound to image transmission necessitated numerous technological advancements for Muggles, whereas magic could bypass those steps, exhibiting a quantum leap in development. If costs could be managed effectively, a magical communication device could indeed become a bestseller. though it might render owls obsolete. Not to worry, they could still deliver packages. Temporarily shelving his creative musings, Lucien redirected his focus to the task at hand. Mr. Weasley invited him to inspect a vehicle that had once been a rusted old car, though Mr. Weasley clearly intended to imbue it with a touch of magic. Oh, if only Muggles could add such functionality to their cars. Flying would be a rather convenient mode of transport. Listening to Mr. Weasley's musings, Lucien could not help but smirk, for such flying vehicles are known as airplanes. As Mr. Weasley disassembled the car's structure, removing cumbersome and unnecessary components, he replaced them with alchemical creations while waving his wand to inscribe magical runes. Ron mentioned you have dabbled in alchemy, Lucien, so I thought you might find this car intriguing. I truly appreciate your assistance with Ron's studies. He has indeed been a bit of a headache at times, Mr. Weasley remarked. Lucien assisted Mr. Weasley with minor adjustments while listening to him chat about home life. Recently, there has been a crackdown on wizards' residences, as I am from the Office for the Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, which forbids the application of magic to Muggle-made items, fearing they might return to Muggles. The more he listened, the more Lucien felt something was amiss. He could not help but think, wait, if that is the case, what are we doing right now? Lucien gazed at the car, now transformed beyond recognition, and fell silent. Ah, so he was unconcerned about being caught, because this was precisely what he did? Lucien surveyed the shed, cluttered with Muggle-related items, most of which had been enchanted. By the way, did Mr. Weasley ever invite colleagues over? Wouldn't he worry about being apprehended as a first-class criminal? Something still felt lacking. Mr. Weasley stroked his chin, contemplating the nearly completed vehicle, mumbling to himself. Lucien thought for a moment and kindly suggested perhaps an invisibility charm? After all, Muggle cars generally do not fly through the sky. Oh yes. Thank you for the reminder, Lucien, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, clapping his hands and returning to his work. Lucien also lent a hand, and after Mr. Weasley cast the invisibility charm, he added a small magical array. Lucien, what is this? I find it somewhat perplexing, Mr. Weasley said, momentarily taken aback by the symbols inscribed on the array, turning to Lucien with astonishment. This is a magical array designed to trigger spells automatically. I have set it so that once the car begins to fly, it will simultaneously activate its invisibility mode, thus preventing Muggles from spotting it, which would be rather troublesome. Upon hearing this, Mr. Weasley smacked his forehead, realizing, ah yes, it certainly takes the insight of youth to think outside the box. As they prepared to leave the shed, Mr. Weasley hastily added, Lucien, about the car, please do not mention it to Molly. She is not particularly fond of my tinkering with such things. Lucien nodded, indicating his understanding. No worries. In truth, even if he remained silent, the chosen one would soon find himself aboard this flying car. Lucien gently knocked on Ginny's door. He had borrowed the Niffler for a few days and was now preparing to return home for back-to-school preparations, needing to reclaim it to prevent the little creature from emptying the Weasley household. With a click, the door swung open. Yet, standing before Lucien was not Ginny, but rather an unfamiliar girl. She possessed silver eyes and dark golden brown hair. Her bulging eyes gave the impression that she was perpetually astonished, her complexion pale, and her eyebrows faint. Adorning her ears were a pair of carrot-shaped earrings, while a necklace fashioned from a butterbeer cork hung around her neck. This unusual attire, while unfamiliar to Lucien, sparked some guesses in his mind. Ah, Lucien, Ginny exclaimed upon seeing him, cradling the Niffler as she introduced the girl. This is Luna Lovegood. The Lovegood family also resides in the village. They are our neighbors. Luna's father is the editor of The Quibbler, a publication dedicated to documenting rare phenomena. Lucien regarded the girl before him, recognizing her as Luna. It was said that she possessed the ability to perceive things invisible to ordinary eyes, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. Without further ado, nightmare truly exists, though only those who have not encountered death remain oblivious to it. Greetings, Luna. I am Lucien Grafton. Lucien greeted the future Ravenclaw student, yet Luna remained unresponsive to his words. Her silver eyes stared at him with an eerie emptiness. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, a languid and dreamy voice emerged from Luna's lips. You are quite special. Special? Upon hearing this description from Luna, Lucien felt a wave of confusion wash over him. After all, it was their first encounter, and he wondered why she would utter such a nonsensical remark. With a gentle tone, he inquired, Luna, what makes you think I'm special? Luna tilted her head, her vacant gaze sweeping over him. Oh, it's remarkable that there isn't even a single pesky bug around you. I've never seen such a thing before. Pesky bug? In Lucien's mind, Luna had already earned the nickname of the Mad Girl. She possessed the ability to perceive things invisible to ordinary eyes, and her actions and words were undeniably peculiar. It was unclear whether her eccentricities stemmed from her unique perception or vice versa. The pesky bug must be a special creature visible only to Luna, along with her father. In response to Lucien's question, Luna nodded gently, stepping closer to him. She extended her small hands and playfully waved them near his ears. Well, pesky bugs are invisible. They float around your ears and muddle your thoughts. It's truly strange that, despite your evident confusion earlier, you still didn't attract those little creatures. Luna then touched her own ear, her thumb and forefinger pinching as if she were capturing an unseen insect. See, even if I bring a pesky bug close to you, it will actively flee. Lucien watched as Luna brought her imaginary pesky bug closer to him, a swirling black vortex reflecting in his eyes. There was nothing there. The eye of the seer revealed no signs of magical energy. Indeed, Luna was quite extraordinary. However, you are surrounded by many other peculiar entities. Their forms are quite strange, unlike anything I have seen before, as if they hail from another world. At the moment Luna spoke those words, Lucien's pupils momentarily froze. What could this girl possibly perceive? What did she mean by from another world? His own soul had traversed realms, so it could indeed be said to originate from another world. Were there many other entities accompanying his soul? Lucien squinted, now wary and curious about this enigmatic girl. Should he inquire about the appearance of those entities she saw? Wait, they all vanished. In an instant, they completely disappeared. Luna exclaimed suddenly, her vacant gaze now shimmering with excitement as she circled around Lucien, seemingly in search of the lost entities. Have they all gone? Did you eat them? Luna looked up at Lucien, posing this peculiar question in a whimsical tone. Such leaps in logic left Lucien at a loss. Perhaps it was true what they said about the mad girl. He glanced at Ginny, who stood nearby, her expression a portrait of confusion. It was not the right time. He would seek an opportunity to converse with this intriguing student later. Ginny, I must take my leave. It's time for dinner. Oh, by the way, this Niffler is quite adorable, albeit a bit plump. Perhaps we could give it a lighter load? Lucien, see you at the start of the term. Before Lucien could respond, Luna bounced away with exuberance. Lucien furrowed his brow as he took the Niffler from Ginny. Is it really that plump? It seems rather cute to me. A few days later, in Diagon Alley. Aunt, that S. Gringotts. The second safest place in the world after Hogwarts, and it serves as the Wizarding Bank. That S. Ollivander S. Wand Shop. It's where I acquire my wand, a shop dedicated to wand making for over 2,000 years. Over there, the shop with many owls is Elop's Owl Emporium. Didn't you want to buy one as a pet? Lucien guided his Aunt Penelope through Diagon Alley, the commercial street of wizards. Penelope, visiting such a place for the first time, found it quite fascinating. Her bright eyes surveyed the surroundings, occasionally discussing the magical items on display with her nephew. As the new school year approached, young witches and wizards either accompanied professors or parents to Diagon Alley to procure their school supplies. Lucien would be entering his second year, and aside from the new textbooks for the term, he had little else to purchase. The curriculum for second-year students at Hogwarts had not expanded in comparison to first year. Rather, they had lost a flying class, although the duration of the remaining classes had been extended. Lucien, a joyful exclamation rang out from a distance. A small witch with a frizzy mass of brown hair approached briskly, her hair bouncing with each step. After greeting Lucien, Hermione politely acknowledged Penelope as well. She endeavored to present herself as composed and gracious, clearly wishing to make a good impression in front of Lucien's aunt. Although they had only met once before at Lucien's birthday party, Hermione could not help but marvel at how beautiful Lucien's aunt was. It was the first time she realized the extent of Lucien's family's prominence, which was utterly unattainable in the Muggle world. Yet, his aunt treated her with warmth, devoid of any condescending airs, unlike the insufferable pure-blood aristocrats among wizards. This alleviated Hermione's anxiety. Recalling Lucien's approachable nature, she felt it was a testament to his excellent upbringing. During that birthday gathering, Hermione, along with the others, had learned about Lucien's familial circumstances, including the fact that his parents had passed away. However, Lucien had never broached the topic himself, presenting instead as mature and composed. Hermione found this peculiar, thinking that someone so strong on the outside might possess a softer, more vulnerable side within. The young witch and Lucien exchanged stories about their summer experiences, while Penelope observed with a smile. With her experience, Penelope could easily discern the young girl's affections, and not just for the current company, but also for another student invited by Lucien, a blonde girl with the surname Greengrass. As for whether Lucien's future wife would be a witch, Penelope was quite open-minded, as long as her child was happy. After a brief conversation, the three of them made their way to Flourish and Blots. Breaking news. Internationally renowned author, recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, five-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Wizarding Weekly, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, and author of bestsellers such as Breaking Up with Ghosts, Traveling with Vampires, and Adventures with Trolls. Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart will be here for a signing event in half an hour. You may purchase Mr. Lockhart's works in advance and queue to wait. One lucky reader will be chosen to have a photo with Mr. Lockhart. Upon hearing this repeated announcement, Lucien raised an eyebrow. The future defense against the Dark Arts professor has arrived. That individual, laden with titles, is essentially a charlatan. He specializes in plagiarizing others' achievements and employs memory charms to erase their recollections. Yet, I must admit, his mastery of the memory charm is indeed at a master level. Perhaps I should see if I can learn it as well. Seeing his aunt and Hermione as parents engaged in conversation, Lucien seized the opportunity to excuse himself temporarily. He needed to follow up on the collaborative transaction discussed a few days prior. Chapter 177, Borgin and Burke's, where whips are coated with iodine and used for both punishment and disinfection. Borgin and Burke's is the largest shop in Nocturne Alley. It is a shop solely dedicated to the sale of dark magical artifacts, some of which are exceedingly perilous. The proprietor, Mr. Borgin, not only sells, but also collects a variety of peculiar and malevolent items. In a shadowy corner, within a large black cabinet, Harry huddled, feeling quite despondent, as misfortune had befallen him these past few days. With Lucius's assistance, the Dursleys had shown him significantly more kindness. They provided him with food and drink as necessary. However, the family of three was rather reluctant to engage in conversation with him. To Harry, this was rather splendid. He relished the solitude, allowing him to immerse himself in his magical books and prepare for the assignments that Lucius had set forth. Compared to his previous days, this was an immense improvement. Contemplating Lucius, Harry could not help but recall his own family situation. Both shared the absence of parents, yet Lucius had a loving aunt, a fact that stirred envy within Harry. Everything had been progressing smoothly until a few days prior, when a house elf, claiming to be Dobby, suddenly appeared in his room. Not only did Dobby steal his letters, but he also dropped a large plate of cake atop Uncle Vernon's guest. The Dursleys were both astonished and furious, yet due to the pressure from Lucius, they could do nothing to Harry. He even overheard Uncle Vernon conspiring with Aunt Petunia to seal his windows. In this increasingly uncomfortable environment, Harry longed for the start of the school year. Fortunately, before his uncle could take action, Ron and the twins arrived in a car to rescue him. The expressions on the Dursleys' faces as they sent him off resembled that of banishing a plague. Yet Harry remained indifferent. The prospect of returning to Hogwarts filled him with joy. He enjoyed a delightful sojourn at the Weasley household, though it was regrettable that, according to Ron, Lucius had just departed a few days prior, preventing Harry from seeing him. Harry had intended to accompany the Weasley family to Diagon Alley for shopping, but during his first attempt to use Floo powder, he inadvertently mispronounced the destination and ended up in this strange, terrifying shop. Good heavens, what items does this shop sell? Withered hands, blood-stained signs, and glass eyeballs. Some even displayed atop cushions within glass cases. Were they precious artifacts, despite their alarming appearance? Through the cracks of the cabinet, Harry discreetly observed Malfoy and a middle-aged man who bore striking resemblance to Malfoy's father engaging in conversation with Mr. Borgin. Eventually, Mr. Borgin bid farewell to the Malfoys. As he closed the door, he began muttering to himself, "The items for sale are barely half." After a moment, Harry resolved to seize the opportunity to slip away. Just as he was about to gently push the cabinet door open, it creaked open once more, and a voice exclaimed, "Mr. Borgin, I bring the final product. Once you have appraised it, we can finalize the contract, yes?" Harry instantly recognized the voice. He watched as Mr. Borgin hurriedly slicked back his greasy hair and adopted a sycophantic tone. "Mr. Grafton, encountering you is akin to basking in sunlight and wealth. I can already foresee a pleasurable collaboration." As the door swung open, Harry beheld the familiar dark golden hair and those deep emerald green eyes. "Lucius? What brings him here?" It seemed that Mr. Borgin's demeanor towards Lucius was more cordial than with the Malfoys. Why was that? Filled with questions, Harry watched as Mr. Borgin ushered Lucius to a seat, offering tea and refreshments. With a wave of Lucius's hand, an array of bracelets, necklaces, buttons, and other trinkets appeared on the table. Mr. Borgin donned a pair of monocles adorned with mechanical gears and began examining the items one by one, exclaiming, "Ah, your craftsmanship remains exquisite. Nay, I must say it surpasses the last. It is truly remarkable that you possess such alchemical prowess at such a young age." one must wonder about the recent alchemy lessons at Hogwarts. Hearing Lucius's words, Mr. Borgin ceased his flattery and began to elaborate on his insights. These alchemical instruments are imbued with various magical effects, with the most useful undoubtedly being the self-triggering shield charm amulet, which significantly enhances a wizard's survival capabilities. Accordingly, the price will need to be set quite high. Harry only grasped that Lucius was negotiating a collaboration with Mr. Borgin for the sale of those alchemical tools, the effects of which were indeed remarkable. Yet the subsequent details and haggling left Harry feeling rather dizzy. Just as Harry felt his legs beginning to tingle, Lucius and Mr. Borgin concluded their discussion. As Harry bent down to massage his legs, he caught sight of Lucius suddenly looking in his direction. Instinctively, Harry's heart raced. Yet, he saw Lucius raise his hand and beckon him over. After a moment's consideration, Harry pondered why he felt anxious. He pushed open the cabinet door and stepped out. "Who are you?" Mr. Borgin instinctively adopted a wary stance, his gaze toward Harry becoming decidedly unwelcoming. "He is my friend. We were playing hide and seek, and he accidentally ended up here. Is that all right?" Upon hearing Lucius's words, Mr. Borgin's previously sullen expression transformed into a smile as he addressed Harry. "No worries, dear boy. But do refrain from hiding here in the future. The items in my shop are intended for adults, and exposure to them can be quite perilous for children. Take that opal necklace beside you, for instance. It has claimed the lives of 19 muggles." Harry shuddered and stepped aside, moving behind Lucius. The dramatic shift in Mr. Borgin's demeanor was evident. Lucius was an esteemed client, procuring alchemical items of the highest quality. Moreover, these were newly crafted. As long as Lucius remained satisfied, Mr. Borgin would have secured a new source of income. Yet why did Mr. Borgin not attempt to employ nefarious means to seize the treasures from such a young child? The echo of recent screams reverberated in Harry's mind, causing Mr. Borgin to shudder imperceptibly. Thus, he paid no heed to the soot-covered boy who had suddenly emerged from his cabinet. Having made a misstep while traversing the Flynn network, Harry was now covered in ash, a stark contrast to the legendary savior image he was expected to uphold. After Mr. Borgin politely escorted him out, Harry followed Lucius, discovering that outside lay a grimy alley flanked by shops selling dark magic. A few ragged wizards, upon spotting them, instinctively recoiled, while an elderly witch, initially facing away, turned at the sound, only to drop a plate of what appeared to be dead fingernails onto the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled, her agility belied by her age. Harry understood that those individuals were not afraid of him. Rather, they feared Lucius. Glancing at Lucius, he heard him casually explain, "Welcome to Nocturne Alley, where various dark magical items are sold. It is advisable not to venture here alone without an adult wizard." Upon hearing this, Harry nodded vigorously, feeling uneasy in such an ominous environment. However, he was also curious as to why those individuals had fled upon seeing Lucius. Noticing Harry still covered in soot, Lucius drew his wand and with a flick declared, "Cleanse and refresh. Restore to its former state." In an instant, Harry transformed from a dark, coal-like figure back into the clean and poised savior, his broken glasses mended once more. With the soot removed, Lucius noted that Harry's complexion had improved considerably, no longer resembling the frail, pallid boy of the previous year. Indeed, the Dursleys have evidently refrained from skimping on Harry's meals. As the two had just taken a few steps, Harry was suddenly greeted by a series of sharp, crackling sounds. Turning back to glance at the Borgin and Burke shop, he saw nothing amiss. Unable to quell his curiosity, Harry inquired, "Lucien, why did those people flee upon seeing us emerge?" The image that lingered in his mind was that of the elderly witch who, despite her apparent frailty, had displayed remarkable agility in her flight, embodying a demeanor that suggested she had encountered something profoundly terrifying. Lucien, tucking away his wand, replied in a calm and measured tone, "Oh, during my previous visits to this area, I have encountered thieves, brigands, con artists, and those who sought to curse me with dark magic." Harry felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as though he were facing these nefarious individuals himself. However, seeing Lucien's composed expression, it seemed that his prior encounters had been more alarming than dangerous, allowing Harry to relax somewhat. Though he still asked with concern, "Lucien, were you injured? Did you manage to note the appearances of those miscreants? Should we report them to the authorities, or rather, to the Ministry of Magic?" Lucien shook his head, assuring him, "I am unscathed as for their appearances. Well, they look like that." He gestured toward the sky, and Harry instinctively looked up. There, suspended in midair, were several ragged figures, seemingly bound by invisible chains, their bodies forming a grotesque, cruciform shape. Their eyes were tightly shut, and blood was congealed from their necks down to their torsos, the tattered robes revealing gaping wounds. Yet, their faces were remarkably clean and unblemished, as if the blood that had dripped upon them had been magically cleansed. Harry quickly understood the source of the crackling sounds he had heard earlier. Several whips floated ominously around the suspended individuals, snapping down upon them and creating the sharp sounds. Astonished, Harry widened his eyes, noticing a transparent barrier beneath the suspended figures, seemingly designed to prevent any blood from dripping onto passers-by. Oddly enough, he felt a peculiar sense of warmth and comfort in this unsettling scene. Reflecting on their earlier conversation and the reactions of others towards Lucien upon their exit, Harry realized that those who had sought to deceive, rob, or curse Lucien were now being punished in this very manner. They had indeed paid a steep price for their nefarious intentions. The onlookers in Nocturne Alley bore witness to the spectacle, fully aware of Lucien's capabilities and the consequences of provoking him. Thus, upon seeing Lucien, the group had fled in terror, akin to criminals encountering law enforcement. Nocturne Alley is truly perilous, and its denizens harbor ill intentions, Harry murmured. Lucien chuckled lightly. Many were driven by their own greed to act against me, while some, he pointed toward the Borgin and Burke's shop, were merely puppets of that gentleman. Confused, Harry furrowed his brow. Then why were you conversing with him just now? Lucien responded calmly. One must wield both the carrot and the stick. This approach fosters loyalty and enhances efficiency. That man possesses significant connections in this alley, making him quite useful. Harry glanced back at the suspended figures and asked, so, you chose to hang them near Borgin and Burke's? Lucien nodded. Indeed, I wanted to ensure he heard me clearly. Proximity is beneficial. As Harry observed the figures, he noted that despite the lashes from the whips, they emitted no cries of anguish. Suddenly a thought struck him. Lucien, it seems they have gone quite still. In truth, Harry was trying to alert Lucien that the individuals appear to be lifeless. Lucien, without glancing at them, confidently reassured Harry, fear not. The whips are imbued with healing potions that seep out periodically, ensuring they do not truly perish. The potion has been refined. Would you like to learn about it when school starts? Harry instinctively nodded, expressing his desire to learn new potions. However, the notion of applying healing potions to whips while inflicting punishment left him momentarily speechless, unsure whether to deem it a stroke of genius or a manifestation of devilry. Are you feeling sympathy for those individuals? Lucien inquired. Harry shook his head, his voice gentle yet resolute. No. If you had been unable to subdue them, they would not have shown mercy. Knowledge of magic and power are of utmost importance. Through a year of camaraderie and learning, Harry had witnessed Lucien repel Quirrell and Voldemort with magic, and he had seen Lucien exert his wealth and influence over his uncle's family. These experiences taught Harry that in both the magical and muggle worlds, possessing sufficient power is vital for self-protection. One must neither bully others nor be bullied oneself. Seeing Harry's reaction, Lucien felt satisfied. A child who had experienced the complexities of human relationships would unlikely become an indecisive do-gooder. Old Dumbledore aimed to cultivate Harry's courage and resolve, but never demanded his purity of heart. The savior capable of confronting and even defeating Voldemort could be kind and gentle, yet must not be weak nor merely pity those unworthy of compassion. Chapter 178. Packing up, a friend to women, Gilderoy Lockhart in Diagon Alley. Hagrid, carrying a large satchel, cheerfully conversed with Lucien. Lucien, thank you for sending me the insect-repelling potion. Otherwise, those pesky carnivorous slugs would have devoured the cabbages in the school garden. Lucien waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks, as long as it proves effective. Hagrid rummaged through his satchel, producing 2 enormous oranges, offering one to both Lucien and Harry. Try these. I think they taste splendid. I also bought some seeds to plant in my garden, so if they bear fruit, do remember to visit me for a taste. Holding an orange that was nearly the size of his own head, Lucien mused that he could hardly consume such a large fruit in a single sitting. Magic is remarkably wondrous, he thought. Yet for Hagrid, being half-giant, such a size was just right. After all, his dietary needs were far from ordinary. After a brief farewell, Hagrid expressed his intention to seek out more plant seeds. Lucien stuffed the large orange into his pocket, noticing that Harry still cradled his orange with a dubious expression. Lucien handed him a small bag. You can store it in here for now. Harry accepted the palm-sized bag and attempted to shove the orange into its opening. To his astonishment, the orange slipped smoothly inside, and the bag hardly bulged at all. Lucien, is this similar to your pocket? I remember you taught me about the undetectable extension charm. Sort of, Lucien replied. It's a shrinking satchel, a little contraption I crafted myself. The shrinking satchel operates akin to the undetectable extension charm, yet fundamentally, it is an ancient magic that reduces items to a fraction of their size. once inscribed with a miniature magical array. Its function is not to enlarge the container's space, but to minimize the items stored within. Therefore, any container made with this magic cannot accommodate living beings. Lucien had learned this from his teacher, Nicholas, and he had to admit that the collection of magical tomes in Nicholas's possession was vast, always yielding unexpected and marvelous spells. As for why he didn't simply use the more proficient undetectable extinction charm, Lucien explained, because containers created with that spell are regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Using them privately is acceptable, but for public sale, one would surely attract the Ministry's scrutiny. Moreover, the market for undetectable extinction containers was nearly monopolized, and they were exorbitantly priced. Thus, Lucien resorted to ancient magical techniques known only to himself and Nico, which were difficult for peers to decipher and simpler to create. Upon hearing Lucien's response, Harry curiously examined the small cloth bag in his hand. It felt wonderfully smooth, predominantly black, adorned with simple yet exquisite silver-threaded patterns. Harry quickly noticed a small corner of the bag embroidered with a design, an open book, which, as its pages fluttered, resembled a soaring eagle. On the book's cover, smaller yet distinct capital letters read, LG. Harry pondered briefly, realizing it appeared to be the initials of Lucien Grafton. He pointed at the design and inquired, Lucien, what is this? A logo, or rather, a trademark, Lucien replied, leaving Harry momentarily stunned. A trademark? Is this your creation, a product? Indeed, Lucien affirmed. Harry's interest was immediately piqued. He had witnessed Lucien effortlessly stowing various items into his pockets the previous year, envying such a convenient ability to carry textbooks, cauldrons, Quidditch gear, and more. Upon learning that this was an application of the undetectable extinction charm, Harry resolved to master this spell. However, after a brief attempt, he found it overwhelmingly complex. Simultaneously, his admiration for Lucien, who could already cast this magic, deepened, and he was determined to learn from him, aspiring to one day create a small pouch or backpack using the undetectable extinction charm. But now, with a ready-made item in hand, Harry felt quite tempted to use it. Moreover, Lucien had mentioned it was a product, complete with a unique trademark, indicating it was intended for sale. Ahem, Lucien, how much do you price this bag? Observing Harry's evident intrigue, Lucien's lips curled slightly. He had indeed found a renowned spokesperson for his product, the boy who lived, who was universally recognized. Having someone to promote his merchandise was undoubtedly advantageous. What you hold is a practical version, roughly the size of a wardrobe, priced at 20 galleons, with effects lasting 6 months. If you're interested, I can offer you the cost price, but you'll need to help me advertise, especially among Gryffindor. Without hesitation, Harry nodded, as he wasn't particularly short on money and could assist Lucien. Of course, I also have other versions available, differing in size and duration, with corresponding prices. After speaking, Lucien handed Harry a list detailing the introductory version, practical version, advanced version, and VIP version, causing Harry's eyes to widen in astonishment. Among them, the cheapest was a mere 5 sickles, which was about the pocket money most young wizards earned in a week or two. However, it was only the size of a backpack, likely able to hold just a few books, and its effects lasted only 2 months. After contemplating, Harry figured that exchanging 1 or 2 weeks of expenditure for 2 months of comfort was reasonable. Furthermore, after filling the bag with a large orange, its weight barely increased, thus lightening the load. Harry glanced at the most expensive VIP version, whose size, duration, and price were naturally at the peak. But what truly caught his attention was the prominently highlighted statement. The VIP version enjoys customization services, allowing customers to have their names, family crests, or preferred designs embroidered on the bag's surface. Lucien, why is this statement emphasized? Harry wondered, feeling that compared to other versions, the size and duration of the VIP version seemed less justifiable for its price, as if that highlighted line was the sole reason for its exorbitance. Lucien's smile bore a hint of mischief. Some individuals will certainly appreciate this service, particularly certain wizarding circles that prioritize honor and appearances above all else. Harry nodded, slightly bewildered, not fully grasping Lucien's point. Yet, this did not hinder him from counting out sufficient gold coins from his pouch and handing them to Lucien. In a leaky cauldron, a wizard wearily called out, "Ladies, please, no shoving. Be careful with the books," attempting to calm the frenzied middle-aged women enamored by Gilderoy Lockhart's popularity. This wizard was quite perplexed, unable to fathom what charm Lockhart possessed that made him a friend to women, apart from being somewhat handsome, possessing a charming smile, and having a wealth of experiences. He seemed to lack anything truly commendable. At that moment, a handsome man clad in a blue robe reminiscent of forget-me-nots entered, his blue eyes radiating warmth, and his wavy golden hair peeking out from beneath a pointed wizard's hat, adding a playful touch to his mature elegance. The instant he appeared, the waiting witches erupted in cheers. Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart, I bought your complete set of books. Lockhart waved to his fans, donning his signature smile, showcasing his perfectly white teeth, which were exactly 8 in number, eliciting yet another wave of cheers from his admirers. Standing among the crowd, Lucien assessed the man. He looks quite appealing. I suppose he fits the preferences of middle-aged women perfectly. Intriguingly, Lucien was reminded of a certain figure from the internet in his previous life, a scholar. The magical circuitry here was indeed lacking, comparable even to some underage wizards. As expected, he was as inept as depicted in the original narrative. However, the finesse of the magic exhibited through his circuitry was acceptable, likely one reason for his proficiency with the forgetfulness charm. Yet, Lockhart only truly excelled in that single spell. Unlike last year's Quirrell, next year's Lupin, and the subsequent imposter Moody, who possessed genuine knowledge from which one could learn, Lockhart offered little to glean. If Lockhart were to hold the position of defense against the Dark Arts professor for a year, it would be a grave waste. Lucien contemplated whether the curse Voldemort had placed on this position was sufficiently potent, pondering whether he should further influence the situation. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a loud voice declaring, "Step aside, step aside. This is for the Daily Prophet." A short man shouted irritably, brandishing a large black camera, leaping around Lockhart in an attempt to capture the most flattering angles of the award-winning smile. The short man paid no mind to the crowd behind him, leaping and twisting until he was perilously close to Penelope. Unbeknownst to her, Penelope was also focused on the posing Lockhart and remained oblivious to the imminent collision. Lucien, noticing the unfolding situation, chose not to intervene. Just as the diminutive man closed in on Penelope, a faint red light flickered briefly on her ring. Immediately, the man inexplicably slipped, tumbling forward and landing face first, stars dancing before his eyes. Lucien barely cast a glance at the unfortunate NPC, instead contemplating the effects of the alchemical ring he had given to his aunt. The spell's activation speed was acceptable, and the level of retaliation could be adjusted according to the situation, neither too weak nor excessively strong. Coupled with other alchemical accessories, safety assurance is guaranteed. Furthermore, a warning communication spell had been set up, ensuring that any incidents would be promptly reported to him. In the coming year, whether selling alchemical items and potions or publishing magical papers, Lucien knew he would rise to prominence within the magical community. If any ill-intentioned competitors or vengeful dark wizards sought to target him, they might hesitate to confront Lucien at Hogwarts, but could very well aim to threaten his family instead. While the current era appeared relatively peaceful, with fewer villains daring to challenge the Ministry of Magic's authority, Lucien was reluctant to gamble on such probabilities. Thus, he crafted several sets of alchemical jewelry for his aunt, imbued with magical effects sufficient to counter any potential threats. Should danger arise and trigger a warning, a mere flicker of luminescence would transport him back, leaving the aggressor to fervently hope that the magic entwined within the jewelry had already dealt with them. Otherwise, as the diminutive man stumbled and fell, his camera flew from his grasp, landing before Lockhart and transforming into a battered relic of war. This caused Lockhart's smile to falter momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of embarrassment and displeasure flickering in his eyes. He turned his gaze towards the reporter from the Prophet Daily. Sprawled on the ground, his lowered eyes betraying disdain, yet he quickly donned his trademark smile once more. In that brief moment, as Lockhart lifted his head, he sensed a penetrating stare, emerald green eyes fixed upon him. Lockhart instantly identified the owner of that gaze amidst the crowd, a striking youth with dark golden hair. Both the young man and the elegant lady beside him regarded Lockhart, devoid of the adoration or envy reflected in the eyes of others. Their gazes were purely analytical and evaluative. This disconcerted Lockhart, prompting him to instinctively twist his neck and avert his eyes. Wait a moment, those glasses, that tousled black hair, that face. Lockhart's keen eyes recognized a certain individual, the boy who had survived against all odds. Harry Potter. Could it truly be Harry Potter? Lockhart exclaimed with enthusiasm, even leaping slightly in excitement. This was a luminary of the magical realm, endowed with an unparalleled reputation since birth. Lockhart had endeavored tirelessly, appropriating the experiences of countless others and penning numerous tomes, merely to attain his current level of acclaim. Yet, in comparison to Harry Potter, his fame seemed but a flickering firefly against the brilliance of the full moon. Lockhart hastened toward the front of the crowd, deliberately sidestepping the handsome youth. He was not fond of the boy's scrutinizing gaze, nor did he appreciate the presence of an obscure little wizard. Lockhart was acutely aware that mere good looks could not sustain a person indefinitely, One needed a wealth of experience, an enduring reputation, and unwavering popularity to guarantee a lifetime of comfort. Seizing Harry's arm, Lockhart felt a surge of his own popularity heighten. He could not help but rejoice that today's book signing event had fortuitously brought him face to face with a legendary savior. This wave of attention was an opportunity not to be squandered. Harry, caught in the public eye, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing. He cast a glance at Lucien, who returned an encouraging look. Recalling Lucien's earlier warning that Lockhart might attempt to capitalize on him, Harry marveled at Lucien's foresight while feeling a swell of anxiety about the impending situation. As Lockhart led Harry to the front of the stage, the reporter, who had been prostrate on the ground, suddenly regained consciousness, discovering his camera intact before him. "Sir Reporter, could you kindly document this moment?" Lockhart murmured, and the reporter, momentarily bewildered, promptly resumed his duties. Meanwhile, Lucien discreetly stowed away his wand, recognizing the rare promotional opportunity at hand should not be wasted. Chapter 179. Harry, the uninvited guest, and the owner of the diary. The rapid clicking of the camera shutter echoed continuously. "You look splendid, Harry. We might just grace the front page," Lockhart whispered to Harry with his dazzling trademark smile. However, Harry could only feel awkward, thinking this uncle was rather peculiar. As the shutter clicks momentarily halted, Lockhart boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, what an exhilarating moment this is. When young Harry stepped into the bookstore this morning to purchase my autobiography, The Wizarding Me, a perennial bestseller on the Prophet Daily for 27 consecutive weeks, he surely had no inkling." Lockhart paused, building anticipation among his fans. "I shall bestow upon Harry my entire collection of works, free of charge." This proclamation was met with enthusiastic applause, and Lockhart prepared to wave Harry off, eager to commence his own signing session. Yet, he remained oblivious to Harry's deep breaths and the black cloth bag embroidered with silver patterns clutched tightly in his hand. "Oh, these books are far too numerous and heavy. I truly cannot manage them." The exaggerated yet resonant voice caused Lockhart's smile to falter, and he turned to face Harry, glancing at the books. What on earth is this child attempting? Are these books truly heavy? Perhaps he doesn't eat well or exercise regularly. Just as Lockhart was about to employ his improvisational skills to defuse the awkwardness, a voice from the crowd chimed in. "Indeed, great savior. What shall we do? I, too, must carry a plethora of books and cauldrons to school. It's quite burdensome, legendary boy. Do you have any solutions?" Not only was Lockhart bewildered by this unexpected remark, but Harry's cheeks flushed crimson as he glanced at the Weasley twins frolicking in the crowd. The script had not included lines referencing a savior or a legendary boy. But with no turning back, Harry steeled himself and raised the black bag, declaring earnestly, "No worries. I have it. The shrinking satchel can hold an endless amount of tomes." As he spoke, Harry retrieved his wand and cast a levitation charm, guiding the books to float gracefully into the bag, positioning it against his chest for all to see, deliberately showcasing the logo emblazoned upon it. "Are you still troubled by cumbersome travel bags? Are you concerned about your child's burden of books? The shrinking satchel will alleviate your worries." He concluded, "For further details, please visit the shop in Diagon Alley." Witnessing the spectacle, Lockhart was rendered speechless. Wait, is this child advertising at Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing event? How audacious! How utterly upside down! Lockhart's original intent had merely been to ride on Harry's coattails for publicity, yet it had transformed into this. Despite Lockhart's confusion, others were quick to react. For instance, a reporter from the Prophet Daily had already activated his camera, snapping away as Harry retrieved books with a shrinking satchel. This is no trifling matter. Lockhart's run-of-the-mill book would barely garner a mention in the news, yet the savior advertising a product? Now, that is newsworthy. Harry Potter, who typically remained ensconced in academia, was seldom seen during breaks as he diligently studied. Such an opportunity to capture a story like this was rare indeed. Who was the genius that had the foresight to enlist Harry Potter for product promotion? The reporter muttered to himself as he captured every flattering angle of Harry, skillfully balancing his visage with that of the shrinking satchel. "LG, a new workshop perhaps? It appears rather intriguing. I'll have to check out that shop Harry Potter mentioned later. Just hope the prices aren't exorbitant. Such seamless expanding containers don't come cheap." The crowd buzzed with discussions of a similar nature, evidently intrigued by the shrinking satchel. Harry, meanwhile, posed with the bag, his thoughts consumed by Lucien's promise to teach him more impressive and entertaining spells, to preempt any forthcoming signing frenzy. Lucien had already led his aunt to a relatively quiet corner of the bookstore. "Is that child quite famous in your wizarding world?" Penelope inquired, her question not surprising Lucien. as he had observed the reactions of those around them and could easily draw such conclusions. Yes, he is akin to a celebrity in the Muggle world, Lucien replied. Upon hearing this, Penelope nodded, understanding why Lucien had sought the boy's assistance and promotion. She refrained from explicitly reminding Lucien that even among friends, assistance often comes with expectations of reciprocity, trusting that he would navigate these matters adeptly. Indeed, the individual known as Lockhart. Does his life truly possess the extraordinary richness as purported? Upon discerning the subtle implications in her aunt's inquiry, Lucien smiled, acknowledging her astuteness. Penelope, absently toying with the ring adorning her finger, responded with a nonchalant tone. He presents himself as a formidable writer. However, he lacks the essence of an adventurer, making it challenging to associate him with such thrilling experiences. Wouldn't you agree? As the contemporary ruler of Grafton, her genuinely expansive experiences endowed her with a keen ability to discern character. Lucien found no surprise in her assessment. After all, how could his aunt fail to distinguish between a charlatan and the genuine article? Unlike our dear Lucien, who not only possesses striking looks, but also genuine talent and knowledge. Speaking of which, do you have any close female classmates at school? Wasn't I tasked with delivering jewelry to you previously? If not, perhaps you could meet with the daughters of Campbell and Fitzgerald during the winter break. His aunt's rapid shift in conversation caught Lucien off guard momentarily. The Grand Savior has arrived. Malfoy positioned himself in front of Harry, who was trying to extricate himself from the crowd, his expression brimming with unwarranted pride. Yet Harry deemed it unworthy of contemplation, as Malfoy often displayed such behavior. Malfoy, what do you want? Harry inquired, to which Malfoy shrugged. Oh, poor Potter. Did you not enjoy your summer? School is about to commence, and you finally get to bask in the limelight of the latest news. How enviable. Harry furrowed his brow, sensing that after a summer apart, and without Lucien's influence, Malfoy might be poised to cause trouble again. What exactly are you trying to say? At last, Malfoy allowed a smirk to escape, retrieving several moving magical photographs from his pocket and presenting them to Harry. Ahem. During the summer, I visited the dragon sanctuary owned by my family. I didn't capture many photos. Could you help me decide which one is best? Standing nearby, Ginny, who had intended to intervene on Harry's behalf, felt a sense of confusion. Trapped in flourish and blots by Malfoy, Harry scrutinized the photographs before him. They predominantly featured Lucien and Malfoy together, alongside various dragons, including the Ukrainian Ironbelly, the Chinese Fireball, and the Welsh Green. Before Harry could muster a retort, Malfoy glanced at Ron, who had just arrived, and casually remarked, "Oh, that dragon sanctuary is quite the amusement, but guess who didn't receive an invitation? You." Ginny found herself perplexed. According to her father's descriptions, the Malfoy family was notoriously malevolent. Yet this young Malfoy seemed to exude an air of foolishness. Ron, arriving in a state of confusion, was oblivious to the unfolding situation until Ginny whispered an explanation, bringing clarity to his mind. Malfoy, observing the Weasley siblings' vibrant red hair, recalled how their father, Arthur Weasley, had been frequenting their estate under the guise of his official duties, conducting searches. Thus, Malfoy taunted, though, visiting the sanctuary requires quite a bit of expenditure. Perhaps some individuals should prioritize spending their funds on textbooks and wands, though I'm referring to secondhand ones. At this, Ron was ready to hurl the book he was holding at Malfoy. However, Harry abruptly interjected, "Malfoy, did Lucien visit your home over the summer?" Malfoy instinctively replied, No. Invitations among the aristocracy are quite formal and dignified. You see, after attending Lucien's birthday banquet previously, Malfoy had gained a clearer understanding of the Grafton name's stature within the Muggle world and recognized that Lucien was indeed a man of distinction, deserving of proper regard. Yet, before Malfoy could begin to boast about noble etiquette, Harry interrupted him once more. "Oh, Lucien visited my home, and Ron's family has been there too. I believe visiting a friend's home might be more meaningful than a trip to a dragon sanctuary, don't you think?" This left Malfoy at a loss for words. He had been outdone by Harry in terms of propriety, even falling behind the red-haired Weasley. Just then, a large hand settled upon the disgruntled Malfoy. "Mr. Potter, I am Lucius Malfoy. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance." Lucius grasped Harry's hand firmly, pulling him closer to scrutinize the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead, exclaiming, "What a legendary mark indeed." Lucius then released Harry, casting a condescending gaze upon Hermione, a Muggle-born, and the Weasley siblings. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed a remarkably refined young man approaching. The distinctive emerald green of his eyes instantly identified him, Lucien Grafton. Having previously met Lucien during a visit to Hogwarts following Draco's injury, Lucius had sensed the boy's exceptional nature. Nearly a year later, he perceived that Lucien's aura had deepened significantly, yet remained well contained. Lucius trusted his instinct, a familial trait enhanced through experience. He extended his hand to Lucien, exhibiting a demeanor of maturity and grace befitting a nobleman. I am grateful for your assistance with Draco. It is indeed fortunate for the boy to gain your friendship. In response to Lucius' demeanor, Lucien reciprocated with courteous pleasantries. Draco possesses a solid foundation. I attribute this to excellent familial upbringing. Simultaneously, Lucien's pupils subtly swirled, catching a glimpse of the dark aura emanating from Lucius' waist. The sinister, chilling magic, an object of great significance. A Horcrux. Lucius paid little mind to the muggle-born wizards and the unrefined purebloods, engaging in brief pleasantries with Lucien before leading Draco towards the rear of the bookstore. As Lucius brushed past Lucien, a faint flicker of magic emanated from the wand concealed within Lucien's sleeve, casting an invisible mark upon the diary nestled within Lucius' grasp. Even the most astute Lucius remained oblivious to any anomaly. After conversing further with Harry and the others and learning of the earlier incident, Lucien sighed in resignation. Children indeed. As the group dispersed, Lucien accompanied his aunt on a leisurely stroll through Diagon Alley, procuring a broomstick in preparation for experimenting with alchemical designs. After escorting his aunt to her carriage, he informed her of his need to attend to some matters, promising to return shortly. During this interval, Lucien remained attuned to the magical mark upon the diary, noting it remained within the confines of flourish and blots. Suddenly, the mark began to shift, leading him through several turns until he found himself nearby. Sensing a disturbance within the crowd, Lucien directed his gaze toward its source, only to furrow his brow in dismay. The man before him, clad in flamboyant attire, was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. Wait, how did the diary end up in his possession? Lucien recalled that, according to the original narrative, the diary would be handed to Ginny by Lucius, subsequently triggering a new wave of crises and trials. His initial plan had been to retrieve the diary once it reached Ginny's hands. Yet a sudden, peculiar inspiration had struck him, suggesting that an alternative approach might yield unforeseen rewards. Curiosity piqued, Lucien had discreetly marked the diary with a magical trace for tracking purposes. However, he never anticipated that the diary would come to rest in Lockhart's hands. Could this be the world's intrinsic correction? Would it inevitably lead to a year of calamity at Hogwarts? No, the diary was the first Horcrux of Voldemort, containing fragments of his very soul. Voldemort had indeed cursed the position of defense against the Dark Arts professor. Lockhart had seemingly confirmed his appointment to that role, suggesting the curse may already be in effect. Was this a connection on a magical level? In a twist of fate, did the souls of the curse-bearer and the cursed converge? Such is the serendipity of magic. Gilderoy Lockhart remained blissfully unaware that he had become the object of someone's scrutiny. All he yearned for was to return home swiftly. For it seemed he had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. Lockhart harbored a premonition that he was on the brink of embarking on a grand and exhilarating adventure. Should he pen this experience into a tome, it might very well become his most illustrious work. It was as if an ethereal yet beguiling voice whispered to him, "You shall become the most renowned wizard, a true luminary, destined for boundless wealth and glory. Go forth to Hogwarts, for there you shall attain all that you desire." Chapter 180. An impressive schooling method. Another year's opening ceremony. Platform at Hogwarts. As Lucien disembarked from the train, he was greeted by a familiar, boisterous voice. "All right, first-year students. All newcomers, come over here." Hagrid, brandishing a lantern, bellowed for the first years, and his gaze quickly fell upon Lucien. With his large strides, he approached, exclaiming, "Ah, another academic year. Time truly flies, doesn't it?" Lucien nodded with a smile. "Indeed. This year may prove to be quite interesting. Well, I wish you a joyful learning experience. By the way, haven't Harry and the others joined you?" Upon hearing Hagrid's query, Lucien glanced skyward. They'll be here shortly." Preoccupied with ushering the newcomers, Hagrid bid farewell and departed. He had to adhere to the annual tradition of guiding the first-year wizards along the well-trodden path of the four founders. However, the upperclassmen were spared the walk and could simply take the carriages, arriving at the majestic Hogwarts castle aboard the Thestral-drawn carriage after a 2-month absence. Lucien stepped through the familiar entrance. It must be said, Hogwarts possesses a unique enchantment that instills a profound sense of belonging in young wizards. As he made his way to the Great Hall, he noticed that the crowd was sparse, with a few upperclassmen scattered across the long tables. Lucien headed directly towards the Ravenclaw table, eager to witness this year's sorting ceremony. However, as his peripheral vision caught sight of the Gryffindor direction, He was astonished to see two individuals who ought not to be present at that moment. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed surprising that they were in the Great Hall. Harry, Ron, when did you arrive? Yes, Harry and Ron were already seated at the long table. Lucien observed them closely. They appeared to be enveloped in a grayish pallor. Utterly spent. Shouldn't these two rascals have arrived in style, piloting the flying car? He mused. Yet, they seemed too early to have missed the start-of-term feast. Earlier, while assisting Mr. Weasley in modifying the vehicle, he had added an invisibility feature and reinforced its structure, optimizing its magical energy reserves while also setting it to automatically return home. Logic dictated that this would allow the two boys a taste of adventure while mitigating inherent risks. However, it seemed his modifications did not permit the car to arrive prematurely. At the sound of Lucien's voice, Harry and Ron lifted their heads. The former appeared relatively composed, while the latter bore an expression of utter despair. Ron mattered, Lucien, doomed. Could you whip up some beef stew, mapo tofu, and poached chicken for me? I don't want to leave this world with regrets. While perplexed by Ron's culinary requests, which resembled a death wish, Lucien patiently inquired, "What have you two been through?" Harry adjusted his glasses, wearily ruffling his hair. "Let me explain." The scene shifted back several hours. Harry and Ron had packed their luggage and pets into the old Ford Anglia. Harry, still somewhat apprehensive, remarked, "Ron, are you sure you can drive?" Ron, swinging open the car door and thumping his chest confidently, replied, "Don't worry. Dad and Lucien modified this car over the summer, and I learned a bit too. I'm quite adept." As the car took off, the tires lifted from the ground, and it instantly became transparent, with the surrounding muggles none the wiser. Isn't it convenient? Lucien helped with the invisibility switch. It activates automatically. Dad can't stop praising Lucien, saying there aren't many young wizards who understand muggle automobiles and magic as well as he does. Thanks to Lucien, Dad can make even more modifications. Ron grasped the steering wheel, guiding the car smoothly through the skies, chatting amiably with Harry. But Lucien only played with us for a few days. So Dad did most of the modifications on his own. Noticing Harry's tense grip on the car door frame, Ron reassured him, "Don't worry. The esteemed Ron Weasley will surely deliver the great savior Harry Potter safely to Hogwarts." Harry, wanting to remind Ron that in the Muggle world, trains have conductors while cars have drivers, could only manage an awkward smile as Ron held the steering wheel. Thus, the two friends indulged in treacle fudge, soaring through the clouds, feeling utterly at ease. George and Fred will envy us. Just imagine, descending from the sky in a car. Wow, Ron declared, chewing on candy, nodding enthusiastically. Harry agreed, nodding along while admiring the tiny yet beautiful tapestry of the earth below. However, hours passed, and boredom began to creep in for Harry and Ron. Yes, even adults tire after several hours. Imagine how Ron, a mere child, must feel. They had only each other for entertainment, and they both wished for a quicker arrival. "If only we could get there sooner," Harry lamented, resting his chin on the window frame, his view filled with monotonous clouds. Upon hearing his friend's lament, Ron slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I completely forgot about that." With one hand on the steering wheel, he fidgeted with the dashboard controls. A complex mechanical panel emerged, causing Harry to feel slightly dizzy as Ron poked and prodded. Soon, a bright red button appeared. Intrigued, Harry asked, "What's this?" "This is my dad's acceleration device. I helped modify it too," Ron boasted, pressing the red button with pride. Suddenly, two long flames burst forth from the back of the car, and both boys felt an unmistakable thrust pushing them back into their seats. "Oh, marvelous. We'll arrive at school ahead of schedule. Let us surprise them." As Ron shouted in exhilaration, Harry smiled, feeling a rush of excitement. In no time, they had left the Hogwarts Express in their wake, soaring along the tracks toward Hogwarts. The sky had yet to darken when the flying car entered the vicinity of Hogwarts. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Harry caught sight of Hogwarts' silhouette and urged Ron, "We're almost there. Shouldn't we deactivate the acceleration mode?" Ron nodded, affirming with a hum, and pressed the button twice. However, the car showed no signs of slowing down. Harry's unease grew. "Ron, why aren't we slowing down? I did deactivate it, but it seems it's not working." Ron's voice turned anxious as he frantically pressed the brake, yet there was still no response. "We could try to circle around yet." Before he could finish, the car suddenly lost control, veering wildly through the air. The two boys had never encountered such chaos and screamed in terror. Before long, the car was hurtling straight towards a colossal tree. Just as Harry and Ron braced themselves for a catastrophic collision, the surface of the vehicle glimmered faintly, radiating a sense of solidity. Boom! The sturdy trunk was smashed open, branches and leaves quaking violently. Neither of the two reacted in time as the automobile barreled forward, undeterred in speed after crashing into the colossal tree, swaying precariously towards one of the castle's towers. At the long table in the great hall, Lucien fell into a prolonged silence after listening to Harry's recollections. Having aided Mr. Weasley in modifying the car, including the addition of features such as automatic invisibility, he had ostensibly prevented Harry and his companions from being discovered by Muggles while driving, thus sparing Mr. Weasley from scrutiny by the Ministry of Magic. Logically, these alterations were beneficial, at least during the initial phase. However, Mr. Weasley had also found ample time to implement further modifications, resulting in an even greater mishap. Change, whether for good or ill, Lucien murmured softly, then, with a pained expression, regarded the despondent faces of Harry and Ron. So, after you crashed into the Whomping Willow, you barreled into the tower housing the headmaster's office? Yes, came the response. Lucien refrained from inquiring whether Dumbledore had been present in the office at the time. After all, could the greatest wizard of this century truly be felled by a flying car? In truth, the Whomping Willow may not have even broken, Harry quietly remarked. The gap didn't seem very large. Perhaps it could have been salvaged. Yet Ron interrupted with a grim smile. But when we crashed in, we really frightened the headmaster's bird. The headmaster's bird? Fawkes, frightened to death. Such a magnificent creature, a phoenix, is destined to be reborn through the process of resurrection when gravely injured or upon reaching a certain age. According to the original text, Fawkes was indeed due for rebirth this term. Could this incident have merely hastened the process? Perhaps the elderly bird's heart was failing. It would be worth checking on. He had yet to witness a newly reborn phoenix. That red phoenix, Fawkes, was he ablaze, transforming into a pile of ashes at that moment? Harry and Ron widened their eyes in unison, exclaiming, "How do you know?" "All right, Lucien, you read extensively. You even know what it looks like when a phoenix is frightened to death." This comment from the two jesters caused Lucien's lips to twitch, but he nonetheless divulged the truth. That was the phoenix's rebirth. Upon hearing Lucien's explanation, both boys exhaled in relief, yet continued in a languid manner. In fact, it was Snape who first arrived at the headmaster's office. He almost reached us the moment we burst in. Surely, Snape wouldn't have been waiting there deliberately to find an opportunity to expel us? Well, Snape is a potions master, not a seer. He likely couldn't have anticipated that you would manage to drive the car into the headmaster's office. Perhaps he was there to discuss matters with Dumbledore, to apply for the position of defense against the Dark Arts professor, or to deliver some potions to old honeydukes to prevent tooth decay and diabetes. Subsequently, Headmaster Dumbledore also arrived, stating that he would write to our families. However, the penalties had yet to be determined. He mentioned waiting for a head of house, Professor McGonagall, to deliver it, as there had never been a precedent for young witches and wizards driving into the headmaster's office. When it came to the writing of letters, Lucien noted a disparity in Harry and Ron's reactions. Harry seemed relatively unfazed, but Ron exhibited considerable trepidation. Understandably, given Harry's strained relationship with the Dursleys. They likely wouldn't care whether he made mistakes, as long as it didn't affect them. However, for Ron, it all depended on how Dumbledore described the situation in his letter. Before long, the new academic year's opening ceremony commenced. The upperclassmen gathered to watch the spectacle, for witnessing the performances of their younger peers was indeed quite entertaining. Lucien observed the influx of new students, sensing that their numbers appeared to be greater than those of his own year. Was there a baby boom among wizards as well? However, this would allow the twins to sell more merchandise. He had even designed a few products targeted at the newcomers. The initial proceedings naturally entailed the sorting ceremony. After Professor McGonagall announced the rules, she grasped the sorting hat from behind her. The new students, naturally curious, whispered among themselves in small groups, which was to be expected. Yet, surprisingly, the upperclassmen who had encountered it once or even several times before were not as composed. Is that color? The sorting hat? Yes. Why has it turned grayish-white? Wasn't it brownish-gray when we wore it? Could it be a different sorting hat? Perhaps the old one was too worn? However, someone quickly refuted this notion. That doesn't seem right. I recall the positions of those patches being similar. It's the same hat. Maybe it changed color through magic or was simply cleaned. The suggestion of magical color change was acceptable, as they were wizards, after all. It was quite normal. Yet the latter speculation rendered the surrounding students silent, with one voice tremblingly inquiring. If it was cleaned, then what of the sorting hat's former brownish-gray? This young witch dared not speculate further, fearing discomfort, but someone else nonchalantly interjected. Perhaps it was due to hair oil, the kind that has been passed down for centuries? Be quiet, no more of that. Lucien found himself equally exasperated. Had no past headmaster ever considered cleaning the Sorting Hat, or had it simply been accepted as a tradition? Lucien recalled that the Sorting Hat had mentioned it became dirty after resting upon his head, and had requested Dumbledore's assistance in cleaning it. Had he unwittingly benefited the younger students in this regard? Before long, Lucien noticed a peculiar occurrence. Those newly sorted students would cast glances toward the Ravenclaw table. What were they observing? Lucien pondered, deducing that the common factor must be the Sorting Hat. It was likely that the increasingly animated hat had shared something with the newcomers. Soon after, Ravenclaw welcomed their first new student, and indeed it was a girl. The predominance of girls over boys in the Eagle House had become a norm. The little Eagles still applauded enthusiastically, demonstrating warmth and welcome for their new member. Lucien joined in the applause, observing that the girl approached the long table and executed a deep bow, just as he was about to marvel at her interesting display of excessive politeness. He saw the girl quickly scan the room, as though searching for someone. Upon locking eyes with Lucien, she boldly approached him. Standing before Lucien, her large, sparkling eyes blinked as she lowered her voice to inquire, "Excuse me, are you Lucien Gryffindor?" Suddenly, Lucien's heart skipped a beat, as memories of a previous chat with the Sorting Hat flooded back. Chapter 181. The store opening, Lockhart's early retirement. Seated at the Ravenclaw table, Lucien gazed at the girl who had rushed towards him, rapidly recalling conversation he had had with the Sorting Hat. "Once the new students are sorted into their appropriate houses, I shall mention your name, so they may express their gratitude." After all, after wearing it, it felt as if he had become significantly more intelligent. The Sorting Hat's words echoed in Lucien's mind, and he was left with an unpleasant suspicion. Could that hat truly remember this event after a year? Lucien observed the girl's hopeful gaze and stiffly nodded. The girl blinked her large eyes and exclaimed, "Yay, I didn't make a mistake. That would have been so embarrassing." The Sorting Hat claimed that it could now sort students more accurately. Of course, it had been accurate in the past as well, attributing that to your efforts. It said it wanted to express its gratitude properly, using you as a role model, and mentioned that you were quite recognizable with your dark gold hair, distinctive emerald green eyes, and very handsome. At this point, Lucien could no longer absorb the latter remarks. He felt numb. His name was destined to spread among the newcomers. What a tale of rapid fame. Lucien could already envision the Sorting Hat whispering in the minds of the new students. Wait a moment. Lucien snapped back from his initial shock and embarrassment, pondering a pressing question. To sell alchemical items and potions. My original intention was to simultaneously design, produce, market, and promote them, as the sales are conducted under my name. The quality of the products is directly linked to my reputation. When the goods receive widespread acclaim, it inevitably draws attention to Lucien, the inventor behind the designs. Conversely, as Lucien's fame spreads, it serves to advertise the products as well. Despite the absurdity of the Sorting Hat's actions, it has inadvertently assisted me. Thus, Lucien temporarily abandoned his plan to toss the Sorting Hat into the Black Lake for a bath. That younger student bowed to Lucien once more before scurrying off to the freshman area. "Hey, Lucien, why did the Sorting Hat mention you specifically?" inquired his roommate Terry. A look of curiosity etched on his face. Lucien cast a glance at the Sorting Hat bobbing atop the heads of the newcomers and replied, "I paid it advertising fees." Fortunately, there were no more socially bold Ravenclaw freshmen like the girl from earlier, and no one approached Lucien to initiate conversation. Yet, without exception, they occasionally cast glances in his direction. Thus, this year's sorting ceremony concluded smoothly, without any instances of certain young wizards spending minutes without a result. In the Gryffindor common room, Percy announced, "Well, this is our common room. Remember, this year's password is Foodie Bird. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'm the prefect." After escorting the freshmen to the common room and outlining the essentials, he prepared to leave. The young wizards, newly acquainted with the magical world, were visibly excited, eagerly surveying their house as common room in search of wondrous magical traces. Before long, they spotted a counter adorned with a truly dazzling banner. The letters upon it flowed gracefully, emitting tiny sparks reminiscent of fireworks. At either end of the banner, hovering above the words 7th Workshop, were holographic projections of several items, rotating to showcase their allure. The banner's frame was animated as well, comprised of 4 playful creatures, a lion, an eagle, a snake, and a badger, chasing one another as they encircled the text, occasionally emitting calls. At the bottom of the banner, a line of flowing silver text streaked across like a shooting star. "The secrets of wisdom and courage lie within." A pair of identical twin brothers, both with the same red hair and freckles, stood behind the counter. Noticing the freshmen looking their way, their eyes lit up, and they seamlessly began to call out, "Freshman, whether you're a young lad or a young lady, come here and take a look." You may not yet realize how troublesome the staircases of Hogwarts can be. Their patterns of change, oh my. Most freshmen turn pale at the thought, as tales of being transformed into toads by wicked wizards abound in many fairy tales. With a flourish, the twins reassured them, but fear not. A certain Ravenclaw upperclassman has already prepared some helpful tools for you. With a flourish, Fred produced a unique antique compass from beneath the counter. Its needle was not fixed but danced lightly, spinning gracefully. First, for all the directionally challenged little lions, we proudly present the staircase compass. George chimed in, elaborating in an exaggerated tone. It won't show you those dizzying lines. You simply tell it where you want to go before stepping out. Like I am off to potions class. Trust me, even if the staircase spins you around thrice, its needle will steadfastly point to your destination. As soon as he finished speaking, Fred dramatically unfurled what appeared to be a blank piece of parchment. Yet, with a gentle tap of his wand, ink lines sprang to life, swiftly sketching the contours of the castle, with a path glowing blue, clearly winding through the intricate network of stairs. And for those who value convenience and efficiency, we also offer a shortcut map. Do you see that glowing path? It will chart the most stable route for you over the next 5 minutes, allowing you to glide gracefully between the moving staircases, elegant and timeless. Of course, the twins exclaimed in unison, sporting knowing smiles. We also accept pre-orders for our forthcoming maps that provide even more information. As for the price, well, you must understand, knowledge has its weight. The freshmen were utterly captivated by this dazzling display, their earlier apprehension replaced by curiosity. A few brave souls had already squeezed to the front of the counter, clutching their coin purses tightly. How much for the most basic compass? A timid boy inquired. George leaned down, flashing a radiant smile that suggested, you're getting quite the bargain. For you, being our very first customer today, just 10 sickles. After a moment of hesitation, the sound of coins clinking filled the air at the counter. The Weasley twins exchanged a knowing glance, each reflecting the same thought. Salary. Oh no, the dream fund is coming in. After 2 months away from the comfort of a bed, Lucien extinguished the flame beneath his cauldron, allowing the potion to cool. Stretching, he accessed the system panel, bringing up the section for the Emerald Ledger loans, checking the sales figures and amounts. Once the alchemical tools and potions he had invented were officially on the market, the system reflected real-time data. This feature proved quite convenient. Following the feast at the start of term, the rate of growth in both quantity and sales had seen a slight increase. It seemed the twins had begun their endeavors in Gryffindor. By the time the 7th Workshop store made its official debut at Hogwarts, the freshmen would truly experience the staircase's peculiarities, likely leading to an uptick in purchases. In Lucien's estimation, not only the first-year students, but also a significant portion of second and even third-year students would seek items like the staircase compass and shortcut map. Hogwarts boasts 142 staircases, many of which are subject to various transformations, including turning, disappearing, and rising or falling. The patterns of these changes vary. Some alter automatically after a certain time, others shift based on the footsteps of the travelers, and some change in response to specific incantations. Only those young witches and wizards who can remember these patterns possess the privilege of arriving on time. However, in situations where time is of the essence, the pressure can easily lead to confusion regarding the staircase's rules, resulting in an inconvenient experience of tardiness. Lucien had previously discussed the matter of the staircases with Dumbledore, questioning whether such a system might hinder students' learning. Dumbledore's response was, learning to cope with unexpected changes is also a form of growth. I believe that once they graduate, the children will fondly remember these moving staircases. At that time, Lucien was left speechless, were it not for the magical nature of this world. He might have doubted whether the headmaster of a magical school truly prioritized the welfare of his students. Lucien recalled his own high school principal, notorious for claiming to renovate the cafeteria, only to be discovered having merely painted the walls, resulting in his exposure and a subsequent downfall. Lucien felt that old Dumbledore had perhaps not fully devoted his attention to Hogwarts. Since Voldemort's rise, Dumbledore's focus had shifted towards the Dark Lord. And when Harry's birth transformed Voldemort into a mere specter, Dumbledore began nurturing Harry as the destined savior. Thus, despite being the headmaster, Dumbledore's investment in the school did not seem particularly substantial. Lucien had conversed with Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall, among others, regarding the troubling decline in the quality of Hogwarts students over the years. In this era of peace, young wizards have begun to regard their magical education as a means to secure future employment and livelihood. Unlike the past, when students were gripped by fear for their safety, dedicating themselves fervently to honing their magical skills lest they be erased from existence upon graduation. It is a stark reality that the abilities of graduates have waned over the years, a fact that responsible educators cannot overlook. As for Dumbledore's approach, Lucien comprehended it well. The wise and powerful old wizard possessed a far-reaching vision and pondered deeply. Dumbledore was concerned with the overarching security and continuity of the magical world, focusing on the Dark Lord and the Chosen One, while the development of several generations of young wizards could be set aside for the moment. Lucien believed that the school should primarily serve as a place for acquiring knowledge. He recognized that he lacked the authority and capability to effect sweeping changes, but he could certainly create a few small gadgets to aid his classmates in improving their learning efficiency. After all, he intended to invent and sell alchemical tools and potions, and in doing so, he would simultaneously deepen his understanding of alchemy and potion making, a triple benefit. Noticing that the potion had cooled sufficiently, Lucien cut it into small pieces resembling candies and dusted them with sugar. He carefully packaged this experimental sample, preparing to present it alongside other samples to the twins the following day. When designing and inventing a new product, it was essential to gather customer feedback. In fact, compared to gadgets like compasses and maps, these products were far more affordable, typically costing only a few nuts, and even those sold at ZickOS could be deemed pricey. They were much more aligned with the spending capabilities of children. As previously stated, barring a few exceptions, students had limited funds and could only pursue a low-margin, high-volume sales strategy to boost sales numbers. The compass and map each had varying durations of efficacy, which dictated the frequency with which young wizards would need to purchase replacements. However, these items were quickly grasped by young wizards who realized they could share purchases. For instance, when funds were tight, 2 or 3 individuals might pool their resources to buy one. Of course, it was not feasible to always stay together, leading to moments of separation. At such times, they would either rely on their own intellect or hope for guidance from passing upperclassmen or portrait ghosts. Nonetheless, once their pocket money accumulated, they would be able to buy their own. In the Great Hall, while several students were enjoying lunch, Harry ladled a spoonful of creamy mushroom soup, but did not drink it, instead letting out a sigh. Although he haven't yet had defense against the Dark Arts class, I'm a bit worried about Professor Lockhart. Lucien pondered this, noting that according to the schedule, Gryffindor should have been attending herbology that morning. How had the topic shifted to Lockhart? Seemingly invigorated by the delicious meal, Ron appeared to be in better spirits, no longer looking as disheartened as he had the previous day. He chimed in. Indeed, Lockhart had the audacity to claim he was more knowledgeable about herbology than Professor Sprout. That guy is utterly absurd. I can't fathom why my mother and the others fawn over that peacock. And his attire, the vibrant green robes paired with a similarly ostentatious hat, utterly ridiculous. By the way, Harry, what did he pull you aside for before class? At the mention of this, Harry dejectedly set down his spoon and replied, What do you mean before class? We were already in class. Professor Sprout clearly objected to such behavior. Yet Lockhart still dragged me away, prattling on about fame, headlines, and the most charming smile award. He continued, As for demonstrating how to bandage the Whomping Willow, I doubt it was effective. It looked crooked to me. As the conversation progressed, Harry felt a pang of guilt, recalling that he and Ron had been responsible for damaging that ancient tree, which was said to be older than both of them combined. Lucien surmised that Lockhart simply had a penchant for boasting about his non-existent experiences. However, it was one thing to deceive naive women. It was quite another to flaunt his supposed knowledge of herbology in front of the legitimate professor. The crux lay in the fact that his knowledge was fabricated, merely a facade designed to impress, akin to a warrior brandishing a sword in front of a legendary general. Indeed, Lockhart would do well to retire early, or even better, given that Tom's diary had fallen into his hands. Perhaps acquiring the Obliviate spell and finding a competent defense against the Dark Arts professor could resolve matters simultaneously. Chapter 182, Materials for the Philosopher's Stone, Herbology Class. As Lucien enjoyed his lunch in the Great Hall, he also contemplated Lockhart as premature retirement plan. Lockhart was truly a fool, a mere decorative figure, providing little benefit to the learning and growth of young wizards. Unless one wished to learn the art of fashion, posing, and crafting elaborate lies to become a friend to women. Suddenly, a timid voice interrupted Lucien's thoughts. Hello, Harry. I'm Colin Creevey, a fellow Gryffindor. Would it be all right if I took your picture? Lucien noticed a very small, gray-haired boy standing behind Harry, holding a muggle camera, his face brimming with anticipation and anxiety. As Colin introduced himself, Lucien realized that this child was also of muggle descent, eager to capture magical moments to share with his father back home. However, just as Lucien thought he would excuse himself and leave, Colin turned to him, his eyes sparkling. You must be Lucy and Grafton, right? The Sorting Hat mentioned you. Last night, some twins in the common room were selling your magical inventions, which is amazing. I hear they're alchemical in nature, and they look so fascinating. Unfortunately, my pocket money isn't sufficient to buy a compass right now. Navigating those stairs before class today was quite dizzying. Thankfully, I could follow my roommates, some of whom made purchases. Hearing Colin's words, Lucien considered the demand for the compasses and maps. Once other students experienced the treacherous nature of the Hogwarts staircases, the contrast with Gryffindor's noticeably reduced hardiness would surely bolster the twins' business. Afterward, Colin raised his camera, eagerly looking at Harry and Lucien. Can I take a picture of you both? If you could sign it afterward, that would be even better. Lucien had no objections and nodded in agreement with Colin's request. Harry, perhaps influenced by the promotional aspect of Lockhart's autograph event, hesitated slightly, but ultimately consented as well. Colin soon captured the photo of the two, crouching down to confirm the frame with a nearby Harry, while simultaneously exclaiming, "I heard that using special developing potions can make the pictures move. Magic is truly marvelous. Once the photo is developed, I'd appreciate it if you could sign it. I'm really sorry to trouble you." At that moment, a flippant voice chimed in. "Well, it seems someone has earned the right to a signed photo, hasn't he? Shouldn't we form a line to receive ours?" Without needing to turn around, Harry instantly recognized the speaker and, upon turning, confirmed it was the insufferable Malfoy. Faced with Malfoy's taunt, Harry's expression was peculiar as he discreetly glanced at Lucien, who wore a bemused smile. Noticing that his verbal jibe had failed to elicit the anticipated reaction, Malfoy sensed the odd atmosphere and instinctively looked towards Lucien, who was grinning. Malfoy had realized last semester that, outside of supplementary classes, Lucien did not particularly interfere in the rivalry between him and Harry. He had intended to seize this opportunity to mock Harry and score a point, yet it felt strangely off. Malfoy pondered whether his previous remarks had been misplaced. Why was no one acknowledging him? Lucien regarded Malfoy with amusement. Draco's sharp tongue was quite reminiscent of Harry's. He envied and resented Harry while secretly longing for friendship, yet his previous demeanor was unwelcoming. Indeed, love at first sight can be a double-edged sword. An unfavorable initial impression can swiftly turn friends into foes. A whimsical idea flitted across Lucien's mind as he glanced at Colin, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Allow me to introduce Draco Malfoy, heir to the illustrious Malfoy lineage, one of the Sacred 28, a paragon of pure-blood wizardry." "Colin, aren't you documenting matters of magic? The heir of the Malfoy family certainly serves as a noteworthy subject, does it not?" As Draco remained oblivious to the unfolding exchange, Lucien discreetly winked at Colin. The clever child instantly grasped Lucien's intent and raised his camera to inquire of Malfoy. "May I take your picture?" Malfoy appeared momentarily flummoxed, caught off guard by the request. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of jealousy or perhaps envy regarding Harry's recent feature in the Daily Prophet. Now, a child was asking to photograph him? Although he hailed from Gryffindor and bore the traits of a Muggle-born, Lucien had asserted that he was, indeed, the heir to the Malfoy estate, a pure-blood aristocrat, the embodiment of magic itself. There was no rationale for rejection. Swayed by Lucien's persuasive charm, Malfoy suppressed his burgeoning excitement and cleared his throat. "Ahem, you may proceed." He then assumed a rigid posture, exuding an air of determination. Colin activated his camera, capturing the moment. "Could you perhaps strike a pose?" At this, Malfoy hesitated, yet awkwardly managed to present a stance. The slight flush at the nape of his neck betrayed his inner discomfort. Lucien nodded approvingly. It seemed pure-blood aristocrats thrived on such theatrics. His proposed scheme for the twins appeared sound, as most students lacked financial means, but this cohort of purebloods was certainly not among them. Particularly, those from Slytherin boasted rather ample wallets. However, Malfoy's demeanor seemed rather subdued. Lucien's gaze flickered to the vibrant crystal orbs in his pocket. In his unique perception, delicate ribbons of color drifted from Malfoy, spiraling into the crystal. This method of collecting emotions was taught by Professor Nicholas. Emotions, after all, constituted one of the essential materials for crafting the Philosopher's Stone. According to Nicholas, the purest and most suitable essence for creating the stone was the residual soul energy left behind at the moment of human demise. Initially, Lucien had assumed it referred to an intact soul, but upon reflection, he realized that employing human souls for such a dark purpose would certainly classify this pinnacle of alchemy within the realm of dark magic. How had Nicholas managed to create so many Philosopher's Stones? He had lived for over 6 centuries, during which humanity had endured countless cataclysmic deaths, wars, famines, plagues. Nicholas had assigned Lucien the task of personally crafting a philosopher's stone. If sufficient soul energy could not be gathered, one could resort to the spectrum of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Each emotion represented ripples of the soul's oscillation, containing a minuscule yet tangible essence of soul energy. While they could not compare to the energy unleashed upon a person's death, they were ubiquitous and could be continuously collected. Wherever people congregated, emotions intertwined. In which demographic exhibited more volatile emotional fluctuations? Children and adolescents. Observing the young wizards in the Great Hall, Lucien mused that there was no place more abundant in emotional energy than a school. Furthermore, due to the presence of magic, wizards' emotions generated significantly more energy compared to muggles. Clutching the resplendent crystal orb, Lucien lamented that it required personal magical maintenance. Nicholas's teachings were complex and challenging to master. Otherwise, hiding some in Muggle school would yield a bountiful harvest of emotions. Except for nighttime, when only the night owls and late-night wanderers could provide emotional energy. The rest of the time, the students' emotions were rich and varied. Naturally, during classes, feelings of shock, sorrow, and fear predominated, while leisure and weekends were marked by joy and merriment. In truth, after studying emotional observation and capture under Nicholas, Lucien returned to Hogwarts to discover something fascinating. This magical castle not only absorbed the dissipated magic of the young wizards to sustain its operation, but also collected their emotional energy. The methods employed by the four founders were indeed remarkable. Lucien longed to glimpse the castle's core structure, pondering the ancient alchemical and magical runic principles behind it. Such an immense magical edifice must possess one or several cores responsible for regulating magic and ensuring its seamless operation. Surely, Dumbledore, as headmaster, was privy to these secrets. Yet matters involving school mysteries were not easily broached. Would he truly have to wait until Professor Grafton took the helm? Afternoon. Outside the greenhouse, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff awaited their herbology instructor. Soon, Professor Sprout's figure emerged, clad in her earthy attire, a patched hat atop her head and dirt-stained garments. Lucien keenly observed that the usually cheerful and optimistic Professor Sprout wore an unusually stern expression, indicative of her discontent. Shifting his gaze, Lucien swiftly discerned the source of Professor Sprout's distress. Following closely behind her was Gilderoy Lockhart, donned in a striking silver robe adorned with an array of medals. Swaying as he walked, Lockhart, lacking a hat, allowed his golden locks to glimmer in the sunlight. As he approached, Lucien could overhear Lockhart's words. "Pomona, the methods we discussed this morning proved ineffective. I seem to have confused my experience with the trolls. After all, an abundance of adventures can be quite burdensome. Ordinary spells merely provoke the Whomping Willow, yet there exists an ancient, nearly forgotten soothing ritual that requires only a moonlit night and the singing of a beautiful elven lullaby." Lucien could not help but smirk at Lockhart's claims, which echoed an ancient magic that Nicholas had imparted to him. However, Lucien was certain that Lockhart was merely spinning tales. Should one inquire about specifics, he would likely deflect with excuses of complexity and danger, citing potential unforeseen consequences as a rationale for withholding the information. Lockhart continued his incessant chatter, oblivious to the rare display of annoyance on Professor Sprout's face. As his gaze shifted toward the eager students awaiting the lesson, with his signature grin, Lockhart addressed them. "Greetings. I am collaborating with Professor Sprout to tend to the Whomping Willow. Do not be tempted to imitate, as that creature, while injured, remains beyond the capabilities of young wizards. Having faced banshees, trolls, and werewolves, some girls, enamored by Lockhart's charisma, giggled in response, while several boys exhibited admiration and longing for his adventurous exploits." Just as Professor Sprout could no longer contain her urge to interrupt, Lockhart's gaze fell upon a familiar figure amidst the crowd, drawing his attention with those striking emerald green eyes. He recalled the book signing event from days prior, immediately recognizing the owner of those eyes, a young wizard whose presence rivaled his own. Lockhart thought, what a serendipitous encounter, given the throngs of attendees at the ceremony the previous night. He had been too absorbed in basking in the adoration of the crowd to notice Lucien. At that moment, Lucien's expression remained tranquil, devoid of scrutiny or judgment. Yet it rendered Lockhart distinctly uneasy, as if his carefully constructed facade had been pierced, revealing his truest self. Clearing his throat, Lockhart abruptly declared, "I believe I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now," and hastily departed toward the castle. Mysteriously, the feeling of guilt and unease gradually dissipated. Lockhart exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be reignited with confidence. It mattered not. With the guidance of that extraordinary diary, he could orchestrate a grand event at Hogwarts, truly embarking on a magnificent adventure. Surely, he would become the focal point of the magical community. The mere thought of such overwhelming popularity and unending praise quickened his steps. Though Lockhart's departure was abrupt, Sprout paid it no mind. It was better that way. This new colleague was rather unappealing. Sprout waved to the children, saying, "All right, let us proceed to the third greenhouse." During their first year, they had only visited the first greenhouse where the plants were quite safe. Now, they were heading to the third greenhouse, which cultivated a greater variety of fascinating plants, albeit with increased danger. Once the young wizards were in position, Professor Sprout announced, "Today we shall repot the mandrakes." Now, who can tell me the properties of the mandrake? Since the previous lesson involved Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, the former being adept in herbology and the latter possessing a thirst for knowledge, responses were not lacking. The mandrake, also known as mandragora, has roots that serve as a powerful restorative potion, used to return those who have been cursed or transfigured to their normal state. Lucien was quite familiar with this plant, as he had a patch of them growing in his own box. Initially, his curiosity about the mandrake's power stemmed from the fact that a mature mandrake's cry could be fatal. Later, it became useful for concocting antidotes for transfiguration candies. Harmless pranks were one thing, but transforming young wizards into animals required a means to revert them back. Otherwise, Hogwarts would be overrun with beasts of every feather and fur. Excellent. 10 points to Ravenclaw. Professor Sprout continued to inquire about the mandrake's dangers, awarding 10 points to Hufflepuff upon receiving a correct answer. She clapped her hands. "Very well. Everyone, please take a pair of earmuffs." No sooner had she spoken than the young wizards dashed to the bench where the earmuffs were placed. They hurried, for no one wished to be slow in acquiring the pink earmuffs. Chapter 183, Mandrake Lullaby. The third greenhouse. Lucien took his earmuffs leisurely. Knowing there was no need to rush, the earmuffs were in surplus, one more than the number of young wizards, likely reserved for Professor Sprout herself. Indeed, once the young wizards returned to their places with earmuffs in hand, Sprout picked up the remaining pink earmuffs. "I insist that you wear these earmuffs. Ensure they are secured tightly. When I raise 2 fingers, you may remove them." "All right, now everyone put them on." The young wizards complied, donning their earmuffs and helping one another check them. Subsequently, Professor Sprout demonstrated the procedure. Grasping a leaf, she pulled the mandrake forcefully from the soil. What was revealed to all was not merely roots, but a rather unsightly infant, its pale green skin dimpled and marked with irregular spots. The unattractive little face wailed, its mouth opening and closing in evident distress. However, the quality of the earmuffs was impeccable. Lucien could hear nothing of the mandrake's cries. Professor Sprout swiftly placed the mandrake into a larger pot, deftly covering the ugly little creature with soil, leaving only its green leaves exposed. She then raised 2 fingers, signaling the young wizards to remove their earmuffs. Sprout clapped her hand against her shoulder, forcefully retracting the spiny crimson tendrils that belonged to a magical plant's toxic appendages. "Be cautious while handling the fertilizer. These toxic tendrils have developed teeth. Now let us begin." Form groups of 4. Lucien, along with his roommate Terry and 2 Hufflepuff classmates, Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones, were grouped together. Each took a pot of mandrake, readying their tools. Lucien skillfully extracted the mandrake, which did not scream, but rather kept its small mouth shut. Lucien was accustomed to this. Having earned the title of diligent gardener, he possessed a certain affinity for plants. As long as they were not manipulated by human hands, these magical plants generally posed no threat. However, others were not so fortunate. The mandrakes pulled up by Terry and the others began to wail. Though the sound did not reach their ears, the mandrakes squirmed and writhed, clearly disliking being uprooted. Yet, they seemed equally reluctant to return. Even when placed in a new pot, without soil and fertilizer to cover them, they continued to thrash about. Lucien had just buried his quiet mandrake when he looked up to see Hannah, her face contorted in pain, clutching her hand. Her mandrake had fallen to the ground. It appeared she had been bitten inadvertently. Although these mandrakes were still seedlings, their bite was not to be underestimated. Lucien drew his wand and cast a healing spell on Hannah's hand. Instantly, the pain subsided considerably, and when Hannah removed her dragonhide gloves, she saw a small row of bright red bite marks rapidly fading away. Realizing that Lucien had healed her, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude, offering several thanks and words of appreciation. However, the little girl had forgotten that everyone wore earmuffs and could not hear her. Lucien merely nodded, his peripheral vision catching the fallen mandrake writhing, its mouth opening to bite at Hannah's ankle. There was no dragonhide protection there. A bite would surely result in a bloody mess. Lucien parted his lips and, in a peculiar tone, uttered an obscure word, lullaby. In an instant, the mandrake ceased its movements, its mouth opening and closing a few times before it fell into slumber. Strangely, Terry and the others, who were quite close to Lucien, vaguely heard the word lullaby, their eyelids growing heavy. Yet, Lucien did not continue the incantation, and combined with the muffling effect of the earmuffs, the others quickly regained their alertness. They too noticed that their mandrakes had quieted down, no longer causing the ruckus they had previously. Lucien pointed towards Hannah's feet, and she, following his gesture, was startled to see her mandrake at her feet. Understanding the mandrake's biting strength, Hannah felt a wave of dread. Even if Madame Pomfrey could heal her, a bite would undoubtedly be painful. Grasping the mandrake, she was puzzled by its seemingly sleeping state, but felt relieved nonetheless. As she held the mandrake, she thanked Lucien again, clearly still oblivious to the earmuffs. Lucien waved his hand dismissively, reflecting on the sensation of employing the lullaby spell. It was still not smooth enough. His control needed refinement. He had learned this spell from a magical tome in Nicholas's collection, crafted by an ancient wizard of Vila descent. It could soothe living beings, including humans, animals, and magical plants, lulling them into slumber. This magic was peculiar, requiring a special melody to articulate the incantation, which was lengthy, resembling song lyrics. Thus, it was more akin to singing than mere recitation. As the melody was sung, the magic would already begin to take effect, with its potency increasing as the incantation progressed. Lucien had found this fascinating, noting that many ancient magics, at least in form, differed greatly from contemporary spells. After inquiring with Nicholas, he received the enlightening answer. Magic is the legacy crafted and passed down by wizards. In the beginning, those wizards who accidentally awakened their magical powers had no ready-made spells, potions, or alchemy. They had to rely on their own exploration, piece by piece. Every individual possesses a unique understanding and varying proficiencies, resulting in a kaleidoscope of magical creations, each with its own merits. It is conceivable that the more ancient the wizard, the fewer magical theories they may have mastered. However, the magic one cultivates independently is invariably the most suited to oneself. The journey from nothingness to existence allows ancient wizards to comprehend each step and nuance of magic, witnessing its birth and evolution, thus maximizing its formidable potential. Such ancient spells are arduous to learn, imbued with distinct personal characteristics, which have dwindled in number over time. This is a source of lament for Lucien, as certain knowledge simply cannot be passed down. The herbology class swiftly came to a close. Students emerged drenched in sweat, their bodies aching from the exertion, all thanks to the troublesome mandrakes. Lucien, however, felt little discomfort, as the physical activity was insufficient to even warm him up. After class, Hannah once again expressed her gratitude to Lucien, evidently recalling that she had been unable to hear earlier due to her earmuffs. Following this, Lucien sought out Professor Sprout. Earlier that morning, Fawkes had delivered a letter to him from Dumbledore, requesting his assistance in healing the one and only Whipping Willow in all of England. It would be a tragedy for such a unique tree to perish in a car accident. The branches and bark of the Whipping Willow hold significant medicinal value, which Snape often collects for potion making. Lucien understood that Dumbledore intended for him to use unicorn tears to heal the willow, preventing it from succumbing to its injuries. Dumbledore also assured Lucien that he could gather the fallen branches and bark, a prospect Lucien welcomed not only for their medicinal properties, but also because he sought to construct a magical spell that required the willow's branches. Chapter 184. Healing the Whipping Willow. Lucien followed Professor Sprout to the vicinity of the Whipping Willow. The once majestic tree now appeared somewhat wilted, its branches and leaves drooping listlessly, a far cry from its former vigor. Observing the gaping wound in the tree's trunk, Lucien couldn't help but click his tongue. The impact had been severe, nearly severing the tree entirely. The willow, currently injured and in a weakened state, had become increasingly irritable and perilous, ready to lash out indiscriminately at the slightest disturbance, complicating its treatment and recovery. Professor Sprout gazed at the willow with a mixture of sorrow and sympathy, lamenting the mischief caused by the two Gryffindor students. Previously, a mere touch on the tree's knot would have rendered the willow immobile, but that was no longer the case. Lucien recognized the current predicament. The willow needed tranquility and rest, yet it was caught in a frenzy despite its frailty. Any aggressive action could exacerbate its wounds, nullifying any prior healing efforts. Dumbledore must have considered the remarkable revitalizing properties of unicorn tears, hoping to first bolster the willow's vitality before commencing normal treatment. However, Achieving calmness in the willow would require a dual approach, both soothing and inducing slumber. Lucien retrieved a pair of specially crafted earplugs from his pocket and handed them to Professor Sprout. "Professor, please wear these. I wish to attempt to quiet the willow, facilitating our treatment." Sprout regarded the earplugs with curiosity, having been preoccupied with other groups during the herbology class and unaware of Lucien's group's peculiarities. Nevertheless, she donned the earplugs, intrigued by Lucien's intentions, reasoning that it couldn't be more absurd than Lockhart's proposal. With his wand in hand, Lucien began to chant in a hauntingly ethereal melody. "Moonlight soft as velvet lies upon your pillow, the night deep and profound, concealing all your fears. Let your breath sink into the silver lake. Let sweet dreams sprout beneath the moonlight." Gradually, the trembling branches and leaves of the whipping willow stilled, as if succumbing to slumber. Observing through his magical eye, Lucien noted that the willow's internal magic had settled into a state of tranquility, prompting him to approach. He was cautious not to gamble on the plan affinity brought forth by the diligent little gardener, unsure if it would still hold sway over the frenzied willow. Hence, he opted to let the willow fall into a deep sleep before proceeding. The notion of a plant sleeping seemed peculiar, yet it was magic after all. It appeared that the lullaby had proven effective. Initially, when Lucien stepped into the willow's vicinity, Professor Sprout instinctively reached to pull him back, yet the willow remained unresponsive, the previous tumultuous energy dissipating. Professor Sprout, well-versed in magical flora, quickly confirmed that the willow had entered a remarkably calm and tranquil state, almost as if it were asleep. While wearing the earplugs, she could not hear Lucien's incantation, but she recognized that he was indeed casting a spell, albeit one of considerable length. Lucien approached the base of the willow, gently caressing the jagged wound, murmuring an apology. He then produced a small vial, pouring several drops of unicorn tears onto the roots of the willow. Almost immediately, the withered appearance of the willow's bark faded, visibly invigorating the tree. Professor Sprout commenced her treatment, applying a special potion to the surface of the wound and securing it with bandages. Observing the bandages, Lucien couldn't help but think to himself, so they really do serve a purpose. Lucien proceeded to gather the fallen branches, leaves, and bark scattered on the ground. These materials could be utilized for potion making and the crafting of various alchemical items, yielding wondrous effects. However, Lucien's primary interest lay in using them to construct a spell he had learned from an ancient grimoire titled Cognitive Barrier. This spell, akin to a brain-locking charm, could defend against mental intrusion and protect the soul. Besides spells like Legilimency and Obliviate, the Cognitive Barrier also offered comprehensive defense against other magic targeting the soul and memory. As for its underlying principle, it employed the knowledge within the caster's mind to form a protective shield, achieving a semi-permanent effect through the amalgamation of alchemy and spells. It bore resemblance to the modification of the magical eye, yet without necessitating physical alterations. Lucien appreciated this spell for its strength, which increased with the breadth of knowledge one possessed, making it more suited to him compared to the brain-locking charm. With Lucien having collected the necessary branches and bark, Professor Sprout concluded her work as well. Noticing this, Lucien approached the willow once more, producing a bag and pouring its contents, fertilizer, around the base of the tree to hasten its recovery. Professor Sprout immediately recognized the high quality of the fertilizer. "This fertilizer is exceptional. Lucien, where did you procure it?" As a professor of herbology and an enthusiast of gardening, she naturally had a keen interest in superior fertilizers. In the Great Hall, the twins had energetically set up a booth for the 7th workshop, their enthusiastic shouts quickly drawing the attention of others. Several young witches and wizards began to gather, their experiences with the staircases contrasting sharply with those who had purchased the pointer maps from Gryffindor. There was no need for overt promotion. They had already inquired about the origins of these items. Coincidentally, Draco Malfoy strolled by with 2 companions, surveying the offerings at the booth. Upon learning that these were Lucien's inventions, Malfoy became intrigued, fully aware of the specific uses of these items. The map designed to assist with route planning was indeed impressive, and as for the price, it was of little consequence to Malfoy, who was not lacking in funds. He instructed his companion Goyle to inquire about the price, preparing to make a purchase, thereby lending his support to Lucien. "Hey George, our custom maps should be ready soon. The ones Zabini ordered." "Ah, indeed, the affluent purebloods customarily commission their own, inscribing their family crests or unique insignias upon them, rendering each piece a singular masterpiece, truly a hallmark of nobility. Speaking of which, this must be the inaugural commission map. undoubtedly provoking envy among many. As the twins exchanged idle chatter, Malfoy momentarily paused his actions of procuring funds. Customized? One of a kind? Yes, to purchase the same items as others, even if they're the most expensive, would bear no significance. Noticing Malfoy's expression, the twins exchanged a furtive glance. Plan successful. Chapter 185, The Living Map. Outside the Ravenclaw common room, the twins and Lucien enthusiastically recounted their recent achievements, their exuberance evident, causing passing young wizards to glance over in intrigue. Merely days into its opening, the seventh workshop had already garnered profits, surpassing the meager pocket money the twins had accumulated over the years. Considering the share and predetermined compensation, George and Fred felt that their aspiration to establish a prank shop post-graduation was no longer a mere fantasy. The Weasley family's financial situation was indeed strained, and they had never entertained the idea of seeking parental support. Thus, they had been devising ways to save money. Upon hearing the twins' narrative, Lucien's expression turned peculiar. So, the first client for the customized map is Malfoy? Fred replied. Indeed, you instructed us to emphasize the uniqueness and prestige of customizations to the affluent purebloods, and by coincidence, Malfoy's heir was the first to arrive. George chimed in. We acted swiftly, concocting a pretext that ensnared him. I must say, this rhetoric proves effective, and we shall employ it to tease those Slytherins henceforth. Fred added, though Malfoy is rather insufferable, he is undeniably wealthy. 50 galleons, just like that. I assured him we would prioritize his order, guaranteeing he would be the first in Slytherin, nay, the entire school, to possess a customized map, and he genuinely believed it. Lucien rubbed his temples, surprised that their first venture was indeed familiar territory. Ah, that Malfoy child. Yet, according to his nature, once he witnesses other purebloods commissioning maps, he will undoubtedly follow suit, unwilling to lag behind. Nobility thrives on distinction. After all, a natural inclination towards exclusivity. What was Malfoy's request? A family crest? A personal seal? Upon hearing Lucien's inquiry, George produced a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to him. It's all written here. Lucien unfolded it, and despite his expectations, a restrained smile crept upon his lips as he read. Engrave the Malfoy family crest. Engrave the Slytherin house emblem. Uniquely belonging to Draco Malfoy. VIP map number 1. Indeed, the requests were very much in line with Malfoy's character. Tucking the parchment into his pocket, he declared, Understood. I shall commence work. If you are free this weekend, would you care to join me in learning the fundamentals of compass map creation? The twins had yet to master the crafting of those tools, and the intricacies of the customized maps were far more complex, leaving only Lucien capable of executing them. Customization, after all, is fundamentally about selling a sense of uniqueness. Those superior materials would indeed be employed, enhancing functionality. By the way, this is for you, Lucien said, presenting a blank piece of parchment to the twins. As the vicinity was devoid of passers-by, Fred accepted it, tapping it with his wand and uttering, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Instantly, ink lines began to emerge on the map, automatically extending until a detailed map of Hogwarts was revealed. This was the living map, crafted by the original Marauders, including Harry's father. It is a truly wondrous artifact, capable of revealing the locations of everyone within Hogwarts, as well as the means to uncover secret passages. Through this map, Lucien could also appreciate the intellect of the original quartet. Their mastery of spell solidification and alchemical integration set them apart from their peers. James and Sirius, hailing from pure-blood families, were both worldly and exceptionally gifted. Remus was composed and astute, a specialist in defense against the dark arts, well-versed in dark magical creatures. As for Peter Pettigrew, well, he was an animagus. It was precisely because all four were animagi, particularly Peter, who could transform into a mouse, that they explored every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, uncovering numerous enchanting hidden passages. Before embarking on the compass map creation, Lucien had broached related ideas before the twins, expressing his insufficient familiarity with Hogwarts layout. As he anticipated, the twins presented him with the treasure that was the living map. With the reference of the living map, Lucien expedited the creation of those compasses and maps before term commenced. Through this period of analysis, he had come to grasp the principles behind the living map. Fred stowed away the living map, chuckling, this is what we pilfered from Filch's drawer, and such a splendid item had been left to gather dust. George shrugged. What else could we expect? Filch is not a wizard. How could he possibly utilize it? Oh, by the way, I also spotted a correspondence course on basic spellcasting. George lowered his voice, continuing, Filch must be a squib. Lucien, do you know what a squib is? Lucien nodded. A squib is born into a wizarding family, yet cannot perform magic. Though akin to a muggle-born wizard, squibs are even rarer. Yet, these individuals can perceive what muggles cannot. Sensing the wonders of magic, yet forever unable to touch it. This existence is far more agonizing than that of mere muggles. For they have witnessed beauty, yet cannot possess it. Most squibs lead lives of quiet desperation and poverty. Lucien had observed Filch with the eye of the seer, astonished to find that he possessed a magical circuit within him, albeit faint. However, many nodes within the circuit were blocked or so thin that magic could scarcely flow through. The magic had been expended before it could resonate with a wand. Lucien had indeed pondered the invention of specialized alchemical devices to extract the latent magic from squibs, allowing them to cast simple, almost trivial spells. However, the target clientele was far too limited and their purchasing power too weak. Squibs remain rare, and even those like Filch, who possessed a job to sustain their livelihood, are few and far between. Undertaking such endeavors would be akin to charitable work. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the twins, Lucien returned to his dormitory to continue his endeavors. Breakfast time. The Grey Hall. Ron lamented, "Lucien, have you yet attended Lockhart's defense against the Dark Arts class? If not, do not harbor any expectations. I believe he is even worse than last year's quarrel. At least in last semester's defense against the Dark Arts class, I was beset by a horde of Cornish pixies tugging at my robes. By the way, I saw Lockhart's wand snatched away by the pixies. Is this professor truly so unreliable?" Harry, clearly having developed a shadow of doubt towards the defense against the Dark Arts professor, swallowed his pumpkin porridge, affirming Ron's claims, and continued to vent. "Lockhart's tales are indeed entertaining and marvelous, but in person, he is. Ultimately, it was the three of us who managed to capture the pixies. Had it not been for the spells Lucien taught us, it would have been quite troublesome." Hermione had intended to suggest that perhaps Lockhart was providing them with a practical opportunity, but Lucien, already smiling, interjected, "What? Do you wish to replace our defense against the Dark Arts professor?" We could observe the developments regarding Lockhart and Tom's diary. Chapter 186. Another year of defense against the Dark Arts. Lockhart's plans. The defense against the Dark Arts classroom. Draped in a resplendent pale gold robe adorned with an array of medals upon his chest, Gilderoy Lockhart stood before the podium, brandishing a book that prominently featured a photograph of himself, both he and the image sharing a synchronous smile. Although it was his inaugural lesson with the class, he was confident that all present were already familiar with his illustrious persona. Out of respect for the art of teaching, he graciously introduced himself, Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. A chuckle escaped him, of course. A charming smile is of little use against werewolves. Lockhart was poised to regale the audience with further embellishments of his exploits. Yet a flicker of unease washed over him upon spotting Lucien seated among the students. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Let us commence with a brief introductory quiz. Fear not. It is merely to ascertain whether you have engaged in any preparatory study." Unlike other instructors who employed magic to send test papers soaring to the students' desks, Lockhart distributed the sheets manually, an act that elicited a smattering of delighted cheers from a few admirers. As Lucien received his paper, he began to write, but upon closer observation, one would notice that it was not Lucien's hand alone at work. His quill, an ingenious invention of his own design, was autonomously inscribing answers based on pre-programmed knowledge. This remarkable tool was adept at handling fill-in-the-blank and multiple-choice queries, making it perfectly suited for Lockhart's trivial examination, which consisted of questions such as, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite flower? And which adventure led Gilderoy Lockhart to receive the Merlin Medal? These inquiries, easily located within the pages of his autobiographies, proved to be rather simplistic. It must be acknowledged that the adventurous tales chronicled within those tomes were indeed captivating, and the strategies employed against dark magical creatures held a degree of validity, as the original protagonist had genuinely lived through those events, albeit Lockhart had pilfered their memories. However, Lockhart infused his narratives with excessive personal musings. Who truly cares about his desired Christmas gifts? Lucien was decidedly uninterested in cluttering his mind with such trivial knowledge. Before long, the quill had completed the absurd and vexing quiz. Upon collecting the papers, Lockhart began grading them on the spot. To his astonishment, the sole student achieving a perfect score was none other than Lucien Grafton. Lockhart hesitated, pondering whether this student might be a clandestine admirer, too introverted to express his enthusiasm openly. When the results were announced, Lockhart awarded 10 points to Ravenclaw. Owing to a prior debacle with house elves during a lesson with Harry and his friends, Lockhart refrained from bringing any magical creatures to demonstrate, regardless of their benign nature, as he was ill-equipped to manage them. Defense against the dark arts is a profound discipline. While theory is undeniably essential, practical experience is equally indispensable. Upon hearing Lockhart's declaration, a few uninformed young witches and wizards gazed up with anticipation. After a year of listening to Quirrell drone on from the textbook, they had learned not a single effective counter against dark magic. It appeared that this year, Lockhart, an instructor with a wealth of experience, would offer a markedly different classroom experience. I will personally recount my encounters with dark magical creatures. Despite being an author, the vibrancy of spoken word surpasses that of written text. That expedition to Tibet, with the Yeti-esque brutishness and folly the students, initially brimming with excitement, faltered at this. Was this truly appropriate? Nonetheless, a few of Lockhart's devoted fans listened eagerly, finding his tales more enchanting than Quirrell's monotonous readings. As Lockhart's enthusiasm grew, he proposed, would any student care to reenact my adventure? I assure you, it will provide a unique experience. Noticing Lucien gazing downwards, Lockhart intended to invite the shy student to the forefront for a closer encounter with his idol. Graph done. Would you like to come up and portray the Yeti? Specifically that part at the snowy peak? At this, Lucien lifted his gaze and smiled at Lockhart. Teacher, there is no need for such trouble. If it's the Yeti you require, I can conjure one for you. With that, Lucien brandished his wand, a soft glow coalescing at its tip. Alarmed by this display, Lockhart quickly raised a hand to intervene. Oh no, we do not require wands in our classroom. That would lack elegance. Lockhart's concerns stem from the potential mishap of an inexperienced young wizard inadvertently marring his handsome visage. Swiftly, Lockhart selected another student, who proceeded to enact a rather clumsy dramatization. When the class bell rang, Lockhart offered words of encouragement and praise to the student. Assigning homework. Compose a reflection on my triumph over the Yeti, and the most well-crafted submission will earn a signed copy of me, the magical. With that, he declared the lesson concluded and retreated to his adjoining office. Before the mirror, he spent several minutes meticulously adjusting his hairstyle, collar, and cuffs, practicing his signature smile with satisfaction. Another flawless lesson, he nodded to himself. Unbeknownst to him, perched atop the wardrobe was a rather unremarkable robin, its bright eyes reflecting a bemused humanity. Indeed, the narcissism is palpable, Lucien mused silently, having transformed into the robin and growing increasingly impatient. After preparing a cup of tea, Lockhart settled at his desk and retrieved a weathered diary from a tightly locked drawer. The moment he laid eyes upon the diary, the robin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Lockhart grasped a large peacock feather quill and began to write, pausing intermittently, muttering to himself. A hidden chamber exists within the school, harboring a monster. Oh, so monsters can be controlled, yes, manipulating a creature to instigate chaos, and then I will emerge as the hero to vanquish it. Indeed, this will be a widely witnessed and authentic adventure, saving a host of young wizards and ensuring the future of the magical community. Oh, this could very well earn me another Merlin medal. Third class is simply insufficient. The robin on the wardrobe listened quietly to Lockhart's grandiose plans. Chapter 187, Malfoy's flying training, Slytherin's promotion. Harry, this contraption is superior to a wand. No incantation necessary. A simple press will suffice. It's a pity the effects are somewhat limited. Ron exclaimed excitedly, brandishing a device resembling a hairdryer as he animatedly described its capabilities to Harry. As the training dummy wobbled towards them, Ron aimed the device at it and pressed the button. Magical runes flickered, and a transparent blast of air erupted, sending the dummy flying. Intrigued by the commotion, others engaged in practicing defense against the dark arts and dueling techniques turned their attention, curiosity and confusion evident in their expressions. Ron sprinted towards Lucien, cradling the device. Lucien, how is my creation coming along? Lucien took it from him, analyzing its design. This was a project he had initially proposed, offering guidance along the way, while the rest was Ron's handiwork, a rudimentary alchemical device whimsically dubbed the air gun. It utilized basic spells such as the breath-holding charm, compression charm, and acceleration charm to condense and launch air, boasting decent power. It could send a dummy flying, or even a person if aimed properly. While the air gun lacked the capacity to inflict serious harm, its rapid-fire capability surpassed that of an unpracticed wizard attempting to cast a spell. This semester, Lucien commenced formal instruction of Harry and the others in defense against the dark arts, engaging in one-on-one, two-on-two, and even group practice sessions. For it is through practical application that one truly masters knowledge. The The progress of the other students was commendable. Some exhibited innate talent, while others possessed a solid foundation. However, Ron was undeniably hindered by his wand, which belonged to his older brother and lacked optimal compatibility, undoubtedly affecting his spellcasting. However, thanks to Lucien's prior reinforcement modifications to the flying car, Ron's wand remained intact and was not shattered, thus preventing the possibility of a spell rebounding upon himself. Ron had indeed harbored concerns about his wand, and Lucien had contemplated the prospect of him acquiring a new one in advance, particularly since his twin brother had already amassed some wealth. Lucien could discern that although the twins often teased Ron, they held a deep affection for him, and it was likely they would take him to procure a new wand suitable for him around the winter break. Therefore, it was prudent to allow Ron to practice with this adjustable and simplistic alchemical setup for the time being, reserving formal spell casting and dueling practice for when he had acquired his new wand. Indeed, he was doing quite well, with Lucien's elucidation regarding the magical patterns. Ron was able to identify the issues clearly and eagerly set about making corrections. After completing the adjustments, he tossed aside his wand and picked up an air gun, enthusiastically shooting at the dummy while muttering about its convenience, remarking that muggles had something akin to it, referring to it as a metal wand. This tutoring session concluded swiftly. Once the others had departed, Malfoy sidled up to Lucien and posed a question. "Lucien, I recall your flying skills are exceptional. How do you fare in Quidditch, for instance?" As a seeker, observing the conflicting expression of amusement and restraint on Malfoy's face, Lucien mused that this lad was a Slytherin. Yet he did not possess the same fervent desire to drag him into the house team for Quidditch as their senior, Autumn. Ah yes, it seemed Malfoy was slated to sponsor Slytherin this year, with his father, Lucius, purchasing several Nimbus 2001s for the team, which would naturally facilitate his position as seeker. "So, are you planning to compete against Harry on the pitch this year?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Malfoy's mouth finally lifted in a grin. "Haha, Lucien, you truly have a keen eye. This year, Gryffindor will no longer have the opportunity to kiss the Quidditch Cup. I have secured Flint's endorsement, the captain of the Slytherin team, and I am about to become the seeker for the house team. Given your remarkable flying skills, would you be inclined to offer guidance and perhaps practice with me?" As Malfoy recalled something, he added, of course, the tutoring fee will be separate." He produced a spell book and attempted to slip it into Lucien's pocket. As Lucien naturally adjusted his pocket to accommodate it, he internally scoffed, dismissing the notion that foreigners lacked social customs. Such biases were unfounded. "You wish to practice? Does the house team not have organized practice sessions?" Lucien inquired. Malfoy grimaced slightly, feeling both vexed and awkward. "Lucien, do you recall Slytherin's style of play? I am not yet equipped to assimilate so swiftly, so." "The Slytherin playing style?" Lucien quickly remembered the several Quidditch matches he had witnessed last year. Slytherin was known for its wildness. It could be said that rather than playing the game, they focused on using the ball to strike opponents. The rules of Quidditch permitted such actions. Chasers could hit bludgers toward opposing players, a blatant form of aggression. This was a unique aspect of the magical world, where broken bones and concussions were mere trifles. Lucien recalled Flint, who was stocky and brutish, naturally steering the team's aggressive style. Glancing at Malfoy's slender frame, Lucien mused that it did not quite align with Slytherin's typical physique. However, as a seeker, agility was indeed an asset, and quick reflexes alongside proficient flying skills were paramount. Lucien felt confident in mentoring Malfoy in Quidditch practice. Flying was merely one facet, and his enhanced vision from the Eye of Insight would provide him an overwhelming advantage during fast-paced maneuvers. Moreover, he had recently been working on designing new flying brooms, having acquired several popular models from the market for reference. This would also allow him to gather data and test new products. The market for flying brooms was substantial. First and foremost was the demand. Quidditch was the quintessential sport of the Wizarding World, and Wizards' enthusiasm for it was undeniable. Beyond professional teams, many Wizarding families engaged in casual Quidditch matches. For instance, when Lucien visited the Burrow, he played several rounds with Ron and the twins. Secondly, competition was fierce. The most formidable broom on the market was the Nimbus series, overshadowing the Comet and Clean Sweep lines, while the Firebolt had yet to debut. Lucien was confident in his ability to develop a broom that would surpass the Nimbus in speed and quality. This confidence stemmed from being a student of Nicolaim and his inherent talent in alchemical pursuits. "All right, that sounds agreeable." With Lucien's affirmation, Malfoy was on the verge of delight. "Oh, right, here's the customized map you requested. Do you wish to inspect it?" Upon seeing the map resting in Lucien's hand, with its understated yet exquisite aesthetic, Malfoy's gray eyes brightened, and he felt that the expenditure was indeed justified. In the Slytherin common room, A group of young wizards surrounded Malfoy, curiously examining the finely crafted map spread across the table. There's so many routes. You can even select the fastest path? I had no idea there were secret passages in the school. We must explore them tonight. One exclaimed, "Hey, why does it also display a name? Argus Filch? And Madame Pants as well?" Even Filch's cat can be seen. The energetic young wizards, filled with curiosity, were no strangers to nighttime escapades and immediately recognized the map's significance and value. Although one could use magic to deceive the squib and the ordinary house cat, being discovered too late could still lead to capture. The patterns and designs are so intricate. Why does mine differ from yours? Another queried. Exactly. Why doesn't Team Mine display Filch S and that cat's locations? Draco, didn't TU purchase yours from the 7th Workshop? As those of pure blood lineage with no shortage of funds compared their maps, Malfoy reveled in the attention and admiration, the envy in others' eyes prompting a smirk as he cleared his throat lightly. This was custom-made by Lucien for me. It's certainly not a common item. Simultaneously, Malfoy tapped the map with his wand, and upon the infusion of magic, the prominent location revealed the Malfoy family crest, a harmonious blend of black, green, and silver, adorned with a fire dragon and serpentine motifs. On a silver satin, miniature Latin script read, Sanctimonia Vincit Semper, meaning pure blood shall always prevail. Additionally, the Slytherin emblem, featuring a sinuous serpent, shimmered with a subtle golden edge. The elements were numerous, yet their combination was executed with remarkable finesse, avoiding any sense of clutter and instead imparting a luxurious quality to the map. Those with standard maps felt a pang of discontent. In comparison, their items appeared quite ordinary. No, this is crafted by Lucien himself, complete with a bespoke logo. Malfoy flipped the map over, revealing the upper left corner where a crest materialized with the infusion of magic. A book transformed into a soaring eagle, emblazoned with the initials LG. Someone quietly remarked, "Why does the custom version even have a better logo than mine?" While the younger students were merely spectators, some 6th and 7th years enrolled in alchemical courses sensed the underlying significance of the map. They couldn't comprehend the alchemical mastery embedded within it, yet they could discern its exceptional quality. Lucien Grafton, his name resonated with them, having been associated with the Grand Fire during last year's Halloween feast and subsequently winning the House Cup for Ravenclaw. Draco, how much is this map worth in galleons? Hearing this long-awaited question, Malfoy smirked, arrogantly lifting his chin. Galleons? He repeated lightly. For a Malfoy, value was never measured in galleons, but rather in taste. What can be acknowledged by me is naturally a unique masterpiece. Many consider Malfoy to be ostentatious, yet they also find that his words resonate deeply within their hearts. Indeed, noble pureblood lineage and respectable aristocracy seek nothing less than to stand apart from the crowd. Do they not? Suddenly, Malfoy cast a sidelong glance at Zabini and, with a smile, remarked, "Blaze, what do you think of this map? Just look at the craftsmanship." Malfoy pointed to the distinctive marker on the VIP map number 1. Its golden threads intertwined with emerald silk, rendering it exceedingly eye-catching. Blaze Zabini, a boy of dark complexion and elongated brown eyes, was of the same year as Malfoy and also a pureblood. Although Malfoy's question seemed somewhat abrupt, for some reason, his tone and expression made Zabini feel slightly uncomfortable. He furrowed his brow. What was there to boast about a mere map? Admittedly, the map was aesthetically pleasing, and its displayed functions were quite convenient, truly embodying the elegance and dignity associated with purebloods. Abruptly rising, Zabini said nothing, simply adjusted his collar, and strode towards the lounge door. After all, it was just a map, as if anyone couldn't afford it. His mother had been married 7 times, 7, and after the passing of Zabini's various fathers, the substantial inheritance was naturally inherited by his mother, Mrs. Zabini. The Malfoy family indeed had a rich heritage, yet one should not underestimate the connections Zabini had with those fathers. Many purebloods shared similar sentiments. While the Malfoy family thrived among the pureblood elite, other families were well aware that their success was contingent upon timely alliances, essentially rendering them as opportunistic weathercocks. However, that map did appear impressive, exquisitely crafted, and, crucially, adorned with a personal insignia. How could a true pureblood be without such an emblem of status? The upperclassmen enrolled in potions were genuinely curious. Could such an alchemical artifact truly have been produced by a second-year student? Even the erudite Ravenclaw shouldn't be so absurd. It would indeed be worth purchasing one for study. After all, money was merely a number to most Slytherins. Seeing Zabini depart in silence, Malfoy felt a sense of satisfaction and was grateful for his friendship with Lucien. which allowed him to cut in line ahead of the Weasley brothers. Otherwise, wouldn't the attention of the crowd have fallen upon that Zabini fellow? After acquiring the new customized map order and detailed requirements from the twins, Lucien returned to the Ravenclaw common room. He casually flipped through the stack of papers, perusing the myriad requests and designs. Some requested their names to be engraved, others desired their family crest to be illustrated, and some wished for a motto to be inscribed. Oh, there were even love vows exchanged between couples. Lucien found the sentiments expressed in these requests somewhat cheesy. However, one couldn't deny that it was indeed a clever marketing strategy to bundle products with themes of love and friendship, akin to the adage diamonds are forever. A single ring to cherish for a lifetime. Such tactics may be mere gimmicks, yet they proved effective. The shrewd merchant Lucien Grafton was ready to step onto the scene. Lucien tucked away the papers, reflecting on the impressive promotional effect Malfoy had achieved. When he had handed the map to Malfoy, he had merely provided a few brief instructions, asking him to appropriately promote this customized VIP map within Slytherin. The rest was left to that lad's creativity. Considering Malfoy's naturally flamboyant demeanor, numerous Slytherins were likely familiar with him, making him an ideal advertising candidate. It appeared that many Slytherins had indeed been inspired by him. Since he had done Lucien a favor, he could afford to intensify Malfoy's training in the upcoming flying lessons. After all, knowledge should not be squandered. Chapter 188. Hogwarts at 4 a.m. Mudbloods. As dawn broke, Harry was roused by the exuberant calls of Gryffindor team captain Oliver Wood, reluctantly dragging himself from bed. He washed up, donned his training attire, and shouldered his Nimbus 2000 as he headed outside. No sooner had he stepped out of the common room than he was intercepted by Colin Creevey. Now, Harry felt a mix of trepidation and annoyance towards this younger student, who had memorized the schedule, greeting him 6 or 7 times a day. Despite emphasizing that Quidditch practice was rather mundane, Colin remained insistent on attending, chattering incessantly along the way, peppering Harry with questions. Braving the cool morning breeze, Harry made his way toward the Quidditch pitch, with Colin trailing closely behind. Harry still felt quite drowsy, unable to suppress a yawn. "Hey, Lucien, good morning." Upon hearing Colin's excited greeting, Harry turned to see Lucien's familiar figure approaching from the direction of the pitch, a Nimbus 2001 in hand. Instantly alert, Harry wondered when Lucien had acquired a broomstick, and a brand new Nimbus 2001 at that, which boasted superior speed compared to the Nimbus 2000. Was Lucien planning to join the Ravenclaw team this year? Had he already returned from training? Surely it couldn't be this early? A sense of unease washed over Harry. Although Ravenclaw was not particularly strong in Quidditch due to its numbers and gender balance, Lucien was undeniably skilled. What would happen if they faced off in a match? "Good morning, Colin, Harry." Lucien waved at them as he continued towards the castle. Phew, he must have just finished training with Malfoy. "Time for breakfast." Lucien, eager for a meal, walked briskly, leaving Harry no time to inquire further. Remembering that the team was awaiting practice, Harry quickened his pace. Upon arriving in the locker room, he found the team assembled, with Wood analyzing tactics and training plans, which he had painstakingly developed over the summer. Though Harry was tired, he made an effort to pay attention, feeling guilty for having missed last year's final, which resulted in Gryffindor's humiliating defeat. Once Wood concluded his lengthy discourse, they all made their way to the pitch. Harry spotted Ron and Hermione in the stands, along with Colin, poised with his camera, ready to snap photos. "This is breakfast from Lucien. Are you going to eat after practice?" Ron held up a lunchbox, which was indeed the Christmas gift Lucien had given him last year. Hearing Ron's shout, a warm wave washed over Harry, and he waved back to acknowledge he had heard. Just as they took to the skies, and had yet to commence, Wood, spotting Colin snapping photos, mistook the boy for a Slytherin spy and was about to rush down to intervene, only to be stopped by George. "Relax, Slytherin doesn't need spies." George gestured towards the group of green-robed Slytherins below. They come themselves. An irate Wood descended upon the group clad in green, his urgency causing him to stumble slightly as he shouted at Flint, "Flint, we are currently in training. I've reserved the pitch. You lot should leave." Flint, robust and unyielding, gazed defiantly at Wood, retorting mockingly, "Oh, is that so? Let me remind some of you of this notice." Clearing his throat, he read aloud, "I, Professor Severus Snape, hereby grant permission for the Slytherin team to practice on the Quidditch pitch today in order to develop their new seeker." Wood's expression darkened. "Where's this new seeker?" Flint smirked, waving his hand. "Come on, let us show them our new addition, who will contribute greatly to the team." The other players parted to reveal the tall and slender figure of Malfoy behind them. Yet, Malfoy appeared quite fatigued, yawning repeatedly, and had not clearly heard Flint's earlier remarks. Noticing Malfoy's lack of initiative to step forward, Flint frowned, visibly displeased. He reached out, yanked Malfoy closer, and patted him on the back with a flourish. Draco Malfoy, the new seeker for Slytherin. Thanks to him, our team now possesses a formidable asset. Upon concluding his words, the team member raised the enchanted broomstick in his hand. The pristine Firebolt 2001, with its gleaming surface reflecting the morning light, inevitably instilled a sense of pressure among the members of Gryffindor. Malfoy, stung by Flint's slap, internally cursed the oafishness of his assailant, who was utterly oblivious to the nuances of restraint. Overcome by drowsiness that threatened to bring him to tears, he instinctively reached into his pocket to rummage around. Recently, Lucien had been subjecting him to intensive training, rising at the ungodly hour of 4 in the morning, asserting, "How could one aspire to be an exceptional seeker without witnessing Hogwarts at such an hour?" The thought of Lucien's prowess reassured Malfoy that such rigorous discipline was undoubtedly justified, leaving little room for complaint. Yet, as he searched his pocket, he discovered that the invigorating potion, known as the Bull and Horse Elixir, seemed to be depleted. This elixir, a concoction devised by Lucien, was a brown solution reputed to awaken the mind and replenish energy. Malfoy had once inquired about its peculiar name, receiving the explanation that it bestowed the strength of a bull and the speed of a horse, along with extraordinary stamina, specifically designed for students overwhelmed by their studies and fatigued. Malfoy decided against seeking more for now, as Lucien had mentioned that it would be available for purchase in the 7th workshop today. He would simply buy a case when the time came, feeling no inclination to exploit his friendship with Lucien for any discounts. A pureblood aristocrat had not yet fallen to such depths. However, Malfoy was indeed quite weary, and with the impending training session looming ahead, he found himself drifting in and out of consciousness. Flint, tall and unaware of Malfoy's drowsy state, merely mocked Wood and his companions. TSK. Were they comets and bludgers? Perhaps they should stick to sweeping the floor instead of engaging in Quidditch. Treating the Firebolt 2001 as if it were a rare treasure, Flint tenderly caressed the broomstick, asserting it should be wielded properly. After a brief exchange of barbs, Hermione and Ron approached, inquiring about the happenings. Hermione glanced at Malfoy, only to find him nodding off, and thus turned her gaze defiantly towards the burly Flint. Unperturbed, if victory could be determined solely by broomsticks, then there would be no need for a match. We could simply compare whose broom is more expensive and faster. I do not believe Gryffindor's players require such trinkets to bolster their courage. At this, cheers erupted from the Gryffindor side, the twins whistling in unison, declaring, "Indeed. We hope these shiny brooms can soothe your fragile hearts." The expressions of the Slytherins darkened, Flint glaring down at Hermione with eyes ablaze. Sharp-tongued little girl. "I thought those prominent incisors would hinder your speech." "Huh, you filthy mudblood." Silence. The utterance of that term cast a pall over the crowd. Malfoy, previously drowsy, suddenly felt more alert, sensing he had missed something significant, yet narrowly avoided a potential disaster. Mudblood? Who uttered that word? A dull thud resounded, followed by a howl of anguish mixed with fury. "Ah, my broom." Malfoy completely opened his eyes, witnessing Ron brandishing the alchemical device reminiscent of a Muggle air gun. Shifting his gaze, he saw Flint sprawled several meters away, kneeling on the ground, cradling the shattered remnants of the Firebolt 2001. In that moment, Malfoy's first reaction was that the contraption appeared rather effective. Perhaps he ought to acquire one as well. In the Great Hall, during lunch, Malfoy and Lucien occupied a corner of the long table. Flint had soared into the air, and, truth be told, that air gun wielded by Weasley was rather intriguing. Of course, it was Lucien's teachings that enabled the creation of such a device. Wasn't there something similar among Muggles, referred to as a metal wand? Lucien picked up a piece of crispy roast duck, internally scoffing at the notion of a metal wand, for such a thing was called a gun. After hearing Malfoy's account, Lucien learned of the conflict on the field. "So, you engaged in a free-for-all brawl afterwards?" "Brawl? Oh, Lucien, you mean fisticuffs?" "Yes, some resorted to fists, while others wielded wands." Malfoy scooped a spoonful of mapo tofu and continued, "Oh, it was utter chaos. Some even swung their brooms, nearly breaking another Firebolt 2001. Truly." Lucien pondered the significant changes that had transpired. If one were to trace it back, his reinforcement of the flying car had spared Ron's wand from breaking, thus preventing any backfiring spells, sparing them from the comedic disaster of Ron expelling snot from his nose. Consequently, the two factions had indeed clashed. Under Lucien's guidance, Ron had crafted an air gun, and during this period, he had become increasingly adept. The first instinct in a wizarding battle was not to draw a wand, but to produce a gun. Well, alchemical devices were also a form of magic, so, thankfully, the situation had not veered too far off course. Another point was that Malfoy, due to the flying training he had received, was utterly exhausted and had not uttered the term mudblood as in the original text. However, someone had indeed spoken it. Flint. Of course. Draco, since everyone engaged in the fray, what were you doing? Which side did you support? Lucien suddenly seized upon this intriguing blind spot and asked Malfoy with a smile. Upon hearing this, Malfoy could not help but chuckle, a smug expression adorning his face. As a Slytherin, I certainly couldn't remain neutral and simply watch. I couldn't possibly side with Potter and his lot just because we were studying together. Or how else would I maintain my position on the team and in the house? Yet, I couldn't openly attack those Gryffindor lions, given our connection. Malfoy gestured towards himself, and then towards Lucien, continuing, "You are friends with Potter and the others. If I were to truly intervene, that would put you in a difficult position. I would never want to burden a friend." Thus, he devised a plan. Recalling their practice sessions where they had rehearsed one against many combat scenarios, he signaled to Potter and Granger, and along with that Weasley fellow, the three of us drew our wands and engaged in a duel, while simultaneously backing away from the upperclassmen who fought with reckless abandon. I managed to navigate both sides without any issues, right? As Lucien listened to Malfoy's account, he momentarily put down his chopsticks. This lad truly possessed talent. The Malfoy bloodline was impressive, and with such abilities, it was no wonder it had endured through the ages. Lucien found it genuinely amusing and gave Malfoy a thumbs up. "You are indeed something." Seeing this, Malfoy became even more animated, likely because during the scuffle, Weasley and Granger had inquired about the meaning of that term. Granger, seizing an opportunity, hurled several spells into the crowd, which I suspect landed on Flint. Lucien nodded, appreciating how the young lady took her grievances directly to the source. Quite commendable. That term was indeed quite offensive. Mudblood was a derogatory term aimed at wizards of Muggle heritage, its severity comparable to telling an orphan, "You are a wretched creature born of a mother who cared not for you," or calling someone a black brother. Upon hearing Lucien's words, Malfoy seemed to recall something and smiled sheepishly. That Flint fellow is truly a scoundrel, with a foul mouth. To be honest, Malfoy held a rather unfavorable view of Flint, perceiving him as brutish and dim-witted, relying solely on sheer strength without any discernment or foresight. In any case, we both faced reprimands from our respective heads of houses. I'm not entirely sure about Gryffindor's outcome, but Professor Snape confined Flint, and it was quite severe, by the way. Malfoy lowered his voice, whispering. The expression on the headmaster's face was terrifying. We had never seen him so enraged. Indeed, how could he not be furious? I suspect Snape despises that term most, resenting the fact that he once used it against Lily. Alas, I had only just joined the team, and we hadn't even undergone formal training. And now the captain is gone. Malfoy found himself feeling rather dejected. Lucien inquired, "Do you not have a vice-captain?" "Malfoy displayed. No." Flint is an arrogant brute who does not permit anyone to encroach upon his authority. Lucien casually suggested, "Then why not organize some practice sessions for the others? From what I've seen in the previous special training sessions, you seem quite knowledgeable about Quidditch." Malfoy had been captivated by Quidditch since childhood, and his family's circumstances allowed him ample opportunity to cultivate this passion. In fact, Lucien surmised that given Malfoy's flying skills and Quidditch prowess, he might stand a chance of securing a position on the house team, based purely on merit. However, it appeared that his impatience or desire to rival Harry compelled him to run for the seeker position, which he secured through sponsorship. Upon hearing Lucien's suggestion, Malfoy pointed incredulously at himself and exclaimed, "Me?" Lucien chuckled lightly. "You possess insight and skill, and you've generously donated such fine brooms to the team. The others will surely respect you. Besides, it's merely routine practice, and they would only be idle otherwise. Moreover, if the old relic doesn't step aside, how can a youth ascend?" At this, Malfoy's ambition ignited. Ambition was a hallmark of Slytherin, inherently driven to pursue power and glory. This seemed like an opportunity. Of course, becoming captain outright was impossible, as Flint was merely grounded, not deceased. Yet, the prospect of temporarily leading the Quidditch team in training was something even Potter would not achieve. Malfoy resolved that if this materialized, he would undoubtedly flaunt it during Gryffindor's training sessions. Chapter 189. Lucien, do you have a dress for the award ceremony? It's time to seek out a new professor. Harry raked his fingers through his messy black hair, aimlessly wandering the corridor after visiting the injured teammates in the hospital wing. What began as a splendid Quidditch practice had devolved into a wizarding brawl. As for the repercussions, Professor McGonagall had been quite furious, as a mass altercation of this nature had not occurred in years. However, upon learning the cause of the conflict, her anger intensified. She briefly relayed her intentions before departing her office, stating she would seek an explanation from Snape, demanding how such abhorrent discrimination could be tolerated within the school. Ultimately, McGonagall merely confiscated Ron's air gun and sent him and Hagrid to patrol the Forbidden Forest for half a day, failing to mention Flint's injuries or the matter of broomstick damage compensation. Given Ron and Hagrid's relationship, it was merely a leisurely stroll with a friend, especially since it was broad daylight, thus lacking any severity. Regardless, Ron had eagerly dashed off to Hagrid's hut, muttering something about gathering materials in the Forbidden Forest to construct a new air gun, with plans to modify it further, adding new features. Harry pondered whether he should caution Ron, feeling that he was becoming increasingly like Mr. Weasley. Truly, they were father and son, both enamored with tinkering with peculiar inventions. As for Hermione, the mere thought of her caused Harry a headache, as he recalled her slightly reddened eyes after the incident, approaching him to express her thoughts. Initially, Harry assumed Hermione was upset about Flint's derogatory term for her, a word he had not understood until Ron explained its malicious connotation, revealing how utterly outrageous that boorish Slytherin captain had been. Just as he grappled with how to console Hermione, she posed a rather peculiar question, inquiring if Harry knew how to brew a potion that could alter one's teeth. Taken aback at first, Harry soon realized that perhaps Hermione was particularly sensitive about the insult directed at her front teeth. As a friend, he felt compelled to assist her, assuring her that he would peruse some books to see if there was a relevant potion. After thanking him, Hermione insisted that he need not seek vengeance on Flint, as she had already unleashed a barrage of spells upon that scoundrel, declaring that if he dared to provoke her again, she would employ the methods Lucien had taught her to demonstrate to that arrogant fool the true meaning of the power of knowledge. Harry had no doubt about Hermione's words. He had witnessed her remarkable speed in spellcasting and understood that Lucien's maxim that knowledge equates to power was wholly valid in the realm of magic. He then recalled that he had yet to inquire about Lucien's earlier return from the pitch with a broom, pondering where Lucien might currently be. In the headmaster's office. Although the incident with Quirrell in the first year had passed, Lucien and Dumbledore continued to uphold their weekly afternoon tea tradition. "Headmaster, I have brought some candies. Do get a try." Lucien presented several packets of assorted confections to Dumbledore, who exhibited a spark of interest, inspecting one package and remarking, they appear quite delectable. But will they yield some peculiar transformations upon consumption? Dumbledore had swiftly discerned the unique nature of these candies, an expectation Lucien had anticipated. For this esteemed wizard of the century was no novice when it came to potions. Alas, the candy Dumbledore held was one that altered hair color, and he regrettably missed the opportunity to witness the transformation of the old wizard. However, I still wish to sample them. Dumbledore promptly tossed a yellow disc-shaped candy into his mouth, crunching down on it. Oh my, it's lemon-flavored, quite delightful. In the next moment, Dumbledore's hair and beard shifted from silver-white to yellow, harmonizing splendidly with his similarly hued robes. Noticing his own transformation, Dumbledore merely chuckled, stroking his beard, clearly amused, and then picked up a purple candy to consume, causing his hair to turn purple as well. Before long, Dumbledore had polished off the entire packet, inquiring of Lucien, "What kind of candy is this?" "Headmaster, these are rainbow candies, with colors corresponding to different flavors. The primary effect is a hair color-changing potion, as you've already discovered." Dumbledore nodded and reached for another packet. "And what about this one? It appears quite elastic." Lucien explained, "This is QQ candy," after consuming it. However, Lucien had not finished his sentence when Dumbledore had already begun to sample it. After swallowing the candy, Dumbledore seemed to transform into a rubber figure, his fingers stretching like rubber. Unlike the rainbow candies, the QQ candy produced the same effect regardless of color or flavor. Yet, Dumbledore continued to consume them one after another until the packet was nearly empty. Truly, he was an old honeybee, evidently enticed by these confections. Dumbledore's emotional spectrum was remarkably vibrant, rivaling that of children and adolescents. Lucien cast a glance at the colorful crystal ball in his pocket, silently collecting the materials for this magical stone of emotions, while also perceiving the vivid and rich emotions emanating from Dumbledore. The taste is splendid, and the effects are amusing. I, an old man, find it delightful, and I am certain the children will as well. As Dumbledore spoke, he grabbed another packet of candies to unwrap. "By the way, Lucien, you have invented quite a number of alchemical items and potions this semester, even enlisting the help of those Weasley twins to sell them. It seems you have gleaned a wealth of knowledge from Nicholas." Lucien nodded, refilling Dumbledore's empty teacup with honeyed water. "The guidance from my teacher has proven immensely beneficial." Dumbledore smiled, reflecting, "When Nicholas wrote to me, he mentioned that you would be his last student. I was quite astonished, thinking he had turned his gaze towards the heavens. no longer wishing to concern himself with the mundane. Indeed, Dumbledore had been aware of Nicholas's regret regarding his life's work in alchemy, having yet to find a suitable heir. However, based on Nicholas's tone in his letter, Dumbledore understood that he viewed Lucien as a true successor, a student worthy of inheriting his legacy. Dumbledore felt a profound joy not only for his old friend Nicholas in finding an heir, but also for Lucien himself. He recognized Lucien's fervor for learning and his relentless pursuit of knowledge. In the realm of alchemy, few possessed the profound knowledge of Nicholas Flamel. Ah, Lucien. The 2 transformation papers you penned during the summer are on the verge of passing the review of the journey of transformation. It is indeed unprecedented for someone of your age to have a paper published in a prestigious magical academic journal. As Dumbledore spoke, another matter crossed his mind, one that required his personal intervention as the chief wizard of WizardingWorld. Lucien, you must possess formal attire, the kind one wears for award ceremonies, correct? In the headmaster's office, upon hearing Dumbledore mention formal wear, Lucien felt a flicker of surprise. Formal wear? An award? If it pertains to an award, considering Dumbledore's earlier mention of the transformation papers, it likely relates to accolades in that domain. Lucien pondered. The Transformation Award would presumably be bestowed by the Transformational Society, the most authoritative association in the field of transformation magic, whether through the publication of a paper or the receipt of an award. His renown in the magical community would undoubtedly soar, benefiting the sales of his alchemical and potion products. He recalled reading about a tangible medal associated with this award, known as the Ring of All Things, described as a rather remarkable magical artifact, which he yearned to explore further. Headmaster, I do possess the formal attire you mentioned. It was custom-made at the tailor in Diagon Alley. Is the award you refer to the Ring of All Things from the Transformational Society? Upon hearing Lucien's inquiry, Dumbledore nodded, confirming the existence of an award from the Transformational Society, but hinted at another. Dumbledore decided to keep the latter a surprise for Lucien, likely to be revealed around Halloween or Christmas. You have been attending classes for a while now. What are your thoughts on the new defense against the Dark Arts Professor? How do you find Lockhart? Do we even need to ask? Lucien replied candidly to Dumbledore. Headmaster, you must be aware that thus far, Lockhart has not engaged in any substantial magical instruction. It's not just in our year. From what I understand, he does the same in higher years, merely discussing his own works and even calling on students to perform. This hardly seems fitting for an instructor, let alone a professor of defense against the dark arts. Does it? Dumbledore interlocked his fingers, his tone serene. Every teacher has their own pedagogical style. Professor Lockhart has a wealth of experience, having faced numerous dark creatures. Such invaluable experiences are worthy of student learning. Gazing into Dumbledore's bright blue eyes, Lucien sighed. Headmaster, you, the greatest wizard of this century, truly cannot discern the absurdity in those experiences? It was inconceivable that Dumbledore, with his magical prowess and over a century of wisdom, could be oblivious to Lockhart's facade. A person requires a foundation, yet Lockhart's foundation cannot sustain his reputation. Silence enveloped the headmaster's office. After a moment, Dumbledore picked up a piece of candy and spoke slowly. Students can learn beyond magic. They can absorb lessons of both virtue and vice. Lucien, I understand your dissatisfaction. You seek to acquire genuine and meaningful knowledge, which perhaps Lockhart cannot provide. Regarding matters of defense against the dark arts, feel free to inquire during our afternoon teas. After Dumbledore's words, Lucien continued to scrutinize his eyes. Headmaster, while I am delighted to learn from you, what of others? I have always believed that school is a place for learning, where students should acquire the knowledge they require, regardless of who they are. Do you truly intend to sacrifice an entire academic year to teach students about integrity through a charlatan? Lucien emphasized the word charlatan. As for the other years, particularly the 5th and 7th years, their upperclassmen were preparing for crucial examinations that would significantly influence their future paths. And the importance of defense against the dark arts cannot be overstated. Listening to Lucien's words, Dumbledore couldn't help but smile wryly. But you must have heard of the curse placed upon our defense against the dark arts position. It is indeed true. Consequently, others regard this position with trepidation. It is perpetually challenging to find a teacher. This year, Dumbledore shook his head in resignation. Only one individual applied for the position, and that is Lockhart. Only Lockhart? Surely that can't be the case. Given Snape's persistence, he likely applies for the defense against the dark arts position every year. Lucien's gaze was skeptical. He suspected Dumbledore simply did not wish for Snape to fall victim to this curse, especially since Snape still needed to serve as a double agent for Voldemort. It seemed evident that Dumbledore would not actively seek to replace Lockhart. Thus, Lucien resolved to employ his own methods to encourage this professor's premature retirement in favor of someone capable of teaching effectively. Considering Lockhart's communication with the diary, perhaps he would progress even faster than in the original narrative. TSK, an adult so easily deceived. Headmaster, since that is the case, there is little to be done. You two have your predicaments. Dumbledore sipped his honeyed water, feeling that Lucien was quite perceptive and understanding. However, Lucien's next remark nearly caused Dumbledore to choke. Therefore, Headmaster, you could actually begin scouting for a new defense against the Dark Arts Professor, since given the nature of the curse, Lockhart can serve at most for a year, and he might even leave prematurely. We should prepare, right? Why does it sound like Lockhart's fate is sealed? Seeing Dumbledore genuinely contemplate the matter, Lucien felt that this precautionary measure had been wisely taken. The two continued their conversation, discussing the earlier conflict between the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams. Once again, it was the pure-blood bias against half-bloods and muggle-born wizards. Lucien raised the issue of pure-blood parents potentially causing trouble at the school, to which Dumbledore firmly stated that as long as he was present, Hogwarts would not be governed by pure-blood interests. Lucien had no doubts about this. Even if those pure-blood families were dissatisfied with Dumbledore, they would not dare to truly challenge him. Without rules to restrain them, they could only gamble on Dumbledore's ability to vanquish them all before exhausting his magical reserves. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Lucien left the headmaster's office. As he traversed the castle, he occasionally greeted acquaintances. As he walked, he encountered the flamboyantly dressed Lockhart, his silver-blue robes shimmering brightly, compelling others to squint. Lockhart still wore a row of medals on his chest, with the most prominent being the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, which, despite its lesser rank, was the most prestigious accolade he had received. Lucien cast a glance and naturally noticed the golden star-shaped medal adorned with a cross. The Order of Merlin? Wait a moment. The Order of Merlin? A thought accompanied by inspiration suddenly flashed in Lucien's mind. If accomplishments in transformation are considered, do I not also have a chance to receive the Order of Merlin? Chapter 190. The Order of Merlin? The boy Tom from the diary. As Lucien brushed past Lockhart in the corridor, he pondered the information regarding the Order of Merlin. The illustrious wizard Merlin established the Order of Merlin in the mid-11th century, marking the inception of the earliest magical organization in the wizarding world. Merlin's intent was for wizards to assist non-magical individuals. Any wizard who has contributed to the magical community may be eligible for the Order of Merlin. After a protracted period of turmoil and tranquility, the Order of Merlin ultimately disbanded. The Order of Merlin, particularly its esteemed medals, remains a prestigious accolade within the realm of magic, conferred by the WizardingWorld since the 15th century. Lucien pondered the wizards currently honored with the 2nd and 3rd class Merlin medals, recalling a few acquaintances among them. For instance, Mr. Scamander earned the 2nd class Merlin medal for his contributions to the study of magical creatures, a distinction beyond dispute, globally. No wizard would dare claim greater authority in the domain of magical fauna than Newt. Conversely, Gilderoy Lockhart's 3rd class medal was awarded in recognition of his valiant actions against dark creatures and the methods he propagated in his writings to counter such threats. While the experiences may not have belonged solely to Lockhart, the strategies he shared were indeed authentic, potentially aiding readers facing similar dangers. The award primarily acknowledged Lockhart's dissemination of methods for confronting dark creatures, which undoubtedly contributed to the magical community. Reflecting on his own contributions, Lucien recalled penning 2 papers, one delving into the intricacies of transfiguration layering and the other pioneering a new avenue in the transformation of magical creatures. The former explored an existing direction in depth, while the latter truly opened a novel path in transfiguration. Not everyone could master the transformation of magical creatures, yet the myriad principles elucidated within his paper would undoubtedly benefit those capable of comprehending it, thereby inspiring further explorations. This, without a doubt, constituted a meaningful contribution to the magical world. However, Lucien mused on how the WizardingWorld measures such contributions for grading purposes. Speaking of which, Albus Dumbledore currently serves as the chief warlock of the WizardingWorld. Perhaps he might provide some insight? During their recent conversation regarding awards, Lucien sensed Dumbledore's lingering thoughts, as if he had more to convey. Achieving a Merlin medal, whether 2nd or 3rd class, would undoubtedly elevate Lucien's reputation significantly. Such notoriety could also enhance the sales of his alchemical and potion products. It was indeed time to venture beyond the school grounds to assess the sales performance of his merchandise and replenish supplies. The convenience of the disillusionment charm made it easy. He could slip away on a weekend. Initially, Lucien considered that merely publishing in a Transfiguration journal and receiving related accolades might garner him fame, albeit within the confines of the Transfiguration community. However, the Merlin Medal represented an event capable of resonating throughout the magical realm, bringing with it corresponding rewards. As for the first-class Merlin Medal, that seemed unlikely. Comparing the recipients, Lucien noted a commonality. The highest honor typically required the saving of numerous lives or resolving a significant crisis within the magical world. Dumbledore's medal was awarded for his triumph over the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald. Other laureates, such as Arabella Figg, received theirs for restoring the Colosseum, damaged during a broom racing event, thus preventing Muggles from discovering the anomaly and safeguarding the magical world from exposure. Tilly Tock and her family saved many Muggles during the Ilfracombe incident in 1932. Additionally, some deceased individuals are posthumously awarded first-class medals, often without needing monumental achievements, like Norville Tonks, who was honored posthumously for saving a Muggle child from a Sphinx attack. Yet, there are exceptions to this rule. Nearly every Minister for Magic bestows a first-class medal upon themselves before retirement. In summary, to be alive and receive a first-class Merlin Medal, one must either resolve a major crisis to save the magical community or be elected Minister for Magic. However, when might such grave crises arise? Should one wait for Voldemort's resurrection to obliterate him before the world's gaze? Lucien chuckled and shook his head, deciding to inquire with the twins about the recent business situation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, a self-reflective thought. Controlling monsters to create chaos is a visible adventure that could save a group of young wizards, preserving the future and hope of the magical world. Lucien halted, glancing back at Lockhart's retreating figure. Ah yes, Lockhart had indeed expressed such sentiments. Soon enough, October arrived, bringing with it a chill and dampness that permeated the castle, causing many students and teachers to fall ill, with sneezes and coughs echoing throughout. However, Madame Pomfrey swiftly devised a remedy, concocting an effective cold potion, albeit with the side effect of causing steam to emanate from the ears of those who ingested it. Lasting several hours, the sneezes and coughs diminished, replaced by sounds reminiscent of train whistles. Hogwarts thus became shrouded in a fog, fitting for a magical castle. As Lucien entered the castle, he observed numerous students with steam billowing from their ears. Some appeared unfazed, even shaking their heads as if enjoying the experience, while others felt embarrassed, shielding their faces with books or sleeves or donning scarves. Perhaps he should develop a potion to treat colds, something undoubtedly feasible, provided it lacked such overt side effects. It would cater primarily to the seasonal demand, particularly in autumn and winter, with the frequent rainy days of late. Lucien felt relieved for his invention of the water-repellent bracelet. Otherwise, they would have been drenched in water and mud during training. Harry raised his wrist, showcasing the azure bracelet, noting that despite the torrential downpour outside, he emerged from Quidditch practice unscathed by rain. Lucien cast a glance at Harry's water-repellent bracelet, contemplating the frequency of rainy days. For Ether could not remain idle, often emerging from his box to soar and play in the real sky. Ether, the Thunderbird Lucien had brought back from Arizona, conjured storms in flight, exacerbating the already damp and rainy conditions of England. This prompted Lucien to consider the difficulties faced by Quidditch players during training, leading him to design the water-repellent bracelet, an alchemical tool that automatically enveloped the wearer in a layer of water-repelling charms, shielding them from rain and mud. Indeed, not only did the Quidditch team purchase them, but other young witches and wizards also contributed significantly to their sales. After all, they were affordable, merely a bracelet. Simpler than wielding an umbrella or casting a rain-shielding spell, right? More and more young wizards began to appreciate the convenience and comfort provided by various alchemical tools and potions, sincerely praising Lucien for bringing forth such innovations. Truly, we owe much to Lucien's inventions. They have greatly facilitated our training sessions, one student remarked. Hearing such praise, Harry felt a mix of annoyance and exasperation, for since Flint had been given detention and Quidditch training ceased, Malfoy had inexplicably taken charge of the Slytherin team as practice. Ever since, whenever they crossed paths, it seemed Malfoy couldn't help but mention Flint's detention multiple times. Malfoy, is your captain's detention still ongoing? Harry's impatient inquiry only elicited laughter from Malfoy, who feigned a look of despair, shrugging dramatically. Who knows? Professor Snape certainly has his hands full with toads, rats, bats, and whatnot. In the defense against the Dark Arts professor's office, Lockhart sat before a weathered diary, occasionally scribbling with a vibrant peacock feather quill while muttering to himself. That monster, surely it cannot kill, can it? I merely sought to create a sensational story. I had no intention of landing in Azkaban. Now that would be an experience unworthy of glorification. That beast appears rather terrifying. It seems large enough to devour a person, doesn't it? Lockhart inscribed these concerns and fears in his diary, and, astonishingly, as soon as his words were penned, they would vanish, as if devoured by the very paper itself. After a mere 2 or 3 seconds, new phrases would materialize in their place. It is the basilisk. By my methods, you can exert complete control over it. Fear not. As long as you do not meet the basilisk's gaze, the worst that can happen is petrification, which is also resolvable. At most, you would lie in bed for a few months. Furthermore, no one will ever know you orchestrated this entire affair. The world will remember only Gilderoy Lockhart, who subdued the basilisk, saved Hogwarts, and safeguarded young witches and wizards from peril, thus becoming a hero of the magical realm. At that time, accolades, adoration, honor, and fame will be yours in abundance. As he read the contents of the diary, Lockhart's breath quickened, yet he hesitated to write. Tom, I still harbor concerns. As Lockhart's pen hovered above the page, he remained oblivious to the subtle strands of vitality and soul energy being siphoned from within him, dissipating alongside the ink upon the surface of the paper. They traversed into the depths of the diary. There, a spacious, circular chamber lay, adorned with peculiar silver artifacts. The walls festooned with empty frames, yet devoid of any presence. On a nearby shelf, a sorting hat was carelessly placed. Anyone familiar with this room would be astonished to find that its overall layout bore a striking resemblance to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, though the specific arrangements differed significantly from the one currently in use by Dumbledore. Reclining languidly in an oversized chair was a youth of 16 or 17, with jet black hair, obsidian eyes, and a pallid complexion, yet his features remained indistinct. Before him lay a diary that appeared quite new, seemingly just put to use. Ink flowed forth in lines that bore Lockhart's handwriting. The dark-haired boy, referred to as Tom by Lockhart, slightly flared his nostrils. The essence and soul energy were still insufficient. His features sharpened just a fraction, and as he gazed upon the diary's contents, he let out a derisive sneer. Cowardly, greedy, ignorant. One cannot decide whether he is easily deceived or not. Tom was well aware of Gilderoy Lockhart's desires. He craved fame and yearned for a truly conspicuous adventure. Under Tom's subtle manipulation, Lockhart soon acquiesced to the proposal of creating a crisis with the basilisk. However, when it came time to enter the Chamber of Secrets, Lockhart, guided by Tom, encountered the basilisk and faltered. He began to grapple with whether to unleash the creature, to manipulate it into inciting chaos and terror, or to ultimately vanquish it in exchange for glory and renown. Initially, Lockhart had followed Tom's guidance with unwavering obedience, allowing Tom to siphon more vitality and soul from him. Yet now, Lockhart's hesitance to act slowed their progress. Tom required that vitality and soul energy to fortify himself. Presently, Tom was merely a fragment of a soul hidden within the diary, a remnant of Tom Riddle at 16, inadvertently severed and merged with the diary to become a Horcrux. Should he absorb sufficient souls and life force, Tom could restore himself and acquire a new corporeal form. At that moment, the youthful Tom Riddle would re-emerge in the world, reuniting with his original self. No, I am who I am. There is no need for immediate unification. Let me observe for a while. I wonder how my original self fares now. Has he ascended to the pinnacle of magic, become the headmaster of Hogwarts, the ruler of the magical realm? Tom penned in the diary. Gilderoy, my friend, if you remain apprehensive, we could commence with animal trials to ascertain whether the basilisk will indeed obey your commands. The ink similarly vanished at once. For the plan to unfold seamlessly, Tom would ensure that the basilisk complied with Lockhart's performance. However, once he had absorbed an ample amount of life and soul, the charade would become reality. If many young witches and wizards perished at Hogwarts, Dumbledore would undoubtedly be ousted from his position. Tom recalled the flames ignited by Dumbledore, using his most treasured cabinet as he came to retrieve him from the orphanage. The flames had been fierce and beautiful, leaving a lasting impression on Tom. He also remembered that despite excelling at school and being adored by both teachers and peers, Dumbledore had treated him like a thief. When Tom learned from Lockhart that Dumbledore had become the current headmaster of Hogwarts, resentment and fury ignited once more. That narrow-minded, talent-blind old man had no right to be headmaster. He merely imposed his will upon others through magical might, just as he had once oppressed me. Tom sought a corporeal form. He desired to expel Dumbledore from Hogwarts. Thus, he needed Lockhart to comply with his directives, step by step, offering up life and soul. As Lockhart observed the words emerging in the diary, he fidgeted with the peacock quill in his hand, clearly still uneasy. Animal experiments? There are indeed many pets among the students, and a cat has been wandering about the school. TSK. How could a prestigious magic school harbor such a filthy stray? Chapter 191. Lockhart's Adventure. I have Mandrake. Harry took several deep breaths, clutching the quill in his pocket. Knock, knock. Harry raised his hand and rapped on Lockhart's office door. Oh, is that you, Harry? Come in. Upon entering, Harry found Lockhart seated at his desk, as usual, brandishing the flamboyant peacock quill to sign books or letters. Lockhart flashed his trademark smile and beckoned to Harry. Today should be your final punishment assignment, right? Our time together has been quite pleasant over this past month. If you enjoy the experience of becoming a celebrity ahead of schedule, feel free to come help me reply to my readers' letters anytime. Harry felt a wave of nausea at Lockhart's words. Had he not caused such a significant ruckus at the beginning of the term, he would not have faced such prolonged punishment, much of which involved assisting Lockhart with signing responses. The mere sight of the name Gilderoy Lockhart was enough to make him feel ill. Harry forced a seemingly shy, yet genuinely awkward smile as he sat down opposite Lockhart. Extracting the quill from his pocket, Harry felt somewhat more at ease. It was a copying quill he had obtained from Lucien, designed for the monotonous task of transcribing, perfect for assisting Lockhart with such a tedious chore. All Harry needed to do was feign holding the quill, with the stack of books conveniently obscuring Lockhart's view, leaving the rest to the quill. Suddenly, Harry noticed a new hourglass atop the pile of books, something that had not been present before. Noticing Harry's gaze upon the hourglass, Lockhart chuckled and explained, "You see, my admirers are simply too numerous. With so many letters to attend to, I sometimes lose track of time. After all, I cannot neglect the enthusiasm of my fans. Can I? This hourglass serves as a timely reminder." Lockhart said this as he flipped the hourglass, allowing the sand to begin flowing. Harry grunted in acknowledgement, listening to the faint sound of the sand within, his gaze drifting down to the sappy, even deranged letters written by Lockhart's fans. Harry, fame is like a capricious friend. A celebrity must carry the air of a celebrity. Lockhart's self-indulgent rambling echoed in Harry's ears, mingling with the sound of the sand flowing. Strangely, a wave of drowsiness washed over Harry's mind. Clunk! Harry's forehead thudded against the desk. Upon witnessing Harry fall asleep, Lockhart's eyes sparkled with delight. He lightly tapped the hourglass, causing the sand within to come to a halt, no longer flowing. Lockhart retrieved the old diary from his drawer, tucked it into his robes, and cast one last glance at the slumbering Harry before hastily departing the office. He was now determined to venture into the Chamber of Secrets and release the basilisk. Following the advice from Tom's diary, Lockhart sought to establish an alibi for himself, and that alibi was none other than Harry, who frequented his office from time to time. The hourglass was one of Lockhart's treasured magical artifacts. At times, he would not only borrow the experiences of other wizards, but also take with him the crucial evidence or rewards from those experiences. Since the original owners had lost all related memories, keeping them would merely be a waste. The hourglass possessed a straightforward enchantment. Upon hearing the sound of the sand flowing, combined with the words of its owner, it could induce a profound slumber in anyone. Lockhart estimated that by the time he released the basilisk and returned to awaken Harry, not much time would elapse. He could then keep Harry occupied for a while, and with the hourglass paused, it would be easy to deceive him. After all, he was merely a child. As he hurried towards the location of the chamber, Lockhart paid no mind to the small bat that trailed quietly behind him. The presence of bats was quite normal at this time, with Halloween fast approaching. Arriving at the bathroom where Moaning Myrtle resided, he found it deserted. Following Tom's instructions, Lockhart first sprinkled a potion to confuse the ghostly perceptions, lest he inadvertently encounter Myrtle. He then took out the diary and held it close to tap. Moments latte. The dark entrance to the Chamber of Secrets materialized before Lockhart. Contemplating the fame that awaited him, he swallowed hard and leapt into the opening. Immediately, a bat concealed in the shadows emerged, seamlessly transforming into a moth as it flew into the entrance of the chamber. Adhering to the route illuminated by the diary, Lockhart soon stood before a grand sculpted door, once again pressing the diary against it. Familiar with the procedure, the door creaked open with a resounding boom. Accompanied by a chilling noise, a dazzling green serpent slowly slithered out. Its massive 50-foot length sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Lockhart's brow. He quickly bowed his head, too fearful to meet the basilisk's gaze. Raising the diary above his head, Lockhart anxiously awaited, feeling as though time had come to a standstill. However, in reality, it was but a fleeting moment before the emerald serpent glided away, vanishing into a hidden passage. Lockhart exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead before promptly exiting the chamber. Minutes passed, and the chamber fell into an eerie silence. A moth fluttered down, transforming in an instant into a boy with dark green eyes. Lucien summoned his shimmering light, and the appearance of the small Qilin seemed to disperse the surrounding chill and darkness. "Master, it is so filthy here," exclaimed the Qilin. Lucien patted its neck, reassuring, "Fear not, it shall be purified in due time. Let's leave a spatial marker here for easier access later." Once the shimmering light established the marker, Lucien instructed it to transport him away. Meanwhile, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Harry stirred as he heard someone calling his name. Groggily awakening, he exclaimed, did I fall asleep?" Sitting up and adjusting his glasses, he caught sight of the hourglass, which had just shifted slightly. I looked down for just a moment, and there you were, dozing off. Young people should take care of their health. Once you're famous, you'll need to be in good shape. Listening to Lockhart's rambling, Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Dozing off in front of the professor was rather mortifying. Suddenly, a chilling, venomous voice slithered into Harry's ears. "Let me tear you apart and kill you." "It wasn't me," Harry protested, pointing at a torch bracket where a stiff, gray cat hung, its yellow eyes wide and unblinking like bulbs. Harry felt both unfortunate and unjustly accused. He had just finished a punishment task and was about to return to his dormitory when he once again heard that icy, sinister whisper in the corridor, identical to the one he had encountered in Lockhart's office. The incessant repetition of blood, slaughter, and consumption filled Harry with dread, fearing an unknown monster lurked within the castle. He stumbled upon the lifeless Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hanging there, its body rigid and terrifying. Yet, more harrowing was the blood-red writing on the wall. "The chamber has been opened. Beware of enemies of the air. You will be next, mudblood." The crimson liquid, undeniably blood, was smeared across the wall. Filch stood before his cat, covering his face in despair. Mrs. Norris was his only companion, and as a squib, he had no one but an ordinary house cat to confide in. The gathering crowd, drawn by Filch's anguished cries, only heightened Harry's desire to clarify the situation. Yet he felt at a loss for words, the cold, eerie whisper seeming to only echo in his ears. When he had asked Lockhart in the office, he had claimed ignorance. Why do this to my cat? Why to me?" Just as Filch teetered on the brink of collapse, Dumbledore arrived with a cadre of professors. The glaring bloodstains on the wall and the motionless cat sparked a glint of determination in Dumbledore's eyes. Upon seeing the headmaster, Filch exclaimed, "Professor, my cat has been killed. It was Harry Potter who was right here." Dumbledore had already begun to assess Mrs. Norris's condition, his blue eyes shimmering behind his half-moon spectacles, before raising a hand to halt Filch's frantic babbling. "Argus, Mrs. Norris is not dead." Filch, incredulous, protested, but she has no breath or heartbeat. She feels so stiff, she was lively just moments ago. As Filch broke down once more, the surrounding young wizards exchanged glances, taken aback. The usual stern caretaker was reduced to tears over a cat. Yes, Harry Potter, you claim it wasn't you. But you were right there. Did you see anything?" Filch's anxious questioning was abruptly interrupted. "Oh, Harry has been helping me respond to fan mail. He just finished a moment ago. I believe he merely had the misfortune of witnessing this distressing scene." Lockhart interjected, pulling Harry close, his usual charming smile absent, replaced by a facade of earnestness, as though he were vouching for Harry's innocence. After that statement, Lockhart fell silent, refraining from his usual theatrics of declaring his knowledge about the curse that had befallen Mrs. Norris or how to lift it. Harry winced as Lockhart's grip tightened painfully on his arm. Lockhart's unexpected intervention left Snape, who had intended to cast out, somewhat disappointed, and he turned his attention back to the peculiar state of the cat. Lucien stood amidst the crowd, observing the scene with a discerning eye. The performance was decent, but it could be more natural. If he spoke as he usually did, weaving in tales of his adventures, it would resonate better with others' impressions. Seemingly supporting Harry, Lockhart was in fact ensuring that Harry served as his alibi. Young Tom's suggestion to Lockhart had proven effective. By now, Dumbledore had deduced that Mrs. Norris had been petrified. Hearing this, Filch seemed even more agitated. "Yes, but who did this? Which little wizard? Is he the one who wrote those bloody words? Does he harbor animosity towards Muggleborns? Why?" Observing Filch's distress, Dumbledore sighed gently, offering solace. "Do not worry. We can heal her. Do not doubt the students. This is an exceedingly rare form of dark magic, one that students could hardly master to such an extent." Subsequently, Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Professor Sprout. I am aware of a potion that can lift this petrifying curse. We merely need to wait for the mandrakes in the school to mature, and Professor Sprout has cultivated quite a number. At this moment, the previously tense Lockhart seemed to recall his persona and, in an effort to appear normal, as guided by Tom in the diary, hastily interjected, I can brew that. Oh, I concocted that potion no less than 100 times. I could do it in my sleep. Severus Snape, who had been irked by Lockhart from the very start, glared at the man with disdain. How dare he not only usurp his position as the defense against the Dark Arts professor, but also audaciously claim he would take over the duties of the legitimate potions master. Snape's eyes narrowed menacingly as he retorted, I'm the potions master. Stung by Snape's remark, Lockhart awkwardly closed his mouth, retreating into silence and fading into the background once more. If Mandrake is needed, I have some here. Dumbledore, who was about to call for a dismissal, noticed a hand raised amidst the crowd, revealing Lucien's unexpectedly familiar face. It seemed quite normal for Lucien to cultivate a few mandrakes. That's splendid. Lucien, you are indeed contributing to the school, Dumbledore praised as he beckoned Lucien closer, all the while maintaining an appearance of composure. Though he was undoubtedly eager to resolve the matter of the curse that had befallen the school. Professor, would you like to check if this mandrake juice meets the required standards? Lucien inquired of Professor Sprout, simultaneously retrieving a large glass jar filled to the brim with a purplish-green liquid, the very essence of mandrake juice. Upon observing the substantial jar, Sprout's eyelids flickered, pondering how much mandrake Lucien had grown. No wonder he had handled the mandrakes so adeptly during class. As she opened the jar to begin her inspection, Sprout quietly cautioned, Lucien, you must be mindful of the safety involved with such a large quantity of mandrakes. You know they're mature specimens. Lucien nodded in understanding. Rest assured, I have recently been working on various potions and props that require these plants, and I have been exceedingly careful. Of course, his initial curiosity stemmed from the power of fully matured mandrakes, capable of incapacitating or even killing with their cries. After all, biting cabbages, mandrakes, and venomous tentacula were the hallmark of magical flora. Regrettably, these magical plants, unless cultivated with special care or magical enhancements, often served merely as supplementary tools in practical applications. Professor Sprout soon confirmed that the quality of the mandrake juice was superb, indeed of the highest grade, perfectly suitable for potion making. Chapter 192. Snape. Who do you suspect is the mastermind? Luna's unexpected encounter in the Forbidden Forest. When Professor Sprout announced that the mandrake juice provided by Lucien was usable, Filch's anxious heart finally began to ease, and he slumped against the wall in relief. His gaze toward Lucien was filled with gratitude. Though he lacked magical ability and understanding of herbs and potions, he recognized that with Lucien's help, his cat would be saved. If they waited too long for the school's mandrakes to mature, Filch feared his feline companion might not endure until then. Noticing Filch's grateful expression, Lucien smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. He had mandrakes on hand, ready to rescue, not a person, but a cat, with a healing method in place. Perhaps the process could be expedited. Wouldn't you agree, Lockhart and Tom? Casting a glance at Lockhart among the faculty, Lucien observed that the latter's eyes were unfocused, seemingly taken aback that someone could provide an immediate solution. It appeared that the anticipated atmosphere of crisis had not materialized, leaving Lockhart somewhat disheartened. Lucien recalled the content he had monitored in the office, based on the level of communication between Lockhart and Tom from the diary. It seemed Tom had assured Lockhart he would not kill anyone, merely petrify them. After all, Lockhart, by nature, was neither inclined nor daring enough to take a life. He merely intended to create a crisis and garner headlines, ultimately departing Hogwarts with honor and acclaim. As for Tom in the diary, being a fragment of his soul, his goal was to absorb life to form a corporeal body, to placate Lockhart and ensure his continued compliance. He would refrain from any extreme actions that might instill fear in Lockhart. However, it would be wise to take additional precautions to avoid unforeseen complications. Upon seeing Lucien smile, Filch felt an additional surge of gratitude. Were it not for the presence of so many others, he would have expressed his thanks more heartily. Filch had initially contemplated overlooking any misdeeds Lucien might commit in the future, but over the past year, Lucien had not engaged in any wrongdoing, proving to be a model student. Now that the raw materials were addressed, they could commence potion making. When Dumbledore inquired how long it would take to prepare the potion, Snape replied nonchalantly, given the quality of the mandrake juice, it will take no more than 2 days. With that, Snape took the jar of mandrake juice and, as he passed by Lucien, remarked, "Come with me to my office. I have matters to discuss." In the potions master's office, as Lucien assisted with the materials, he casually conversed with Snape, Professor, I have a question. Since the mandrakes in the school are not yet ripe, why not procure some from outside? Is it only our school that cultivates them? Lucien was genuinely curious, as according to the original narrative, those who were petrified remained bedridden until the end of the school year. Surely, they would not have to wait for their own mandrakes to mature. Wasn't that a plot hole? Upon hearing this, Snape cast Lucien a peculiar look. You don't suppose mandrakes are easy to cultivate, do you? Lucien pondered, recalling that with the diligent efforts of the little gardeners, those ugly dolls would not scream at him, and the yield of the plants would increase while the growth cycle would shorten. Coupled with the various potions he had brewed, growing mandrakes was akin to cultivating potatoes. Snape glanced down at the large jar of mandrake juice and recognized the futility of Lucien's earlier question. After all, Hogwarts was indeed the largest supplier of mandrakes in all of Britain. Establishments like the Ministry of Magic or some vendors in Diagon Alley sourced their stock from here. Furthermore, it was not the season for harvesting mandrakes. How could you have produced these? Before Lucien could formulate an adequate explanation, Snape waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. You have your secrets, but do not squander too much thought on it. Your aptitude for potion making is commendable. Practice diligently. Snape cast a glance at Lucien's method of handling the materials, suddenly captivated by certain details. Your technique is quite classical. Lucien's process was fluid and seamless. Yet Snape felt it was not modern, not even contemporary. I learned these techniques over the summer from my teacher, Lucien replied truthfully, having studied various alchemical skills with Nicholas Flamel, whose expertise encompassed a wealth of potion knowledge. Upon hearing Lucien's response, Snape furrowed his brow slightly. The esteemed potion masters he knew would not typically employ such methods. Which reclusive old wizard was Lucien's instructor? Such individuals were becoming increasingly rare these days. The office fell into silence once more, the only sound being the chopping of herbs. After a while, having nearly completed his tasks, Snape suddenly posed a question. Lucien, who do you think is the mastermind behind this affair? Snape's inquiry sent a jolt through Lucien. Was there some significant plot involving an old bat this year? Hadn't they merely served as background characters? Continuing to process the remaining materials, Lucien subtly countered. It seems you have a suspect in mind? Snape let out a cold laugh, placing down the tools and ingredients in his hands, wiping them clean. At Hogwarts, each year saw an influx of new faces. Some of these, of course, were first-year students, while others, new students? The old bat's conjecture aligned closely with the original text. It was supposed to be Ginny acquiring Tom's diary, which then set off a series of events. Snape's thoughts drifted to a particular individual, his tone turning increasingly venomous. The other group, of course, consists of newly appointed professors. However, the changes are minimal. For instance, this year there's only that one, the defense against the Dark Arts professor. He articulated the last few words with deliberate emphasis, enough for Lucien to discern the resentment underlying them. Surely, Snape couldn't truly suspect his colleague, who had usurped his position as the defense against the Dark Arts professor. Was his intuition as a double agent truly that astute? Would he also resort to targeting Lockhart? In the potions master's office, upon hearing Snape specifically mention the defense against the Dark Arts professor, Lucien's first instinct was to wonder if the old bat was about to fixate on Lockhart as he had the previous year. Yet that seemed unlikely. According to the original narrative, Snape had not engaged in any significant actions that year, apart from his usual tormenting of Harry and concocting the antidote for petrification. Lucien finally spoke up. Professor, if you harbor suspicions regarding Gilderoy Lockhart, then why not? Understanding Lucien's unspoken question, why not report it to Dumbledore if he had doubts? Snape sneered repeatedly as he approached the cauldron to prepare potions. Dumbledore only pays me the salary of a potions master. The safety of the school should be the principal's concern. From this statement, Lucien sensed a profound undercurrent of resentment and dissatisfaction. So merely receiving the potions master's salary meant he would only fulfill the duties of a potions master. It seemed the old bat had no intention of intervening in this year's affairs and was prepared to abandon responsibility. Lucien recalled that last year, Snape had been fixated on Quirrell, both to comply with Dumbledore's request and to protect Harry's safety, which explained his surveillance and interference with Quirrell. However, Snape was astute. After the events of the previous year, he had likely deduced Dumbledore's intentions, that keeping Quirrell around without taking action was meant to provide Harry Potter with experiences that would aid his growth as the savior. Thus, Snape had come to the realization that regardless of how many times he reported to Dumbledore, the headmaster would not take definitive action unless he deemed the situation beyond control. Lucien quickly recalled a particular moment from the original text. When Harry confronted the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, Fawkes had appeared dramatically, first delivering the sorting hat that concealed Gryffindor's sword, and then blinding the basilisk, eliminating the greatest threat. Viewed in this light, Dumbledore was indeed in command of the overarching narrative. However, apologies, old Dumbledore. For this year I intend to make use of the basilisk myself. Speaking of Gryffindor's sword, it was said that only those who truly embodied the qualities of Gryffindor could wield it in times of need. Perhaps I should retrieve the sorting hat in advance, and see if I could draw forth the great sword when confronting the basilisk. Lucien glanced up at Snape. Since the old bat had no plans to busy himself this year, why bring it up at all? Professor, by the way, do you know what the inscription on the wall referring to the chamber is about? Upon hearing Lucien's question, Snape paused momentarily before responding as if he had already prepared a statement. You are undoubtedly aware of Hogwarts' founding history and the four founders, including the subsequent rift between Gryffindor and Slytherin. For instance, Lucien, sensing Snape's gaze upon him, ventured, for instance. Slytherin wished for Hogwarts to only accept students from pureblood families, refusing to admit those from Muggle families, believing them to be unreliable. Indeed, during the era of the four founders, wizards were in a vulnerable position. People feared magic, and upon discovering a wizard, they would report them to the church, leading to witch hunts and executions. Even a child born to Muggle parents who awakened magical abilities could. A wizard of Muggle descent could be discovered by family or friends, potentially implicating the entire school, which was indeed a possibility. Snape regarded Lucien with a penetrating glance and nodded slightly. Yes, these are all recorded in historical texts. As for the chamber, that is more of a legend. Slytherin constructed a secret room within the castle, but only Slytherin's true heir can reopen that chamber and unleash the terrifying creature within to purge those unworthy of studying magic. Lucien interjected. So you believe this so-called heir might control the creature within the chamber to harm students like me, who hail from Muggle backgrounds? Snape frowned. Legends may hold some truth, or perhaps someone is maliciously exploiting them to incite panic. After a brief pause, Snape added nonchalantly, once the antidote is produced, people will cease their panic. However, until the truth surfaces, it would be prudent to remain vigilant. Ah, the old bat is cautioning me to be careful, taking quite a roundabout route to do so. As for the basilisk seeking me out, it better come then. Understood, Professor. Thank you for your concern. Snape lowered his gaze and began placing ingredients into the cauldron, stating flatly, I am not concerned for you. It is simply rare to have a student who is not an utter fool in potions, and I do not wish for others to question my teaching abilities. Furthermore, when roaming the school, keep your distance from Harry Potter. He tends to attract trouble. Hearing Snape emphasize the word trouble made Lucien want to laugh. Indeed, Harry encountered life-threatening adventures every year, which must make Lockhart envious. Ah, it seemed I had summoned misfortune. Oh, pardon me for the interruption. All right then, Lucien, you should brew an antidote as well. The potions we concoct in class do not reflect your true capabilities. In the Forbidden Forest, Lucien searched for the dwelling place of the Thestrals. He intended to design a magical device aimed at counteracting the basilisk's deadly gaze, at least to mitigate its petrifying effect. Perhaps through reflections akin to water surfaces or camera obstructions, allowing a person to encounter the basilisk and merely become petrified. He might require the tail feathers of Thestrals for this, which was why he had come to the Forbidden Forest, not merely to gather supplies, but to explore. Liu Guang. The Thestrals should be nearby, correct? Indeed, Master. I have encountered them several times while playing in the Forbidden Forest. Liu Guang's voice echoed in Lucien's mind. Master, I sense that there are humans near the group of Thestrals. Humans. Perhaps it is Hagrid. Lucien exchanged a few words with Liu Guang, who then soared into the sky. Concealing himself, Lucien then proceeded in the designated direction. Now that he could see the Thestrals himself, it would be much more convenient for both gathering materials and utilizing them to create devices. Before long, Lucien spotted several shadowy figures, their forms resembling elongated horses, cloaked in smooth black hides, making them appear as walking shadows. Their heads were particularly fearsome, a fusion of dragon and reptilian features, with eyes devoid of pupils, pure white. A pair of expansive, bat-like wings hugged their sides. There they were, the Thestrals. Yet, Lucien's gaze lingered more on the figure beside them. A cascade of dark golden-brown hair flowed over her shoulders, with a carrot-shaped earring visible among the strands. She stood barefoot on the cold ground, resembling a forest sprite, extending her pale hand to stroke one of the Thestrals' necks. The Thestral not only did not shy away, but instead lowered its head submissively, nuzzling her palm. Luna lo vego. What's she doing here? Aren't they beautiful? Luna turned her head, gazing at Lucien with her slightly misty silver eyes, her voice ethereal. It seems you can see them too? Lucien stepped closer, raising his hand to gently stroke the forehead of the night steed, which offered no resistance, and instead leaned into the touch. Yes, Luna. We met before at the Weasley residence. What brings you to the Forbidden Forest? Luna understood that Lucien could perceive a night steed, just as she could, having borne witness to death and parting. I am in search of my shoes. I believe they were taken by the snobbering snotbeast. Luna glanced down at her bare feet, which appeared quite bashful, residing in damp corners. Fond of gathering shiny trinkets they deemed beautiful. My shoes were probably the most exquisite yellow they have ever encountered.